In the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, at Jiangnan University, today marks the 31st of August, the day when first-year students officially enroll. As the academic season commences, the campus and its surroundings are bustling with students and parents hailing from every corner of the nation. At the entrance of the university, Jiang Qiu stands alone, dragging his suitcase, gazing at the majestic and imposing gates, unable to suppress his emotions. Jiangnan University, I have finally arrived. Just as he prepares to cross the street, a jarring honk pierces the air, accompanied by the startled gasps of passers-by, as a pair of pristine white Adidas sneakers flies through. The A-I-R-D-I in that instant. Jiang Qiu finds himself sprawled in the grass by the entrance, his consciousness plunging into an abyss of darkness. What the hell? Did someone just fly past? Is this a movie? The special effects are too realistic. Are you blind? That person was clearly struck by a car. In an instant, a throng of onlookers gathers, pointing and murmuring in excitement, yet not a single soul steps forward to check on the injured individual. Ding! Detection of host being violently struck. The perfect life system has automatically activated. At that moment, a voice resounds in Jiang Qiu's mind. System? His awareness begins to return, and just as he attempts to utter something, he realizes that his body is exceedingly weak, leaving little room for contemplation. Ding! Detection of severe injuries to the host. The system has automatically opened the beginner's gift package. Congratulations, host. You have received the blessing of destiny. The system will automatically repair the host's bodily functions and elevate them to optimal condition. The perfect life system unveils further information within Jiang Qiu's consciousness. Host, Jiang Qiu. Physique, 30 points. Charm, 75 points. Wisdom, 75 points. Note, the blessing of destiny is now active. The body is in the process of repair. 1.10.50.90.100. Repair complete. At this moment, Jiang Qiu can feel his body has rejuvenated, even brimming with more energy than before. It feels akin to dining at a restaurant where he could consume an entire cow by himself. However, he suddenly becomes aware of a grave concern. With his tall, striking figure and sharp brows, how could his charm be merely 75 points? As he indulges in his musings, the system interface within his mind reopens. Host, Jiang Qiu. Physique, 90 points. Charm, 90 points. Wisdom, 90 points. Skills, none. Special effect, blessing of destiny. Meanwhile, in the outside world, at almost the same moment, the LaFerrari that had just struck him comes to a swift halt. Subsequently, a tall girl steps out of the vehicle. Hey, isn't that our campus Belle, Chuda? Why has she changed cars again? Oh, you simply cannot fathom the world of the affluent. Today, Chu Yinshi donned a white neck chiffon blouse paired with a blue miniskirt, her fair and elongated thighs impeccably together, smooth and straight. Her exquisite features and lovely visage provoked a flutter in the heart. Around her neck hung a radiant silver platinum necklace, while a brown, 3-finger-wide belt adorned her waist. On her feet were delicate stockings complemented by a pair of ochre deer-hide loafers, her slim, alabaster skin accentuating the faint blue of her veins, a sight to behold. Amidst the gaze of onlookers, Chu Yinshi hastened towards the scene of the accident. Classmate, are you all right? Observing Jiang Qiu lying on the ground, she quickly crouched down, shaking his body gently. Bystanders nearby could not suppress their grimaces at the sight. One gentleman, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Young lady, you should not shake someone who has been hit by a vehicle." Before he could finish, Jiang Qiu, who had been sprawled on the ground, let out a groan. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he beheld was a pair of long, beautiful legs. Looking up further, he seemed to glimpse something he ought not to see. Oh dear! Jiang Qiu hastily covered his head and stood up. The bystanders were utterly flabbergasted. Had the news been misleading? How could someone, whose shoe had been knocked off, emerge unscathed? I sincerely apologize. I was in a rush and accidentally. Seeing him rise, Chu Yinshi quickly approached to express her regret. However, upon catching sight of Jiang Qiu's face, her heart involuntarily contracted. Could it truly be him? Her mind buzzed, seemingly halting all rational thought. She even forgot to breathe, unable to believe the reality before her. Are you all right? At that moment, Jiang Qiu appeared somewhat bewildered, He had been the one struck. Why was she so agitated? Could it be that she recognized him? Jiang Qiu racked his memory, certain that he had never met her before. What could this mean? Was she feigning acquaintance to avoid a financial grievance? With that thought, Jiang Qiu's gaze returned to the young woman before him. He could not deny her beauty. Such a stunning girl must be quite adept at deception, no doubt. Meanwhile, Chu Yinshi exerted all her effort to regain her composure. Hello, my name is Chu Yinshi, and I'm also a student at Jiangnan University. After this simple introduction, she inquired with genuine concern. I see you're injured. Perhaps we should go to the hospital for a checkup? Jiang Xiu was about to acquiesce. However, he suddenly realized that his body had completely recovered, not a single wound remaining, that if he were to go to the hospital, would he not be mistaken for a giant panda? Never mind, it's not a big deal. Jiang Xiu brushed off the dust from his clothes. For some inexplicable reason, ever since he laid eyes on the girl named Chu Yinshi, he had been feeling a sense of unease. This indescribable feeling made Jiang Xiu quite uncomfortable. Thus, he decided to put out of his mind, picked up the suitcase that had just been knocked away, and turned towards the school. His actions left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. What's going on? Shouldn't he go to the hospital first? Indeed, could it be that this child has sustained some injury? It certainly seems so. His current state does not appear normal. Perhaps he has even injured his head. Such a pity. The young man is quite handsome. Classmate, please don't leave. Just yet, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. Hearing the murmurs of concern from the crowd, Chu Yinshi felt anxious. However, at that moment, Jiang Xiu simply wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Little did they know, he was eager to find a secluded spot to thoroughly examine the system that had just appeared. I sincerely apologize, but if you're unwilling to go to the hospital, could you at least leave your contact information? Chu Yinshi called out loudly, but Jiang Xiu remained unresponsive, merely waving his hand and quickening his pace. Seeing this, Chu Yinshi stomped her foot in frustration. Jiang Xiu, please don't go. Ugh. Jiang Xiu suddenly halted, his expression one of bewilderment. Oh, does she know my name? Jiang Xiu was perplexed. He could swear that this was indeed the first time he had encountered the girl named Chu Yinshi. Out of curiosity, he stopped and turned to face her. Hello. I won't pursue this matter further. Do you need anything else? Indeed, I have something else to say. Go ahead. Will you marry me? Chu Yinshi stepped closer, locking her gaze with Jiang Xiu's, speaking shyly yet resolutely. At this moment, Jiang Xiu was utterly bewildered. What is happening? She is suddenly asking me to marry her? Is this some sort of local tradition, that after being hit by a car, one must offer oneself in return? Meanwhile, the nearby crowd fell silent. Who is Chu Yinshi? The campus Belle of Jiangnan University, renowned as the singular goddess who captivates the entire school. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but her capabilities are equally remarkable. She serves as the president of the student council and has even established her own company outside of school. Such a girl could undoubtedly be described as a paragon of excellence. However, must one now incur losses? The hearts of the onlookers bled. How could such fortune escape them? Jiang Xiu glanced once more at Chu Yinshi, gently touching his ear. He began to question whether he was suffering from some after effect. Though the system was impressive, what if it harbored a flaw? That would spell disaster for him. It was no wonder Jiang Xiu harbored doubts about the system. The absurdity of the situation was simply overwhelming. Surely even the bloggers on Jihu would not dare to concoct such tales. Excuse me, what did you just say? Jiang Xiu instinctively sought clarification. I said, I wish to marry you. Chu Yinshi inhaled deeply, declaring with conviction that I am a junior this year, though 3 years your senior. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older carries gold bricks. I'll take good care of you. I run a company outside of school, I have a car and a house, and I can provide you with ample pocket money. I have never been in a relationship before, so you need not worry about my involvement with other men, nor should you fear I will use you as a shield. Furthermore, I require no bride price from you. We shall begin as a couple, and once you reach the legal age, we will promptly register our marriage. Should you have any other needs, feel free to express them at any time. With that, Chu Yinshi flashed a smile. So how do you find my terms? Upon hearing these words, those around could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Were these terms merely good? They were nothing short of perfection. All eyes turned toward Jiang Xiu, envious saliva pooling as they watched. Ding dong. Random choice. Do you accept Chu Yinshi's confession? Option 1. The host accepts the confession and receives a reward of $1 million in funds, along with the honorary title of Sugar Baby King. Option 2. The host declines the confession and receives a Tesla Model X, as well as an advanced-level driving skills reward. Note 1. The system's financial rewards stem from various investment markets and are comprised of untraceable legal funds, posing no financial or legal risks. Note 2. The titles bestowed by the system possess distinct attributes. Once the Sugar Baby King title is successfully bound, the host's charm value will increase by 10 points. Note 3. The advanced level driving skills reward will be obtained through a combination of memory transfer and muscle memory, ensuring no adverse reactions the host may use it with peace of mind. Indeed, this was a perfect life system. Both options appeared remarkably appealing. Should he choose the first, Jiang Xiu would not only win the heart of a beauty, but also acquire a substantial additional income. One could say he would instantly achieve financial freedom and embark on a life of happiness without wanting to ask for the second reward. Although it might seem somewhat inferior, the Tesla Model X is certainly not inexpensive. Particularly, the reward for advanced driving skills is an exceedingly practical ability, one that is everlasting. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiu made a difficult decision. His reasoning was rather straightforward. Since he had acquired the system, he would undoubtedly never face financial shortages in the future. Given the certainty of financial security, why should he sacrifice his own charm to marry into a wealthy family? Becoming a son-in-law, while momentarily gratifying, would entail the loss of enduring freedom, not to mention that his future children would no longer bear his surname. Moreover, Jiang Xiu had no interest in the title of Sugar Daddy. Considering the current situation, everything felt exceedingly peculiar. He did not know much about Chu Yanxi, and, as the old adage states, a marriage devoid of affection is merely a farce. I choose the second option. Having made his decision, Jiang Xiu composed his thoughts. He turned to Chu Yanxi and said slowly, "Thank you very much. You are a wonderful person. As long as you agree, that's all that matters." I was just afraid. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Yanxi suddenly froze. She had assumed Jiang Xiu would certainly accept, but did his previous words imply a rejection? "Jiang Xiu, what did you mean by that?" Chu Yanxi felt an intense surge of anxiety, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. "What I mean is, you are indeed a remarkable person, but we are simply not suited for each other." Jiang Xiu shrugged, repeating himself with a hint of resignation. The atmosphere fell silent, with the surrounding onlookers displaying expressions of disbelief. The goddess revered by all the boys in the school had been turned down after confessing. Heavens, what is happening in this world? Am I hallucinating? What is wrong with this boy? Does he perhaps prefer men? Chu Yanxi remained silent for a moment before furrowing her brow and asking, "Why? Can you provide me with a reason?" "Actually, there is no particular reason. Mainly, I wish to focus on my studies and temporarily set aside such matters during my school years." Jiang Xiu spoke with earnest absurdity. Everyone was astonished. Even Chu Yanxi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she had been too hasty and inadvertently disrupted Jiang Xiu's education? After a brief pause, Chu Yanxi finally regained her composure. She extended a finger, as white as jade, pointing to her own nose. "Are you saying that you have rejected me?" That's about the gist of it." Jiang Xiu could not help but scratch his head, as he truly did not wish to be a sugar baby. Now that he possessed the system, he would never lack opportunities to earn money in the future, allowing him to live freely and joyfully. "If there's nothing else, I shall head to school to register." With that, Jiang Xiu offered a slight smile and turned to leave. This time, Chu Yanxi did not intervene. As she gazed at Jiang Qiuli's departing figure, a sense of disorientation enveloped her. Her porcelain-white visage, along with her neck, was tinged with a delicate blush. Had she been rejected? How utterly humiliating it was to confess her feelings in front of so many, only to be turned down. Was she too hasty? 3 long years. Chu Yanxi had patiently awaited for 3 years. Today, she had finally encountered the person she had yearned for day and night. Yet, upon their meeting, her heartfelt confession had been met with rejection. In a parallel world, in the emergency room. "Jiang Xiu, my greatest regret in this life is not being able to hold a grand wedding with you. I truly long to see you in a wedding dress and to bear your child. Promise me, after I am gone, you will live life to the fullest. If there is a next life, I will certainly seek you out again. Next time, I will make you wait so long you must be obedient. Yinshi, please don't say anymore, you will be all right. I promise you, I promise. Hearing Jiang Qiu's voice, Chu Yinshi managed to force a faint smile. In that final moment, as her breath ceased, she seemed to glimpse a radiant white light before succumbing to complete unconsciousness. When Chu Yinshi opened her eyes again, she found herself back in her university days. Indeed, she had been reborn. In her previous life, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yinshi had met on the university campus at that time. Chu Yinshi, a third-year senior, was the campus belle. Jiang Qiu, a freshman, had just entered college and became her capable aide through his involvement in the student council. Their relationship blossomed during their university years, with Chu Yinshi always eager to include him in her endeavors. She sought his company for meals, relied on him to shield her from drinks, and even requested him to fetch sanitary pads during her menstrual cycle. After graduating from university, Chu Yinshi transformed into a workaholic. With her exceptional professional skills, she swiftly made a name for herself and ascended to the management level within her company. During this time, Jiang Qiu found himself with little he could contribute, often supporting her quietly from the background. Years passed, and as Chu Yinshi amassed considerable wealth and connections, she decided to establish her own company. However, human energy is finite. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Engrossed in her career, Chu Yinshi failed to notice the diminishing moments she spent with Jiang Qiu. After several more years, an incident arose during the Lunar New Year when Jiang Qiu returned home and his parents began to question him about his relationship status and when he would marry. Faced with this inquiry, Jiang Qiu hesitated. Now that Chu Yinshi's company was thriving, it was a crucial time for her to devote herself to her career. Jiang Qiu did not wish to hinder her professional growth due to his own circumstances. Most importantly, neither of them dared to express their true feelings, and neither took the initiative to advance their relationship. Jiang Qiu was deeply troubled, genuinely uncertain about whether Chu Yinshi wished to be with him. Thus, he resolved to allow himself a period of introspection. He made a concerted effort to restrain himself, refraining from reaching out to her first. Chu Yinshi noticed nothing amiss. Even during the New Year celebrations, she remained preoccupied with work at the company, choosing not to return home. A month later, as her company successfully went public, her newfound wealth liberated her financially. On this momentous occasion, she was eager to contact Jiang Qiu and share her joy. However, her calls went unanswered. In that instant, a wave of panic washed over her, as if a piece of her heart had been wrenched away, leaving her feeling hollow and lost. Unable to reach Jiang Qiu, she promptly contacted his parents. Upon connecting, it was Jiang Qiu's mother who answered. Yinshi, I understand that your relationship has flourished over the past few years, but there is something I must address. I appreciate your dedication to your career, but while money can be earned endlessly, relationships require nurturing. Of course, if you have other options, I harbor no grievances. I simply hope for clarity sooner rather than later, to avoid wasting each other's time in the future. In that fleeting moment, a profound fear gripped Chu Yinshi, the realization that she might lose Jiang Qiu. Memories of their shared moments flooded her mind. She had always cherished him deeply. However, ever since graduation, their time together had dwindled. Initially, her ambition was to work diligently, earning money to lead the company toward a brighter future. Yet, at that moment, everything seemed to pale in comparison. Tears streamed down her face as she understood that Jiang Qiu had long occupied the place of her other half in her heart. Sometimes, love is like that. One is oblivious while immersed in it. It is only in loss that one comprehends the essence of love. Without regard for her ongoing projects, she frantically drove to Jiang Qiu's home. When they finally met, they mutually expressed their feelings for the first time. Chu Yinshi even brought her household registration booklet, ready to marry Jiang Qiu at once. However, fate intervened, and the heavens denied them the opportunity. 3 years earlier, at the moment of her rebirth, Chu Yinshi was eager to seek out Jiang Qiu. Determined to boldly confess her feelings, in this life, she did not wish to miss her chance. She yearned for a sweet romance, to savor the beautiful moments she had previously overlooked. Yet, at that time, she was not the millionaire CEO of the future, but merely an ordinary first-year university student. Chu Yinshi understood that seeking Jiang Qiu at this moment held no significance. This time, Jiang Xiao was still in high school, not to mention the vast sea of people. Even if she were to find him, what difference would it make? In consideration of their future, she resolutely suppressed her longing and resolved to await Jiang Xiao's arrival in college. During the ensuing 3 years, Chu Yinchi devoted her spare time to entrepreneurship. Leveraging her memories from a previous life, she seized the burgeoning trend of short videos and established ByteDance. The company's products, including Douyin, Jinri Yuqiao, Donggache, Xiaoxiga Video, and Afantia novels, garnered immense popularity. In the brief span of 3 years, although the company had yet to go public, authoritative estimates indicated that Chu Yinchi's net worth had already soared into the billions. It can be said that once listed, the future Chu Yinchi could very well become the wealthiest individual. Yet, all of this was merely a byproduct of her efforts. What were companies and public listings compared to Jiang Xiao? Chu Yinchi recognized that in her previous life, she had invested too much energy into her work, neglecting Jiang Xiao's feelings, which had led to misunderstandings between them. Thus, in this life, she intended to utilize the time Jiang Xiao was absent to forge a successful career for him. Only in this manner, when they reunited, could they truly savor the sweet moments that they had previously missed. Today, when Chu Yinchi laid eyes on Jiang Xiao, her heart melted entirely. Watching his retreating figure, a deeper blush adorned her cheeks. Was her confession rejected? It mattered not. She had waited for him for so long that a few more days were insignificant. She instinctively pressed her lips together, suppressing the desire to taste Jiang Xiao's heart. Chapter 4. The low-key Jiang Xiao and the high-end Tesla Ding Dong. The system is processing rewards. The Tesla is expected to arrive before this afternoon. Please pay attention to subsequent system notifications. The system has issued the senior-level driving skill reward. Jiang Xiao suddenly felt an influx of information flooding his mind, all pertaining to driving techniques. Simultaneously, he sensed a transformation within himself. He could now confidently assert that he was indeed capable of driving, possessing exceptional driving skills. The system is remarkable, truly worthy of being called the perfect life system. After claiming his reward, Jiang Xiao proceeded to the freshman registration point. With the assistance of an enthusiastic senior, he completed all enrollment procedures, paid the requisite fees, and received his living supplies. Once he had finished all his tasks, he made his way to the boys' dormitory, room 302 in Building 12. This was a 4-person dormitory, featuring beds elevated above desks, along with a private restroom. The room was equipped with air conditioning, offering decent living conditions. Being the first to arrive, Jiang Xiao found his bed, opened his suitcase, and placed his clothes into the wardrobe. He then took stock of the missing living supplies, noting them in his phone's memo app, preparing to head to the supermarket to purchase the essentials. At that moment, a fellow student entered the room. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao, the newcomer greeted him with a smile. "Hello, I thought I was early enough, but it seems you are even more proactive." Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xiao stood up and sized up the other student. The individual sported a trendy brand not commonly found in the country, crafted by a renowned designer. Even a simple t-shirt from this line cost over 1,000 yuan. The suitcase he dragged behind him was also quite luxurious, a classic plaid style priced around 20,000 yuan. What wealth! This was Jiang Xiao's immediate reaction, as the opulent attire spoke volumes. "Hello, I am Jiang Xiao. Hello, I am Qian Shengqian." Jiang Xiao nearly choked upon hearing the name. Qian Shengqian, a name that echoed with the promise of wealth. One need not even see the individual. The name alone suggested a well-off family background. After the introductions, Qian Shengqian pulled a pack of cigarettes from his bag and casually tossed a pack to Jiang Xiao. The market price for this brand was around 700 yuan per pack, making this seemingly trivial gift worth 70 yuan, a rare gesture indeed during college years. Once again, Jiang Xiao confirmed Qian Shengqian's identity as a wealthy heir. It seemed his name was not without merit. "Thank you, but I have quit, so I won't indulge," Jiang Xiao replied. Having never been keen on the taste of nicotine, he decided to abstain altogether in this new environment. "Quit?" Qian Shengqian blinked in surprise. "Isn't that a bit early to quit?" After a few attempts, Jiang Xiao felt little interest. With a smile, he waved his hand. Though his thoughts wandered back to the recent days spent scrolling through Douyin, where he had encountered numerous educational videos on the dangers of smoking. "You wouldn't mind if I smoke, would you?" At that moment, Qian Shengqian had already picked up a lighter, preparing to ignite. "Not at all, feel free," Jiang Xiao replied, shaking his head with a smile. He understood that everyone possesses their own choices and could not impose his beliefs upon others. Meanwhile, Qian Shenqian opened the window of their dormitory balcony and instinctively stepped outside to relish the stimulating embrace of nicotine. By the way, my friend, have you prepared everything for our accommodation? While smoking, Qian Shenqian did not forget to engage Jiang Qiu in conversation. Most of the larger items are ready. I'll head to the nearby mall to purchase some smaller essentials shortly. Jiang Qiu responded with a smile. What about you? Would you like to join me? Sure. Why don't we wait until everyone is here and go together? Sounds good. Jiang Qiu casually agreed. He perceived Qian Shenqian to possess a pleasant character, making him optimistic about their future 4 years as roommates. Soon, the other 2 roommates arrived. Chen Hongliang, a local from the bustling metropolis, and Zhao Mingrue, hailing from the capital. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they all became familiar with one another. As young individuals sharing a dormitory, it was only natural for them to relax and open up. However, Jiang Qiu was surprised to observe that his new roommates seemed to come from affluent backgrounds. Chen Hongliang donned a custom-made summer outfit, exuding an air of nobility. Zhao Mingrue wore the latest Burberry shirt adorned with overlapping teddy bear patterns, a piece designed by a renowned designer, retailing for around 10,000 yuan. Additionally, he sported trendy mesh sneakers, effortlessly stylish and casual. In contrast, Jiang Qiu appeared in athletic wear, arguably the most understated in the dormitory. Yet, despite not being a wealthy heir, he possessed a perfect life system, an asset that wealth could not procure. Is there anything anyone needs to buy? How about we head to the mall and then enjoy a good meal tonight? After proposing this suggestion, Jiang Qiu glanced at his 3 roommates. Sounds good. I need to purchase some toiletries. Let us go together. Chen Hongliang quickly responded. Agreed. Let us have a great drink tonight, Zhao Mingrue added. I'm not bragging, but when I drink, I never back down. Upon hearing this, Qian Shenqian could not contain his competitive spirit. He immediately jumped up, raising a finger. What a coincidence. I also drink until the end. Tonight, let us see who can last longer. In an instant, the dormitory was filled with laughter and playful banter. At that moment, Zhao Mingrue blinked and suddenly proposed. How about we rank our dormitory by drinking capacity tonight? No way. Chen Hongliang, who had remained silent, hastily waved his hand and said, I truly lack the capacity for alcohol. If it comes to a competition, I would undoubtedly rank as the youngest. After speaking, he glanced at Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, what about your tolerance for liquor? If it's inadequate, we can keep each other company and substitute tea for wine. It was their first meeting, and a little drinking should pose no issue. Jiang Qiu smiled and replied, As for my drinking ability, it's passable, merely decent. Haha. I didn't realize Jiang Qiu possessed such hidden depths, Chen Hongliang remarked, and ultimately agreed to this method of ranking. Very well. At that moment, Qian Shenqian decisively declared that their ranking would be determined by their drinking capabilities. The one with the highest tolerance would assume the role of the dormitory leader, and so forth. This approach would foster camaraderie without causing discord, and everyone seemed agreeable. Let us hurry and purchase supplies. Let us commence the festivities early this evening. Everyone grew eager, gathering their belongings before heading downstairs. Ding dong. The system announced that a Tesla had been delivered and urged the host to collect it. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Qiu received a notification from the system. He couldn't help but feel intrigued about how the system's rewards would be delivered. Chapter 5. Chu Yinxi's Subtle Intentions, A Ride Along the Way. After the system's prompt, Jiang Qiu received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? I am from SF Express. You have a package that has arrived at your dormitory's entrance. Is it convenient for you to collect it now? On the other end was a courier from SF. No problem. I'm already downstairs, Jiang Qiu replied, marveling internally at the system's professionalism in locating his dormitory address. Jiang Qiu, is something the matter? Qian Shenqian noticed Jiang Qiu had just received a call and approached him with curiosity. Just a moment, I have a package arriving. As he spoke, the courier arrived on a small vehicle, delivering a package to Jiang Qiu. As Jiang Qiu had anticipated, the package contained a set of Tesla car keys. The moment he grasped the keys, the system chimed in once more. Ding dong. The Tesla is parked in the faculty parking lot of Jiangnan University, space number 88. Note, the system has provided a parking space, charging station, and all necessary maintenance, which the host may use indefinitely. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but give the system a mental thumbs up. How thoughtful. Not only were the car keys delivered to his door, but a parking space and charging station had also been arranged. Jiang Xiao, this model you bought online is quite impressive. Indeed, it appears remarkably lifelike. Wait a moment. The more I look at it, the more it resembles the real thing. My father has one as well. No way, could it actually be real? The three roommates were discerning individuals. Though they initially mistook it for a model, they soon realized the truth. I say, Jiang Xiao, no, brother Qiao. Qian Xingqian could not help but exclaim, I never imagined that you would be driving a car on the very first day of school. It's just a grocery getter. Jiang Qiao waved his hand dismissively. Let us take my car. The earlier we leave, the earlier we return. Sounds good. The group was discreetly astonished. Yet none dared to inquire further. In other dormitories, curiosity would prompt questions about Jiang Qiao's circumstances. But in this particular dorm, everyone was quite well off. For these affluent second-generation elites, having their families purchase a car was hardly a challenge. What surprised them was Jiang Qiao's unassuming attire, juxtaposed with his possession of a vehicle worth millions. Such humility was indeed remarkable. Moments later, they arrived at the parking lot. Following the system's directions, Jiang Qiao spotted a brand new Tesla parked at the designated spot. This model boasted a strikingly innovative front design, while the panoramic windshield offered an expansive view, creating a more spacious interior. Coupled with the latest Falcon Wing doors, the vehicle exuded sophistication and elegance. Additionally, its license plate was particularly significant, MO 888. Naturally, it was an abbreviation of Jiang Qiao's name, and the number 888 was a rare gem. The more he gazed at the car, the more he cherished it. Although its price could not rival that of a Ferrari or Maserati, its significance was unparalleled. Brother Qiao, I suddenly feel disinclined to strive for success. One of the dorm mates joked. Boss, can I be the accessory hanging off your leg? Another chimed in. If I had a car like this, I would surely captivate every girl on campus. The trio surrounding the vehicle engaged in playful banter. Despite their financial means, it was the beginning of the semester, and their parents were not yet inclined to let them drive to school. Hence, it would be disingenuous to claim they were not envious of Jiang Qiao's car. Let us go. With that, the group piled into the vehicle, and Jiang Qiao took the driver's seat. His seasoned driving skills enabled him to fully harness the car's capabilities. At that moment, Jiang Qiao felt confident enough to venture into professional racing and possibly secure a place on the podium. Having a car is truly convenient. I used to have a second-hand Audi that my dad retired, but unfortunately, my mom won't let me drive it to school, Chen Hongliang lamented from the back seat. Indeed, I've been contemplating purchasing a car soon. It would make weekend outings to meet girls much easier, Qian Shengqian added, barely containing his excitement. Zhao Mingrue playfully remarked. Just call me when you do. I'll get a matching couple S model. This elicited hearty laughter from the group. Jiang Qiao couldn't help but reflect on their camaraderie. For them, buying a car was as casual as picking up groceries. As their conversation about cars unfolded, there was no hint of pretentiousness. After all, they were all financially comfortable, and this shared interest would undoubtedly foster more common ground in the future. Once the vehicle was in motion, Jiang Qiao expertly maneuvered it out of the parking lot. At that moment, a Ferrari parked by the roadside captured the attention of the crowd. Astonishingly, was there truly someone at school who could afford such a luxurious car? I had thought that Qiao Gu was the epitome of affluence, yet there appeared to be even greater wealth. This was a Ferrari worth over 20 million. A dream for every man. A few individuals began to chatter excitedly, and Jiang Qiao felt compelled to reduce his speed. As they drew nearer, it became evident that, unfortunately, the front of this $2 million luxury car bore a dent. How could this be? Such a waste. Qian Shengqian rolled down his window, craning his neck to inspect the damage closely. At that moment, Jiang Qiao glanced over and felt an ominous sensation in his heart. This car seemed strangely familiar. Suddenly, the Ferrari's door swung open. Chu Yanqi stepped out and gazed with delight at Jiang Qiao, who was diligently driving. He looked so handsome. Hello, is there something you need? Jiang Qiao felt an odd sensation, recalling their earlier encounter at the school gate. With her beauty, she must have no shortage of admirers. Why would she choose to confess to him? It's nothing. Chu Yanqi was about to shake her head, but she realized that if she claimed there was no issue, Jiang Qiao would likely accelerate and drive away. That foolish boy. No, there is something. She quickly devised. My car broke down, and I was hoping to catch a ride with you. After speaking, she pointed to the sizable dent on the front of her Ferrari. In truth, for Chu Yanqi, this minor inconvenience was trivial. A simple phone call to the repair service would suffice. Initially, she had done just that, allowing her car to be towed away. But then she regretted it. To her, that car symbolized the moment she first encountered Jiang Qiu, holding profound sentimental value. Thus, she called the towing company back, intending to keep the car as a cherished memento for the future. Goodness, if others were to learn of this thought, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. Chapter 6. How I Long to Embrace Jiang Qiu. The astonishment of my close friends. Inside the Tesla, Qian Xinqian, Zhao Weiming, and Shen Hongyang appeared utterly astonished. Qiu Ge. Do you two know each other? Today had been filled with an abundance of surprises for them. I suppose we do, Jiang Qiu replied, nodding and then looking out the window at Chu Yinshi. So, where are you headed? My car is full, but if you wait, I'll squeeze in the back with my friends. It's no problem. Without waiting for Jiang Qiu to finish, Qian Shengxian flung open the passenger door and swiftly made his way to the rear seat. Though the three of them were a bit cramped, it was far better than being in the front as a third wheel. At this moment, Jiang Qiu felt a dark cloud hovering over him, while Chu Yinshi gracefully settled into the passenger seat. Senior, where are you headed? Before receiving a response, Jiang Qiu hurriedly continued, Well, we were planning to visit the mall to purchase some daily necessities. He presumed that this would deter Chu Yinshi from joining them. However, he was once again met with disappointment. Sounds great. It happens to be on my way. Chu Yinshi fastened her seatbelt, casting a contented glance at Jiang Qiu. After 3 years, she rediscovered that warm feeling. With Jiang Qiu by her side, she felt an extraordinary sense of security. How she longed to embrace him. Were it not for the 3 light bulbs in the back seat, Chu Yinshi might have lost control of her emotions. In the rear seat, her 3 roommates gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Initially, although they were surprised to see Jiang Qiu driving a luxury car worth millions, it did not evoke envy. However, witnessing a goddess-like beauty being so proactive was simply too enviable. What irked them further was Jiang Qiu's apparent reluctance. How could they possibly endure this? Thus, the atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly peculiar as the journey continued. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the mall. Reluctantly, Chu Yinshi exited the vehicle and promptly added Jiang Qiu on WeChat. As she observed him and his roommates enter the mall, she could not help but clench her fists. Humph, you cannot escape from my grasp. Subsequently, Chu Yinshi randomly selected a CAF for afternoon tea within the mall. Once seated, she took out her phone and sent a message. Come find me. I have something important to discuss. The message was accompanied by her location. About 20 minutes later, a slightly plump girl, who was quite pleasant-looking among ordinary people, walked in. What is going on? This girl was Li Lingling, a friend of Chu Yinshi since childhood. Both had enrolled in the same university but pursued different majors. Li Lingling was now a budding internet celebrity, boasting over 100,000 followers on her Douyin account. She was one of Chu Yinshi's few friends, to whom she would turn for advice whenever faced with dilemmas. How can I make a guy fall for me quickly? What? Upon hearing Chu Yinshi's words, Li Lingling jumped up, reaching out to touch her forehead. No way. What has prompted this, Chu, my dear boss? I was rejected. What happened? Did a business deal fall through? No, I was turned down when I confessed. Oh, I thought it was something significant. Li Lingling was about to nod in understanding when she suddenly froze. Wait, you confessed to someone? Who was it? At that moment, Li Lingling's face lit up with excitement as she propped her chin up, ready to indulge in the gossip. It is truly astonishing that Miss Chu, who has never shown interest in men, has someone she admires. Do you have a photograph? Let me see. Is he handsome? He appears rather charming. Chu Yinshi gently touched the ends of her hair and said with a hint of melancholy, I have always liked him. We merely just met. What does that mean? Li Lingling was utterly perplexed. As one of Chu Yinshi's few friends, she had never known that her companion had long harbored affections for someone. Moreover, what did she mean by just met? Oh, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Chu Yinshi sighed deeply, a flicker of excitement breaking through her usual aloof demeanor. For now, you only need to know that the person I like has appeared. That's wonderful news. Li Lingling felt genuinely happy for her friend. However, my confession was rejected. Chu Yinshi's expression turned gloomy. It is worth noting that she had never proactively confessed her feelings to anyone before, whether in the past or present. Her focus had always been solely on her work, never venturing into the realm of romance. No way. Is there really someone in this world who would turn you down? Li Lingling exclaimed in disbelief. Tell me, how did he reject you? He said I'm a good person. Chu Yinshi replied earnestly. I know I am a good person. But why would he say that? Good heavens, you were issued a good person card. Li Lingling gasped in astonishment. Chu Yinshi nodded helplessly. It was truly embarrassing to share such a story. Why? I finally got to see him, And to think he rejected me. What should I do? Chu Yinchi lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. Li Lingling pondered for a moment before countering. Where did you two meet? Were you perhaps too hasty? Chu Yinchi explained the circumstances at the school gate. After hearing this, Li Lingling's expression grew peculiar. No way, sister. You actually went after a freshman. And you bumped into him and expect to marry him? Even the most melodramatic romance novelist wouldn't dare to write such a plot. Chu Yinchi gritted her teeth and said, Enough with the nonsense. Quickly help me think of a way to make him accept my confession. Oh my, you're quite urgent, aren't you? You haven't even started dating. And you're already so fierce with me. If you were truly together, I would surely be bullied. Li Lingling feigned sorrow. It seems the list for this phase of the Douyin traffic support plan might need some adjustments. After Chu Yinchi spoke, she cast a threatening glance at her friend. As the president of Bike Group, the Douyin company naturally falls under her jurisdiction. While at work, Chu Yinchi maintained her image as the cold, unapproachable CEO. But she would occasionally indulge in light-hearted banter with those close to her. Please, sister, I was wrong, Li Lingling said. Her demeanor instantly deflated as she earnestly admitted her mistake. Shouldn't you swiftly devise a solution for me? Chu Yinchi, undeterred by the most challenging projects or financing endeavors at work, now found herself furrowing her brow at the mere thought of Jiang Qiu. As long as our spirits remain unyielding, solutions abound in the face of adversity. Li Lingling declared confidently with a grand gesture. Leave this matter to me. I shall personally teach you a few seductive techniques to ensure that charming young man falls for you. Chapter 7. Random Task, Frantic Shopping. Achoo. Jiang Qiu sneezed. Are you all right, brother Qiu? Qian Shengqian inquired, drawing closer to him. I'm fine. Perhaps someone is gossiping about me, Jiang Qiu replied, shaking his head. Pondering that the words exchanged were likely not complimentary. Upon arriving at the mall, the quartet commenced their individual shopping excursions, as they sought merely everyday necessities. There was no need for meticulous selection. How about this brand? It seems good. The price is reasonable. Let's buy it. Sounds great. I'll take one as well. Ding. A random task notification appeared. The system detected that the host is shopping. Within 30 minutes, please purchase items exceeding a value of 100,000 yuan. Task reward. Upon completion within the stipulated time, the host will receive one basic, random shopping cashback card. Failure penalty, none. Basic random shopping cashback card. Upon task completion, the host will receive a cashback of 110 times the corresponding expenditure, with the exact multiplier generated randomly. Upon discovering the task issued by the Perfect Life system, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but marvel. A task with rewards but no penalties is indeed splendid. It seems I'm in for a windfall. The only drawback was that this mall lacked any luxury boutiques. This outing with his roommates was solely intended for procuring everyday items. Who could have anticipated the system would assign such a task? Otherwise, a casual purchase at a luxury store would easily surpass 100,000 yuan, and perhaps still fall short. Glimpsing the time, Jiang Qiu noted the 30-minute limit. After exchanging brief farewells with his roommates, he resolved to explore alone. He had no intention of divulging the system's affairs to anyone, thus necessitating solitary action, planning to concoct an excuse later. After a leisurely stroll, Jiang Qiu found himself at the Huawei flagship store. Good day. How may I assist you? The attentive staff greeted him as he entered. Just browsing, Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly. Of course, feel free to call me if you need anything. The staff member responded with a smile before turning away. Their warmth, paired with politeness, left a commendable impression on Jiang Qiu. At present, many domestic brands are on par with their international counterparts, particularly in terms of service, which has evolved with the times. After a brief glance, Jiang Qiu had a clear understanding and thus summoned the previously encountered sales associate. Hello. May I inquire which is the most expensive smartphone in your store? Sir, the priciest model we offer is the two-fold screen smartphone. The salesperson, while providing details, guided Jiang Qiu to the central display cabinet. This phone features the Kirin 9000 chip, an ultra-sensitive Leica quad camera, and a seamless eagle wing fold. Notably, it boasts an impressive 12 GB RAM, which can effortlessly cater to your diverse needs. Additionally, its substantial battery. Excuse me, how much is this phone? Jiang Qiu interjected, his interest in the phone's specifications waning, as time was of the essence and price was paramount. Sir, this phone is available in 4 colors: glossy black, ice crystal blue, porcelain white, and ruby red, the associate quickly replied. The most expensive variant is the glossy black, priced at 19,699 yuan. All right, I'll take that one. Jiang Qiu nodded nonchalantly. For a moment, the salesperson was taken aback. It is worth noting that this nearly 20,000 yuan smartphone had not seen a single sale in this store previously. The exorbitant price had deterred many customers, leaving the store with little hope of a sale. Typically, this model merely lay in the display cabinet, serving as a decorative piece. Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase this phone? The salesperson sought to confirm. Primarily because the price was indeed steep. Yes, please hurry. Do not waste time. Jiang Qiu reiterated. The salesperson finally recognized that this customer was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual of wealth. Perhaps he was one of those reputed figures who accrue millions or tens of millions in mere moments. By the way, how much is that laptop over there? Please select the most expensive one for me. Jiang Qiu gestured towards a nearby laptop, due to system restrictions disallowing multiple purchases of the same category. He shifted his focus to other items. It was a sensible consideration. Without such a limitation, purchasing 5 smartphones would have sufficed to complete his task. The perfect life system circumvented this notion, rendering Jiang Qiu's shortcut aspirations futile. However, the true essence of the system lay in providing a more enriching shopping experience. Sir, the most expensive laptop we currently have is this model. It features a 31-color full-screen display, is lightweight and powerful, weighing only 138 grams, making it highly portable. Moreover, and most importantly, it functions as a super terminal, supporting cross-screen collaboration, cross-end search, and file transfer. All right, just tell me the price for the top configuration. Jiang Qiu once again interrupted the presentation. Very well, sir, to summarize succinctly. The shop assistant swallowed hard and quickly exclaimed, this top-of-the-line model. The 2022 version with specifications 716-1 in jade green is priced at 12,289 yuan. All right, I'll take one. Jiang Qiu nodded, showing no hesitation in his purchase. Excellent, I'll prepare that for you right away. The assistant was overjoyed to encounter such a straightforward customer. However, Jiang Qiu was not yet satisfied. Glancing at the time, he noticed approximately 15 minutes remained. Realizing that visiting other stores might be impractical, he decided to continue shopping right there. By the way, what other products do you have? I'll take one of each. This declaration immediately drew the attention of those around him. Where did this tycoon come from, wanting one of everything? Surely he must have mistaken Huawei for a market. A chuckle escaped someone. A market? This is undoubtedly Huawei's most humiliating moment. Chapter 8. Is it so unreasonable for a student like me to become a millionaire? At that moment, the assistant's heart brimmed with joy as he hurriedly summoned help to bring out all the products in the store. There was a smartwatch priced at 8,699 yuan, a Bluetooth headset for 5,699 yuan, and a plethora of the latest Huawei smart home devices including smart refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, robotic vacuums, home treadmills, stationary bikes, and air purifiers. Sir, would you like all of these? The assistant, adhering to a sense of responsibility, sought confirmation once more. Yes, let us expedite the checkout. Time is running short, Jiang Qiu urged. He was genuinely anxious, fearing the consequences of missing the deadline. However, to onlookers, his actions were astonishing, purchasing without a hint of hesitation and instead prompting the merchant to hasten the checkout process was simply unheard of. Very well, please follow me, and I shall finalize your purchase immediately. Upon hearing Jiang Qiu's affirmation, the assistant felt a surge of delight as he produced his handheld register, beginning to scan items one by one. Due to the sheer volume of items, it took 5 minutes to complete the scanning process. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 99,830 yuan. Will you be paying by card or WeChat? The assistant presented the final bill, extending it towards Jiang Qiu. Wait, is there anything in your store I haven't purchased yet? Jiang Qiu inquired, frowning as he examined the bill. By sheer coincidence, the total amount fell a mere 170 yuan short of his target of 100,000 yuan. Sir, what do you mean? At this moment, the assistant's heart raced with trepidation. If the customer were dissatisfied and decided not to proceed, it would result in a significant loss. What I mean is, let us make it an even 100,000 yuan for easier accounting. Upon hearing this, the assistant was once again taken aback. Perhaps, in the eyes of the wealthy, 100,000 yuan and 10 yuan bore little distinction. Sir, I noticed that we also have a 3000 megabit router priced at 399 yuan. The clerk promptly added. In that case, the total comes to 229 yuan. To make it easier, the store will offer you a discount on the extra change. So you can pay a neat 100,000 yuan. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had selected goods worth 100,000 yuan within 30 minutes, completing a random shopping task. Congratulations, host, you have received a basic random shopping cashback card. Basic random shopping cashback card. The host will receive a cashback equivalent to 110 times the corresponding amount spent, with the specific multiplier generated randomly. Would you like to claim your reward immediately? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Qiu chose to claim the reward right away. Congratulations, host. You have received a tenfold shopping cashback reward, amounting to 1 million yuan. Would you like to withdraw it to your bank card immediately? Jiang Qiu nodded, of course. Withdraw it right away. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement. His bank account had only a few thousand yuan in pocket money, and now, suddenly, he had received a shopping cashback reward of 1 million, which could be described as an overnight fortune. The next moment, Jiang Qiu received a text message notification. Your account ending in 1209 has received a transfer of 1,000,000 yuan on August 30th at 1508. Seeing this substantial amount credited, Jiang Qiu cautiously pondered. Could there be an issue with this money? Rest assured, host, every penny of the system's rewards can be traced back to its source, and each sum constitutes legal income. Indeed, the perfect life system, Jiang Qiu silently applauded. After settling the bill, he still had 900,000 yuan remaining in his account. Jiang Qiu left an address, and the specialty store offered home delivery service. After all, he couldn't carry back large items like a treadmill by himself. When the clerk saw the address for dormitory No. 12 of Jiangnan University, he couldn't help but exclaim that today's students are indeed affluent. After leaving the specialty store, Jiang Qiu quickly reunited with his roommates. By this time, everyone had mostly finished their shopping, filling a cart with a variety of bags. Brother Qiu, you're back. We bought everything and brought you a set of each. Let's go. I can't wait to drink. After a flurry of activity, they loaded the items into the car and then headed home. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Qiu organized the items and decided to take a shower first. Hurry up, Brother Qiu, you're all sweaty. I need to shower too. After a busy spell, they all finished showering, and time was drawing near. It's almost 5 o'clock. We should get ready to go. Qian Shengxian exclaimed excitedly. I can't wait to drink. All right. Just hope you don't get carried back tonight. Zhao Mingrui was quite confident in his drinking capacity, and the two seemed to be competing. Jiang Qiu, on the other hand, felt no pressure. He had no desire to vie for the title of dormitory leader. It was merely a title, and at present, he had little interest in it. Wait for me. On the other side, Chun Hongliang changed his outfit and suddenly proposed, how about we purchase a washing machine for our dormitory? It would greatly enhance our convenience. Qian Shengxian promptly agreed, saying, I was just thinking the same. Zhao Mingrui nodded in affirmation, adding, I believe we should also acquire a small refrigerator. During the summer, it would be splendid to have some chilled beer, beverages, and bottled water. They decided that each person would contribute some funds to serve as the dormitory's communal treasury, which could be used for any collective activities. After expressing his thoughts, Qian Shengxian turned to Jiang Qiu and inquired, What do you think, Qiuge? No need to complicate matters, Jiang Qiu replied, shaking his head. I visited a Huawei store today and noticed numerous newly released smart home products, including refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, and robotic vacuums. I calculated that all these would be beneficial for our dorm, so I purchased them all. They should arrive tomorrow. Wow, isn't Huawei primarily a mobile phone company? Goodness. They even sell refrigerators and washing machines? Huawei is impressive, and so is Qiuge. The dormitory members were utterly amazed. Although they were not short on money, the disparity between them and Jiang Qiu became glaringly apparent. Encountering such an extraordinary roommate at the beginning of the semester left them feeling somewhat intimidated. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu remained unfazed and effortlessly shifted the topic. I just checked, and there's a food street near the school. What shall we eat tonight? As soon as food was mentioned, the group erupted into an enthusiastic discussion. Barbecue or hot pot? I'm fine with anything except stir-fried dishes. They don't pair well with drinks. Then let's have barbecue. I want some lamb kidneys to replenish myself. Haha, now you've got my mouth watering. However, I prefer lamb eggs. Chapter 9. Jiang Qiu and the group, the four of them, exited the school and arrived at the bustling commercial street outside the West Gate, selecting a highly rated barbecue restaurant to settle down in. Boss, bring us 2 cases of beer. Qian Shengxian could hardly contain his excitement. Sure thing. Check out the menu while I grab the drinks. The owner was incredibly welcoming, handing over the menu before heading to fetch the beer. Since it was their first visit, they ordered all of the restaurant's signature dishes. About 10 minutes later, a grand table laden with food was fully set. Shall we start? Cheers. Bang. The four of them bypassed any insincere pleasantries, allowing the drinks to speak for them. After a few rounds, the atmosphere at the table began to heat up. Jiang Qiu quickly realized that none of his roommates were lightweights. Initially, he thought Qian Shengqian and Zhao Mingrui had the best tolerance for alcohol, but to his surprise, Shen Hongliang held his own just as well. With drinks flowing, they relaxed and began sharing their backgrounds. Shen Hongliang, a local from Shanghai, came from a family that owned a thriving tea company, positioning him as a quintessential second-generation affluent individual, poised to inherit the family business upon graduation. Zhao Mingrui's parents are individuals of notable standing in the political arena, and their family possesses considerable influence in the capital. Although the specifics were not elaborated upon, it was evident that their position must be of significant rank. Qian Shengqian, hailing from the northeast, is a person of affluence whose family has thrived in the real estate sector, benefiting from the initial wave of economic reforms in the country. Initially, his parents intended to send him abroad for further studies. However, due to the influenza outbreak, they ultimately decided against it, considering that no place could match the safety of their homeland. Listening to the introductions from his three dormitory mates, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Among his roommates, one was a second-generation official, while the other two were second-generation wealthy individuals. What an impressive circle. Fortunately, he possessed a perfect life system. Otherwise, he would truly feel overwhelmed. With that thought, Jiang Qiu chuckled and said, "Ahem, I actually have little to share. I come from a modest family, quite ordinary." "Brother Qiu, I can't believe you," Qian Shengqian exclaimed. "You drive $1 million Tesla right after the start of the semester. When did the standards for ordinary families become so elevated?" "Indeed, the best I can manage is to persuade my family to buy me a basic vehicle. I truly cannot compare to you, Brother Qiu." Zhao Mingrui chimed in, playfully teasing. "I used to think my family's situation was fairly decent," Shen Hongliang remarked. "But upon seeing Brother Qiu's car today, I was left utterly astounded." In an instant, laughter erupted among them. "I assure you, I genuinely come from an ordinary family. As for the car I drove today, it was purchased with profits from stock trading." Jiang Qiu casually fabricated an explanation, as he certainly could not divulge details regarding the system. Why stock trading instead of winning the lottery? Wake up. In this day and age, no one is naive enough to believe in the improbability of winning a lottery jackpot. Such notions are merely tales for the elderly. Stock trading, while also not entirely reliable, does offer legitimate opportunities for profit, given a stroke of good fortune. "Wait, you made money from stock trading?" His three roommates were taken aback. "Brother Qiu, it seems you are quite the expert." "Is that so? I tried my hand at stock trading during the holidays, and I ended up losing my shirt." "Brother Qiu, no, please, I beg you. Take me under your wing." Ding dong. System task, manifest your prowess. The host must achieve an investment return rate exceeding 10 in the stock market within 3 months. Completion of this task will reward the host with a basic stock market trend information card. Hidden option, the host may choose to involve his roommates, and if successful, will receive an additional special gift package reward. Note 1. The system will issue special gifts of varying levels based on the host's profitability. Note 2. All rewards from the system are classified as untraceable legal funds, posing no financial or legal risks. Once again, a task has been triggered. Jiang Qiu had initially planned to trade stocks solo, but this system task presents a splendid opportunity. Moreover, there are hidden options, and with the inclusion of roommates, there are special rewards. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qiu readily agreed. "No problem. Once I conduct my research, we brothers can seize opportunities to earn together." Upon hearing this, Qian Shengqian, Zhao Mingrui, and Shen Hongliang all erupted in cheers. They were originally privileged second-generation heirs, accustomed to being the envy of others throughout their lives. However, the impact that Jiang Qiu brought upon them was truly profound. For these wealthy young men, their previous displays of bravado were reliant on their parents' affluence, whereas Jiang Qiu stood on his own merit. In an instant, the dormitory's occupants began to toast to Jiang Qiu. "Thank you, Brother Qiu. Come on, Brother Qiu. Let's have a drink. Cheers." Jiang Qiu welcomed every toast with open arms, tilting his head back to down a glass. His capacity for alcohol had been elevated to an impressive 90 points thanks to the system's blessing of destiny, rendering him virtually impervious to inebriation. Allow me to propose a toast. The four of us, hailing from different corners of the world, coming together is indeed fate. Jiang Qiu raised his glass, downing it in one go, and continued, I will initiate a round. Today has been exceptionally joyous, and I hope we can forge lifelong friendships. With the team battle mode activated, Jiang Qiu unabashedly shared 3 drinks with each individual. His generosity once again garnered the admiration of all, and the other 3 followed suit, emulating Jiang Qiu as they circulated the room. Within a short span, each person had consumed 18 glasses. When combined with their previous drinks, it roughly amounted to 10 bottles of liquor per person. How many can truly hold their drink to such an extent? Zhao Mingrui was the first to succumb. Unexpectedly, the one who had previously claimed to be unable to drink, Chen Hongliang, turned out to have quite a formidable capacity, while Zhao Mingrui, who boasted about his drinking prowess, was the first to fall. Meanwhile, Qian Xingqian, though still able to drink, felt the effects of the alcohol beginning to take hold. Reluctantly, the two conspired to launch a concerted attack on Jiang Qiu, persistently toasting him. Faced with the 2-on-1 situation, Jiang Qiu remained utterly unfazed. The perfect life system rendered him impervious to intoxication as he adeptly handled the relentless barrage of drinks from the duo. After downing at least 5 more bottles, Qian Shengqian and Chen Hongliang finally began to wobble. Are you still in? Jiang Qiu inquired with a smile. No more, no more. Chen Hongliang admitted defeat, genuinely overwhelmed. He had hoped to conceal his strength and make a stunning revelation, but he never anticipated that Jiang Qiu would be so formidable. Everyone had consumed so much. Yet Jiang Qiu appeared completely unaffected. Allow me. On the other side, Qian Xingqian's face bore a stubborn flush. Having previously boasted, how could he concede now? All right. I believe today is reaching its climax. Let us engage in one final showdown. Jiang Qiu chuckled and continued. Let us each take a bottle and drink straight from it. What do you think? After saying this, he opened a case of liquor and handed a bottle to Qian Shengqian. What could Qian Shengqian say? Although he verbally claimed he could drink, his heart was racing with anxiety. If they were to drink in measured sips, he might have been able to hold his own. However, Jiang Qiu's bold approach was utterly unconventional. Reluctantly, Qian Shengqian acquiesced. Now, he regretted his earlier bravado. Why had he felt the need to show off? Given a second chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in a drinking contest with Jiang Qiu. Alas, there are no second chances. After 2 bottles, Qian Shengqian was completely incapacitated, while Jiang Qiu triumphed. Chapter 10. Extra Reward. Li Lingling, the onlooker, Ding Dong. Congratulations, host, on achieving final victory in this team battle and triggering a random reward. The system is currently calculating rewards. Reward 1. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a basic attribute enhancement card with a permanent effect of 1 constitution. Reward 2. In recognition of the host's performance, an additional title of Unfalling After Drinking has been bestowed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but reflect on how considerate the perfect life system was. Drinking could indeed enhance his physique, which was quite commendable. However, what on earth was this unfalling after drinking? It seemed the system had sensed his curiosity and promptly provided a warm reminder. Unfalling after drinking. Upon consuming alcohol, the host automatically activates latent physical potential. This includes, but is not limited to, increases in length and width, enhancement of combat abilities, and ensuring the host remains upright at least 9 times. After understanding the explanation, Jiang Qiu was no longer calm. Could this really be possible? The perfect life system was impressive. In his heart, he silently applauded the system. He then checked his current physical status. Host, Jiang Qiu Constitution, 91 points Charm, 90 points Wisdom, 90 points Skill, Advanced, Driving Technique, Special Effects, Blessing of Fate, Unfalling After Drinking, Account Balance, 9,032. 885 yuan few. Not bad at all. Jiang Qiu took a deep breath. Today's drinking session had been quite enjoyable. Now, it was time to disperse. It was already past 11 p.m., and if he didn't return to the dormitory soon, the doors would be locked. Currently, Zhao Mingrui was slumped over the table, sound asleep, even snoring. Meanwhile, Qian Shengqian, with the assistance of Chen Hongliang, was off to the side, retching uncontrollably. Jiang Qiu settled the bill and then roused Zhao Mingrui, who had been asleep for over 2 hours. Upon waking, He looked at Jiang Qiu in a daze. Brother Qiu, don't stop me. I can still drink. Jiang Qiu patted his shoulder and seriously proposed. How about I go to the supermarket and buy some more liquor? Don't. At that moment, Qian Shengqian, just returning from his bout of vomiting, happened to come back. Upon hearing Jiang Qiu suggest purchasing more alcohol, Qian Shengqian immediately sobered up considerably. Brother Qiu, spare me the trouble. I've attended countless drinking gatherings throughout my life, and I had never tasted defeat until today. However, I had no choice but to concede. One bottle after another. Who could withstand that? Haha, Brother Qiu, you're incredible. On the other side, Chen Hongliang was equally impressed. Consequently, the hierarchy within the dormitory was firmly established following this drinking escapade. Jiang Qiu as the leader, Qian Shengqian in second place, Chen Hongliang in third, and Zhao Mingrui in fourth. As midnight approached, the group leaned on each other for support while making their way back to the school. Zhao Mingrui staggered off course, while Qian Shengqian walked unsteadily, occasionally retching. Chen Hongliang managed reasonably well, though he could barely look after himself. Jiang Qiu was left in a flurry, as he alone remained sober, balancing the two on either side. After considerable effort, Jiang Qiu finally managed to escort all his roommates back to their dormitory. What took merely 10 minutes to arrive took over half an hour to return. Such is life, a convoluted mess indeed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Qiu immediately took a shower. After freshening up, he lay down on his bed and picked up his phone, noticing a multitude of unread messages on WeChat. Are you there? What are you up to? Why haven't you replied? Meanwhile, diagonally across Jiangnan University, in Building 8 of the Bin International Villa District, Chu Yanxi, clad in a limited edition Chanel loungewear, lounged on the living room sofa, her gaze fixated on her phone screen. Beside her, Li Lingling devoured slices of watermelon with great enthusiasm. Since Chu Yanxi began earning money, she had purchased a villa near the school, where she resided most of the time. Li Lingling had eagerly volunteered to move in, claiming it was to keep Chu Yanxi company. In truth, she simply wanted to mooch off her friend's food and drink. This watermelon is delightful. After consuming half of the watermelon, Li Lingling let out a satisfied burp. What? Lingling, are you even listening to me? At that moment, Chu Yanxi's mood soured significantly. Rising from the sofa, she appeared ready to confront her. No, wait. I was merely joking about wanting a piece of your watermelon. Realizing the tension, Li Lingling quickly composed herself, adopting a serious demeanor. Ahem, I must say, your little Qiu must not have seen your messages, hence his silence. Do not fret. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi's brow relaxed, and she inquired, Lingling, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Huh, what did I say? Li Lingling pondered before responding. I said don't worry. He must be preoccupied and hasn't seen your messages. No, the previous statement. Chu Yanxi's face lit up with anticipation. I said, your little Qiuji. At this moment, Li Lingling finally realized, noticing that Chu Yanxi was grinning from ear to ear. No way, sister, please act like a person. Li Lingling felt an uncomfortable pang in her heart, having just received an unexpected dose of romantic envy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that instant, Chu Yanxi's phone suddenly rang. Swiftly, she unlocked her phone with remarkable speed and quickly opened the unread messages on WeChat. Jiang Qiu, sorry, senior. I just returned to the dorm after tonight's gathering. Upon reading this message, Chu Yanxi's spirits soared. It turned out that Jiang Qiu had been preoccupied with matters and thus had not responded. No worries. Did you drink at the gathering? Did you overindulge? After promptly typing her reply, she hit send. At that moment, Li Lingling leaned in, and after glancing at their conversation, couldn't help but exclaim, I say, young lady, you waited all night for this? Just like that, you brush it off? I don't mind. Chu Yanxi reclaimed her phone and turned back towards her bedroom. Alas, poor choices in friendships. Li Lingling sighed, covering her forehead. Back in her room, Chu Yanxi quickly reopened her phone, anxious not to miss anything. Jiang Qiu, just a tiny bit, nothing serious. Uffed. Chu Yanxi couldn't help but laugh. She was well aware of Jiang Qiu's alcohol tolerance. In their previous life, whenever they attended gatherings together, Jiang Qiu would always shield her from drinking too much. His drinking capacity was quite modest, yet he would always put himself on the line for her. It was from that time onwards that their feelings began to take root and blossom. Chu Yanxi's imagination began to run wild. Jiang Qiu's message indicating that it was nothing serious was likely meant to allay her worries. It must be said that girls in love often oscillate between hope and anxiety. If her subordinates were to hear her thoughts, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Outsiders could never comprehend why the CEO of a billion-dollar company would lose her head over love. Yet, for Chu Yinshi, Jiang Qiu was her everything. Thus, the two continued their conversation for a while longer. Jiang Qiu, feeling somewhat fatigued, bid her good night and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Chu Yinshi held her phone close and soon fell into a deep slumber, undoubtedly experiencing the most restful sleep she had enjoyed in 3 years. Chapter 11. Heartfelt Breakfast. Chu Yinshi's nourishment. The following morning, Jiang Qiu was abruptly awakened by the blaring sound of an alarm, causing the entire dormitory to descend into chaos. Oh no, we're going to be late. Guys, today is our first class meeting. Panic ensued, fearing that he would make a poor impression on the female classmates right from the start. After a flurry of activity, the group finally finished their morning routines. At that point, no one had time for breakfast, as being late to the first meeting was indeed not ideal. Exiting the dormitory, they began to sprint. One must admit that the youthful vigor of the young is truly remarkable. After a night of intense revelry, they remain as lively as ever the following day. As I entered the academic building and traversed a lengthy corridor, I was on the verge of reaching my classroom when I noticed Chu Yinshi standing at the door. Today, she was adorned in a deep blue tailored skirt suit, her long legs sheathed in sheer black stockings and elegantly perched in high-heeled leather shoes. Her attire was a stark contrast to yesterday's casual wear, exuding a professional and dignified aura reminiscent of an urban white-collar worker. I couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Her figure was indeed striking. However, what was she doing here? At that moment, several of my roommates also recognized Chu Yinshi. "Qiu Gu, isn't that the senior we shared a ride with yesterday?" Qian Shengqian remarked, casting a teasing glance in my direction. "It seems so, Qiu Gu. Did you commit some egregious act to warrant such attention from a beautiful woman?" Zhao Mingrui chimed in with a jest. I did not. Please, do not misinterpret." I waved my hand, vehemently denying their insinuations. "Qiu Gu, are you not aware that a double negative equates to an affirmation?" Chen Hongliang shrugged. "Do not blame us for lacking loyalty. We are merely helpless in this situation." With that, the three of them discreetly slipped into the classroom. "Qiu, you've arrived." At that moment, Chu Yinshi spotted me and walked directly towards me. "Hello, senior," I greeted with a smile. "What a coincidence to run into you here." "Not at all. I was waiting specifically for you." She then produced a large bag of breakfast from behind her, saying, "Here, take this. After last night's drinking, breakfast is essential." "Oh, I began to refuse, but she promptly thrust the bag into my hands. "Take it. Eat it while it's warm." Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" "I think it's perfectly fine. If you dislike it, you can simply discard it." Upon hearing that, I felt a wave of exasperation. Discarding food was hardly an option. Reluctantly, I decided to accept her offering. "Well, I shall hold on to it." "Thank you, senior." "Great, let us head into the classroom. Make sure to eat it while it's warm." Seeing my acceptance, Chu Yinshi beamed with delight. "All right, senior, I shall go in first." I nodded and entered the classroom, clutching the sizable bag. The classroom was already filled to capacity, and I was the last to arrive. The girls predominantly occupied the front rows, while the boys had settled at the back. I made my way to the rear, where Qian Shengqian and the others had saved a spot for me. "Qiu Gu, why did you bring in so much?" "Hey, this is from the popular Taoyuan Jun village. It's all the rage lately. Isn't it? How fortunate. I have a sensitive stomach and enjoy soft food." I remained composed, choosing not to engage with their banter. After sitting down, I opened the bag, which was filled with a delightful assortment of breakfast delicacies: pan-fried buns, wontons, flaky pastries, deep-fried dough sticks, soy milk, egg pancakes, and century egg congee. Goodness, am I going to burst from this feast? Jiang Qiu took a dough stick, a serving of soy milk, and a pan-fried bun, distributing the rest among his roommates. As they ate, the group engaged in lively conversation about their class. Chen Hongliang glanced around and then whispered, "Our class has some pretty girls." I at least spotted 3 who were quite attractive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu lifted his gaze. I must admit, the quality of the girls in the class is indeed commendable. At least a few caught my eye for more than a fleeting moment. However, when compared to Chu Yinshi, the disparity is rather stark. "Not bad, what do you think? Want to give it a try?" Jiang Qiu inquired. No. Chen Hongliang shook his head vigorously. "I adhere to a principle. A rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. One should avoid pursuing the class beauty." "Why's that?" Zhao Mingrui asked, puzzled. "Think about it. If you start dating someone from class, everyone will know. If you have a quarrel, Everyone will be aware, and if you break up, how awkward would that be? Chen Hongliang elaborated with great seriousness. Therefore, we must take a long-term view. Do not rush into relationships. It's best to seek someone from another college or even another school, allowing both individuals their own space. Even if a breakup occurs, it won't hinder your ability to find the next partner. Wise words indeed. You are truly experienced. Zhao Mingrue nodded enthusiastically, applauding the insight. Meanwhile, Qian Shengqian chuckled. The next one will be even better, even more obedient, and even more agreeable. Cough, cough. Jiang Qiu, who was sipping his soy milk, nearly spit it out upon hearing this. He shook his head and said earnestly, "You all are too callous. Don't ever mention that you share a dorm with me." TSK. Brother Qiu, you are a full man who knows not the hunger of the empty. Chen Hongliang quickly retorted. If I had a beautiful, caring, and wealthy girlfriend, I would certainly treat her with utmost devotion, even if it meant being a devoted admirer. Indeed, Brother Qiu, do enlighten us about your relationship with the illustrious Chu. I have gathered that Chu Yanxi is a third-year finance major, continuously recognized as the campus beauty at Jiangnan University for 3 consecutive years. She currently holds the position of chairperson of the student council and is even running her own business. The three of them exchanged envious glances, their admiration palpable. It's hard not to envy such an outstanding girl who would personally bring breakfast to Jiang Qiu. As fellow freshmen, how could the gap between individuals be so vast? The psychological impact of this revelation was even greater than the first time they witnessed Jiang Qiu driving a luxurious car worth millions. Cough, cough. Do you want the truth? Jiang Qiu finished the last sip of his soy milk, then spoke with an air of mystery. In fact, I don't know either. Come on, Brother Qiu. Who would believe you? A few individuals were utterly incredulous. Jiang Qiu, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. Just as laughter filled the air, the classroom door swung open, plunging the room into an instant silence. Chapter 12, Role-Playing? Jiang Qiu's assistant class. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Yanxi, and I will be your assistant homeroom teacher. The newcomer was none other than Chu Yanxi, who had just moments ago delivered breakfast to Jiang Qiu at the door. Clad in a deep blue suit, she undeniably exuded the aura of a competent instructor. No one would dare question her authority, even if she were to be referred to as a formal teacher. Wow, an assistant homeroom teacher? Brother Qiu, I can't be seeing this incorrectly, can I? This is quite extraordinary. The most astonished were Jiang Qiu's 3 roommates from room 302. They had encountered Chu Yanxi just the day before, and now she had transformed into their assistant homeroom teacher. Although she held the title of assistant for first-year students, it remained a revered and untouchable position. There exists a tradition at Jiangnan University whereby each freshman class is assigned a third-year student to serve as the assistant homeroom teacher. The primary responsibility of this role is to facilitate the integration of new students into the university environment. The educational approach in college markedly differs from that in high school. Here, there are fewer restrictions imposed by instructors, placing greater emphasis on self-directed learning among students. Typically, the assistant homeroom teacher is selected from among the third-year students, particularly those who are capable leaders within the student council. As the president of the student council, Chu Yanxi was naturally qualified for this position. Initially, she held little interest in the role, but her attention was piqued by the presence of Jiang Qiu in this class. Moreover, with Li Lingling's suggestion, she recognized this as a legitimate opportunity to approach Jiang Qiu. After all, proximity often leads to advantage. Being Jiang Qiu's homeroom teacher would surely facilitate a closer connection. Thus, under Li Lingling's encouragement, Chu Yanxi resolved to give it a try. The thought of Jiang Qiu addressing her as teacher was peculiar, yet exhilarating. At that moment, although Jiang Qiu maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, internally, he couldn't help but voice his confusion. What was happening? Were they engaging in some sort of role-playing? Just a moment ago, she was delivering breakfast, and now she had morphed into his teacher? Although she was merely an assistant, it seemed he would still have to call her teacher. The rapidity of this identity shift was rather bewildering. Students, for the foreseeable future, I will oversee your academic and daily affairs. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to approach me, Chu Yanxi announced from the podium, briefly outlining the school as particulars and emphasizing the points of importance for new students. Below, the class began to murmur amongst themselves, particularly the boys, who were visibly thrilled. It must be said, the impact of an attractive female teacher is undeniably greater than that of a male instructor. Even as Chu Yanxi laid down numerous regulations, her words resonated pleasingly with everyone. At the same moment, the school's forum erupted with excitement as a post titled on the first day of school, "My beautiful class assistant gained immense popularity." Within a short span, someone in the class captured a photograph of Chu Yinxi speaking on stage and shared it on the forum. Instantly, the new students of the school were filled with envy, questioning why their own class lacked such a stunning class assistant. Class 1 of International Trade, envious. Class 2 of Human Resources, envious. Class 1 of Accounting, envious. However, shortly after the post gained traction, a voice of reality dampened the spirits of the new students. "Wake up, freshmen. This is our school's Chu University flower, reigning supreme in the beauty rankings for 3 consecutive years, with no one surpassing her yet. Let me tell you, not only is Chu a striking beauty, but her academic performance is commendable, her work capabilities are exceptional, and most importantly, she comes from wealth. Alas, Chu is far too remarkable. Suitors queue from the boys' dormitory to the girls' dormitory, yet none have ever won her affection. You should disperse. The existence of a goddess like Chu is beyond the grasp of you mere children." Within 10 minutes, the post soared to the top of the forum, attracting an increasing number of spectators. The seniors' remarks did not deter the freshmen. Instead, they ignited their fighting spirit. Many, unwilling to concede, posted their intentions to compete with the seniors, confident in their own attributes. "I, Li Gang from Class 1 of Finance, hereby declare my willingness to brave any challenge for Chu University flower. I, Zhao Ziming from Class 5 of Engineering, declare that Chu is my ultimate goal for the next 4 years of college. I, Shurda from Class 3 of Law, declare my readiness to be Chu's devoted admirer." This wave of responses further fueled the excitement on the forum, drawing even more freshmen to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, the seniors shook their heads, reminiscing about their own experiences of fervent enthusiasm in the past. Yet, reality is often harsh. Reflecting on the past 3 years, Chu Yinxi had consistently ignored countless suitors, never even granting a WeChat contact to any of them. Even the more affluent and accomplished suitors were met with indifference. Initially, people believed she was merely playing hard to get. However, 3 years have passed without any rumors surrounding her. Now, those former suitors have long since given up hope, with even whispers suggesting that Chu Yinxi may prefer girls. Faced with such rumors, she merely smiled and chose not to engage in any defense. Instead, she dedicated more energy to her entrepreneurial ventures outside of school. Over the course of 3 years, through astute planning, she established her own colossal company, dispelling all doubts in her wake. Now, Chu Yinxi has become an existence that is both enviable and unattainable. At this juncture, an account named Ling Ling Yao posted on the school forum, "Admirers, please recognize your true selves. Are you aware of the cosmetics favored by the illustrious Chu Daxia, the jewelry she adorns, and the brand she wears?" This sharply ironic post immediately captivated the attention of the masses. An insatiable curiosity arose, prompting a call for revelations. Securing a spot in the discussion, I can hardly contain my anticipation. This wretched sense of longing is unbearable. Please, do share swiftly. In Building 8 of the Riverside International Villa area, Li Lingling has once again skipped class. What lessons are worth attending on such a sweltering day? Nestled in her grand villa, relishing the cool air conditioning while indulging in chilled watermelon. What could be more delightful? Burping contentedly, Li Lingling wiped her mouth and sank comfortably into the sofa. Bored, she opened her computer, watched a few tedious variety shows, and began browsing the school forum, eager to discover any recent gossip circulating within the institution. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a post about Chu Yinxi. What is this? Has the gossip reached her dear friend? Observing a multitude of misguided souls beneath the post, audaciously aspiring to pursue her friend, Li Lingling resolved to impart a lesson. Thus, under her pseudonym Lingling Yao, she crafted a post intending to dissuade those hopefuls entirely. Dear infatuated admirers, take a gander at the deep blue suit skirt worn by our campus Belle. It was personally designed by the most influential female designer in the UK. With only 2 pieces in existence, one gracing the figure of Duchess Kate herself. Now, consider the exquisite accessories chosen by Chu Daxa: sapphire earrings, a delicate brooch, and misty blue high heels. Let me make this abundantly clear. These seemingly inconspicuous accessories are worth no less than a prime property in the heart of the bustling metropolis. Furthermore, are you aware of the vehicle she drives? A Ferrari LaFerrari valued at over 20 million. Following this enlightening exposition, the forum plunged into a profound silence. The once boisterous scions of wealth, who had fancied themselves eligible suitors, fell mute, their dreams extinguished by the cold reality of mere numbers. Before her computer screen, Li Lingling chuckled triumphantly, seizing a piece of melon from the table. Chapter 13. In terms of looks, Jiang Qiu has a firm grasp. At this moment, Chu Yinshi remained oblivious to the significant stir her affairs had caused online. Naturally, even if she were aware, it would bear no consequence. Her focus was solely on Jiang Qiu, seated at the back of the classroom. Watching him enjoy the breakfast she had prepared brought her immense satisfaction. Having concluded her remarks, a resounding applause erupted in the classroom. The members of Jiang Qiu's dormitory clapped fervently, shouting praises while casting knowing glances at him. In their eyes, the connection between their roommate and the teacher was exceptional. In the future, requesting leave or skipping class might prove quite convenient. Next, let us invite the students to take the stage for self-introductions, starting from the first row near the window, with each person allotted 3 minutes, Chu Yinshi announced. By the way, as military training begins tomorrow, we must elect temporary class committee members today. Those who wish to run for a position may express their intentions during their introduction, Chu Yinshi added. Our class committee consists of 7 members, including 1 class leader, 1 youth league secretary, 1 academic officer, 1 cultural officer, 1 life officer, 1 sports officer, and 1 psychological officer. Upon hearing the news of the class committee election, the classroom buzzed with excitement, as many students were eager to participate. Class 3 of the business school comprises 32 students, with 8 males and 24 females. Besides the dormitory of Jiang Qiu, there is also another dormitory for 4 male students. This is the nature of the liberal arts major, where the number of males is particularly scarce, a circumstance that cannot be helped. Especially in art schools, the number of males is profoundly limited. Having 1 or 2 males in a class is considered fortunate, akin to spotting a giant panda. Qiu, would you like to run for class leader or something? Zhao Mingrui suggested, glancing at Jiang Qiu. Yes, boss, our dormitory is counting on you. On the other side, Qian Shengqian remarked with a smirk. Given your connection with Teacher Chu, becoming the class leader shouldn't be a problem. You could help the guys secure some benefits. Don't rope me into this, Jiang Qiu retorted, raising his hands in surrender, as he had no time for such matters. Although serving as a class officer would enhance his resume, Jiang Qiu was currently indifferent and lacked interest in running for class leader. If he were to become the class leader, he would likely be quite busy. Ding dong. Random task. Please run for at least 1 class committee position. Task reward. The system will issue different rewards based on the importance of the position. Failure penalty, none. Jiang Qiu, who had been in a state of lethargy, suddenly felt invigorated. The previous system rewards had been quite satisfactory, and he was now eagerly anticipating the surprises this task might bring. After all, how busy could being a class officer really be? I refuse to remain idle. Let it start with me. However, which position should he run for? Jiang Qiu first ruled out the youth league secretary, a role typically held by females. As a dashing young man, he couldn't be seen frequently visiting the girls' dormitory. Furthermore, the academic officer and cultural officer roles, while having little authority, entailed a multitude of responsibilities. Particularly the academic officer, who would likely have to collect homework daily and monitor classmates' academic progress, which seemed quite tedious. As for the cultural officer, should the school organize an event, that would probably be required to perform on stage. Although Jiang Qiu possessed a modicum of artistic talent, he simply did not reach the level of being able to perform publicly. Taking another look at the remaining positions of life officer, sports officer, and psychological officer, these 3 roles seem to be more for mere participation than for actual involvement. Before the system issued any tasks, it was undoubtedly the position that Jiang Qiu desired the most. Wasn't he merely a slacker? Typically, he possessed a low profile, had few responsibilities, yet enjoyed numerous benefits. However, the situation had now changed. System rewards were distributed based on the significance of the positions. Thus, he could not afford to be a slacker any longer. With those options eliminated, the only path left was to run for class monitor. This role was undeniably the most crucial, and the rewards from the system would be the most generous. If he truly became the class monitor, would others not have to address him as esteemed monitor in future encounters? What a grand authority that would bestow upon him. Clearing his throat, he turned earnestly to his roommates. For the happiness of our dormitory over the next 4 years, I believe I should take action, perhaps by running for class monitor. His 3 roommates looked utterly bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, they had implored him not to pursue it, and now he had changed his mind so swiftly. Haha, Qiu Gu, We will certainly support you. Though it was all in jest, the three roommates nonetheless expressed their unwavering support. Meanwhile, under Chu Yenchi's organization, the classmates took turns to introduce themselves on stage. University is akin to a small society. Students hail from all corners of the nation, each with distinct personalities. This was evident from their introductions. Some were formal and reserved, others animated and lively, while a few were shy enough to flush. Jiang Qiu sat in the last row, attentively listening to everyone's speeches. Hello everyone, I am Zhu Tong, and I am thrilled to be your classmate. I wish to run for the position of Youth League Secretary, and I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serve you all and progress together over the next 4 years. Zhu Tong stood on stage, exuberantly introducing herself. Jiang Qiu glanced over. While her beauty might not be exceptional, if he were to score her, she would certainly exceed a 75 out of 100. In the class, her looks could easily earn her the title of the most attractive. Consequently, during her speech, the majority of the male students were captivated and expressed their support without reservation. Next on stage was a rather tomboyish female classmate. As she stepped up, she boldly announced, "Dear brothers and sisters, my name is Li Yin, and I am delighted to meet you all. Today, I wish to run for the position of sports committee member." Her words elicited laughter from several boys in the audience. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but glance at her again. It must be said, Li Yan's physique was indeed well suited for athletics. Following her introduction, it was revealed that she had previously trained in shot put. The laughter ceased. What they had assumed was an ordinary contestant turned out to be a true champion. Subsequently, over a dozen others took the stage, many of whom showed little interest in running for class positions, simply offering their introductions. As the last row approached, it was another male student from a different dormitory, Li Huayuan, who stepped up to the podium. His attire was exceedingly formal. A casual suit complemented by a pristine white shirt, paired with impeccably polished leather shoes, and adorned with a pair of dark sunglasses. One must admit, he exuded a certain leadership aura, instantly capturing a great deal of attention upon taking the stage. Li Huayuan spoke in remarkably standard Mandarin. Hello everyone. My name is Li Huayuan, and I wish to run for the position of class monitor. I served as class monitor during high school, accumulating a wealth of experience, and I genuinely desire to contribute to our collective well-being. I hope to earn your support. The girls in the audience gazed at him with considerable interest. His mature image indeed had the power to attract some admirers. Even after he finished speaking, many girls continued to steal glances in his direction. "Qiu Gu, it seems you have a rival," Zhao Mingrue remarked anxiously from the audience. "Oh, no need to worry." Qian Shengqian waved his hand dismissively. "Our class has many girls. And in terms of looks, Qiu Gu has it all under control." Chapter 14. Class Monitor, Why Not Perform a Show? The class meeting continued, and it was Jiang Qiu's turn to present. Chun Hongliang was the first to take the stage. Hello everyone, I am Chun Hongliang, hailing from the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai. Chun Hongliang smiled as he continued. I initially intended to run for the position of Youth League Secretary, but classmate Zhu Tong is simply too outstanding, and I wholeheartedly concede. Thus I shall withdraw my candidacy. His words elicited a wave of embarrassment from the male students in the audience. Can flattery be delivered in such a manner? This lad had no intention of running for anything. His remarks were merely a significant favor to Zhu Tong. Indeed, Zhu Tong's gaze towards Chun Hongliang had noticeably shifted. Haha, my brothers, pardon my antics. Upon returning to his seat, Chun Hongliang maintained an air of nonchalance, his expression betraying no signs of disturbance. I say, Liang Gu, you aren't developing feelings for Zhu Tong, are you? Zhao Mingrue inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Did you not just tell us that one should not date classmates? Oh, Chun Hongliang responded, feigning contemplation before abruptly retorting, did I say that? When? Zhao Mingrue inhaled sharply, unsure of how to respond. Observing this exchange, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but shake his head, finding it amusing. It should be noted that just moments ago, Chun Hongliang had been proclaiming that one should not graze where one resides, cautioning against pursuing the class beauty. Zhao Mingrue had been utterly convinced. Little did he expect that within mere minutes, this fellow would be the first to defect. Chun Hongliang's antics revealed his true colors, and Zhao Mingrue began to question his own life choices. The class meeting proceeded, and Qian Shengqian took the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Qian Shengqian. And please do not laugh, my greatest aspiration is to amass wealth. His self-deprecating humor sparked laughter among the audience. Numerous girls turned their attention to him. His trendy attire was evidently expensive, suggesting he hailed from a well-off family. Most importantly, he was exceptionally tall, which certainly drew the attention of the female audience. Qian Shengqian and Chen Hongliang, alike, had not pursued any positions. Jiang Qiuyan could discern that his ambitions lay elsewhere. Soon, it was Zhao Mingrue's turn to take the stage. Greetings, everyone. My name is Zhao Mingrue, hailing from the capital. My academic performance is commendable, and I aspire to run for the position of academic committee member, hoping for your support. Dressed in casual attire, he exuded the charm of a youthful gentleman. His candidacy for the committee suggested his academic prowess, leaving the female students with an impression of him as an exemplary student. Below, Li Yin regarded him with keen interest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At last, it was Jiang Qiuyan's moment. Calmly, he ascended the podium and introduced himself with poise. Hello, I am Jiang Qiuyan, the one who fishes alone in the autumn river, Jiang Qiuyan. Today, I wish to contend for the position of class leader. Although others have already expressed interest in this role, I still wish to give it a try. I shall refrain from saying more, should I be elected. I promise that for the next 4 years, you will not need to contribute a single cent towards class fees, as I will cover all expenses for class activities. His proclamation immediately stirred excitement, and the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. I support Brother Qiu, Zhao Mingrue shouted. Brother Qiu is magnificent. Brother Qiu is impressive. Chen Hongliang quickly chimed in. Brother Qiu must be the class leader. Qian Shengqian vociferously endorsed. At that moment, Li Huayuan was left bewildered. He had assumed his position as class leader was secure, only to find Jiang Qiuyan deviating from the norm. What astonished him most was how swiftly Jiang Qiuyan garnered robust support from his roommates. It was noteworthy that most of the students were only children, and his 3 roommates appeared to come from well-off families. How could they be so easily won over by Jiang Qiuyan? In truth, many female students had already set their sights on Jiang Qiuyan. A roommate seated beside Zhu Tong quietly remarked, I think Jiang Qiuyan is quite remarkable. Zhu Tong smiled gently, aware that her roommate had a penchant for good looks. Who could resist a tall and handsome young man like Jiang Qiuyan? Moreover, his promise to cover all class fees for 4 years was no trivial matter. Meanwhile, ever since Jiang Qiuyan had stood up, Chu Yanqi's gaze had not strayed from him. A smile graced her lips when she heard him introduce himself. Was there a deeper meaning to Jiang Qiuyan's name? If not for her role as his assistant, she might never have discovered this. What surprised her most was Jiang Qiuyan's audacious promise to bear all class expenses if elected. At that moment, Jiang Qiuyan remained oblivious to the fact that Chu Yanqi had already resolved that, under no circumstances, would she allow him to spend a single penny. In her view, the substantial earnings she had amassed were meant precisely to be spent on Jiang Qiuyan. If others were to learn of this thought, they would undoubtedly envy her to the point of drooling. As everyone has completed their self-introductions, we shall now commence the anonymous voting to determine the class committee members. Under the auspices of Chu Yanqi, all participants began the voting process. The sole candidate for the position of class committee secretary was Zhu Tong, who was elected without any difficulty. After all, being the class beauty, her allure seems to grant her a certain privilege. The role of academic committee member was secured by Zhao Mingrue, the charming young lad, who undoubtedly enjoys considerable popularity. Li Yan's appointment as the sports committee member was also a foregone conclusion, as no male classmates contested against her, likely due to the considerable intimidation posed by her athletic physique. After all, who desires to face the possibility of a beating? The other committee positions were filled without contention as well. The cultural committee member, Sun Miaomiao, the life committee member, Shin Kailuan, and the psychological committee member, Wang Sihui. The most suspenseful election was for the position of class leader, a duel between Jiang Qiu and Li Huayuan that captivated everyone's attention. Initially, many anticipated a fierce contest. Yet in the end, Jiang Qiu triumphed with a decisive advantage. Except for Li Huayuan's roommates, the majority of classmates cast their votes for Jiang Qiu. After all, who could resist the appeal of Jiang Qiu's superior charm? Coupled with his captivating campaign slogan, even many neutral classmates were swayed to support him. When Chu Yanqi announced the final results, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Congratulations, Qiu Gu. You are now the class leader. Zhao Mingrue exclaimed excitedly as he sat beside Jiang Qiu. Boss, no, from now on, you shall be addressed as class leader, joked Qian Shengqian from the side. Meanwhile, Chen Hongliang, wearing a mischievous grin, suggested, class leader, to celebrate. Why not perform an impromptu act? This remark instantly resonated with the classmates, who began to cheer in unison. Yes, class leader, entertain us. Agreed, class leader. With such looks, your singing must be delightful. We want to hear, go for it, class leader. At that moment, Jiang Qiu wore an exasperated expression, unable to refrain from retorting, "You are truly putting me on the spot. My singing is nothing remarkable." Chapter 15. A piece of blue and white porcelain. Surpassing the classics, Jiang Qiu helplessly glanced at his three roommates, the most enthusiastic members of the class. Chen Hongliang chuckled. "No worries, Qiu Gu. Just give it a go. We aren't expecting you to win any awards." Qian Shengqian nodded in agreement. "You can do it, Qiu Gu. We'll cheer for you from the audience." "Jiang Qiu, perhaps you could showcase your talent?" spoke Xu Yinqi from the stage. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Qiu. In her memory, Jiang Qiu's singing was quite commendable, not on par with the stars, perhaps. But his voice was still rather pleasant. Thus, Xu Yinqi harbored no concerns about him embarrassing himself. His reluctance to perform might simply stem from a desire for modesty. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host has completed the task of running for class committee. Reward calculation in progress. The host has attained the position of class leader, completing the task successfully and receiving the highest reward. Reward 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a basic, gourmet cashback card. Reward 2. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an advanced, singing proficiency. On par with the illustrious King Zhou. Reward 3. Congratulations to the host for receiving a high-level, attribute enhancement card, bestowing a permanent increase of 1 in constitution, charisma, and wisdom. Basic gourmet cashback card. The host will receive a cashback amounting to 110 times the corresponding expenditure, with a specific multiplier generated randomly. Advanced singing proficiency. This reward will be attained through a combination of memory transmission and muscle memory, ensuring no adverse effects. The host can rest assured. Perfect. The system's rewards have arrived at the most opportune moment. Originally, Jiang Qiu harbored some concerns regarding his singing abilities. After all, he had always sung along with accompaniment. A change in environment left him feeling rather uncertain. However, now he possesses the vocal prowess to rival King Zhou, making singing a mere trifle. Well then, I shall put myself forward. Please be forgiving. Jiang Qiu confidently stepped into the center of the classroom, feigning a throat clearing to verify the activation of the system's rewards. At that moment, he felt a refreshing sensation soothing his throat. It was smooth. It felt delightful. Goodness, this voice possesses such magnetism. What is happening? Why do I feel a sudden tension? Is it time to sing? This voice is simply enchanting. The murmurs of the crowd did not disturb Jiang Qiu. He had confirmed that the singing reward had indeed been credited. Steadying himself, he contemplated deeply and quickly selected a song. Next, I shall perform the piece Blue and White Porcelain by King Zhou. As soon as he spoke, the audience began to murmur again. Impressive. He has chosen a classic from King Zhou. However, Zhou's songs are notoriously challenging. His unique style has often been imitated but never surpassed. I feel that Brother Qiu may find himself in a precarious position, but it matters not. Simply taking the stage is already quite commendable. Meanwhile, in a corner of the classroom, Xu Yinqi took out her phone to capture this significant moment. Regardless of Jiang Qiu's performance, she felt an authentic happiness. At this moment, as the prelude gradually unfolded, Jiang Qiu slowly closed his eyes. The raw clay outlines a blue and white pattern, the brushwork transitioning from bold to faint. The vase depicts a peony, reminiscent of your initial adornment. Gradually, the sandalwood fragrance wafts through the window, revealing my innermost thoughts. On the Xian paper, the brush glides to this point, pausing halfway. Although Jiang Qiu only sang the first stanza, the moment he opened his mouth, the audience was utterly captivated. This voice is extraordinarily magnetic. Could it be even more captivating than King Zhou's? Simply astonishing. The rendering of glazed colors, the depiction of ladies, and an exquisite charm concealed within, your smile, radiant and enchanting, resembles a bud poised to bloom. Your beauty, like a fleeting wisp, drifts to a place that remains beyond my reach. As the first two verses conclude, the audience in the classroom is left utterly astonished. Goodness, how melodious, truly enchanting. On the very first day of school, my ears are already intoxicated. I am in awe. Qiu, your singing prowess is nothing short of divine. The melody continues to echo in my ears, as the delicate blue and white porcelain, represented through such a tune, astounds everyone present. It is noteworthy that this song is imbued with rich traditional Chinese cultural elements, and upon its initial release, it garnered an enthusiastic response. It was indeed this very song that enabled the illustrious Zhou to grace the National Spring Festival Gala, earning a precious 3 minutes of solo performance time. This song has even made its way into educational textbooks. Now, Zhang Qiu has flawlessly rendered this piece, truly surpassing the original. In the azure hue waiting for the misty rain, I await your arrival. The curling smoke rises, spanning thousands of miles across the river. At the base of the vase, the Han script is inscribed, reminiscent of the elegance of bygone eras, as if I were penning a prelude to meeting you. In the azure hue waiting for the misty rain, I await your arrival. The moonlight is retrieved, blurring the conclusion, like the timeless blue and white porcelain, beautifully self-contained. Your eyes sparkle with laughter. As the final note fades, a profound silence envelopes the room, a silence akin to death itself. Many of the girls present are moved to tears, unable to contain their emotions. A poignant song can evoke tears from even 1 out of 1,000 listeners. That is a feat indeed. Of course, this excludes the actors hired by the production team, who merely perform for payment and do not truly resonate with the music. Yet now, a third of the female students in the class have been brought to tears. Chu Yanxi is utterly weeping, for Zhang Qiu's song has truly penetrated her heart. Blue and White Porcelain narrates a heartbreaking love story. In a past life, a man's beloved was abducted. To rescue her, he offered the rare treasure of blue and white porcelain in exchange. Alas, the villain, upon receiving the porcelain, still took the life of his beloved. Time flows into the modern day at an antique auction, where a piece of blue and white porcelain with a long-standing history is being sold. The once lovers meet again, their previous memories lost, yet they fall in love at first sight. However, misfortune strikes once more. After their beautiful reunion, the man is shot and falls into the woman's embrace. A millennium later, the exquisite blue and white porcelain bears witness once again to the tragic separation of life and death. In the azure hue waiting for the misty rain, I await your arrival. Chu Yanxi, with tears in her eyes, realizes that this speaks to her own experience. Zhang Qiu has truly elevated this song to an extraordinary realm. What is a classic? A classic exists to be transcended. Today, Zhou's iconic piece has been forcefully surpassed. This is an indescribable shock, a heartfelt conquest. After the performance concluded, the classroom fell into a profound silence. In the next instant, the atmosphere erupted with enthusiasm. Everyone rose to their feet, and the applause surged like a tidal wave. Chapter 16. The Overbearing CEO's Wall Slam. Thank you, everyone. After the performance, Zhang Qiu slightly bowed to the audience before returning to her seat. Brother Qiu, is your singing always this delightful? It's one thing to be wealthy, but to possess such talent as well. How are we supposed to live with this? You've understated it. Brother Qiu is also remarkably handsome. I am truly envious. The few wealthy second-generation students in the dormitory were thoroughly impressed. Once considered exceptional in their own right, they now felt completely overshadowed by Zhang Qiu. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi's heart was in turmoil. The charm exuded by Zhang Qiu was utterly captivating. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, embrace Zhang Qiu, and plant a fervent kiss on her lips. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yanxi knew that now was not the time. She quickly composed herself and carefully saved the recording of the performance. She intended to listen to it again, 100 times, once she returned home. All right, that concludes today's class meeting. Chu Yanxi stood at the podium, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Regarding the military training for new students, it will officially commence tomorrow at 8 a.m., lasting for 7.5 days. Please prepare accordingly. Additionally, I have created a WeChat group. Everyone is encouraged to join. The schedule post-training will be shared there, so please check it then. Lastly, I would like the class committee members to stay behind. The rest of you may arrange your time freely, Chu Yanxi added. After the meeting concluded, those who were not on the committee departed. Haha, at this moment, I suddenly feel quite fortunate. Brother Qiu, we'll take our leave first. A few glanced at Zhang Qiu, as he was the only committee member in the dormitory. All right, the items I purchased yesterday have arrived. You can take a look. Zhang Qiu smiled and nodded. Wow, that was fast. We have our own air conditioning, washing machine, and refrigerator in our dormitory. How incredible. I've decided to post about it immediately, making others envious. Zhang Qiu did not dissuade them. After all, such a commotion would be hard to keep under wraps. Especially with the air conditioner's compressor. There was no way it could be installed indoors, right? Moments later, only 7 committee members remained in the classroom. Chu Yinshi offered a brief encouragement to everyone, expressing her hope that the committee would work diligently to serve their classmates. Everyone nodded in agreement. Among the committee members, Jiang Qiu was undoubtedly the focal point. On one hand, he held the position of class monitor, necessitating the cooperation of the other committee members. On the other hand, his recent display of vocal prowess was truly astonishing. A young man who possessed talent, capability, and good looks. Who could possibly resist such allure? Not only was the class committee leader Zhu Tong captivated, but even the sports representative Li Yin gazed at Jiang Qiu with stars in her eyes. Ahem. Chu Yinshi sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. After a few brief remarks, she decisively concluded the committee meeting. Well, everyone, you may return now and prepare well for tomorrow's military training. The group nodded in agreement and rose to leave. Jiang Qiu was no exception. However, as he reached the door, a crisp voice called out from behind him. Jiang Qiu, please stay for a moment. Turning around, he found Chu Yinshi's beautiful gaze fixed upon him. At this moment, the other students had distanced themselves, assuming that the assistant class leader had matters to discuss privately with the class president, giving it little thought. Yet, a few of the female classmates felt regretful for not having the opportunity to be alone with Jiang Qiu. How are you feeling after yesterday's drinking? Chu Yinshi approached Jiang Qiu, her concern evident as she scrutinized him. Much better. Thank you for the breakfast you brought today, senior. Jiang Qiu nodded, then jokingly inquired. By the way, should I call you senior or teacher Chu in the future? Upon hearing this, a hint of color flushed Chu Yinshi's lovely face. Don't call me teacher. It sounds too old. Her tone was assertive, yet carried an alluring charm. Jiang Qiu chuckled and teased. All right, teacher Chu. No. As she spoke, Chu Yinshi stepped closer, delicately placing her slender finger over Jiang Qiu's lips. They were in such close proximity that from Jiang Qiu's perspective, Chu Yinshi was undeniably stunning. Her figure and beauty were beyond reproach, particularly her alluring curves, reminiscent of an untouched treasure. Although Jiang Qiu understood that her action was instinctive, the sensation was undeniably intoxicating. Inevitably, Jiang Qiu felt a reaction. Chu Yinshi soon became aware that their posture was rather too intimate, especially after sensing Jiang Qiu's breath. A flicker of panic evident in her eyes. In an instant, she quickly withdrew her finger. Had she overstepped? They had only just met a few days prior. And here she was, touching Jiang Qiu's lips. What if he thought she was a frivolous girl? Yet, Jiang Qiu's lips were indeed delightful to touch, soft and inviting. Kissing them would surely be even better. Ahem, I apologize for my jest. Jiang Qiu hastily admitted his fault. Observing Chu Yinshi's current demeanor, he couldn't help but ask, Senior, why do I feel like you're a bit flustered? Am I? No. Chu Yinshi's gaze shifted to another direction, unable to meet Jiang Qiu's eyes. She genuinely lacked experience. She had devoted her time to work, having watched few relevant videos. Now, Chu Yinshi regretted not pursuing a passionate romance with Jiang Qiu when she had the chance. Though the two individuals ultimately confessed their feelings, they scarcely had the opportunity to savor the sweetness of love. Fortunately, there remains a chance to begin anew. With this thought in mind, Chu Yinshi suppressed her shyness, stepped forward, and cornered Jiang Qiu against the wall, extending her hand to rest against the wall behind him. A bold move from the formidable female CEO. At that moment, Jiang Qiu was taken aback, never expecting Chu Yinshi to approach him in such a manner. Hello, is anyone there? Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. The moment she heard the sound, Chu Yinshi faltered, hastily retreating from Jiang Qiu's side. Hello, classmate. I just came to study. This classroom isn't in use, right? A bespectacled female classmate entered, seemingly genuinely intent on studying. At this point, Chu Yinshi had lost her earlier assertiveness. Her face flushed like an apple, unable to meet anyone's gaze. No problem. Make yourself at home, Jiang Qiu intervened. Then turned to Chu Yinshi, asking, Senior, shall we leave? Okay. Chu Yinshi's mind was in disarray, her thoughts spiraling chaotically. Was she just incredibly embarrassing? Would Jiang Qiu mock her? Chapter 17. A friend of mine? The shock of Li lingling unbeknownst to them, the two strolled back to the dormitory area. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Jiang Qiu tentatively inquired. Oh, all right. Chu Yinshi nodded, her mind still in a daze, failing to say anything further. After parting ways, Jiang Qiu walked alone towards the dormitory. Truth be told, he felt quite conflicted, judging by Chu Yinshi's reaction. It was clear she had never been in a relationship. Otherwise, her shyness wouldn't have surfaced so easily with the slightest change. Yet, Jiang Qiu, could never quite comprehend why she treated him with such kindness. Such serendipitous occurrences seemed to belong solely to the melodramatic narratives of romantic dramas. Meanwhile, after Jiang Kaiyu departed, Chu Yinshi, burdened with thoughts, took a seat on a nearby bench. She retrieved her phone and sent a message to Li Lingling. Lingling, listen to me. I have a friend who cornered a boy she likes. Do you think he would find such behavior off-putting? Li Lingling replied in an instant. Miss, the friend you're talking about, it wouldn't he happen to be you, would it? Chu Yinshi replied, it's not. Li Lingling responded, oh. Then I'm not sure. Chu Yinshi bit her lip, conceding. All right, I admit it's me, happy now? Li Lingling laughed, no way. I don't believe it. Who would have thought that the legendary Chu, who supposedly only likes women, would one day corner a man? Oh my goodness, I can hardly wait to meet him. Chu Yinshi mused, considering you've stayed at my place for such a long time, it's time for you to pay your rent. Li Lingling, miss, take a look. Discussing money is quite detrimental to our feelings. Li Lingling, why don't we talk about Jiang Qiu? What exactly transpired between the two of you? Chu Yinshi chose not to dwell on the matter and briefly recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing that Jiang Qiu had a remarkably enchanting singing voice, Li Lingling dismissed it with disdain. How impressive could it truly be? In today's society, talent is seldom overlooked, especially with the rise of the Douyin platform. Countless aspiring singers have realized their dreams of stardom here. In Li Lingling's view, if Jiang Qiu were genuinely exceptional, a simple post on Douyin would have made him an overnight sensation. The reason Chu Yinshi praised him so highly might simply be the result of love blinding her judgment. Nevertheless, she refrained from pointing this out, as she was, after all, enjoying his hospitality, living in his villa. Ahem, one should not bite the hand that feeds. It wasn't until Chu Yinshi sent over a video of Jiang Qiu singing that curiosity piqued in Li Lingling. Upon successfully receiving it, she eagerly opened the video. After a melodious introduction, Jiang Qiu's deep, magnetic voice filled the air. Wow, his singing is simply exquisite. As a Douyin influencer, Li Lingling had her own insights into music. However, upon hearing this song, she was utterly astonished, her understanding of music seemingly elevated to a new realm. This song is nothing short of divine. Moreover, the singer is quite handsome. Li Lingling, Xiaoxi, you're telling me this is sung by Jiang Qiu? Chu Yinshi, of course, I personally filmed this video. Li Lingling, so this dashing young man with sword-like eyebrows is your Jiang Qiu? Chu Yinshi, Li Lingling, no way, Jiang Qiu is both talented and good-looking. You must have struck an extraordinary stroke of luck. Chu Yinshi, do you want to die? Li Lingling, ahem. Shall we discuss your wall slam on Jiang Qiu instead? Chu Yinshi, answer my question. Does Jiang Qiu dislike me? Does he think I'm being a bit too much? Li Lingling wasn't entirely certain. He probably doesn't. Although you took advantage of him. Jiang Qiu isn't that petty, right? Chu Yinshi, yes. He is not someone who holds grudges. She reminisced about her previous life when she was preoccupied with her entrepreneurial endeavors and had not contacted Jiang Qiu for quite some time. During that period, he must have felt genuinely upset. She had thought she would lose him, but when she drove to his house, he forgave her rather quickly. Li Lingling, that is good to hear. When you return, I'll recommend some green tea influencers for you. Chu Yinshi, for what purpose? Li Lingling, obviously to enhance your knowledge in this area. True feelings are seldom retained throughout history. Only strategies win hearts. On her way back to the dormitory, Jiang Qiu received a message from Qian Shengqian on WeChat. The items from the Huawei specialty store have arrived, and 2 workers have been assigned for the installation. However, the final decision regarding the installation will rest with Jiang Qiu upon his return. Jiang Qiu replied with a message indicating that he would soon return to the dormitory. Nevertheless, instead of heading directly back, he first visited the boutique supermarket on campus, purchasing 2 packs of Huazi before returning to the dormitory building. Upon reaching room 101 of Building 12, the dormitory administrator's office, Jiang Qiu knocked and entered, politely greeting, "Hello, teacher. I am Jiang Qiu from dormitory 302. Oh, is there something you need?" In the office, Yin Mingyang did not lift his head, remaining engrossed in a game of Minesweeper on his computer. Suddenly, the plastic bag containing the 2 packs of Huazi slipped from Jiang Qiu's grasp, landing on the desk with a distinct sound. At that moment, Yin Mingyang, deeply absorbed in his game, furrowed his brow, clearly on the verge of irritation. "I apologize, teacher, for interrupting your work," Jiang Qiu said politely. He quickly pretended to scramble to pick up the fallen bag, skillfully revealing the packaging of the Huazi inside. allowing the other to see its contents clearly. Yin Mingyang cast a discreet glance at the Huazi and then, with a surprisingly calm tone, remarked, "It's fine, just be more careful next time." These days, it is not easy for school teachers, especially dormitory supervisors. They are often regarded as the lowest tier in the school hierarchy. Their treatment and benefits are nearly negligible. Yin Mingyang, once a portly figure, had noticeably slimmed down since taking on the role of a dormitory supervisor. Now, faced with the 2 packs of Huazi before him, he felt an insatiable craving. Though his position was modest, Yin Mingyang was quite astute. He perceived that this student, Jiang Xiu, clearly sought something from him. Hence the offering of the Huazi. With such a gesture presented, he decided he would not let the opportunity slip away. As long as Jiang Xiu's request did not violate any serious regulations, Yin Mingyang resolved to turn a blind eye. "Classmate, is there something you wish to discuss?" Yin Mingyang inquired warmly. "I apologize, teacher, but there is indeed a matter." Jiang Xiu smiled as he spoke. "We in dormitory 302 have purchased an air conditioner, intending to install it and then donate it to the school. That should not pose a problem, right?" Yin Mingyang almost struggled to contain himself. To buy an air conditioner for one's dormitory and call it a donation to the school? His skepticism was palpable. It seemed more like a disdain for the aging school facilities and a desire for new equipment. Nonetheless, the excuse was rather clever. Ahem, in principle, the school does not prohibit such actions, Yin Mingyang pondered, hesitating slightly. However, you must understand, once donated, it cannot be reclaimed. Rest assured, as a member of Jiangnan University, I am more than willing to contribute, Jiang Xiu replied confidently. Jiang Xiu solemnly declared that he had no intention of reclaiming the gift. In truth, his motivation for bestowing such a present was to circumvent future inconveniences. After all, local officials are often more accessible than distant authorities. By securing the favor of the dormitory supervisor this time, he ensured that all future dealings would be considerably smoother. Very well, let us leave it at that. Yin Mingyang, understanding the unspoken agreement, refrained from further discussion and subtly drew Huazi closer to himself. "All right, teacher, please carry on with your tasks," he said. The two shared a tacit understanding, neither mentioning the matter of the 2 Huazi. "By the way, classmate, let us add each other on WeChat. We can communicate through it for any future matters," Yin Mingyang suggested. Jiang Xiu smiled, certainly. He then took out his phone and effortlessly scanned to add a friend. With that accomplished, the installation of the air conditioner would pose no issues whatsoever. Once everything was settled, Jiang Xiu exited the office and ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. The 12th dormitory building comprised 6 stories, devoid of an elevator. Fortunately, his room, 302, was located on the 3rd floor. Had it been on the 6th, the daily ascent and descent might have left him utterly exhausted. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Xiu was taken aback by the significant transformation. What had once been an empty room was now brimming with various items. "Brother Qiu, you're back. Everything else is set up. We're just waiting on the air conditioner." Qian Shengqian greeted him as he stepped inside. "What is the matter? Is there an issue with the air conditioner?" Jiang Qiu furrowed his brow, worried that after spending so much money, a refund would not be an option. Standing behind Qian Shengqian was a man in a Huawei uniform. "Greetings, I am the technical engineer responsible for after-sales service at Huawei." Wang Zhixue introduced himself before explaining the current predicament. "We have just inspected the dormitory's electrical circuit and discovered that the school's power grid system is somewhat outdated and cannot support the electrical demands of the air conditioner. Moreover, given the number of electrical devices you have purchased, it will be challenging to use them simultaneously." Hearing this, Jiang Qiu could not help but feel a headache coming on. His reason for acquiring so many items was to fulfill system tasks, and he had not anticipated such deficiencies in the school's power supply. "Manager Wang, considering the situation, do you have any solutions?" Jiang Qiu asked, adopting a desperate hope for a miracle. "Indeed, I can offer you 2 solutions," Wang Zhixue responded courteously. "The first option is that, since you have not yet utilized the product, we sincerely apologize and can arrange for a refund. The second option involves a newly developed home energy storage battery system from Huawei, known as the Huawei Energy Wall. This energy wall utilizes environmentally friendly materials. With a storage capacity of 10, a continuous output of 2, and a peak output of 3. It supports dual charging modes, including solar and 220 VAC charging. How impressive! It sounds quite impressive. This must be the latest technology, correct? The current concern is whether it can adequately meet the electrical demands of the dormitory once installed." Several individuals gathered around, all keenly interested in the electricity issue. Indeed, once installed, it can fulfill the power requirements of the dormitory, accommodating air conditioners, refrigerators, and other devices simultaneously without tripping the circuit. Wang Zhixue nodded and continued, stating that even after the power cuts off at midnight, the energy wall can still supply electricity, alleviating any concerns regarding power shortages. Zhao Mingrue inquired with curiosity, "That's fantastic. How much does one of these cost?" "Our model is the latest third-generation energy wall, with a market guide price of 51,800 yuan, Wang Zhixue enthusiastically replied. "However, since Mr. Jiang is our exclusive client, he can enjoy our internal discounted price of only 50,000 yuan per unit." Upon hearing this price, several roommates were left speechless. This device seemed rather expensive. To ensure sufficient power for the dormitory, one would need to spend 50,000 yuan. Though they were not financially constrained at home, it felt somewhat unfair to spend such a substantial sum on their own. Furthermore, given the circumstances of your dormitory, an installation fee of approximately 5,000 to 10,000 yuan would also be required, Wang Zhixue added. "This is unavoidable. For safety reasons, we only use the finest materials, hence there are no further discounts available." After this statement, everyone couldn't help but silently express their discontent. It felt like a money grab. The total cost could amount to nearly 100,000 yuan. Was it truly worth it? Ding dong. Random task, dormitory renovation. The system has detected that the host's dormitory is due for an upgrade. Please complete the renovation within 1 week. Upon completion, the host will receive a random cashback of 110 times the corresponding expenditure, along with an additional satisfaction bonus from roommates. Note 1. Satisfaction will be assessed by the system. The higher the satisfaction, the greater the final rebate amount. Note 2. The final cashback amount will be calculated based on the expenditure amount multiplied by a random factor and the satisfaction coefficient. Special note, if the host spends 50,000 yuan and the random cashback multiplier is 10 times, with the satisfaction of all 3 dorm mates at 90, the final cashback amount would be 100,000 multiplied by 10 times, further multiplied by a satisfaction coefficient of 2.7. Jiang Qiu silently calculated in his mind a final cashback amount of 135 million. That would be a substantial sum. It is noteworthy that he currently has over 900,000. If he successfully completes this task, he could join the ranks of millionaires. Although he is merely a student and generally does not lack for funds, who could possibly refuse the allure of cashback? Truly, the perfect life system. Chapter 19. Wealthy Indulgence. Utilizing the cashback card for culinary delights. Boss, this does seem a bit extravagant. We could manage just fine by conserving electricity. Indeed, such a substantial undertaking is quite challenging for the school, and it may lead to considerable inconvenience. Chio, why not let it go? Returning the air conditioner wouldn't have any significant repercussions. At this moment, several dormitory mates turned their gazes toward Jiang Qiu, hoping to dissuade him from spending unnecessarily. However, Jiang Qiu had no intention of allowing them to save him money. While he appreciated their good intentions, the funds already expended would ultimately be reimbursed manifold. Brothers, let us cease this discussion. Jiang Qiu waved his hand dismissively, then earnestly stated, I believe that matters of expertise should be entrusted to professionals. Wouldn't you agree, Manager Wang? Wang Zhixue appeared momentarily bewildered, yet out of professional habit, he continued the conversation. Indeed, if we can install our energy wall, the comfort of the dormitory will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. All right, Manager Wang, there is another matter I would like to consult you about. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment before continuing. Could you estimate whether one energy wall would suffice, based on our dormitory's electricity consumption? This time, not only did several roommates gasp in astonishment, but even Wang Zhixue inhaled sharply. Although he was aware that Jiang Qiu was a major client prior to arriving, the realization that the provided address was a school dormitory left him perplexed. How much could a student possibly afford? However, at this moment, his previous misconceptions vanished. It is worth noting that the price of one energy wall reaches an impressive 50,000 yuan. The fact that Jiang Qiu was inquiring about whether one unit would be adequate, despite being fully aware of the cost, indicated that he was indeed a formidable client. Mr. Jiang, I have calculated that considering your dormitory situation, to ensure the operation of the air conditioner, washing machine, refrigerator, and the charging of computers and mobile phones, along with daily lighting, Wang Zhixue took out a small notebook and diligently began his calculations. All in all, one energy wall would be more than sufficient, capable of sustaining 12 hours of full-load electricity consumption. Oh, that sounds good. Jiang Qiu contemplated for a moment. Then let us start with 4. There are 4 of us in the dormitory, 1 for each person, ensuring ample power supply. Wang Zhixue was momentarily taken aback. Start with 4? Do you think this is a market where one simply selects items? Why not weigh it by the kilogram? Nevertheless, he kept this thought to himself, fearing to voice his internal critique. Actually, Mr. Jiang, during the day while you are attending classes, the dormitory generally consumes little to no electricity. This allows the energy wall to charge and store energy, which can then be released at night. Wang Zhixue responsibly suggested, in fact, 1 energy wall would suffice. If you are still concerned, you could have a backup. No, you haven't accounted for weekends and public holidays, not to mention the possibility of unexpected power outages. Jiang Qiu reflected, installing 4 is by no means excessive, and the price is quite reasonable. There is no need to spare expenses on my behalf. Wang Zhixue felt utterly exasperated. Is that what you consider reasonable? To be frank, with the current income levels in the country, countless individuals do not earn 50,000 yuan in an entire year. Particularly, a certain struggling author would find himself in fits of laughter if he earned a mere 10,000 yuan in a year. Jiang Qiu's words are truly devoid of consideration for others. Moreover, the primary reason for the lack of promotion of Huawei's energy wall lies in its exorbitant price. After all, it is merely a household energy storage battery, designed to ensure power supply in unforeseen circumstances. However, one must ponder, given the current state of urban infrastructure in the country, how many unexpected power outages could one expect in a year? Consequently, the product's positioning becomes rather awkward. Perhaps it is only in sparsely populated regions abroad, where residents are more dispersed and infrastructure is lacking, that individuals would opt for such an energy wall. Brother Qiu, is this a bit excessive? Several dormitory mates glanced at Jiang Qiu. While they were aware of his wealth, none anticipated it to this extent. We are all brothers. There's no need for formality. Jiang Qiu chuckled and waved his hand, then suddenly inquired, by the way, if you see anything else you need, I can buy it all at once. At that moment, he thought to himself, I hope my brothers are satisfied. As long as they are, this initial expenditure is insignificant. After this renovation, our dormitory will likely be the most impressive in the entire school, right? Not just in our school. There may not be such a freshman dormitory anywhere in the country. Seeing everyone so pleased, Jiang Qiu felt an immense joy within. He turned to Wang Zhixue and said, all right, let's proceed with this. Get started as soon as possible. And don't delay. Okay, I will arrange for the energy walls to be delivered. Just to confirm, you want 4 units? Wang Zhixue reiterated. Yes, let us start with 4. We can add more if necessary, Jiang Qiu nodded. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhixue was thoroughly impressed. What more could he say? This individual was simply wealthy and indulgent. The installation proceeded in an orderly fashion. Jiang Qiu assumed the role of a hands-off manager, delegating the tasks to Wang Zhixue. After all, Huawei is a reputable brand, which provides a sense of assurance. Before long, it was noon, and he decided to step out. Military training commenced the following day, and preparations were indeed necessary. As a young man of considerable attractiveness, it would be a great shame to be tanned. Thus, it was time to procure some sun protection products. A man's visage must be well cared for. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qiu turned to his roommates and asked, brothers, I'm planning to head to the mall. Would anyone like to join me? Shen Hongliang, engrossed in a game, replied, Brother Qiu, I have everything I need, so I won't be going. I won't go either. I'm still recovering from last night's drinks. I'll take a nap this afternoon, Qian Shengqian added before lying down. Boss, you go ahead. I have nothing I need, Zhao Mingrue concurred. All right then, I'll be off. Feel free to contact me via WeChat if anything comes up. Subsequently, Jiang Qiu drove his Tesla alone to the International Finance Center in the city center. He had yet to partake in lunch, and now he felt the pangs of hunger. Thus, he hastily searched online for a highly rated kaiseki restaurant. On the 4th floor of the Guojin Center, Jiang Qiu discovered a restaurant by the name of. Today, fortuitously, they were hosting a fish banquet, where an entire bluefin tuna was presented at the table, its various parts transformed into an array of exquisite dishes. Jiang Qiu ordered a tuna set for 1,580 yuan, an additional selection of premium wagyu for 880 yuan, a dish of pan-seared abalone accompanied by abalone liver sauce for 680 yuan, and finally, a seafood rice for 128 yuan. Overall, the flavors were delightful, albeit the portions were somewhat scant, just barely satisfying his hunger. The total bill amounted to 3,268 yuan. Ding dong. The system detected that the host possessed a basic gourmet cashback card. Would you like to use it immediately? Basic gourmet cashback card. The host will receive a cashback equivalent to 110 times the expenditure, with a specific multiplier generated randomly. One must admit, this system prompt was indeed considerate. Jiang Qiu nodded affirmatively. Use it immediately. Had it not been for this reminder, he might have forgotten about the cashback card altogether. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for randomly receiving an 8x cashback, resulting in a total cashback of 26,144 yuan. In the next moment, Jiang Qiu received a text notification. Your bank card ending in 1209 received a transfer of 26,144 yuan on August 31st at 1308. Not bad. Although 20,000 yuan may not be substantial, even the smallest of gains are still gains. Chapter 20. No saving grace. Chu Yinxi's thoughts after satisfying his appetite, Jiang Qiu ventured into the cosmetics section. The Guijin Center boasted a plethora of renowned skincare brands, Estee Lauder, Biotherm, SK2, and many more. It was overwhelming. Jiang Qiu felt a slight headache. How to choose from such an abundance? Along the way, he was showered with numerous complimentary samples from various charming sales assistants. Many even requested his WeChat under the guise of networking for learning purposes, but the underlying intent seemed to be an invitation for an evening rendezvous. Jiang Qiu found it peculiar. Had the sales industry become this competitive? With an evening shift awaiting him, their eagerness felt excessive. As a person of principle, Jiang Qiu refrained from divulging his personal information, ultimately not adding a single one. All he sought was a sunscreen and perhaps a skincare set. Why was it proving so challenging? Shaking his head, he retreated to a CAF on the first floor, ordering a frappuccino to calm his nerves. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from the dormitory supervisor, whom he had just added as a friend. Teacher Yin, Jiang Qiu, room 302 is yours. Correct? Jiang Qiu. Yes, teacher. Is there something I can assist you with? Teacher Yin. Oh, it's nothing serious. I just received feedback from the cleaning staff, mentioning that many unfamiliar individuals have entered your dormitory. Jiang Qiu. My apologies for disturbing your rest, teacher. These individuals are here to install the air conditioning. He did not elaborate, as the matter of the Huawei energy wall is rather intricate. If Yin Mingyang were to discover that an energy wall costs 50,000 yuan, he would surely be astounded. Teacher Yin, that's all right. Just be mindful not to make too much noise. Also, remember to arrange for someone to clear the construction debris. Jiang Qiu, absolutely. Thank you for your hard work in this sweltering heat. Please do indulge in some beverages to quench your thirst. And our cleaning staff deserves some acknowledgement as well. After sending the message, he promptly transferred 500 yuan. Yin Mingyang, Jiang Qiu, this isn't quite right. One should not accept rewards without merit. Just as Jiang Qiu intended to express further gratitude, he noticed a line in the chat indicating that the transfer had been received. Oh, was his hand speed that swift? Jiang Qiu chuckled. He appreciated this method of handling matters. If money could resolve an issue, it was hardly a problem. As for the 500 yuan, both were well aware of its true purpose. What beverages could possibly cost 500 yuan? It was merely a pretense to win favor with the dormitory supervisor. After all, which ordinary student could so boldly undertake a dormitory renovation? Dream on. Securing entry to the dormitory was no guarantee, as the supervisor possessed the authority to expel outsiders. Now, Jiang Qiu had spent merely 500 yuan and 2 packs of cigarettes. It was undeniably a bargain. After finishing his conversation with Teacher Yin, he suddenly recalled a pressing matter. He had yet to purchase sunscreen and skincare products. What to do? Which brand should he choose? As Jiang Qiu pondered, the name Chu Yinxi caught his eye in the WeChat records. His beautiful class assistant would surely have some insight, he thought. With that in mind, he opened Chu Yinxi's chat and sent a message with a sense of trial. Jiang Qiu, are you there? Chu Yinxi replied immediately. Yes, Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu. Chu Yinxi responded without delay. What is up? Jiang Qiu. Senior, how is your response time so quick? Chu Yinxi, I don't know. If you think my speed is impressive, I could try to slow down a bit. Jiang Qiu. No need for that. Jiang Qiu. Senior, I have a question. Do you know much about skincare products for men? Chu Yinxi. I have a fair understanding. In fact, skincare products for men and women are quite similar. Are you looking to purchase some? Jiang Qiu. Yes, military training starts tomorrow, and I plan to shop for a set of skincare products today. Could you please recommend something? Chu Yanxi, sure. Please send me a clear selfie. Jiang Qiu was bewildered. Why would he need to send a selfie to select skincare products? Chu Yanxi, everyone's skin is unique. I need to see your skin type clearly in order to recommend the most suitable products for you. Upon receiving the response, Jiang Qiu complied. After all, he had a request from someone, and sending a selfie was harmless. Thus, he lifted his phone with his left hand, made a heart gesture with his right, and gazed up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle. Perfect. The photo was taken successfully, and he clicked send. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi was immensely anxious, yet filled with anticipation. In truth, her inquiry about skin quality was merely a pretext. She simply desired a photograph of Jiang Qiu. Wow. She received it. So handsome. 5 minutes later, Jiang Qiu messaged, Senior, how is it? Chu Yanxi, engrossed in the photo for a full 5 minutes. Forgot to reply. Jiang Qiu, your skin is truly remarkable. Jiang Qiu responded. Chu Yanxi, ahem, I meant to suggest that you consider purchasing from the Estee Lauder Group. Their skincare products are excellent, and I personally use them. Jiang Qiu replied. All right, I will prepare to buy a set. He exited WeChat's backend and searched for the brand online. The price for the La Mer Revitalizing set was 17,380 yuan. That is exorbitantly expensive, isn't it? Indeed. A beautiful face requires diligent care. Regardless of innate beauty, without proper maintenance, a woman's skin will inevitably lose its luster with age. If one takes good care, they can maintain a youthful appearance like those ageless stars on television, who, even in their 50s, still exude youthful charm. While it may seem unbelievable, this underscores the significance of skincare. Naturally, the cost of such care is quite substantial. To draw women's money, businesses employ numerous clever strategies. For instance, the La Mer Revitalizing set includes 150 milliliters essence water, 30 milliliters essence, 15 milliliters eye cream, and 50 milliliters night repair cream. If you think spending 17,380 yuan on these items is sufficient, you would be sorely mistaken. Jiang Qiu glanced through their offerings and noted that, apart from the Revitalizing set, there was also the deluxe 6-piece set, priced at 12,070 yuan. This set comprises 125 milliliters cleanser, 200 milliliters exfoliating water, 150 milliliters essence, 15 milliliters concentrated essence, 15 milliliters eye cream, and 60 milliliters cream. Together, these two skincare sets would amount to 30,000 yuan gone in an instant. However, this merely constitutes the skincare phase, akin to foreplay for women. They have yet to even step through the door. Next, they must apply sunscreen, foundation, concealer, powder, eyeshadow, mascara, blush, and lipstick. Upon reviewing this, Jiang Qiu gasped in shock. Indeed, it seems that women's money is the easiest to earn in this world. Chu Yanxi chimed in. Actually, you need not purchase. I have plenty here and can share half with you. Jiang Qiu replied. Thank you, but I will manage to buy it myself. I can use it for military training tomorrow. Chu Yanxi responded. All right, apply sunscreen well. Military training will be arduous. Jiang Qiu acknowledged, As the conversation concluded, Chu Yanxi felt a surge of happiness and hurried to Li Lingling's room. What on earth are you up to, young lady? Li Lingling, engrossed in her drama, looked utterly bewildered. Jiang Qiu took the initiative to speak to me for the first time. Chu Yanxi boasted, moreover. I even managed to trick him into sending me a selfie. Li Lingling covered her forehead. You are beyond saving. Chapter 21. All eyes on the school. Trending at the Guojin Center, Jiang Qiu, following Chu Yanxi's suggestion, purchased 2 boxes of La Mer skincare sets, ultimately spending a total of 30,000 yuan. This time, there were no system rewards. The expenditure came from his own pocket, and it stung. Upon exiting the boutique, he glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. It was time to return. If he delayed any longer, he would likely find himself stuck in the city center. Half an hour later, Jiang Qiu returned to the dormitory. The installation work was nearing its conclusion. Wang Zhixue was directing the workers and laying out the wiring. According to prior plans, each bed was equipped with a separate leakage-proof socket. It could be said that the 302 dormitory had achieved electrical freedom. Everyone no longer had to worry about circuit breakers tripping or power outages. Furthermore, Jiang Qiu had specifically insisted on using the best materials to prevent any leakage issues. After all, having spent so much money, any leakage would be disastrous. Mr. Jiang, the wiring has been completed. and we have used the most expensive leakage-proof materials as per your request. The installation fee totals 120,000 yuan. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu return, Wang Zhixue reported to him. All right, that's fine. Jiang Qiu nodded and suddenly inquired, how is the installation of the energy walls progressing? When will everything be completed? It will be ready shortly, Mr. Jiang. Our 4 energy walls have already arrived. Wang Zhixue replied, gesturing towards the corner of the room. You selected 4 units, each costing 50,000 yuan, totaling 200,000 yuan. Adding the installation fee of 120,000 yuan, the grand total comes to 120,000 yuan. If there are no objections, we can finalize the payment and proceed with the final adjustments. The other 3 residents of dorm 302 listened silently, unsure how to interject at this moment. The price of 4 Huawei energy walls was indeed 200,000 yuan, plus the 120,000 yuan installation fee, amounting to 120,000 yuan. Such extravagance. All right, let us settle the payment quickly. I can hardly wait to experience the performance of these energy walls. Jiang Qiu took out his phone, preparing to scan the payment code. Mr. Jiang, the amount is quite substantial. Perhaps we should consider a bank transfer instead? Wang Zhixue smiled awkwardly. Using a payment app for such a large sum would incur significant fees. Very well, please send me your bank account details, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly. Sure thing. Wang Zhixue promptly sent over the bank account number. Within a minute, the 120,000 yuan was transferred. After receiving the payment, the workers were even more motivated, vowing to complete everything before nightfall. Meanwhile, outside dorm 302, many students from other classes gathered to watch the unfolding scene. What is the situation? There seems to be a constant flow of people coming in and out. It appears that this dormitory is undergoing renovations and is currently testing equipment. However, it shouldn't take this long. I feel as though it has been an entire afternoon. Look over there. They are installing air conditioning. How fortunate. I envy them. Our dormitory's air conditioning is not functioning well. Is it possible for us to request a new one? At that moment, various opinions surfaced. Some curious classmates even posted about the air conditioning installation in room 302 on the school forum. Is the university dormitory undergoing renovations? When will it be our turn? Once this post was published, it instantly attracted attention from the entire school. One must understand that the summer in this bustling city is quite stifling. Lying in the dormitory while enjoying the cool breeze from an air conditioner would be sheer bliss. However, the school's facilities have long been outdated, and many dormitory air conditioners are barely operational. Some dormitories even lack air conditioning altogether, relying solely on electric fans for relief. Now, someone has posted about the school's renovation efforts, which is indeed an exhilarating piece of news. The school is impressive. How commendable. Yet, before long, everyone began to sense something amiss. It turns out that only this single dormitory is undergoing renovations. This cannot possibly be a school-wide initiative. What is the story with this dormitory? Why are they allowed to install air conditioning? Why is there such a disparity among the dormitories? It seems to be in Building 12, but which specific dormitory? I do not know. Does anyone have detailed information? I have heard that the occupants of this dormitory are the president's son, which certainly accounts for their different treatment. What? This is unfair. I must protest. Room 302. Hey, look at the school forum. It seems our dormitory has become quite popular. Zhao Mingrui was the first to see the online post and angrily remarked, it seems everyone is criticizing us, questioning why our dormitory is allowed to install air conditioning. Damn. Are we eating their family's rice? What business is it of theirs if our dormitory installs air conditioning? Qian Shengxian couldn't help but curse. Goodness. These people are just jealous. Shen Hongyang also couldn't hold back. Jiang Qiu remained calm, saying, it doesn't matter. We'll soon be enjoying the cool breeze. Let them complain. Brother Qiu's composure made me eager with anticipation. Haha, as expected of my brother Qiu, unruffled in the face of adversity. However, they claim you are the president's son, so, upon hearing this, the previously calm Jiang Qiu could no longer contain himself. What the hell? You're the president's son. Your entire family is the president's son. The dormitory's occupants replied, what happened to being magnanimous? What happened to being unperturbed? Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Li Huayuan from the neighboring room 303 walked in. They were all classmates from business class 3 and were relatively familiar with one another. Although Li Huayuan had previously failed in his bid for class monitor, he bore no grievances. After all, what could he do when Jiang Qiu was so remarkably handsome? Class monitor, your dormitory has become a hot topic on the school forum, Li Huayuan hesitated to say. There are countless posts inquiring about you. Normally, the school wouldn't install new air conditioners in the dorms, would they? Of course not, Zhao Mingrue retorted angrily. Here's the situation. Brother Qiu purchased an air conditioner himself, only to discover that the school's electrical system couldn't support its installation due to insufficient voltage. At that moment, the Huawei engineer was right there, and he proposed a solution. As he spoke, he gestured towards the busy Wang Zhixue. Wang Zhixue promptly stood up and greeted, "Hello, I am a Huawei engineer. If you require assistance, feel free to contact me." "Hello. Can you really resolve the electrical issues in the dormitory?" Li Huayuan asked skeptically. "Absolutely. Our Huawei second-generation energy wall can sufficiently supply power to your dormitory," Wang Zhixue assured, subsequently elaborating on the product and presenting a dormitory renovation plan. Li Huayuan was genuinely intrigued. Who wouldn't want a lounge in their dorm, basking in cool breezes during the sweltering summer? However, reality proved harsh. When he learned that one energy wall cost a staggering 50,000 yuan, his enthusiasm evaporated. Chapter 22. Jiang Qiu's response, apologizing in line? "Sorry, I suddenly feel less hot. Summer isn't such a big deal without air conditioning." With that, Li Huayuan swiftly exited dormitory 302. He silently calculated the expenses in his mind. For energy walls, each priced at 50,000 yuan, totaling 200,000 yuan, plus installation fees. Li Huayuan was at a loss. He had never expected Jiang Qiu to be so affluent. All right. This must be what it means to be a big shot. If others had such wealth, what wouldn't they spend it on? Who would frivolously purchase a large power bank? If Wang Zhixue had overheard Li Huayuan's thoughts, he would likely be infuriated. Such a high-tech product, and to dismiss it as merely a large power bank. However, Wang Zhixue could empathize. The product's steep price of 50,000 yuan rendered it unattainable for most. Moreover, although it was practical in a dormitory setting, it was highly unlikely anyone would purchase it, except for Jiang Qiu, of course. Individuals like him were unconcerned with monetary constraints. Their focus lay on the pleasures of life. Meanwhile, after Li Huayuan departed, Qian Shengqian turned to Jiang Qiu and remarked, "Boss, it seems the forum situation is quite impactful. Should we respond?" "Yes. If we don't reply, could it lead to future troubles?" Zhao Mingrue expressed his concerns. Jiang Qiu pondered briefly before opening his computer to check the forum status. Indeed, various provocative remarks have emerged, and even a petition with thousands of signatures demanding an investigation into Dormitory 302 has surfaced. Very well, it appears we must respond. After Jiang Qiu's statement, several members of the dormitory eagerly joined in, initiating a barrage of posts to combat the falsehoods. Let it be clarified. Regarding the installation of air conditioning in Dormitory 302, it was entirely funded by the members themselves, with no involvement from the university. The truth is unveiled. The freshmen independently financed the installation of the air conditioning, without utilizing any public resources. Here lies the truth. Dormitory 302 has no ties to the principal, nor does it engage in any illicit or improper behaviors. However, upon the posting of these messages, the situation did not immediately calm. Instead, it incited further discussions. A senior from my third year inquired whether all dormitories could independently install air conditioning. Awaiting a reply, she lamented the oppressive heat, expressing her desire for cooling. If permitted, we too would consider crowdfunding to alleviate summer's discomfort. Indeed, if air conditioning can be installed, it must be equitable. Otherwise, we have grounds to suspect foul play. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Qiu finally logged into his account. Rather than hastily responding, he took several photographs, including 4 Huawei energy walls, the safety power supply plan provided by Wang Zhixue, and even recent transaction records. Once prepared, Jiang Qiu uploaded the images to his computer and began to compose his post. "I am Jiang Qiu from Dormitory 302. Regarding the air conditioning installation issue, I would like to provide a unified response to everyone's inquiries. First, I understand that safety is a significant concern. Please rest assured. We have employed the second-generation Huawei energy walls for power supply, which guarantees electrical safety. Second, concerning the alleged occupation of university resources and misappropriation of public funds for personal gain, I can confidently assure you that all expenses have been covered by myself, with no violations occurring. Third, I recognize that many students wish to install air conditioning in their dormitories. With my consent, I will now disclose the manufacturer's contact information for those interested to reach out directly. Lastly, I will upload several on-site photographs, along with detailed accounts of all expenses and screenshots of the transaction records. Huawei Energy Walls, see image, unit price, 50,000 yuan, quantity, 4, total, 200,000 yuan. Dormitory wiring renovation, see image, material and labor costs, 12,000 yuan. Total expenses, 212,000 yuan. Transaction screenshot, see image, bank card number, see image, electronic invoice, see image. In conclusion, thank you all for your understanding. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. After Jiang Qiu posted his unified response, no one spoke. 5 minutes later, a remarkable scene unfolded as countless individuals began to line up beneath Jiang Qiu's post to offer their apologies. I am sorry, my face hurts. I apologize. I wrongly accused the original poster. I should not have wronged an innocent person. I was mistaken. I previously fell prey to the rumors circulating online, and I sincerely apologize. I am truly sorry for my earlier outburst, which has made this situation exceedingly awkward. Jiang Qiu's response swiftly quelled the preceding discord. His post, replete with images and substantial evidence, particularly the attached screenshot of the bank transfer, clearly displays the date and time. It is evident that any slander falters in the face of reality. Simultaneously, this post inadvertently ignited interest in the Huawei Energy Wall, a product that had not previously crossed anyone's mind as a solution for dormitory electricity issues. However, while the proposal exists, the price has indeed deterred many from pursuing it. It is surprising to learn of such a device in my senior year. Alas, it is too late for me to benefit from it. Is the individual above being serious? An energy wall costs 50,000 yuan. Although I am merely a freshman, I cannot afford it either. It is disheartening. My entire allowance over 4 years of college would not suffice to purchase one. To be candid, even if I were to forego food and drink, and refrain from dating throughout my university years, I wouldn't be able to save up 50,000 yuan. Excuse me, but this price is outrageous. I am simply unworthy. I suddenly feel as if the summers in Shanghai are not as sweltering. Could it be that my heat resistance has awakened? I would like to inquire if the esteemed individual is still in need of trinkets. Greetings, I am Yu Miao Miao from the Freshman International Trade class. May I visit your dormitory for a brief tour? Jiang Qiu, I have sent you a private message with my photo. Please respond upon seeing it. I am uncertain from which floor the atmosphere of our school's forum shifted dramatically, as it is now filled with requests for Jiang Qiu's contact information and posts expressing a desire for deeper conversations with him. Dormitory 302, what is happening? The school forum has transformed into a grand matchmaking venue. Chen Hongliang jested, brothers, do you think if I shared Qiu Ji's contact information, many would purchase it? What a brilliant idea, as expected of you. Qian Shengxian chuckled. I believe it might even cover this semester's tuition, Zhao Mingrui added with a laugh. Jiang Qiu, however, wore a look of exasperation. Brothers, please do not involve me in this. After he spoke, several of them could not help but burst into laughter. The public uproar was perfectly resolved. Chapter 23. A business message from the future Ding Dong. The system has detected that the host has flawlessly resolved the public relations crisis. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. A business message from the future. Huh. Jiang Qiu paused slightly. Is this even possible? It seems today is a fortuitous day for him. A random reward is akin to finding money for free. At this moment, he wished to convey to the system that he would welcome an abundance of such rewards. Ding dong. Would the host like to view it immediately? Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and decided to seize the opportunity to check it right away. After all, this reward is a first for him, and he is curious about its specific implications. Future business information. In 3 days, the publicly listed Lingnan Pharmaceutical Group will announce significant favorable news. Note 1. This information is classified as a top company secret and is currently known only to members of the board of directors of Ling and Pharmaceutical. Note 2. The host must maintain confidentiality. Any leakage may lead to unpredictable consequences. Jiang Qiu furrowed his brow, pondering the enigma of Lingnan Pharmaceutical. Furthermore, the second note was somewhat alarming. Could the unpredictable consequences possibly entail the end of the world? Understanding both oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. Jiang Xiu opened today's oil stick and searched for all available information regarding Lingnan Pharmaceutical. Overview. Lingnan Pharmaceutical is a key national high-tech enterprise that steadfastly adheres to a development strategy centered on technological innovation, driven by market leadership. Since its establishment, the company has developed over 10 nationally patented new drugs, earning accolades such as a first-class national award for technological advancement and a second-class national award for technological invention, alongside more than 30 provincial and ministerial-level scientific and technological awards. In 2021, the company achieved certification for its traditional Chinese medicine production line and its chemical formulation production workshop, receiving recognition as a national innovative enterprise and ranking among the top 20 pharmaceutical-listed companies in the country. Such a formidable enterprise, what significant favorable news might it announce? More importantly, how might I leverage this information? Jiang Xiu understood that the rewards dispensed by the system were never without purpose. There must be something he had yet to grasp. With a frown, he continued reading. Latest company news. Products under the Lingnan Pharmaceutical Group have faced severe criticism from a well-known figure. A certain young master lambasted Lingnan Pharmaceutical, delving into the underlying reasons. The stock market of Lingnan Pharmaceutical has encountered a debacle, facing consecutive 3-day trading halts. Stock market experts predict that in the coming week, Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock price is likely to continue its downward trend. These are all negative reports. Suddenly, Jiang Xiu comprehended. The opportunity lay here. The current scenario is that Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock is plummeting, with investors frantically divesting their shares. The stock market operates on information disparity. When negative news surfaces, investors tend to sell off in a frenzy, while the release of positive news prompts a rush to buy. Now, Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock price is at a low point. If I were to buy in heavily before the announcement of favorable news, then once that significant announcement is made, the stocks I purchased are bound to surge. One must admit, the system is impressive. To be privy to such confidential business information in advance is a golden opportunity, and if executed wisely, it could lead to substantial gains. As for the specifics of the major favorable news, it is of little consequence. What Jiang Xiu desires is merely the favorable news that will elevate Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock price. Everything else is irrelevant. With this thought in mind, he checked his own situation. Host, Jiang Xiu physical condition, 92 points charm, 91 points wisdom, 91 points skills, senior level driving skills, senior level, singing ability, special effects, blessing of fate, immunity to intoxication, account balance, 6, 882, 185 yuan. Jiang Xiu could not help but lament the fleeting nature of money. Fortunately, the task of upgrading the dormitory was nearing completion, which would restore some of his finances. With this thought, a renewed fervor ignited within him. At 6 p.m., the installation and debugging of the system were finally complete. Wang Zhixue demonstrated the specific usage methods and guided everyone to download Huawei's app, teaching them how to control the entire system through their smartphones. So, everything is ready now? Qian Shenqian asked excitedly. Indeed. Wang Zhixue nodded, adding currently. The energy wall has only 1/3 of its power left. However, since you purchased 4 units, using them separately will easily last for 6 hours. After speaking, he cast a glance at Jiang Xiu, perhaps pondering if this was his rationale for acquiring 4 energy walls. Quite the astute decision. Jiang Xiu paid no heed to Wang Zhixue's gaze, instead focusing on his phone while reveling in the cool breeze from the air conditioning. How refreshing. The summer heat in the Magic City could be stifling, and without air conditioning, restful sleep was nearly impossible. Mr. Jiang, we shall take our leave. Should you have any questions in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. We at Huawei provide 5 years of after-sales service. Wang Zhixue said, simultaneously retrieving his phone. This is my WeChat. Let us at each other. Of course. Thank you for your hard work today, Jiang Xiu replied. After adding each other on WeChat, he glanced at the time. It's mealtime. Shall we dine together? No, that is not necessary. It is our duty. Wang Zhixue quickly waved his hand, smiling in gratitude while politely declining the offer. Before leaving, he ensured the area was spotless, taking all construction debris with him. Jiang Xiu observed this with satisfaction, and in a generous gesture, he sent a red envelope of 500 yuan. Thank you for your efforts. Treat everyone to dinner tonight. Upon receiving the red envelope, Wang Zhixue expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Today has truly been a delightful surprise, Encountering someone of your stature is an incredible stroke of luck. Inside the dormitory, once Wang Zhixue and his team departed, Qian Shengqian promptly closed the door. Unable to contain his joy, he exclaimed, "This refreshing chill is pure bliss." Indeed, the new air conditioning is splendid, Zhao Mingrui affirmed. Most importantly, we need not worry about power outages tonight, Chen Hongliang added, his face beaming with excitement. Jiang Qiu surveyed his companions and smiled, asking, "Are you all satisfied?" "Absolutely." Zhao Mingrui paused, then turned to Jiang Qiu, suddenly stating, "Brother Qiu, regarding today's expenses, we discussed and agreed to share the cost with you." On the other side, Qian Shengqian and Chen Hongliang echoed in agreement. "Indeed, boss. We shouldn't always take advantage of you. After all, we will be sharing the dormitory, and it's better to split the costs evenly." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Qiu was profoundly touched. However, he truly did not require any division of expenses. "There is no need to dispute this matter with me. I originally organized it. So how could I allow you to contribute financially?" Jiang Qiu waved his hand and continued, "Moreover, I genuinely do not lack funds. If you feel uncomfortable, simply treat me to dinner tonight." His remarks once again fostered a closer bond among the roommates. Chapter 24. No outsiders here. A personal demonstration of sunscreen techniques. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. On completing the dormitory upgrade task, the system is currently calculating the cashback multiplier. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 7x cashback. The system is analyzing the satisfaction levels of Qian Shengqian, Zhao Mingrui, and Chen Hongliang. Congratulations, host. Based on a comprehensive evaluation, the total satisfaction coefficient of the three is 3. Perfect. Jiang Qiu understood that a satisfaction score of 3 indicated that each of the three had a satisfaction level of 100. Thus, the reward for this task amounted to 212,000 yuan multiplied by a 7x cashback, further multiplied by a 3x satisfaction coefficient, culminating in a total of 452,000 yuan. Congratulations, host, for receiving a task reward of 452,000 yuan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Jiang Qiu opted for an immediate withdrawal. The Perfect Life system issued a special reminder, clarifying that this reward bore no legal risks. Almost simultaneously, a text from the Gongshang Bank arrived. Your Gongshang Bank account ending in 1209 received a transfer of 452,000 yuan on August 31st at 1818. Jiang Qiu opened his Gongshang Bank app and checked his current account balance, 51,402,185 yuan. Excellent. Now that he possessed the principal and had access to vital business information, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Moreover, earning money in the stock market was also a task assigned by the system. Without hesitation, he decided to invest in Lingnan Pharmaceutical. Prior to this, Jiang Qiu planned to bring his roommates along. After all, the system task had indicated a hidden option. Leading his roommates to profit together would yield additional special rewards. Jiang Qiu eagerly anticipated what this special reward might entail. Based on his recent understanding of the system, it could be quite valuable. Of course, Jiang Qiu would not pressure them to participate. After all, forcing someone to partake would yield no sweet fruit. A subtle reminder would suffice, and it was up to them to decide whether to join. With this in mind, Jiang Qiu cleared his throat twice, waiting for everyone to look over before he spoke. "Brothers, I have a lucrative opportunity. I wonder if you would be interested? Make money? Brother Qiu, do tell." "Boss, I'm willing to follow you." "Don't say anything else. Following Brother Qiu to make money is undoubtedly the right choice." Jiang Qiu had not anticipated that his mere attempt to gauge their interest would ignite such eagerness among them. "Regarding specific details, I cannot divulge them at this moment," he continued. "However, I can provide you with a general overview. The expected return on this venture is approximately 20, with a corresponding risk of about 20. Profit and risk are inherently intertwined." He was aware that the commercial information disseminated by the system was reliable, assuring him that his investment would yield a guaranteed profit. The only variable was the magnitude of that profit. Jiang Qiu deliberately mentioned the risks involved to mitigate any suspicions from the others. After all, no investment can ever be devoid of risk. Those who promise absolute safety are typically charlatans. Therefore, you must first assess whether you can accept this risk before contemplating any financial commitment. He added, "Ultimately, whether or not you invest is inconsequential, and the amount is entirely at your discretion. It will not affect our relationship." "Brother Qiu, we understand." Qian Shengqian was the first to speak up. You think we're too impoverished and wish to elevate our status alongside you. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback, left pondering what he could possibly say in response. Boss, rest assured, if you invest in a project, I will follow through to the end. Zhao Mingrui quickly chimed in. As for whether it will be profitable, it doesn't really matter. We can just consider it an experience. Indeed, I'm in as well. Chen Hongliang suddenly asked with an air of mystery, Brother Qiu, is there a limit on the investment amount? Jiang Qiu blinked in surprise, casting a curious glance at Chen Hongliang. Could this person be a hidden tycoon? What if he were to contribute more than Jiang Qiu himself? That would be quite awkward. How much do you wish to invest? Jiang Qiu hesitated, stating, in principle, there is no cap. However, if the amount is exceptionally large, I would prefer you to reflect on it thoroughly. What about 100,000? Chen Hongliang probed tentatively. Jiang Qiu was tempted to give him a playful slap. You only have 100,000? I thought you were aiming for a more ambitious target. Third brother, I feel compelled to express my thoughts. Jiang Qiu raised a finger in jest. Please refrain from being so enigmatic. Is 100,000 a substantial amount? Feel free to contribute. Cough, cough. Brother Qiu, we are not the same, Chen Hongliang lamented. This money comprises all my savings, including my lifelong New Year's gifts and the living expenses for the upcoming semester. All right then, it's merely a trivial sum. Jiang Qiu waved his hand dismissively. 100,000 is a trivial sum? Zhao Mingrui chuckled wryly. Brother Qiu, I can at most contribute 50,000. Will that suffice? His funds were held by his parents, and with the school year just beginning, he had no immediate expenses, hence he hadn't retrieved any money. He never expected such a valuable opportunity for profit to arise, and he feared Jiang Qiu might dismiss him for contributing too little, ultimately leaving him out of the venture. As for potential losses, he harbored no worries, for Jiang Qiu's capabilities were evident to all. If one can acquire some valuable investment experience, that is far more significant than anything else. Certainly, one should act according to their own circumstances and capabilities. Jiang Qiu nodded, remaining silent. Brother Qiu, I have 200,000 to invest entirely with you. On the other side, Qian Shengqian gritted his teeth, resolved to take a gamble. Who knows, perhaps a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. Are you certain? This investment carries its own risks. Jiang Qiu was taken aback that Qian Shengqian would present such a substantial amount. He was confident that he would not incur any losses, but the other party was unaware of that. What could have instilled such confidence in him? Was it his amiable appearance that suggested he was a good person? If that were the case, perhaps he should consider hosting a live stream to raise funds, which could potentially yield considerable profits. It's all right, Brother Qiu. I have faith in you. This statement emanated from the depths of Qian Shengqian's heart. Through their interactions over the past few days, he recognized Jiang Qiu as a capable individual, not to mention the fact that he could invest over 200,000 to acquire 4 energy walls indicated that he was hardly concerned about such trivial matters. Well then, the second brother will invest 200,000, the third brother 100,000, and the fourth brother 50,000, Jiang Qiu added. Lastly, I would like to mention that this is merely an intention for now. You may still contemplate it. Should you have any regrets, it will not affect our relationships, as investment entails risks and is entirely voluntary. Understood. The three nodded, none expressing any regret for their earlier decisions. All right, please transfer the funds to the bank accounts I provide by tomorrow evening. Jiang Qiu continued. Results will be available within a week. As for the specific operations, I will inform you on the day of action. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. We trust you, Brother Qiu. The group exuded confidence, even brimming with anticipation. Observing their faith in him, Jiang Qiu resolved to provide them with an opportunity for profit. After all, it required little effort on his part, and even promised additional rewards, so why not? Then, let us enjoy a hearty meal tonight. Tomorrow we shall embark on the arduous journey of military training. Jiang Qiu mused. Let us go for skewers and drinks. Chen Hongliang quickly agreed. Zhao Mingrui nodded, still somewhat indignant as he declared, last time, I was too complacent. This time, I shall not return until I am inebriated. Well, I must remind you, fourth brother. Who was the first to fall last time? Qian Shengqian retorted without mercy. The group erupted in laughter, and Zhao Mingrui felt a bit embarrassed. That night, they did not indulge excessively in alcohol, as they needed to maintain their composure for the military training the following day. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Qiu noticed a dozen unread messages on his phone, all from Chu Yanxi. He replied, simultaneously inquiring about sun protection techniques. Chu Yanxi provided a thorough explanation and even recorded a video, personally demonstrating the application for Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu was taken aback. She certainly did not regard him as a mere acquaintance. In the video, Chu Yanxi, clad in pajamas, delivered an astute explanation. However, Jiang Qiu's attention was evidently elsewhere. Fortunately, Jiang Qiu possessed remarkable resolve, swiftly calming himself. After engaging in conversation for a while longer and exchanging goodnights, both soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 25. The first day of military training. Others' girlfriends the following morning, on the campus of Jiangnan University, thousands of freshmen were organized into several formations by their respective colleges. Dressed in camouflage uniforms, they stood rigidly under the glaring sun, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. Some of the more frail girls were already on the verge of collapse. In comparison to the physical exertion, the greater torment lay in the scorching sunlight beating down upon their faces. It was evident that within a couple of days, all the freshmen would be sun-kissed. In the southeast corner of the schoolyard, the management college formation was situated. According to Jiangnan University's tradition, military training required the disbanding of classes, organizing students by college. Each college was further divided into smaller formations, overseen by trained upperclassmen acting as instructors. Jiang Qiu found himself in the third formation of the management college, surrounded by classmates from various majors, each an unfamiliar face. At ease. Stand at attention. All present. Take a 15-minute break. The instructor glanced at the time before issuing the command. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the formation, with some students collapsing onto the ground. There was no choice. Fatigue had taken its toll. However, one individual stood out. At the moment the instructor's command was issued, Jiang Qiu dashed towards the shade 30 meters away with astonishing speed. What on earth? Am I seeing things? After standing for so long, my legs are numb. And he can still run that fast? It was quite impressive. While he could not compete with Jiang Qiu, securing the second position was still within reach. Inspired by Jiang Qiu's lead, several students began to scamper toward the shade, though their speed was pitiable. Phew, it's sweltering. Jiang Qiu had no desire to linger under the sun for even a minute. Why not seek refuge in the coolness on such a scorching day? Compared to the draining military training, he despised the relentless exposure to the sun even more. After all, with a constitution score of 92, the intensity of military training posed no challenge whatsoever. Yet, sun exposure was a different matter. Regardless of one's resilience, too much sun would inevitably lead to darker skin. With his striking looks, becoming sun-kissed would be a tragic waste. Fortunately, he had the foresight to purchase sunscreen the day before and had consulted Chu Yanxi on the proper application technique. This morning, Jiang Qiu had meticulously applied layer upon layer of the product. One must admit, there is merit to the notion that some expensive items justify their price. The efficacy of his La Mer sunscreen was truly commendable. In comparison to others, my complexion must appear somewhat fairer. It is utterly exhausting. This is merely the first day of military training, and I feel as though I have shed a layer of skin. Who can argue otherwise? The sun is unbearably harsh. How wonderful it would be if it were to rain. Alas, I am parched beyond belief. The school is lacking, providing no place to quench our thirst. Beside Jiang Qiu, a few students have begun to voice their grievances. Sometimes, one does not feel the thirst until it is spoken aloud. And even Jiang Qiu is not exempt from this sensation. At this moment, a bottle of freshly chilled Longshan mineral water would be nothing short of bliss. Oh, look. It appears someone is bringing water. In the distance, a girl clad in a white tank top and blue jeans has entered our line of sight. She is carrying a bottle of mineral water as she approaches the formation of the School of Management. Could it be that a single bottle of water will suffice for all of us? Just as everyone is pondering this, a boy rises from the crowd. Apologies. My girlfriend has arrived. He struts around the group, showcasing his bravado, before finally meeting the girl who has come to deliver the water. The boy takes the bottle from her hands and drinks heartily, occasionally flaunting his good fortune in front of the crowd. My goodness, is this really happening? Have some decency. Wishing this couple well, though they are actually siblings. The onlookers cannot help but feel envious at this scene. Not only has she delivered water, but she has also scattered a plethora of romantic gestures. How can anyone endure this? I must tell you, that girl is a second-year senior and an officer in the student council. At this moment, a blonde-haired boy reveals the situation of the two. What? The senior is wonderful. Considerate, gentle, and virtuous. I too wish to have a senior like her. But wait, how could they have become a couple in such a short time? Indeed, this is all happening far too quickly. Frankly, that boy isn't even as handsome as I am. Hearing the discussions, the blonde boy stands again. You don't understand. In this day and age, looks aren't everything. Character is what truly matters. After saying this, he points to a girl approaching, dressed refreshingly. Apologies, my friends. My girlfriend is also here. He then stands and casually walks towards her, wrapping an arm around her waist. Goodness gracious. Is this even fair? Enduring 2 blows in a single day, how does one cope? It is unjust. As fellow freshmen, why is there no senior to bring me water? In an instant, everyone is sighing in discontent. Fortunately, the majority are similarly deprived of water. If we just endure a little longer, it shall pass. At that moment, Li Huayuan, who is in the same formation as Jiang Qiu, approaches. All the students were from the same class and had been assigned to the same formation, so it was only natural for them to engage in conversation during their break. Jiang Qiu, don't you have a girlfriend to bring you water? Li Huayuan, an experienced observer, was well aware of Jiang Qiu's considerable wealth. However, what good was wealth if one remained as isolated as ever, with no one to bring them water? Contemplating this, he felt a sudden sense of equilibrium within himself. At that moment, however, all eyes involuntarily turned towards something behind Li Huayuan, causing him a moment of unease as he sensed an odd atmosphere. What was everyone looking at? His curiosity piqued. He turned his head and was instantly taken aback. Chapter 26. Was the campus beauty being threatened? Today, Chu Yinshi graced the scene in a pink short-sleeved dress that accentuated her long, smooth legs. On her feet were white high-heeled sandals, the exposed skin luminous and fair. This latest summer ensemble from Chanel not only highlighted her perfect physique, but also exuded an air of noble elegance, a demeanor that seemed to repel the unworthy. The instant she appeared on the playground, she captured the attention of everyone present. Not only the freshmen, but even some upperclassmen and instructors couldn't help but stare. It was the illustrious campus beauty of Chu University. At that moment, an upperclassman from the student council began to introduce her to the nearby freshmen. Let me tell you. The campus beauty of Chu University is also the president of our student council. Senior, how can we join the student council? The eager faces of the freshmen reflected their anticipation. Being part of the student council meant the privilege of seeing her daily. Ahem, after military training concludes, we will be recruiting new members. As he spoke, the senior pulled out a registration form. Come on, fill in your information, and we will notify you via text when we have updates. Don't miss out. As he watched the enthusiastic registrations, the senior felt a rush of excitement. His task was finally accomplished. He had labored all morning, but nothing had compared to the effect of the campus beauty's mere stroll across the playground. At that moment, Chu Yinshi held a sunshade in her left hand and a bottle of Longshan mineral water in her right. The condensation on the bottle revealed that it had just been retrieved from the refrigerator. Could it be that the campus beauty was here to deliver water? Impossible. Who could possibly have such privilege as to receive water from her? How pitiful. That ice-cold water must be freezing. She must be suffering holding it like that. A murmur of astonishment spread among the crowd. Those who were acquainted with Chu Yinshi were particularly bewildered. For 3 years, her aloof demeanor made it unimaginable for her to come to the playground to distribute water. Perhaps she was related to someone attending Jiangnan University this year? Or maybe she was acting on a teacher's request to look after someone's child. It had to be one of those reasons. There could be no other explanation. Amidst the collective gaze, Chu Yinshi remained undistracted, her expression focused as she diligently searched for something. Half a minute later, she finally confirmed the location. Not far away. At the southeast corner of the school playground, the flag of the School of Management fluttered in the wind, holding Longshan's spring water in her hand. Chu Yinshi made her way in that direction. Goodness, the campus bell has come to our School of Management. I am so nervous. It seems she is approaching me. Is she going to deliver water to me? No, what a dream. Clearly, she is heading towards me. The boys surrounding Jiang Qiu were brimming with excitement, as if that bottle of water were destined for their hands. Even Li Huayuan, who had just turned away, felt his heart race. Could the campus bell's target be him? Compared to others, Li Huayuan felt he had a greater chance. After all, Chu Yinshi held another identity, that of the assistant class teacher in his class. It seemed quite reasonable for the assistant to deliver water to her own students, right? Just then, a sudden sense of crisis surged within him. He seemed to have forgotten someone. Jiang Qiu was in the same class as him. Moreover, compared to himself, he held the title of class monitor. giving him an even greater chance. Stealing a glance with his peripheral vision, Li Huayuan realized that Jiang Qiu was his most formidable rival, though reluctant to admit it. In terms of looks, he was indeed a tad more handsome than Li Huayuan. No, this opportunity is rare. I must take the initiative. If I can greet the campus belle before anyone else, that bottle of water should surely belong to me. Resolute in his decision, Li Huayuan tidied his hairstyle and strode toward Chu Yanxi. Goodness, so Chu Yanxi is delivering water to him? Unbelievable. This guy doesn't even look that impressive. How envious. Chu Yanxi, you've arrived. Li Huayuan hurried to Chu Yanxi's side, adopting a familiar tone to establish rapport. Oh, it's you, Li Huayuan. Chu Yanxi greeted him flatly before simply bypassing him. Awkward. Utterly awkward. Li Huayuan had extended his hand halfway, only to be taken aback as Chu Yanxi walked away. Oh. So the campus belle wasn't delivering water to him after all. I knew it. How could Chu Yanxi possibly take a liking to him? It's like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Indeed. Just look at him acting like a sycophant. He should take a moment to reflect. Normally, Chu Yanxi, despite her aloofness, wouldn't entirely disregard others. However, today was different. Jiang Qiu had just finished training and must be quite thirsty now. At this moment, she had no time to waste on others and needed to deliver the water immediately. Furthermore, and most importantly, her first impression of this male classmate was far from favorable. On the day of the class meeting, he had attempted to compete with Jiang Qiu for the position of class monitor. In Chu Yanxi's view, attempting to compete with her husband for something would hardly leave a favorable impression on him. Poor Li Huayuan. He could not fathom in his dreams why he suffered such a humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu witnessed the unfolding scene and could not help but cover her forehead in despair. It was clear, her target was indeed still her. At the moment Li Huayuan charged forward, Jiang Qiu truly wished she would refrain from approaching. After all, hundreds of eyes were fixed on that bottle of water. Whoever managed to seize it might very well face a beating from the numerous admirers of the campus belle. Jiang Qiu genuinely wished to keep a low profile. Nevertheless, what was meant to happen was inevitable. Jiang Qiu, you've worked hard in training. Chu Yanxi approached her, retracting her sunshade to free her hands, deftly twisting open the bottle cap and gently offering it to Jiang Qiu. Here, have a sip of water. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly astonished, holding their breath in disbelief. Did this truly occur? The illustrious Chu, the campus belle, personally delivered water and even twisted the cap open, presenting it to another's lips? If it weren't for their own eyes, who would have imagined Chu, the belle, possessed such a tender side? Chu, are you being coerced? If so, just blink. However, at that moment, Chu Yanxi wore a smile, her gaze firmly fixed on Jiang Qiu. Anyone present could discern that such sweetness in her eyes could only stem from genuine affection. This sensation felt akin to a warm sun in winter, intoxicating in its embrace. How wonderful it would be if the one receiving water was oneself. Chapter 27. Is the ice water cold? Let me warm it for you. What are you dawdling for? Quickly take it. Chu Yanxi tilted her head, sweetly addressing Jiang Qiu. Thank you, senior. Jiang Qiu rose to accept the chilled Longshan spring water. Although she intended to remain inconspicuous, with so many onlookers, it would be quite disrespectful to decline the offering from her senior. Had others known her thoughts, she would likely have faced a harsh reprimand. This is my third year, and it's the first time I've heard Chu, the campus belle, speak so gently to a boy. Do you think this boy might be a relative of Chu, hence the special treatment? That would be quite reasonable. Upon reflection, this seemed plausible. Look at that boy's reaction. He appeared quite reluctant. Indeed, if it were any other boy, he would undoubtedly wear a different expression. If it were me, I would be overjoyed. That makes sense. Perhaps he truly is a relative, like a cousin or something. As the chatter ensued, no one wished to accept the reality before them, and the atmosphere of the entire playground was thick with palpable jealousy. Just moments ago, the brash youth flaunting his girlfriend found himself utterly dismayed. It turned out the fool was none other than himself. Li Huayuan felt an enormous sense of awkwardness. Despite his proactive approach, why was he the one left wounded? Senior, there is truly no need for you to bring me water. Jiang Qiu gazed at Chu Yanxi, a vague and inexplicable feeling lingering in his heart. Why was she so kind to him? Had it been at the onset of their acquaintance, Jiang Qiu might have understood her actions as stemming from guilt over their initial collision, a desire to make amends. Yet, so much time had elapsed, and his health was entirely restored. Could it be due to his appearance? That seemed implausible. After all, Anyone who could afford a Ferrari worth over 20 million would have encountered countless handsome men. As for financial motives, that was even more unlikely. Chu Yinshi belonged to a wealthy family and had no need to covet anyone else's money. Let us not forget, I am your teaching assistant. It is only natural for teachers to care for their students. Chu Yinshi's gaze flickered, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic excitement. Care for students? I hardly believe that. Jiang Qiu had witnessed the awkward incident with Li Huayuan in its entirety. If memory served him right, they were in the same class. He could only imagine the fury that would ensue if Li Huayuan heard her utter those words. Jiang Qiu blinked and replied earnestly, "Very well, thank you for your concern. Teacher Chu." Upon hearing Jiang Qiu refer to her as teacher again, Chu Yinshi feigned annoyance and shot him a glare. But soon, her expression softened. "You've worked so hard during military training. You must drink some water to replenish your strength. Oh dear, why aren't you drinking? Is it too cold? Let me warm it for you first." Who could withstand such attentiveness? This senior was remarkably considerate. Jiang Qiu twisted off the cap and took a hearty gulp. An invigorating chill coursing through him. In the scorching summer heat, especially during military drills, a sip of ice-cold water was sheer bliss. Nearby, several classmates eyed him enviously, their mouths watering. On one hand, they were genuinely parched. On the other, they were simply envious. The water gifted by the campus Belle must surely be sweet. Well then, I shall take my leave. We'll keep in touch via WeChat. As Jiang Qiu finished the water, Chu Yinshi displayed an adorable expression before turning to depart from the training ground. The moment the campus beauty left, the eyes of those around Jiang Qiu converged on him once more. Curiosity buzzed in the air. What was his true identity? Especially regarding his relationship with the campus Belle. Were they, in fact, more than friends? All right, break time is over. Everyone assemble. At that moment, the instructor's whistle pierced the air, signaling the continuation of military training. Reluctantly, everyone vacated the shaded area, once again facing the relentless sun. This cycle repeated until 5 in the afternoon, marking the conclusion of their first day of military training. Once the formation disbanded, everyone trudged wearily towards their dormitories. Jiang Qiu felt no fatigue whatsoever. Coupled with the thick layer of sunscreen he had applied, he appeared relatively unchanged. However, his roommates were another story. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was nearly unable to recognize them. "Brothers, did you go gold mining in Africa?" His remark immediately elicited a chorus of lamentations from his roommates. "Gu, you have no idea. After I returned to the dorm and glanced in the mirror, I almost didn't recognize myself," Qian Shengqian complained while gazing into the mirror. However, upon seeing Jiang Qiu, he seemed utterly disheartened. "Gu, why do I feel like we've all tanned except for you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingrui and Chun Hongliang also turned to look. Indeed, Jiang Qiu's appearance had remained unaffected. Indeed, why else would the campus beauty, Chu, specifically bring you water? As the conversation shifted to the topic of water delivery, the three gravitated closer. They were aware of some circumstances. Chu, the campus beauty, had always treated Jiang Qiu well, especially since she had brought him breakfast the previous day, which they had also benefited from. However, the specifics of their relationship's progression remained a mystery to everyone. "Gu, I heard about your exploits in the first squad today. Impressive. I heard too. It's laughable how Li Huayuan overestimates himself, thinking that Chu was delivering water to him." They burst into laughter. "He has provided me with a year's worth of amusement. Thus, when it comes to looks, Gu has never faltered. Boss, how far have you and the campus beauty progressed? Care to share?" Faced with the curiosity of his peers, Jiang Qiu waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't say such nonsense. My relationship with Chu is entirely innocent. Her bringing me water is merely a gesture of concern from a teaching assistant to a student." "I don't believe you. There are thousands of people on the playground. What are the odds she would only deliver to you?" "Exactly. I saw the way Chu looked at you. It's as if she could melt." "Indeed, something must be brewing between you two. Did you know each other back in high school?" Jiang Qiu could only smile helplessly. "Come on, we enrolled on the same day, and today is only the 3rd day. Is it possible that you two were high school sweethearts, promising to attend the same university, and you were rejected for 3 years while she waited for you? What nonsense. I believe Gu was chosen by the nation for a top-secret mission during high school, and now that the 3-year agreement is fulfilled, he returns in glory." No. What you don't understand is that for these 3 years, Gu has been battling on the front lines. Recently, when she encountered danger, she called for help. And overnight, Gu led 3,000 of the world's strongest warriors to China. Jiang Qiu struggled to contain his laughter. Have you all been reading too many ridiculous novels? Very well. It seems that Brother Qiu has yet to complete his task, and until the moment of revelation arrives, we shall refrain from probing further. After Qian spoke, the three of them nodded in agreement. Hurry up, Jiang Qiu jested. Father is about to order dinner. Do you have anything to share? Brother Qiu. You're taking advantage of the situation. Just wait until I make you bankrupt. Please bring me a portion. I've expended so much energy during military training and need something substantial. As long as there's food, the title of father is of little importance. All of them were weary. And considering it was peak dining time, no one wished to squeeze into the cafeteria again. Jiang Qiu opened the Meituan app, searched for nearby delicacies, and filtered the options by price, prioritizing the highest. For him, there was no need to deliberate over daily meals, starting with the most expensive insured variety. Previously, there had always been some motivational quotes suggesting that the poor have their financial woes while the rich suffer from having too much money. Such notions are utterly nonsensical. There is nothing in this world that money cannot resolve. If something remains unresolved, it simply indicates that the funds are insufficient. Jiang Qiu wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment as he gazed at the array of culinary delights displayed before him. His appetite instantly awakened. No longer did he hesitate over prices. That was a concern of the past. Oh, there is a new branch of Xiezun Yuan nearby. The signature dishes, crab roe noodles and crab roe rice, were quite delectable, albeit not inexpensive. An extravagant supreme combo was priced at 888 yuan. Jiang Qiu promptly ordered 3 servings. If one were to indulge, they must do so thoroughly, ensuring every part of the crab was savored, claws, legs, roe, and all. In addition to the main course, he ordered a steamed yellow croaker for 598 yuan, diced beef for 288 yuan, and lemon chicken feet for 188 yuan. Upon checkout, the total expenditure amounted to 3,738 yuan. Just as Jiang Qiu was about to make his payment, the Meituan system suddenly notified him that if his total reached 4,000 yuan, the delivery fee would be waived. Oh, such a delightful surprise. One must seize a good deal. Jiang Qiu returned to the product page and selected 10 bottles of Evian mineral water, each priced at 28 yuan. Thus, his final total reached 4,018 yuan, perfectly qualifying for the discount. Payment successful. A text notification arrived. 4,018 yuan was debited from his Gongshang bank card ending in 1209 on September 1st at 1808. Upon checking his account balance, he found it to be 51,362,005 yuan. Not bad. Affording a meal was certainly manageable. Exiting the Gongshang bank app, he returned to Meituan to confirm the delivery time. The backend indicated an estimated delivery time of 1 hour, with the rider still having 3 orders to fulfill ahead of him. Is that going to take so long? Jiang Qiu promptly contacted the Meituan rider through the app. Hello, may I inquire if it is possible to expedite my delivery? Rider, I apologize, but we must adhere to the regulations and follow the delivery sequence established by the system. Jiang Qiu casually sent a red envelope containing 100 yuan and inquired, what about now? Rider, thank you for your generous tip. I will ensure your meal arrives promptly. Jiang Qiu remained unsatisfied and subsequently sent another red envelope of 100 yuan. Rider, boss, I shall not say another word. I will prioritize your order and postpone the others. Only then did Jiang Qiu reveal a contented smile, sending an emoji in response. Perfect. With the takeaway issue resolved, Jiang Qiu decided to take a shower to alleviate the fatigue from the day's military training. Just as he finished washing up, he received a call from the delivery rider. Jiang Qiu glanced at the time. Astonishingly, the delivery was over half an hour ahead of schedule. It is noteworthy that this is in Shanghai, and given the evening rush hour, early deliveries are indeed a rarity. Such is the allure of a red envelope, perhaps? Boss, you've arrived so quickly, Zhao Mingrue exclaimed, rushing to help tidy the table as the food arrived. The group gathered around, unwrapping the packaging, and the fragrant aroma of crab wafted through the room. Could this be the recently popular crab roe rice? Look at the packaging. It's from the renowned Crab Zun Yuan, a colossal signature dish I've seen featured by numerous Douyin food bloggers. Truly delightful. Today, I get to enjoy a feast alongside Shogu. The meal extended for a full half hour, with nearly all dishes consumed. At 18, when boys are still growing, their appetites are naturally quite substantial. Fortunately, the portion sizes provided were ample, with sufficient noodles and rice, ensuring no one went hungry. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Qiu opened a bottle of Evian mineral water to rinse his mouth. He felt quite pleased with the meal, as the flavors justified the price. The richness of the crab roe was exquisite, with the texture and seasoning of the crab claws and legs each offering a unique experience. The only drawback was that the crab meat was somewhat loose. If Jiang Qiu were to rate this meal on a scale of 10, he would confidently assign it a score of 90. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had enjoyed an unforgettable culinary experience and awarded him a mid-level gourmet cashback card. Mid-level gourmet cashback card. The host randomly receives a cashback of up to 120 times the corresponding expenditure, along with an additional satisfaction bonus for up to 3 people aside from the host. Note 1. The final cashback amount is determined by a random multiplier based on the expenditure and satisfaction coefficient. Note 2. For instance, if the host spends 1,000 yuan on a meal, and the random cashback multiplier is 20 times, with the satisfaction of the other 3 individuals being 90. The final cashback amount would be calculated as 1,000 multiplied by 20, then multiplied by the satisfaction coefficient of 27. Jiang Qiu silently calculated in his mind. Spending 1,000 yuan on a meal could potentially yield a cashback of 54,000. Quite impressive. This mid-level gourmet cashback card is remarkable. I wonder what the higher-tier cashback cards might be like. Ding dong. May I inquire if the host wishes to immediately utilize the intermediate gourmet cashback card? Jiang Qiu turned to his roommates and asked, "Gentlemen, how do you find the flavors of this establishment? If we were to rate it on a scale of 10, what score would you bestow?" Zhao Mingrui was the first to respond. "I awarded a perfect 10. It is utterly delicious. It is my first time in Magic City, and I have never tasted such exquisite cuisine." Qian Shengxian patted his belly, declaring, "I too grant it 10 points. The flavors are delightful, the presentation is meticulous, and the delivery was prompt. It deserves full marks." Meanwhile, Chen Hongliang pondered for a moment before saying, "I think their crab is slightly lacking. I shall deduct half a point. Everything else, however, is splendid." He then added, "As a local, I know of another establishment that is quite good. Once our military training concludes, we should give it a try." "All right, we'll mooch a meal then." Zhao Weiming chuckled and turned to Jiang Qiu, inquiring, "Brother Qiu, what score do you think it deserves?" Echoing the sentiments of the third member, Jiang Qiu replied, as he noted, "The crab does fall a tad short, so I shall deduct half a point. Furthermore, I find the crab meat a bit loose, thus I will subtract another half point. Everything else is commendable. Next time we visit the place recommended by the third brother, we shall compare thoroughly." And thus it was agreed upon, with the dormitory occupants unanimously voicing their agreement. Next, everyone collaborated to tidy up, as maintaining a clean living environment is indeed essential. Once they had finished their chores, Jiang Qiu reclined on his bed to rest. He resolved to use his intermediate gourmet cashback card for this meal. The decision stemmed from the high ratings bestowed by everyone. To let it go to waste would be a pity. It must be noted that during the day, they had endured rigorous training, leaving them rather fatigued. Therefore, anything they consumed that evening would undoubtedly be deemed delicious. At any other time, achieving such elevated ratings would be quite challenging. Contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Qiu decided to use the card immediately, knowing that future opportunities would arise, and completing tasks would naturally yield new cashback cards. Ding dong. The intermediate gourmet cashback card is now active, and the cashback multiplier is being calculated. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a random cashback multiplier of 15 times. The system is assessing the satisfaction levels of Qian Shengxian, Chen Hongliang, and Zhao Mingrui. Congratulations, host. Following a comprehensive evaluation, the total satisfaction coefficient of the trio amounts to 295. This satisfaction coefficient aligns perfectly with the results Jiang Qiu had previously gathered, confirming their honesty in ratings. Consequently, the reward from the intermediate gourmet cashback card amounts to the expenditure of 4,018 yuan multiplied by 15, and then multiplied by 295, yielding a grand total of 1,717,695 yuan. Congratulations, host, on receiving a task reward of 1,717,695 yuan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Jiang Qiu opted for an immediate withdrawal. And almost simultaneously, a message from the cooperative bank arrived. Perfect. This meal cost over 4,000 yuan, yet he ended up profiting over 170,000 yuan. Jiang Qiu could only wish for more of such fortunate occurrences. Chapter 29. The campus Belle rises to fame again. Directly blacklisted at the luxurious villa complex across from Jiangnan University, Building 8, Li Lingling, as usual, indulged in watermelon while logging into the university's forum. For countless university students, the forum serves as a multifaceted platform for entertainment, gossip, confessions, friendships, and casual outings. Whatever transpires on campus is swiftly reported on the forum. Upon logging in, Li Lingling was greeted by 3 pinned posts, their bright red flame icons strikingly conspicuous. Are you kidding me? The campus Belle delivers water to freshmen on the training grounds. On the first day of military training, the aloof campus Belle reveals her gentle side. How infuriating. Who has stolen my goddess? After perusing these posts, Li Lingling was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the same close friend she knew? When did she become so tender? Xiao Shi, you've once again skyrocketed to the forum's trending topics, Li Lingling exclaimed, dashing to Chu Yanxi's room, pointing at the most eye-catching posts on her tablet. Oh, I couldn't care less. I'm not afraid of others knowing, replied Chu Yanxi, lounging on her bed, fixated on a selfie of Jiang Qiu, which she had been staring at for over half an hour. Well, even if you don't mind, what if Jiang Qiu sees it? What will he think? Li Lingling fretted for her friend. The moment she mentioned Jiang Qiu's name, Chu Yanxi sprang upright. You might have a point. What if Jiang Qiu becomes displeased? Should I call Mr. Li from the forum and request the removal of those posts? Isn't that a bit extreme? Though Li Lingling voiced her concerns, she understood that this was the high-profile CEO she recognized. Chu Yanxi, at such a young age, managed a vast corporate empire, relying not merely on her looks, but on her keen foresight and her decisive, no-nonsense approach to problem-solving. Yet, how had she become so affected by Jiang Qiu? At midnight, the dormitories of Jiangnan University experienced a scheduled power outage, yet room 302 in dormitory 12 continued to enjoy an uninterrupted power supply. The air conditioning hummed endlessly, providing a refreshing respite from the sweltering summer heat. Zhao Mingrui suddenly remarked, "This Huawei energy wall is truly remarkable." Chun Hongliang nodded in agreement. Indeed, being able to enjoy air conditioning in such heat is a blessing. As the roommates engaged in casual conversation, Jiang Qiu focused on replying to Chu Yanxi's message. Chu Yanxi, Jiang Qiu, have you seen the posts on the school forum? Jiang Qiu, what's the matter? I usually don't browse the forum. Chu Yanxi, that's great. It's nothing important. You should get some rest. Jiang Qiu, all right, you too, have a good night. Chu Yanxi, yes, military training is tough. What would you like to drink tomorrow? Jiang Qiu, senior, you really don't have to bring me water. It's truly unnecessary. Chu Yanxi, I understand. Good night. Jiang Qiu, that's good to hear. Good night. As their conversation concluded, the roommates shifted the topic to studying abroad. Brother Qiu, given your qualifications, you could easily study overseas, right? Chen Honglang inquired curiously. The policies for flu prevention abroad, the discrimination among people, and the differences in lifestyle make me feel it's really not worth it. Jiang Qiu reflected. He continued, in terms of future prospects, whether considering economic development or the standard of living, China is at the forefront of the world. Previously, he had not had the financial means to pursue studying abroad, and now he had entirely abandoned that notion. With so much money, why not enjoy life here instead of risking one's life abroad? Qian Shengqian agreed with this sentiment, recalling how he had refrained from going out due to the flu. Even if given another chance, he would not wish to go. Brother Qiu, I have a question, Zhao Mingrui suddenly asked with curiosity. Now that you have so much money, why are you still living in the dormitory? Who says that having money means you can't stay in a dormitory? Jiang Qiu replied earnestly. My father just can't bear to part with you all. Once you grow up, I will move out. Come on, Brother Qiu, you're not being fair. You want to take advantage of my mom too. That's too much. Let's not discuss that further, or we might get silenced. After a flurry of playful banter, the dorm fell silent. Honestly, I feel that living alone is rather dull, Jiang Qiu said nonchalantly. Perhaps if I have a girlfriend in the future, I will consider moving out. Brother Qiu, does that mean you and the school beauty, Chu, are not together yet? No way. With your relationship, could it be that she is pursuing you? Seriously, Brother Qiu, how could you turn down such a goddess? That's outrageous. Conversations among men invariably revolve around women, especially regarding someone as exceptional and aloof as Chu Yanxi, who was the center of attention in the entire school. Brother Qiu, I just saw a post on the forum about the school beauty bringing you water. It has gone viral, Qian Shengqian chuckled. The funniest part is that some infatuated fans claim you are the school beauty's cousin and refuse to believe she is pursuing you. What? Brother Chiu and the school beauty are relatives? That's too ridiculous, Chen Hongliang exaggeratedly remarked. In an instant, the whole dormitory erupted in laughter. Jiang Qiu, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Let me see that. The forum must be toxic, constantly spreading rumors about me." The last incident with the air conditioning installation nearly caused serious repercussions. Fortunately, I handled it well, and after a flawless crisis management, the situation calmed down. Must I post again to clarify that I am innocent regarding the school beauty? Ahem. It seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Just a moment ago, the post was visible, yet now it has vanished. At that moment, Qian Shengqian wore an expression of astonishment, swearing he had indeed just seen it. You must be speaking nonsense," he exclaimed. "Indeed, I could not find it either. The poster wouldn't be you, would it?" Zhao Mingrui and Chun Hongliang also found nothing. Today's forum appeared as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. It's hopeless. Even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse this. Qian Shengqian shook his head in resignation. Jiang Qiu, curious, opened the forum as well, but found nothing. However, he brushed it off, considering it merely a jest from his roommates. "All right, it's getting quite late, and we have military training tomorrow." As the clock approached midnight, Jiang Qiu concluded, "I recognize that everyone here is quite well off. It is likely that we will all eventually move out of the dormitory to live independently. So let us cherish this time together." Qian Shengqian concurred. "I have indeed contemplated living elsewhere, but I truly enjoy our time together, which is why I have not." Chen Hongliang spoke earnestly. "I hope our next 4 years together are filled with joy. Should any issues arise, please voice them directly to avoid straining our camaraderie." Zhao Mingrui nodded in agreement. "I wholeheartedly support this." Their dormitory conversation continued until 2 a.m., and one by one, they drifted into slumber. Chapter 30. The Unrequited Love and Stock Market Online Registration. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Jiang Qiu awoke early. His routine had always been commendable. Had he not chatted late into the night, he would have risen even earlier to jog each morning. However, he had foregone that for the past few days, as they were to commence military training at 8:30, which was quite exhausting. After freshening up, Jiang Qiu glanced at the other three, all still asleep. "Never mind. I shall head to the cafeteria for breakfast and bring something back for them." Directly beneath the dormitory building lay the third cafeteria of the school. Jiang Qiu surveyed the breakfast offerings, which were quite diverse, including wontons, millet porridge, pickled vegetables, buns, flour rolls, and dumplings. Of course, the beloved soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding were also readily available to satisfy the palates of students from across the nation. After a brief exploration, Jiang Qiu ordered a bowl of wontons, 2 tea eggs, and 2 baskets of soup dumplings, then carried his tray to find a seat. He opened his phone, scrolling through Douyin live broadcasts while enjoying his breakfast. Remember to follow if you like the teacher. Join the fan club. Brothers, are we back to learn yoga? Students, open your bodies and let us welcome a new day. Teacher, could we schedule some practice with the yoga wheel? It would help expand our chests and lighten our spirits. Ah, teacher, closer, just a bit closer, I can't see. A tad closer. What is going on? Why does Douyin keep recommending yoga live streams to me lately? Jiang Qiu decisively hit the follow button and muted the volume, swiftly entering a state of focused learning. A quarter of an hour later, he savored the last spoonful of wonton soup. Jiang Qiu rose and made his way back to the ordering window, purchasing breakfast sufficient for 3. Upon his return to the dormitory, it was already 7:40. Yet the other 3 occupants remained in slumber. Glancing at the time, Jiang Qiu called out to them, "Hurry and wake up. Father has brought you breakfast." Upon being roused, Qian Shengqian could not suppress his grumbling. "Come on, you're taking advantage of me again." Zhao Mingrui, squinting, inquired, "What time is it?" Chen Hongyang checked his phone and remarked, "Qiu Gu, you're incorrigible. It isn't even 8 o'clock yet. See what your father has brought you. Are you going to eat this lovingly prepared breakfast?" Jiang Qiu chuckled. "You should have mentioned it sooner. You've monopolized all the good stuff. We must eat it." Qian Shengqian immediately leapt from his bed, snatching 2 buns to stuff into his mouth. "Hey, leave some for us." Zhao Mingrui and Chun Hongliang quickly rose as well. As the 3 enjoyed their breakfast, they discussed the military training scheduled for the day. "I just checked the weather. What does 30 degrees even feel like?" Qian Shengqian, hailing from the northeast, had rarely experienced temperatures exceeding 30 degrees and was yet to fully comprehend it. "Let me put it this way. Standing outside all day for military training will either leave you dead or shed a layer of skin, Chun Hongliang responded. Don't scare me. I'm already feeling dazed. Qian Shengxian frowned. But we have a whole week left of this training. What will become of my handsome visage? Oh please, if Chio go isn't afraid, why should you be? Sigh, nothing compares to lying in the dormitory, enjoying a cool breeze. By 10 a.m., they gathered on the school playground. The weather forecast proved remarkably accurate, as the ground temperature soared to 40 degrees beneath the blazing sun. For the students partaking in military training, this was nothing short of a calamity. Each cohort of freshmen eagerly hoped for a rain shower to spare them from the torment of standing in the heat. It was the second day of training, and having learned from yesterday's ordeal, many students brought ice water with them. Although they were aware that, under such high temperatures, the ice water would soon turn warm. Having something was certainly better than nothing. Especially after the previous day's experience of witnessing public displays of affection, many singles were now wiser. Lacking girlfriends or acquaintances with the campus beauty, they had no choice but to fend for themselves. At the mere mention of the campus beauty, all eyes turned to Jiang Qiu. Wasn't he the one from yesterday? Not bad looking, I suppose. Ahem, a man should not merely be judged by his appearance. Inner qualities are paramount. Indeed, the campus beauty must have been deceived by this lad. Have you heard? It seems he is merely the cousin of the campus beauty. What? In that case, should I be calling him my little uncle? Fine, if the campus beauty is willing, I wouldn't hesitate to call him father. One cannot deny the immense influence Chu Yinshi wielded within the school. The events of yesterday remained the focal point of discussion among the students. Jiang Qiu paid little heed to this matter, for there is a saying that resonates well: a sycophant, in their relentless pursuit, often ends up with nothing. In contrast to Chu Yinshi's overt advances, Jiang Qiu sincerely wished to maintain a low profile. Surely, she would not be delivering water today? Yesterday, she had explicitly messaged to remind the other party that her services were not required today, and the promise was duly acknowledged. With these thoughts, Jiang Qiu felt a sense of relief. In just a few days, the fervor surrounding this incident would dissipate, and soon no one would remember. All personnel, assemble. Attention. The 15-minute break concluded, and upon the instructor's whistle, training resumed. The current exercise was a slow jog, with the instructor leading the new students around the school grounds for 5 laps. This proved to be quite the ordeal for the newcomers. Many were left breathless after merely half a lap, compounded by the sweltering heat, which could only be described as a torrential downpour of sweat. By the 5th lap, even the instructor was struggling to maintain pace, contemplating a reduction in speed. However, for Jiang Qiu, the exertion felt negligible. He maintained a close distance behind, making it awkward for the instructor to slow down too much, as being overtaken by a student would be quite embarrassing. Little did the instructor know, if Jiang Qiu had wished to surpass him, he could have done so with ease, leaving no room for contemplation. After enduring over half an hour of training, the instructor, utterly fatigued, declared a break, allowing the group to rest for half an hour. At this moment, much like the day prior, several senior students appeared on the field bearing water. Damn, this is excessive. How can a single soul survive? Jiang Qiu lamented. Oh, how the world has fallen. Morality is in decay. He resolved that once military training concluded, his first order of business would be to seek a girlfriend. Disregarding the happenings on the sidelines, Jiang Qiu leaned against the shade of a tree and took out his phone to check the latest stock market information. The news was explosive. Young Master Wang had once again taken action, tearing apart Ling and Pharmaceutical. Were there allegations of performance fraud? The stock price of Ling and Pharmaceutical had plummeted to rock bottom. A narrative from a seasoned investor. Lingnan Pharmaceutical returned my hard-earned money. In stark contrast to these negative reports, Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock price was indeed abysmal, having fallen for an entire week. Jiang Qiu furrowed his brow. The business information provided by the system should be reliable, should it not? Never mind. I must register a stock account first. According to the stock exchange regulations, new users must wait until the next day to trade stocks. Tomorrow marks the day Lingnan Pharmaceutical is set to release significant positive news, so it is imperative to resolve the account issue beforehand. Jiang Qiu opened the App Store, searched for Honghua Shan, and after downloading it, began filling in his personal information. Initially, there was the real name registration, followed by receiving an SMS verification code, and then a video verification. After this series of operations, a total of 10 minutes had elapsed. Modern securities firms have indeed evolved. Opening a securities account can now be done online, eliminating the hassle of visiting a physical branch. The final step was to link his bank card, and upon completion, he would be able to trade online. Jiang Qiu glanced at the balance of his account at Gongshang Bank, intending to invest 5 million of his own funds, in addition to his roommate's 350,000. Tomorrow, as the market opens, he plans to heavily invest in Lingnan Pharmaceutical. While he pondered this matter, a voice of surprise suddenly echoed from ahead. "Ah, is that Chu, the campus belle?" Chapter 31. A delivery of milk tea? A new task indeed. It was the campus belle, making her way to the playground once more. Could she possibly be delivering water again? Over the past 2 days, he had seen her more frequently than in the last 3 years combined. Not far away, Chu Yinshi gracefully entered the training ground, dressed similarly to the day before, but this time holding a large cup of milk tea instead of water. Jiang Qiu looked up, his gaze filled with curiosity. What on earth? Wasn't it agreed that she wouldn't be delivering water anymore? And now she's bringing milk tea? At that moment, everyone noticed the milk tea in her hand. The campus belle was indeed delivering milk tea today. Some freshmen, feeling hopeful, edged closer, while the sophomores and juniors looked on with envy, wondering who would be the fortunate recipient this time. Like yesterday, Chu Yinshi quickly located the banner of the School of Management and made her way in that direction. No way. Is it still the School of Management? Could the rumors be true that the campus belle's cousin is among us? Hey, step aside. I want to make an impression in front of the campus belle. All eyes converged upon her, every movement of the campus belle attracting immense attention. However, throughout it all, Chu Yinshi's gaze was solely fixed on Jiang Qiu. All those who attempted to approach her for a conversation were effortlessly dismissed, as she paid them no mind whatsoever. In an instant, countless freshmen wore expressions of disappointment, yet their curiosity remained unabated. Everyone was eager to discover to whom the campus belle would deliver the milk tea this time. Soon, the answer was revealed as Chu Yinshi approached Jiang Qiu, holding out the milk tea. "Junior, you've worked hard. Here, have a cup of milk tea." She opened the packaging, inserted the straw herself, and gently handed it over. The once frosty gaze now appeared to have melted, radiating warmth as she looked at Jiang Qiu. Witnessing this scene, the crowd around them felt a twinge of envy. Wow, it's him again. That look, so envious. Damn, I've been misled. Whereas the campus belle's cousin. At that moment, it became clear to everyone that the campus belle had been coming specifically for Jiang Qiu these past few days, and judging by her demeanor, their relationship was far from that of mere cousins. "Senior, didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't be delivering water anymore?" Jiang Qiu took the milk tea, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at Chu Yinshi. "Oh, I was just passing by. I thought of you working so hard, so I brought you a cup of milk tea," Chu Yinshi replied innocently, her eyes blinking. "All right, thank you, senior." Jiang Qiuxin thought to himself, "Do I really believe this? Can one actually reach the school playground along the way?" Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his skepticism and accepted the milk tea, taking a hearty sip. At that moment, he genuinely felt parched after running several laps under the scorching summer sun. A sip of chilled milk tea was truly delightful. Ding dong. A random task notification appeared. The shining class monitor. Task requirements. In this sweltering summer, procure military training benefits for your classmates. Task reward. The system will assess based on the completion status and the classmates' affection levels. Failure penalty. None. This task seems intriguing. Jiang Qiuxin furrowed his brow, noting that the task did not specify what actions to take, but only indicated that the final reward would be evaluated based on affection levels. Yet, how was he to proceed? From his understanding of the system, the reward this time would undoubtedly be substantial. It simply depended on how he orchestrated his efforts. Chu Yinshi observed Jiang Qiuxin's every move and, noticing his contemplative demeanor, kindly inquired, "Jiang Qiuxin, what is troubling you?" Jiang Qiuxin shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. I was just pondering whether I might make the headlines on the forum tomorrow." "Not likely." Chu Yinshi hesitated, then continued, "I've heard the forum has begun to enforce strict regulations lately, deleting posts that infringe on privacy." "Oh, I see." Jiang Qiuxin glanced at the earnest expression on Chu Yinshi's face and secretly wondered if she was hinting at something. "Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll be off." Feeling somewhat flustered, Chu Yinshi bid farewell and turned to leave the training grounds. Jiang Qiuxin shook his head, dismissing thoughts of the forum. His immediate concern was how to complete his latest task. He searched extensively on his phone and devised a plan. During the lunch break, Jiang Qiuxin changed his clothes and informed his roommates, "I'm stepping out. Call me if anything happens at school." "Autumn, brother, Is something up? Zhao Mingrui asked. Jiang Qiuxi nodded. Yes, I have some matters to discuss outside. After leaving the dormitory, he arrived at the teacher's parking lot where his designated parking space was located. He discreetly drove away in his Tesla, heading to a nearby shopping mall. After browsing the mall, he found the exclusive Innisfree store. Jiang Qiuxin's intention was to gift each classmate a set of sunscreen skincare products. He believed the products should neither be too cheap nor too extravagant to avoid any misunderstandings. So a mid-range brand would be most appropriate. As the leading cosmetic brand in the cold country, Innisfree offered reliable quality and was quite popular domestically. Before coming, Jiang Qiuxin had checked the prices. A complete skincare set was priced under 500 yuan, which was just right. Hello, sir, how may I assist you? A store attendant greeted him warmly. Hello, I would like to purchase a skincare set, including sunscreen. Jiang Qiu articulated his needs. Sir, we have a skincare gift set featuring green tea essence balancing lotion, the sales assistant patiently explained. The set includes facial cleanser, cream, toner, essence, and sunscreen. All for the modest price of 480 yuan, and the packaging is exquisite. All right, I would like to purchase 32 sets, Jiang Qiu responded after glancing at the items. Feeling quite satisfied with the price, 480 yuan for such an array of products was considerably cheaper than the La Mer he had previously bought. Sir, are you certain you wish to order 32 sets? The sales assistant was taken aback by the substantial order. Yes, indeed, Jiang Qiu nodded. Calculating in his mind that 32 sets at 480 yuan each amounted to merely 360 yuan. Excellent, sir. I will prepare your order right away. The sales assistant said enthusiastically. By the way, may I ask if you could arrange for delivery? Jiang Qiu explained. I am purchasing these for students undergoing military training. And with the sunny days ahead, I would like everyone to receive the products promptly. Of course, I will take care of the delivery for you. The sales assistant replied with enthusiasm. Please add me on WeChat. My name is Lu Xiaomei. You can send me the detailed address. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in guiding our classmates on how to apply sunscreen, Jiang Qiu mentioned, promptly sending a 200 yuan red envelope via WeChat. Although he knew the assistant would not refuse his request without the red envelope, he desired quality service. Upon receiving the envelope, Lu Xiaomei's demeanor became even more respectful. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly, she responded. Great, let us settle the bill first, and I will leave the rest to you, Jiang Qiu nodded. Completing the transaction smoothly, a bank message confirmed the deduction of 360 yuan. Chapter 32. This must be what a big shot looks like after purchasing the skincare set. Jiang Qiu proceeded to a photography studio on the 5th floor of the mall. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? Upon entering, a pleasant-looking receptionist greeted him. Hello. I have an appointment with your manager, Mr. Zhao, Jiang Qiu replied casually. Oh, you must be Mr. Jiang. Please, this way, the receptionist said, leading him to the meeting room. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yang, the owner of the photography studio, entered, warmly shaking Jiang Qiu's hand. Mr. Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Just call me Xiao Xiao. Please have a seat. Zhao Yang, a graduate of the Film Academy's class of 2018, co-founded this modest yet thriving photography studio with friends after graduation. Years of social experience had made him adept in interpersonal relations, and his business was flourishing. Hello. I wanted to follow up on our phone conversation. Is there any issue? Jiang Qiu asked, getting straight to the point. No problem. Please trust that we are entirely capable of accomplishing this task. To be candid, I previously attended the Film Academy adjacent to Jiangnan University, so I am quite familiar with the circumstances there. Zhao Yang responded with a beaming smile. All right, let us discuss further. If you were to film a documentary on our class as military training, how many staff members would you require? What equipment would be necessary? And what would your quotation entail? Jiang Qiu had already contemplated this in advance, aspiring to fulfill the task in a manner that would satisfy all classmates. It was not merely about presenting gifts. He desired to elevate their emotional experience. The skincare product set was merely the first step. Next, he intended to engage a professional photography studio to comprehensively document the various expressions and performances of the class during military training. This would culminate in a documentary, serving as a memento for the students that would undoubtedly resonate with their emotions. President Jiang, I have prepared a proposal in accordance with your requirements. Zhao Yang produced a document he had meticulously prepared, as per your request to document a class's military training. We can arrange a 5-person filming team to ensure we capture every remarkable moment of each class member. In addition to traditional filming techniques, we also have a DJI Mavic 3 drone to facilitate all-weather, 3-dimensional shooting. You need not worry about post-production editing. We possess exceptional editors who have previously worked in film and television editing. Regarding costs, our professional cinematographers charge 300 yuan per day, sound engineers 200 yuan, and production assistants 150 yuan. For a 5-person team, we would require 3 cinematographers, 1 sound engineer, and 1 production assistant, resulting in a daily expense of 250 yuan. That sounds quite reasonable, Jiang Qiu nodded, then suddenly inquired, is a 5-person filming team sufficient? Zhao Liang was momentarily taken aback, based on his prior experience. Clients typically preferred to minimize the number of filming personnel, as each additional person equated to increased costs. He pondered quickly while observing Jiang Qiu's expression, attempting to discern the other party's true intentions. However, Jiang Qiu maintained a calm demeanor, making it difficult for Zhao Liang to gauge his thoughts. Sir, this largely depends on your requirements. Ordinarily, 5 individuals can complete the entire filming, albeit each person's close-up time would be somewhat limited. Zhao Liang considered further and added, of course, after editing, it won't be apparent, and the results will still be commendable. No, what I mean is, I am concerned that with too few personnel, we may not achieve an optimal outcome. Jiang Qiu reflected for a moment and then slowly inquired, what would be the ideal number of personnel to meet the highest standards? Zhao Liang hesitated slightly. Sir, we could increase by 2 cinematographers and 1 sound engineer? That sounds acceptable. Jiang Qiu nodded and continued. Additionally, I noticed your proposal outlines 3 tiers for post-production costs. Please provide me with the highest tier, which amounts to 10,000 yuan, ensuring a commitment to excellence. Rest assured, esteemed boss, you shall not be disappointed. Zhao Liang was immensely excited. In these challenging times, securing a significant contract brought him great joy. By the way, when can we commence? Our military training has already entered its 2nd day, and I hope for the earliest possible start. Jiang Qiu's primary concern was indeed the timeline, for any further delay could undermine the effectiveness of the training. This afternoon, I will assemble the team, and we shall be ready by tomorrow, Zhao Liang added. I will personally lead the team, and should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out to me. Very well, let us proceed with the contract. Jiang Qiu nodded, and after finalizing the agreement, he paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan. The two also exchanged WeChat contacts for seamless communication. Once this matter was settled, Jiang Qiu drove back to the school. At the campus supermarket, he placed an order for 50 cases of Longshan spring bottled water and sent a 100 yuan red envelope to the owner. Jiang Qiu's request was straightforward. He wanted the owner to deliver 10 cases of chilled water daily, with 5 cases each in the morning and afternoon, to the Management College's location on the school playground. The supermarket owner readily agreed, acknowledging that while making 2 trips daily might be a hassle, no one would refuse a red envelope. After everything was arranged, Jiang Qiu informed Chu Yinqi, considering she was the class assistant and it would be impossible to conceal his actions from her. Jiang Qiu managed to keep this from me while organizing so much. He must have spent quite a sum. With this thought, Chu Yinqi promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Jiang Qiu was taken aback, suddenly feeling as though he was being pampered, and surprisingly, he found the sensation rather pleasant. However, he did not accept the money but returned it instead. After all, these plans were solely his initiative, driven by the quest to fulfill system tasks, which would ultimately yield corresponding rewards. Noticing Jiang Qiu's refusal, Chu Yinqi said nothing further but assisted in contacting the school's youth league committee to secure approval for the event. Thus, all preparations were complete. Jiang Qiu opened the class WeChat group to address everyone. Jiang Qiu, this evening at 6:30 p.m. We will hold an impromptu class meeting in room 101 of Building 2. I have prepared a set of Yushifinjian skincare products for everyone, along with a dedicated expert to provide skincare explanations. I hope everyone will attend punctually. Additionally, I have more good news. A professional photography team will be present to capture our military training experience, so please perform well. A promotional video will be produced upon completion of the training. Lastly, starting tomorrow, during training breaks, our classmates may visit the designated drinking point for complimentary Longshan spring water. Please note, these activities are exclusively for our class. After sending the message, Jiang Qiu ignited a fervent discussion in the class WeChat group. Qian Shengqian, Brother Chiu is amazing. Wang Sihui, incredible. This is what being a big shot looks like. Shin Kailuan, thank you, class leader. I will definitely be on time. Sun Miao Miao, greetings. Esteemed one, may I request the photographer to take a few pictures of me? Zhu Tong, the small green bottle from the Yuesher Fengyun brand is indeed remarkable. Thank you. Class monitor. Chapter 33, the class monitor of others. Stock prices surge. At 6:15 p.m., Jiang Qiu received a call from Lu Xiaomei, who arrived at the school with 32 sets of Yuesher Fengyun gift boxes. Jiang Qiu guided her to the classroom. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Liang arrived with several photographers. Having been invited by Jiang Qiu to elucidate some important points regarding the photography process, Jiang Qiu was concerned that without prior notice, chaos might ensue. By 6:30 p.m., classmates began to arrive, and the class meeting commenced formally. At the podium, Jiang Qiu initiated the introduction. Classmates, allow me to present Lu Xiaomei, the manager of the Yuesher Fengyun WUS store, who will enlighten us on the effective use of sunscreen products. Following this, the students applauded warmly in welcome. Once Lu Xiaomei took the stage, she began with a self-introduction before delving into some essential knowledge about sunscreen. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu called upon the class committee members to assist in distributing the Yuesher Fengyun sets. With a higher number of girls in Class 3 of business, there was a natural affinity for skincare products, especially with the recent sunny weather making sunscreen all the more necessary. Lu Xiaomei's explanations proved to be greatly beneficial, captivating even the attention of the boys in the class. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lu Xiaomei concluded her presentation, paving the way for Zhao Liang to address some precautions regarding the photography process. His instructions were straightforward, primarily advising everyone to remain composed and to look confidently into the lens. Seizing this opportunity, several photography enthusiasts among the girls sought his advice on various photography queries, to which Zhao Liang responded readily. By 7 p.m., the class meeting had concluded, and the students, carrying their belongings, cheerfully returned to their dormitories. The following morning, prior to the commencement of military training, the first order of business for the students of Class 3 of business was to apply sunscreen. It must be noted how timely Jiang Qiu's skincare set was. According to the weather forecast, the city would experience soaring temperatures that day, making sun protection all the more vital. As military training began, the photography team on the playground drew everyone's attention. Initially, all assumed it was a collective shoot arranged by the school, only to later realize it was merely following Class 3 of business, which sparked envy among students from other classes. Furthermore, during training breaks, refreshments of Longshan spring mineral water were frequently delivered, all freshly retrieved from the refrigerator. In an instant, Class 3 of business became the focal point of the military training venue, attracting considerable curiosity. Although a bottle of Longshan spring water costs merely 2 yuan, the opportunity to enjoy chilled water in such scorching weather was nothing short of delightful. Most importantly, no other class enjoys such privileges. In stark contrast, the students of Class 3 in business and management experience a profound sense of happiness. What is the reason behind this? Why are they so elated? Who knows? Perhaps this class is simply charmed. It seems unfair. Why do they have a photography team and receive chilled mineral water? In response to the inquiries from the crowd, an informed male student remarked, "This is all funded by their class leader." At that moment, everyone fell silent. If their class leader is spending his own money, there is little room for complaint. The only blame can be directed at oneself for not having such a class leader. Surely hiring a professional filming team incurs considerable expenses, right? Suddenly, another boy inquired, "I heard that their class leader also gifted each student a skincare set worth over 500 yuan. A hush fell over the crowd, leaving them speechless. I recognize this affluent individual. He is the one who had previously boasted online about installing a Huawei energy wall in his dormitory. Now it all makes sense. I am truly impressed. It is said that he spent over 200,000 yuan refurbishing his dormitory. Sigh, I feel envious. Why is their class leader so supportive? Indeed, just look at our own class leader, who spends all day collecting class fees. Damn, let us not dwell on it. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I become. Our class leader still expects each of us to contribute 50 yuan for a gift for the counselor. How absurd. The money comes from us, yet the gift is presented by the class leader, and all the gratitude is directed towards him. Let us not even mention it. If I continue, I might just drag our class leader out for a good beating. By the way, is it possible to change majors? I wish to join Class 3 in business and management. If all goes well, I might also partake in these benefits. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiu's focus was not on military training, but rather fixated on the screen of his phone. At 9:35 a.m., as the stock market opened, Lingnan Pharmaceutical faced a direct halt in trading. What on earth? I haven't even purchased any shares, and Lingnan Pharmaceutical has already hit a trading limit? Jiang Xiu opened the news to check for updates, only to find a string of negative reports. Young Master Wang exposes the dark underbelly of Lingnan Pharmaceutical. What is happening with Lingnan Pharmaceutical? The founder has come forward to apologize. Stock market experts predict continued pessimism for Lingnan Pharmaceutical. Investors must tread carefully. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Xiu couldn't help but reflect on the prevailing panic in the market. No one holds a favorable view of Lingnan Pharmaceutical. With no trading activity, the stock price is bound to plummet. However, Jiang Xiu was aware that significant positive news was imminent, making this the ideal opportunity for him to invest. Currently, Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock price stands at 533 yuan. Jiang Xiu decided to invest all his funds heavily, including his 5 million yuan and his roommate's 350,000 yuan. His total investment amounted to 35 million yuan. In the realm of finance, one might feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety when faced with such a substantial monetary investment. However, at this moment, Jiang Xiu remained remarkably composed, harboring unwavering faith in the system's notifications. Indeed, just 5 minutes before the market closed for the morning, Lingnan Pharmaceutical unveiled a momentous piece of favorable news. Their flagship product, the Lotus Capsule, had received certification from the World Health Organization, demonstrating a complete eradication effect against the influenza virus. This succinct announcement instantly captivated global attention. Within mere minutes, the stock price of Lingnan Pharmaceutical surged dramatically from its previously imposed limit, reaching the peak of permissible gains, an exceptional occurrence known as limit up, witnessed by countless individuals. This rare phenomenon manifested as the stock rebounded from a limit down to a limit up within the same trading day. Typically, such a remarkable reversal occurs only when significant positive news prompts investors to fervently buy, driving the stock price to unprecedented heights. In regular trading sessions, the occurrence of such an event among thousands of stocks is exceedingly rare, underscoring the improbability of such a phenomenon. Chapter 34. A Home in the Magic City. Special gift package at noon. In the third cafeteria, the four brothers from dormitory 302 gathered together. Chun Hongliang lowered his voice and said, "Brothers, I have just learned some exciting news." The trio of Jiang Xiu turned their attention toward him. Chun Hongliang continued in a hushed tone. In the neighboring class, Class 2 of the business school, there is a stunning beauty. I have gathered all the details. Her name is Wang Liyuan, and she is truly exquisite. Do you have a photo? One interjected. Yes, indeed. Liangzi, share it with us. Qian Shengqian and Zhao Mingrui instantly perked up. Chun Hongliang theatrically pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on a profile picture that displayed numerous photographs. This girl is impressive. She looks beautiful during military training. This candid shot is lovely too. Her smile is so sweet. Wait, hold on. Where did you get her WeChat? With the crucial question finally posed, Chun Hongliang smiled with a satisfied expression, revealing a knowing look. Well done, Liang Gu. I didn't expect you to charm a girl so quickly. Zhao Mingrui exclaimed, filled with envy. She's all right, nothing extraordinary. Chun Hongliang waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Jiang Xiu, asking, Brother Qiu, what do you think? She is the flower of class 2. She's quite pretty, I suppose. Jiang Xiu replied nonchalantly, preoccupied with responding to messages from Chu Yanxi. Today, due to prior commitments, Chu Yanxi had not brought Jiang Xiu water during military training, opting instead to explain her situation via WeChat. Brother Qiu has the campus Belle, naturally showing little interest in other girls, one of the roommates remarked. Of course, there may be numerous class beauties and college flowers, but there is only one campus Belle. Upon hearing his roommate's conversation, Chun Hongliang suddenly felt that adding Wang Liyuan on WeChat was not as appealing as he had initially thought. Let us eat. The dishes today are rather delightful. The culinary offerings at the third cafeteria are truly delightful. Regarding the issue of becoming accustomed to food after acquiring wealth, Jiang Qiu firmly asserts that this is entirely non-existent. Take, for example, Jack Ma, who remains oblivious to the concept of money, and Wang Yi, who harbors a modest goal. Even these billionaires, after attaining their fortunes, continue to partake in cafeteria meals daily, demonstrating that adapting to food is not a concern for them. For Jiang Xiao, he can comfortably dine in upscale restaurants with an average expenditure exceeding 1,000, yet he equally enjoys street-side barbecues and skewers. Moreover, he is still far from the status of a billionaire, hence he harbors no inclination towards being finicky about food. After their meal, the group returned to their dormitory to rest for a while. Upon entering the room, they were immediately greeted by the refreshing breeze of the air conditioner, which was simply delightful, Zhao Mingrue remarked. Qian Shengxian added, "Indeed, our air conditioning can be remotely controlled, allowing us to adjust the temperature to a comfortable level before we even step inside." Chen Hongliang then spoke up. "Brothers, is anyone showering? If not, I shall go first." "You go ahead. I plan to dive into a game of PUBG first," Qian Shengxian replied, shaking his head. "Wait a moment, everyone come here. I have some exciting news to share," Jiang Qiu said, stopping Chen Hongliang from heading to the shower, and gathered the others around. "Brothers, the investment I mentioned to you last time has yielded results. Have we made a profit?" The others eagerly inquired. Although they had complete faith in Jiang Qiu, it would be a lie to say they weren't anxious, especially since that money represented several months' worth of living expenses. "Of course, we made money. Otherwise, how could I call it good news?" Jiang Qiu nodded and continued, "You should search for Ling and Pharmaceutical online right now to understand the situation." At this point, the significant positive news had been released by the system, thus confidentiality was no longer an issue. Jiang Qiu had executed the operation flawlessly, leaving no room for concern. Upon hearing this, the three in the dorm quickly opened their phones to check the news. Today's headlines: Lingnan Pharmaceutical overcomes world challenges. Breaking news: Lingnan Pharmaceutical gains national recognition and is set for a major rise. The stocks surged dramatically. Influenced by substantial positive news, Lingnan Pharmaceutical skyrocketed. Stock experts had successfully predicted the surge of Lingnan Pharmaceutical, foreseeing today's significant increase. Upon seeing the overwhelming news, the group immediately comprehended the situation and inquired, "Qiu Gu, the stock you purchased must be Lingnan Pharmaceutical, right?" "Indeed, I bought it this morning after the market opened when the stock was at a halt," Jiang Qiu elaborated. Later, just before noon, Lingnan Pharmaceutical announced significant positive news, causing the stock to leap from a halt to a peak. A phenomenon known in stock market terminology as a limit up. "Impressive. Qiu Gu, your maneuver is remarkable. From a halt to a peak. That must have netted us a 20 profit. Actually, the profit from a limit up is 22. Don't ask me how I know. It's happening. I can't believe we made money so quickly." Several individuals were brimming with excitement, for this marked their inaugural investment, a tale they could boast about upon returning home for the holidays. "Gentlemen, there's another matter to discuss. Tomorrow, will you decide to sell or continue holding?" Jiang Qiu explained. "I remain optimistic that this stock will continue to rise, hence I plan to hold on to it. You may decide based on the circumstances." "Brother Qiu, we shall follow your lead. You may act according to your judgment." His roommates unanimously declared, expressing their willingness to adhere to Jiang Qiu's arrangements and decisions. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had completed the Manifesting Glory task and was calculating the rewards. "Congratulations, the host has obtained a novice stock trend information card. This basic card allows the host to acquire trend information for any stock within 3 days. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had completed a hidden option, granting a reward of special gift package. Would the host like to open it immediately? Jiang Qiu, intrigued by this gift, chose to open it right away. Congratulations. The host has acquired a set of Riverside International villas. Oh, ISNT Riverside International, the residential complex opposite the school? Jiang Qiu took out his phone to check the property prices, discovering that the villas were transacting for approximately 20 million each. What a windfall. Although he currently had no pressing need to reside elsewhere, the notion of owning a home in the city was indeed a delightful sentiment. At that moment, Jiang Qiu's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Qiu, I am your dedicated concierge, Wu Xiuli," came the respectful voice from the other end. "Ah, hello," Jiang Qiu casually greeted. "Mr. Jiang, congratulations on becoming the esteemed owner of Villa Number 9 in Riverside International." Wu Xiuli continued. "I see that the property you bid on online has been successfully transferred. When would you like to come by to receive the keys?" "I am at your service at any time." "Very well, I'm nearby and will drop by when I have a moment," Jiang Qiu replied, nodding before ending the call. The system was remarkably considerate, having already completed all formalities. All that remained was to move in with ease. Chapter 35. Have we become this impoverished? The 20 million villa reward. During the lunch break, Jiang Xiu decided to inspect the property. Given its proximity, a mere 10-minute walk posed no issue. Upon entering the Riverside International Complex, he noted that the majority comprised residential units, with only a small portion designated for villas. At the owner's center, Jiang Xiu called concierge Wu Xiuli, who appeared within a minute. Mr. Jiang Xiu, this way please. Let us first proceed with the owner registration. Dressed in her uniform, Wu Xiuli was taken aback to find that the young man who had purchased Villa Number 9 for 20 million was not only youthful but also exceptionally handsome. One could only wonder which fortunate young lady would eventually capture the heart of such a wealthy, young heir. While her thoughts wandered, Wu Xiuli remained efficient in her duties. In less than 10 minutes, she completed the owner's registration and handed over the villa keys. Sir, here are the keys to the villa. Now, allow me to show you around. All right. Jiang Xiu nodded and accepted the keys. However, he found it rather inconvenient to carry keys daily and planned to eventually replace them with an electronic lock. This way, he could simply enter with a password or facial recognition, enhancing the sophistication of his residence. Most importantly, it would eliminate the hassle of forgetting the keys. Binhai International is an upscale community, boasting exceptional security and service amenities. Wu Xiuli summoned a sightseeing vehicle and took Jiang Xiu on a tour of the entire complex, familiarizing him with the general layout of the neighborhood. Subsequently, they arrived at Villa Number 9, a 3-story building that appeared quite impressive from the outside. Sir, this villa consists of 3 levels, plus a basement, equipped with 2 kitchens and 3 bathrooms, along with a separate shower and dressing room, Wu Xiuli explained. Moreover, all the furniture is custom-made. You only need to bring some daily essentials to move in seamlessly. As Jiang Xiu listened to the introduction, he was also assessing the interior layout. Upon reaching the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, he couldn't help but scrutinize the large bed. This bed is over 4 meters long and more than 3 meters wide. Is it not a bit excessive? Mr. Jiang, if there is anything you find unsatisfactory, we can arrange for replacements. Our property management is committed to meeting all your needs, Wu Xiuli replied respectfully. Quite satisfactory. Though there are a few details I would like to redesign, Jiang Xiu contemplated before stating, firstly, I want this staircase removed. I wish to install an elevator. The previous villa had not included an elevator due to space constraints, which Jiang Xiu found unacceptable. Although the villa only had 3 or 4 floors, the daily ascent and descent became quite exhausting. Additionally, please replace the main door with an electronic lock. Carrying keys around daily is rather cumbersome. After voicing his requests, Jiang Xiu glanced at Wu Xiuli, who diligently noted everything in her notebook. Very well, I will submit your requests. A professional design team will draft the plans. And once you are satisfied, we can commence construction. How does that sound? Wu Xiuli inquired respectfully. Jiang Xiu nodded in agreement, indicating there were no issues. It must be said that having a dedicated butler is indeed quite advantageous. There was no need to expend time and effort. Everything could be entrusted to the butler, making such service exceptionally considerate. Once everything was settled, Jiang Xiu took his leave. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Wu Xiuli assured him that communication was always welcome. Naturally, before departing, Jiang Xiu paid the annual property fee, amounting to a staggering 100,000 yuan. It must be noted, the property fees are indeed exorbitant. Jiang Xiu reflected that, had this been in the past, even if someone had gifted him such a villa, he would not have been able to enjoy it, as he simply could not afford the property fees. Upon returning to school, military training resumed. In accordance with the tradition of Jiangnan University, the new students underwent a rigorous 7-day training program. Throughout these days of arduous training, the students exhibited a remarkable transformation in their spirits. Even Jiang Xiu felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. After the exercise, his demeanor and presence improved significantly. Time passed swiftly, and as the military training approached its conclusion, the afternoon of the 7th day arrived. The formations from each college gathered on the playground for inspection, marking the official end of the training. There were no extravagant celebrations or sentimental speeches, yet each individual's growth was indelibly etched into their very being. Ding dong. The system issued a random reward. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the new student military training challenge. Reward calculation in progress. Reward 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving a high-level gourmet cashback card. Reward 2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical enhancement card. granting a permanent increase of 3 points to the host's physique. Reward 3. Congratulations to the host for earning the title of Indomitable Spirit, which enhances the host's presence and allows for the best possible appearance. The high-level gourmet cashback card. The host receives cashback equivalent to 130 times the amount spent, with the specific multiplier generated randomly, in addition to a satisfaction bonus for up to 30 other individuals. Maximum personnel limit. Note 1. The final cashback amount is determined by a randomly generated multiplier and satisfaction coefficient. Note 2. If the host spends 10,000 yuan on gourmet food, and the random cashback multiplier is 30 times, with a satisfaction rating of 90 from the other 30 participants, the final cashback amount would be 10,000 multiplied by 30, then multiplied by a satisfaction coefficient of 27. Jiang Qiu calculated that the cashback potential was indeed substantial. It truly lived up to its designation as a high-level card. Furthermore, the physical enhancement card immediately added 3 points to his physique, which greatly pleased him. In truth, Jiang Qiu valued his physical condition above all, for the body is the foundation of all endeavors. His aspiration was to maximize all attributes, pondering what extraordinary changes might occur when he achieved that goal. Additionally, the title of Indomitable Spirit, which would enhance his presence, was undoubtedly a rare reward. In summary, this military training had proven to be immensely rewarding for him. Naturally, he attributed his ability to receive these rewards to his earnest dedication during the training, avoiding any temptation to evade the challenges. For instance, he could have spent a little money to procure a fake medical document or slacked off during the training. Had he truly been negligent, the final rewards would likely not have been so bountiful. Thus, it stands to reason that hard work yields rewards, the more effort one exerts. The luckier one becomes. Jiang Qiu indulged himself in a moment of motivational reflection. Subsequently, he assessed his current physical condition across various aspects. Host, Jiang Qiu Physique, 95 points Charm, 91 points Wisdom, 91 points Skills, Senior Level Driving Skills, Senior Level, Singing Proficiency, Special Effects, Blessing of Fate, Resilience After Drinking, Unyielding Spirit, Account Balance, 312,005 yuan, excluding stock account balance. Alas, have I truly become so impoverished? Chapter 36. Rewards arrive. Aspirations for the future currently. The majority of Jiang Qiu's funds are invested in the stock market, leaving his account balance rather meager. As for why he does not liquidate his stocks for cash, it is simply because Lingnan Pharmaceutical has proven exceptionally promising. Ever since the announcement of significant favorable news a few days ago, the stock has been on a continuous upward trajectory for 5 consecutive days. Jiang Qiu has roughly estimated that his stock profits have soared by over 60, yielding him a bountiful return. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that Lingnan Pharmaceutical is expected to continue its upward trend, thus he intends to maintain his holdings. In the coming days, he will have to tighten his belt. Although over 30,000 yuan in cash seems scant, it suffices for a modest diet. At 8 p.m., in Dormitory 302, Jiang Qiu settled the filming expenses incurred during military training via WeChat. The team led by Zhao Liang has indeed worked diligently, even deploying a DJI drone for aerial photography, which garnered considerable attention. Over 5 days, the 8-member photography team incurred a total expense of 10,250 yuan, which Jiang Qiu transferred directly through WeChat. As for the post-production editing and production costs, Zhao Liang indicated that payment could be deferred until after the footage is released. However, Jiang Qiu opted to pay in advance. After all, he is quite eager to complete the system's tasks. In addition to the photography expenses, Jiang Qiu also covered the water bill for the supermarket. The sweltering heat in recent days, coupled with other classes coming to share the water, prompted Jiang Qiu to request the owner to add 50 more boxes of Longshan spring water. Each box contains 24 bottles, priced at 2 yuan per bottle. Including the owner's transportation fees, Jiang Qiu's total expenditure amounted to 2,500 yuan. The supermarket owner expressed gratitude and mentioned that he would reach out for future promotional events, offering discounts. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Such opportunities may indeed be rare in the future. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the Shining Class Leader task. Task rewards are being calculated. The system will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on completion status and the classmate's goodwill. Total expenditure, 38,110 yuan. Task completion analysis, 90. Goodwill statistics, 26. Class 3 of the Business Administration program comprises 32 students, of whom 3 were absent due to illness, and 1 left midway for personal reasons. Excluding Jiang Qiu himself, the actual number of participants in the task was 27. Jiang Qiu is quite satisfied with the goodwill coefficient. A score of 26 from 27 participants reflects a mere loss of 1 point. Organizing such a collective event and receiving an abundance of praise is indeed no small feat. It seems that my efforts over the past few days were not in vain. As for the deduction of 1 point, Jiang Qiu harbors a strong suspicion that it stems from Li Huayuan's dissatisfaction. At that moment, he had intended to seize the opportunity to take the water from Chu Yanqi's hand, yet the campus belle did not indulge his whims. The ensuing awkwardness rendered him the subject of ridicule among his peers. It is likely that Li Huayuan was truly too embarrassed to face anyone in the following days, and it is hardly surprising that he felt discontented. Ding dong. Following a comprehensive assessment by the system, the cashback reward has been determined to be 8,917,740 yuan. May I inquire if the host wishes to withdraw this amount? Note, this financial reward originates from the investment market and consists of untraceable legitimate funds, ensuring no financial or legal risks will arise. Jiang Qiu promptly opted to withdraw the funds. Recently, he found himself in need of cash, and the system, as expected, was considerate enough to finalize the task settlement at the earliest opportunity. Your bank card ending in 1209 received a transfer of 8,917,740 yuan on September 7th at 2028. Upon the arrival of this sum, Jiang Qiu's liquid assets, combined with his stock account funds, effortlessly surpassed 10 million. Perfect. The next step is to strive towards achieving a modest target early on. To expedite the realization of this goal, Jiang Qiu decided to seize the moment and organize a class gathering. The premium dining cashback card awarded by the system is perfectly suited for such an occasion. Given the large number of classmates, their overall satisfaction is likely to be high, especially since he will be treating, thus ensuring a substantial cashback multiplier. With this in mind, Jiang Qiu opened the popular review app to search for culinary delights near the school. His requirements for a restaurant were straightforward. It must have sufficiently large tables to accommodate approximately 30 diners. Furthermore, the establishment should be of a moderate standard, avoiding roadside barbecues or small eateries that could potentially diminish the overall satisfaction. On the other end of the spectrum, while high-end cuisine costing over 1,000 per person may exude sophistication, it would not be suitable for a collective gathering. Any perception of pretentiousness could detract from the group's satisfaction. Consequently, the available options for restaurants were quite limited. Ultimately, Jiang Qiu decided on a slightly distant Heideleo, renowned for its exceptional service, with a stunning score of 50 on the review platform. After making a reservation via phone, the time was set for tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Qiu opened the class WeChat group to notify everyone. Jiang Qiu, dear classmates, your hard work during military training is appreciated. Tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, there will be a class gathering. I kindly request all classmates to attend. The gathering will take place at the Heideleo Hot Pot restaurant, located on the first floor of Wanda Plaza on Songhu Road. Please travel in groups and take care of your safety. Additionally, there will be no cost for this gathering. Feel free to order whatever you desire, with the sole request being to avoid waste. Drinks and beverages will be plentiful. Upon the issuance of this message, the class group instantly erupted with excitement. Qian Shengqian exclaimed, "Qiu Gu is amazing. The military training has been exhausting these past few days, and tomorrow we shall indulge in a delightful meal." Shen Kailuan replied, "Thank you, class leader. Are we truly free to order whatever we desire? I fear I might bankrupt you." When Erjuan chimed in, "I second that. My appetite is quite formidable. I could easily devour a whole cow." Yi Xiaoqiao added, "I've heard that Heideleo is rather expensive. Could this be a tad extravagant?" Seeing the responses from everyone, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle at the notion of them worrying about depleting his finances. "Do you think I would mind if you all indulged?" "Quite the opposite. I sincerely hope you all eat your fill." Jiang Qiu addressed everyone once more. "Please, do not hesitate to order whatever you wish. And let us remind each other to ensure full participation without absentees." Zhao Mingrui responded, "Understood. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Chen Hongliang remarked, "Qiu Gu is formidable. I feel reassured about ordering freely." Zhu Tong praised, "Jiang Qiu, you are incredible. I will definitely be there tomorrow." Wang Sihui exclaimed, "Fantastic. Our esteemed leader is remarkable." Sun Meow Meow confirmed. Got it. I won't bother eating during the day tomorrow. After reading through the responses, Jiang Qiu decided to privately message Chu Yinxi, considering she was the class assistant and it was essential to consult her. Jiang Qiu wrote, Sister Chu, do you have time tomorrow? Chu Yinxi replied, Yes, I do. I had something to attend to earlier, but I will definitely participate tomorrow. Initially, Chu Yinxi had no interest in such gatherings, but with Jiang Qiu personally extending the invitation, she felt compelled to attend. Moreover, the key factor was that Jiang Qiu was likely to drink at this gathering. If he were to become inebriated, wouldn't that present an opportunity for her? With this thought, Chu Yinxi pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling with a newfound allure. Chapter 37. No Drinking and Driving. I'll take you home the following day. The school granted the freshmen a day off. At 5:30 in the evening, Jiang Qiu drove with his roommates to Hadaleo Hot Pot, arriving ahead of schedule. Good evening, sir. How many guests do you have? Do you have a reservation? The waiter inquired with enthusiasm. Yes, under the name Jiang, approximately 30 people, Jiang Qiu responded. Very well. Please follow me, the waiter confirmed, leading them to the reserved private room. Sir, this room contains 2 tables, each accommodating 15 guests. Would that be acceptable? That works. Jiang Qiu nodded, reassuring that sitting separately was inconsequential as long as the dishes remained the same. As it approached 6 o'clock, all 32 members of Class 3 from the business department arrived, joined by the class assistant, Chu Yinxi. Naturally, the class leader and assistant sat at one table, accompanied by other class committee members, with Jiang Qiu's 3 roommates also joining, as it was only fitting to bask in the class leader's glow. Sister Chu, why don't you say a few words to start us off? Jiang Qiu suggested with a smile. Chu Yinxi glanced at Jiang Qiu, sensing that his charm had matured significantly over the past few days. I am truly delighted to partake in this gathering. I shall refrain from lengthy discourse. The principal sentiment I wish to express is my heartfelt gratitude to our class leader for treating us. These words resonated deeply with everyone present. Over the past few days, we have all come to appreciate Jiang Qiu's dedication. Here's to you, class leader. Cheers, Chiogu. Let us indulge tonight without restraint. As glasses were raised, those unable to consume alcohol lifted their beverages in solidarity. Chu Yinxi, seated beside Jiang Qiu, also raised her drink. She had resolved not to drink tonight, choosing instead to maintain a clear mind. Without further ado, let us all enjoy this evening together. Cheers. Jiang Qiu glanced around and promptly downed his drink. In unison, everyone followed suit, and the atmosphere in the private room grew exuberant. Jiang Qiu naturally became the focal point of the gathering, with many offering him toasts in appreciation. Embracing the warmth of their camaraderie, he graciously accepted every toast, consuming 7 or 8 bottles within a mere half-hour. Meanwhile, Chu Yinxi quietly observed Jiang Qiu, occasionally serving him dishes, seemingly content with this role. When approached for a toast, she merely sipped her drink in acknowledgement. Concurrently, a classmate from Class 3 of the business department captured moments from the dinner and shared them on WeChat Moments. Several girls insisted on photographing each dish before they would touch their chopsticks, much to the exasperation of the boys, who could only silently endure. The arts committee member, Sun Meow Meow, posted a grid of 9 images, tagging the location of Hadaleo. She accompanied it with a caption, "Our class dinner was delightful. Thanks to our esteemed class leader for treating us." Given her connections with many friends from other classes, this post quickly garnered envy. How wonderful, Meow Meow. Could you perhaps ask your class leader to let me join for a meal? A class dinner at Hadaleo? And the class leader is treating? How impressive. Why must other classes have such a great class leader? I'm envious. Shortly thereafter, this post was shared on the school forum, along with selected images. Hadaleo, enjoy it well. Yet again, it's someone else's class leader. Featured were images of various delectable dishes, sliced beef, crispy fried meat, tomato broth, signature shrimp paste, and spicy beef slices. Upon seeing these enticing visuals, the forum users were captivated. The feast appeared bountiful. Why does our law class one have to settle for a subpar imitation of Hadaleo? While fellow freshmen indulge in the authentic experience, their table adorned with tender beef, tripe, and shrimp paste exemplifies true culinary freedom. The brothers upstairs lamented. We have to cover our own expenses for class dinners, and we can't even dare to order the good dishes for fear of exceeding our budget. Dear esteemed individuals, I would like to inquire whether this class is the same one that provided refreshments during the military training and distributed skincare products. If so, please disregard my question. Shortly thereafter, numerous posts began to emerge on the forum. Some individuals who had previously connected with the students of Class 3 of the Business Administration program shared screenshots of their WeChat moments, flooding the forum with fresh evidence. These newly surfaced screenshots substantiate the authenticity of the previous post, indicating that the freshmen from Class 3 truly indulged in a lavish feast at Hadaleo. Please refrain from tempting me late at night. I am quite famished. I envy them immensely. May I pretend to be part of their class? By the way, could you enlighten me on the cost of dining there? Reveal it, so I may resign myself to my fate. I estimate the average expense might be around 200 yuan per person. Just imagine the total for 30 individuals. Excuse my interruption, but such an amount would suffice for my meals at the cafeteria for half a year. At this moment, Jiang Qiu remained oblivious to the discussions on the forum. And even if aware, he would not concern himself with it. I am not boasting. When it comes to drinking, I can truly hold my own. Qian Shengqian raised his glass and began to toast each individual. Jiang Qiu found it amusing and couldn't resist exclaiming, "Come on, brother, let us clink our glasses." Upon hearing Jiang Qiu call him to drink, Qian Shengqian feigned ignorance. What? Did someone just speak to me? I seem to have missed that. The hot pot feast was filled with joy, lasting until around 10 p.m. It must be noted that apart from feeling slightly intimidated by Jiang Qiu, Qian Shengqian managed quite well with the others. Li Huayuan from dormitory 303 initially resisted, but ultimately succumbed to Qian Shengqian's persistence. With everyone present, Jiang Qiu raised his glass one final time, declaring the conclusion of the evening's revelry. Jiang Qiu stayed behind to settle the bill while the others hailed taxis to depart. Particularly, the girls' dormitory had a curfew, prompting their early exit, leaving most of the boys from dormitory 303 in a state of inebriation. Jiang Qiu enlisted the help of his roommate to ensure everyone got home safely. Once everyone had been sent off, Jiang Qiu realized that only Chu Yinshi remained by his side. "Senior, why haven't you left yet?" Chu Yinshi glanced at Jiang Qiu and replied, "I'm waiting for you." "How are you holding up?" "Haha, I can drink quite well," Jiang Qiu chuckled. "Senior, you should head back. I'm perfectly fine. No worries. I won't be drinking and driving. I can drive you home," Chu Yinshi sweetly declared. Chapter 38. The female driver hits the road. Gourmet cashback. "All right then, thank you." "Senior," Jiang Qiu nodded, as they were now the only two left. Having someone to drive him home would save the cost of hiring a designated driver, which was quite advantageous. "No need for thanks," Chu Yinshi replied with a charming smile, as if her scheme had succeeded. Jiang Qiu paid little mind to it, and turned to head toward the bar to settle the bill. Originally, Chu Yinshi intended to insist on paying, presenting a compelling argument that as a class assistant, it was reasonable for her to treat her classmates. However, Jiang Qiu was determined not to miss the opportunity to utilize his gourmet cashback card. He had already secured a deposit of 10,000 yuan to prevent her from competing with him over the payment. Upon realizing that there was no opportunity to settle the bill, Chu Yinshi pouted, visibly displeased. She couldn't fathom why, but every time she witnessed Jiang Qiuhua spending money, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Would there be enough funds left for next month's living expenses? If he ran out of money, might he seek out a wealthy woman? With such striking looks, he surely attracted attention, didn't he? No, this simply could not be allowed to transpire. She resolved to bestow upon him a bit more pocket money in the future. "Sir, here is the detailed statement for your recent expenses. Please verify," the waiter respectfully announced. Jiang Qiu glanced over the receipt, noting that for a party of 33, the total expenditure amounted to 8,365 yuan, averaging around 250 yuan per person. Under normal circumstances, the per capita cost would not have been so elevated. The majority of the bill stemmed from the extensive alcohol ordered, which constituted a significant portion of the total. "Very well, let us proceed with the payment." Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly. "Sir, do you possess our membership card? If you apply for one, you could enjoy a 5% discount," the waiter kindly reminded him. Jiang Qiu would never acquiesce. While a 5% discount might save a trivial sum, the potential loss in cashback for such a meager benefit was simply not worth it. "No discounts needed. Let us settle the bill directly," he waved his hand dismissively. "Understood. I shall deduct this from the deposit of 10,000 yuan you previously provided, and the remaining balance will be refunded to your bank card. Please keep an eye out for it," the waiter stated. Though he could not comprehend Jiang Qiu's aversion to the discount. Perhaps that was the nature of truly affluent individuals. Before departing, the waiter offered 2 vouchers and a complimentary parking pass, which Jiang Qiu accepted. After all, the next dining experience would involve his own funds. "Senior, Are you certain you haven't consumed any alcohol? As they arrived at the parking lot, Jiang Qiu turned to Chu Yinshi for confirmation once more. Of course. Chu Yinshi nodded emphatically. I've only been drinking soft drinks. All for your sake. Cough, cough. Very well then. You may drive, Jiang Qiu said, handing her the car keys without hesitation. Upon receiving the keys, however, Chu Yinshi suddenly appeared apprehensive. My driving skills aren't very good. Fear not. With the automatic driving system, it's perfectly fine even if you aren't an adept driver, Jiang Qiu reassured her. All right. Chu Yinshi seemed to regain her confidence. At that moment, Jiang Qiu recalled something. Of course, it's south best to drive slowly. This isn't your sports car, and we're not in a hurry, are we? Chu Yinshi blushed slightly, recalling that their previous encounter at the school gate was due to her excessive speed. Jiang Qiu settled into the passenger seat, guiding Chu Yinshi in starting the assistance system before stating, I'll take a short rest now. Okay, I'll drive more slowly. Chu Yinshi nodded earnestly, her gaze fixed intently on the road ahead. Her demeanor was remarkably more serious than when she was at work. Anyone familiar with her would surely be taken aback. At that moment, Jiang Qiu, though not inebriated, felt the effects of numerous toasts from his classmates weighing on him. Fortunately, he had recently bolstered his physical constitution. Otherwise, remaining alert would have been a challenge. Seated in the passenger seat, Jiang Qiu reclined comfortably, closing his eyes for a brief respite. He could sense the vehicle's smooth speed and silently commended Chu Yinshi for her considerate decision to drive at a steadier pace, a testament to her self-awareness. Satisfied, he continued to rest. Ding. The system detected that the host possessed a premium gourmet cashback card. Would you like to use it immediately? Premium gourmet cashback card. The host receives a cashback of 130 times the corresponding expenditure, with a specific multiplier generated randomly, along with an additional satisfaction bonus for participants up to 30 people. Upon viewing the card's attributes, Jiang Qiu could hardly contain his excitement. It was imperative to use it at once. Ding. The Premium Gourmet Cashback card is now active, and the cashback multiplier is being drawn. Congratulations. The host has drawn a random cashback multiplier of 25 times. The system is evaluating the satisfaction levels of the participants in this event. Congratulations to the host. After comprehensive assessment, the total satisfaction coefficient of the participants is 286. Thus, the cashback amount this time is calculated as the principal of 365 yuan multiplied by the 25 times coefficient, and then multiplied by the 286 satisfaction coefficient, resulting in a total of 975 yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving a task reward of 975 yuan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Jiang Qiu opted for an immediate withdrawal. And almost simultaneously, a notification from the bank arrived. Upon seeing the reward credited, he felt immense satisfaction, particularly given the high satisfaction coefficient, which was quite an achievement. Excluding himself, there had been a total of 32 participants at the gathering. After removing 2 individuals due to the participant limit, it implied that only 14 units of satisfaction had been lost among the remaining 30. Jiang Qiu meticulously reviewed the satisfaction deductions for each individual. Some were due to dietary preferences, as not everyone enjoyed hot pot, even if it was from Haidaleo, affecting their satisfaction. Others felt their dining experience was diminished by not sitting at the same table as Jiang Qiu, leading to further deductions. Jiang Qiu expressed his own helplessness, as the crowd had simply been too large to accommodate everyone comfortably. Moreover, he took a moment to examine Li Huayuan's satisfaction, pleasantly surprised to find it relatively high, indicating minimal deductions. Jiang Qiu was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. It was indeed the best he could achieve, and the final cashback amount was quite substantial. Upon reviewing his financial situation, he discovered that his personal account now boasted a cash balance of 14,898,715 yuan. In addition to the funds in the stock account, the total assets have reached 20 million. Not bad. I am one step closer to a modest goal. Chapter 39. What a calamity. Indulging in a substantial amount of dog food late at night. Songhu Road has long been a focal point for the traffic police in their efforts to combat drunk driving. This evening, the authorities once again set up a checkpoint, with the command center meticulously monitoring vehicles on the road through surveillance. At that moment, a slowly moving Tesla caught the attention of the command center. Attention everyone, we have spotted a Tesla with the license plate number MO888, which is suspiciously cruising at a low speed. Upon hearing the report from the command center, The traffic officers on site immediately heightened their vigilance, preparing for any potential dangers. Generally, under normal traffic conditions, vehicles seldom travel slower than 40 kilometers per hour on this stretch. Yet this Tesla was barely moving at 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, rendering it a prime suspect. Jiang Qiu, wake up, Chu Yinchi said anxiously. We've encountered a drunk driving checkpoint. Jiang Qiu opened his eyes, puzzled, and asked, have you been drinking? If he recalled correctly, he had confirmed multiple times that she had not consumed any alcohol. I haven't been drinking, Chu Yinchi asserted firmly. Jiang Qiu looked bewildered and curiously questioned, if you haven't been drinking, why are you so anxious about the checkpoint? Ah, that makes sense. Chu Yinchi finally relaxed, feeling fortunate as she patted her chest. Jiang Qiu suddenly became alert, now doubting the reliability of entrusting her with the vehicle. Rap, rap, rap. The traffic police knocked on the car window, and Jiang Qiu noticed 4 or 5 officers surrounding them. Is such a grand display necessary for a drunk driving check? Jiang Qiu silently admired their diligence. They were indeed responsible late at night. Meanwhile, as Chu Yinchi lowered the window, a young officer caught a strong whiff of alcohol. Comrade, please present your driver's license and identification. To the officer, it seemed inevitable that this vehicle was involved in drunk driving. Chu Yinchi promptly produced her driver's license and ID, complying fully. This surprised the officer. It appeared that today's youth possessed remarkable composure. The officer scanned Chu Yinchi's documents with a handheld device, which indicated everything was in order, with no criminal record. Next, he needed to conduct a breathalyzer test. So he looked at Chu Yinchi and continued, Madam, please cooperate with the instrument test. Of course, Chu Yinchi nodded, maintaining her cooperative demeanor. Before long, the results emerged, confirming that the driver was completely sober and had not engaged in any drunk driving behavior. This outcome astonished the officer, who couldn't help but ask, Madam, if you haven't been drinking, why were you driving so slowly? Oh, I apologize. Chu Yinchi glanced at Jiang Qiu sheepishly. He had just consumed alcohol, and I was worried that driving too fast might make him feel unwell, so I took it a bit slower. What a calamity. The young traffic officer suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Why have I never encountered such a considerate girl? It was already arduous to be on duty late at night, and yet he was met with a substantial dose of romantic gestures. After conducting the checks, Chu Yinchi restarted the vehicle, preparing to depart. Jiang Qiu surveyed his surroundings and noticed a considerable number of individuals had been detained for driving under the influence. Among them, one girl driving a BMW was particularly outrageous. When subjected to the breathalyzer test, she extended her tongue as if to taste the device. After the officer finally managed to extricate the instrument from her mouth, she retorted, Is this position uncomfortable? Should I kneel instead? The officer was taken aback, likely experiencing such a scenario for the first time in years. This situation undoubtedly indicated drunk driving, and it might very well escalate to the more serious offense of driving while intoxicated. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ponder the repercussions of alcohol. Would this girl feel embarrassed when she viewed the enforcement footage upon regaining sobriety the next day? How are you holding up? Chu Yinchi inquired with concern. I'm fine. Nothing serious, Jiang Qiu replied. You always say that. Perhaps you should drink less next time, Chu Yinchi gently advised. Jiang Qiu nodded, feeling a warm sensation within his heart. You should rest a bit longer. We will arrive shortly, Chu Yinchi said, adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, wary of Jiang Qiu catching a cold. How thoughtful. Jiang Qiu silently commended her and comfortably dozed off for a while. After approximately 20 minutes, he awoke and glanced ahead. They were nearing the school's main gate, yet the vehicle showed no signs of slowing down, continuing to advance. Jiang Qiu recognized this route. Further ahead lay the Bin International Community. What was happening? Was the senior sister planning to abduct him? Senior sister, did we pass our destination? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but inquire. Oh, it's so late. We can't return to the dormitory, can we? Why don't you stay at my place for the night? Chu Yinchi said, her voice trembling with nervousness. That might not be appropriate, Jiang Qiu replied, glancing at the time. It's only 10:40. The boys' dorm closes at 11. There's still time. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, thick enough to hear a pin drop. This infuriating Jiang Qiu. I extended an invitation to my home, and yet he declined. Chu Yinchi clenched her fists, feeling regret that Jiang Qiu remained sober. However, simultaneously, the tension in her heart began to ease. Although she yearned to be with Jiang Qiu, the thought of actually living together made her anxious. His refusal was perhaps a blessing, allowing them more time to get to know each other. Humph. Sooner or later, you will be mine. I won't let you slip away. By the way, remember to report to the student council tomorrow. Chu Yinshi broke the silence first. I have applied for a position for you. This is a splendid opportunity to showcase yourself. The student council? Jiang Qiu pondered, genuinely reluctant to participate. Wasn't he content lounging in his dormitory, basking in the cool air? Joining such a student organization would undoubtedly entail a great deal of work, leading to exhaustion. However, having just declined her invitation once, he hesitated to refuse again. Jiang Qiu contemplated and tentatively inquired, "Senior, is it possible not to attend?" "Absolutely not." Chu Yinshi's tone brooked no dissent. She was unusually assertive in front of Jiang Qiu. For other matters, she would typically be considerate of his feelings. But regarding the student council, a place where their acquaintance had blossomed, she wished for Jiang Qiu to follow the path they once traversed together. "Very well. Then I would prefer to join a less demanding department." Jiang Qiu ultimately acquiesced, for some reason. He could never muster the will to resist when he was with Chu Yinshi. Chapter 40. Targeted? This person seems troubling. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Jiang Qiu and his roommates arrived punctually in the classroom. Thus, university life officially commenced. The first lecture was management, delivered by a middle-aged female teacher who lectured incessantly. The content drab and tedious. After 10 minutes, Jiang Qiu found himself drowsy. He had already absorbed the content of the textbook, and the teacher offered nothing novel. At that moment, he received a text message informing him of a meeting at the Student Council's External Relations Department at 10 o'clock. It seems the senior has placed me in the External Relations Department. That should be a rather laid-back role. After class, Jiang Qiu proceeded directly to the university's activity center. Ascending to the second floor, where the Student Council headquarters resided, he politely inquired of several seniors and finally located the External Relations office. "Hello. I am Jiang Qiu from the School of Management. I just received a text notification regarding the meeting." Upon entering, he noticed that many had already gathered. He was the last to arrive. "Oh, Jiang Qiu, please take a seat. You were the last one we were waiting for," said Liang Zijian. The minister seated in the center, waving his hand dismissively while muttering, "Try to arrive earlier next time. Don't keep us waiting." Jiang Qiu frowned slightly. "Wasn't it you who sent the notification stating 10 o'clock? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting to remain discreet on the first day. The meeting commenced officially, with Minister Liang Zijian delivering the opening remarks, outlining the department's functions. Jiang Qiu soon grasped that their role was to seek sponsorship from outside the university and organize activities on campus. Not bad. It seemed relatively uneventful, essentially a leisurely department. Following this, self-introductions were made, and after a brief acquaintance, they were formally inducted into the External Relations Department. Jiang Qiu observed attentively, aside from the minister. There were 2 vice ministers, 3 staff members, and 8 newcomers like himself. It must be said that although this department is small, it boasts a considerable number of members. After an hour of meeting, someone knocked on the door, calling Liang Zijian outside, claiming that the chairperson wished to convene a meeting with each minister. Once he departed, the vice ministers, devoid of any pretense, engaged in casual conversation. For the numerous new members, the most tantalizing gossip revolved around chairperson Chu Yinshi. "It is said that our esteemed chairperson drives a Lamborghini to school every day. Indeed, I have heard that her vehicle is valued at over 20 million. Is that true? This is the first time I've heard such a thing. Our chairperson is truly formidable. How fortunate she is. She is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally capable. And comes from a wealthy family." Jiang Qiu, engrossed in his phone, displayed little interest in the gossip. Beside him, a chubby fellow named Zhou Hongru, a freshman from the computer science department, enviously tapped Jiang Qiu on the shoulder. "Jiang Qiu, you might just have a chance." At that moment, many eyes turned towards Jiang Qiu, their gazes filled with similar envy. Jiang Qiu chuckled softly, replying, "I have no interest. No way. She is the goddess of our school. Furthermore, Jiang Qiu, with your handsome looks, I believe you stand a good chance." At that moment, the female students from the department gathered around, their eyes sparkling with keen interest as they regarded Jiang Qiu. "Is being a kept man truly delightful?" Jiang Qiu responded earnestly, "Television dramas are misleading. If you were to pursue a girlfriend like that, when you marry, your children wouldn't even bear your surname. Thus, I have resolved to focus on my studies and forego the notion of being a kept man." Upon hearing Jiang Qiu's words, the female students began to tease one another. "Qiu Ge, I don't have that much money, But if our children bear your surname, can I be your girlfriend? Pa, shameless. Exactly, don't compete with me. Many male students gazed at Jiang Qiu with admiration, yet found it difficult to feel jealousy. Primarily, Jiang Qiu is genuinely striking. Moreover, he is exceedingly polite, and interacting with him feels like a refreshing spring breeze, an enviable quality indeed. As time swiftly passed, noon approached. Vice Minister Chun Yiba glanced at the time and suggested that everyone disperse to have lunch. Jiang Qiu, let us go eat together, Zhou Hongru exclaimed, his voice growing louder at the mention of food. Several female students joined in. Jiang Qiu, let us go. I know a great place on Commercial Street. All right. Jiang Qiu nodded, appreciating the lively atmosphere for their first meeting. However, at that moment, Liang Zijian entered. Hello, Minister, the group greeted him politely. Liang Zijian nodded and suddenly turned his gaze towards the crowd, focusing on Jiang Qiu. Do you have plans for lunch? Yes, I was just about to go eat. Jiang Qiu replied. Hold on, there's a task I need to assign to you. Liang Zijian slowly remarked. Our department has been rather busy these past few days. Please assist in compiling information about the businesses surrounding the school and create a summary table for me by noon. During the back-to-school period each year, the External Relations Department is responsible for gathering data on local merchants to facilitate future collaborations. Typically, this task is assigned to the deputy directors and seldom delegated directly to newcomers. The deputy directors, upon hearing Liang's instructions, exchanged peculiar glances. However, as it meant one less task for them, no one voiced any objections. That's fine, but I am not yet familiar with the workflow. Shouldn't I be given a bit more time? Jiang Qiu frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. It was his first day, and he was expected to start working at noon. I will provide you with a manual. Just adhere to the requirements outlined within, Liang Zijian replied with a serious expression. If others can manage it, why can't you? Jiang Qiu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He had only just met this person, so why was there such animosity directed towards him? Ding. Random task. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Task requirements. The system has detected Liang Zijian's hostility. Please investigate the reason and retaliate. Task rewards. Rewards will be based on the completion of the task. What is going on? There is indeed something off about Liang Zijian. Jiang Qiu pondered, recalling that. To his knowledge, they had never crossed paths before. Could it be jealousy over his good looks? To be pragmatic, Jiang Qiu considered it a plausible explanation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He intended to remain in the External Relations Department and uncover the reason behind this hostility. Moreover, the prospect of rewards made it all the more enticing. Oh, I will take care of it, Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Liang Zijian observed this interaction, mistakenly believing Jiang Qiu had acquiesced, and thus turned away, satisfied. To go have his meal. The deputy directors, witnessing the scenario unfold, understood that Jiang Qiu was being targeted but dared not speak up. After all, to thrive in the External Relations Department, gaining the minister's approval was essential. Soon, everyone departed, and Zhou Hongru approached Jiang Qiu. Let me help you. I can likely speed things up. I'll join as well. Perhaps he is simply envious of your looks, added another. Two girls also approached to offer their consolation. It's all right. You all should go eat. I have no classes in the afternoon and can handle this myself. I wouldn't want to hold you up. Jiang Qiu expressed his gratitude, not wishing to burden them. All right then, good luck, they replied before departing. Zhou Hongru initially intended to stay, but eventually succumbed to hunger. In the office, Jiang Qiu found himself alone, taking the materials provided by Liang Zijian, and, based on previous year's data, began to re-register the merchant information for this year. As for the contact number, he opened the Meituan app, where most merchants had begun offering delivery services, thus the contact numbers were readily available. In a short span of time, he managed to gather the necessary information. Just then, Jiang Qiu's phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. Chapter 41. Everyone says rich women are great. Chu Yinshi invites for a lavish meal. Hello? Jiang Qiu answered the call. It's me, came the voice of Chu Yinshi, marking her first call to Jiang Qiu. Previously, their communication had been limited to WeChat, and upon hearing his voice over the phone, she suddenly realized how melodious it was. Where are you? I've ordered 2 meals today. Come accompany me. Chu Yinshi's tone was cold, yet her voice betrayed a hint of nervousness, clearly indicating her unfamiliarity with inviting a boy to dine. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qiu chuckled. Senior, I'm sorry, but I still have work to attend to in the External Relations Department. Chu Yinshi frowned slightly. External Relations? You still have work to do at noon? Yes, yes. Minister Liang asked me to stay behind. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qiu inadvertently revealed his predicament. According to the system's task, he was to investigate the matter thoroughly and retaliate accordingly. Hence, he had no intention of being courteous to Liang Zijian. He would not hesitate to give him a taste of his own medicine when the time came. After a brief silence, Chu Yinshi stated with undeniable authority, "Forget about that. Come to my office." "All right." Jiang Qiu readily agreed, for he too was feeling hungry. Who would prefer to remain in the office when a warm meal was already prepared? Chu Yinshi's office was located on the 3rd floor, and it didn't take long for him to reach. "You've arrived. Please, take a seat." Chu Yinshi was typing at her computer, and upon seeing Jiang Qiu, she quickly stood up and moved a chair for him. "Thank you, senior." Jiang Qiu nodded and sat down opposite her. The office was not large. There was merely a desk, allowing them to sit face to face. Chu Yinshi scrutinized Jiang Qiu, biting her lip, lost in her thoughts. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qiu asked, puzzled. "And nothing," Chu Yinshi replied, her nerves evident. This was her first time inviting Jiang Qiu to meet alone, a stark contrast to their previous group activities. Just moments ago, her excitement had caused her to gaze at him for an extended period, and now, being caught in the act was quite embarrassing. What if Jiang Qiu thinks I am attracted to him? The more she pondered, the more her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. Senior, your face seems quite red. Is everything all right?" Jiang Qiu inquired. "Oh, is my face really that red?" Chu Yinshi quickly covered her face, desperately trying to regain her composure. Half a minute later, she realized her efforts had failed. Jiang Qiu sat across the table, unable to calm her nerves. In a moment of desperation, she resorted to the simplest of tactics, diverting the conversation to distract from the tension. "Well, let us eat. The dishes will grow cold. By the way, do you like the meal I ordered? Please, have a taste. If you find anything amiss, I shall have them prepare it anew." Jiang Qiu glanced down at the boxes on the table, astonished to find that they were crafted from wood, adorned with intricate carvings. They exuded an air of opulence. With great care, she opened the first tier of the meal, revealing a delightful assortment. A serving of king crab legs sashimi, baked king crab with cheese, and butter-baked king crab. The second tier held a snowflake beef short rib, steamed egg and crab shell, foie gras sushi, and crab roe rice. The third tier contained almond pudding, wagyu egg tart, and a fruit salad. Additionally, a beautifully presented box of premium bird's nest soup was placed beside it. Jiang Qiu was taken aback. Although her finances were comfortable, she primarily dined at the cafeteria. The most extravagant meal she had ever indulged in cost merely over 2,000 yuan. Yet, the bowl of bird's nest soup alone was priced at over 2,000. Not to mention the king crab set costing at least another 2,000, culminating in a staggering 5,000 yuan for what was ostensibly a simple lunch. It felt utterly extravagant. "Senior, do you think this meal is a bit excessive?" Jiang Qiu hesitated. "Please, taste it without concern for the price. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters," Chu Yinshi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Qiu suddenly felt as though she were being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. It was no wonder that everyone spoke so highly of rich women. "I still feel it is too costly. Perhaps I should transfer the money to you later," Jiang Qiu insisted earnestly. Chu Yinshi fixed her gaze upon Jiang Qiu, her expression firm and unyielding. "No, this meal is my treat." Jiang Qiu felt a shiver run down her spine under that intense gaze, and eventually relented. "Very well. I shall treat you next time." Upon hearing this, Chu Yinshi's eyes sparkled with delight. She had seized upon a crucial word, next time. Did that not imply that Jiang Qiu was willing to dine with her again? The mere thought filled Chu Yinshi with joy, and as she observed Jiang Qiu savoring the meal, her own appetite seemed to vanish. "Senior, aren't you going to eat?" Jiang Qiu, having consumed half her meal, noticed that Chu Yinshi had yet to pick up her chopsticks. "Oh, I was just about to," Chu Yinshi replied, snapping back to reality. "How does it taste? Is it good?" "Yes, it's to my liking. The flavors are quite delightful," Jiang Qiu responded. Chu Yinshi smiled gently, her eyes radiating a newfound softness. She recalled how Jiang Qiu had once adored the king crab from this establishment. Back then, both of them had been financially constrained, and a meal costing 2,000 yuan per person was far too extravagant for them. They only indulged in such a feast on Jiang Qiu's birthday, when they could finally afford to treat themselves. Now, after 3 years of hard work and earning a considerable sum, is it not all for Jiang Qiuhua? At this moment, Chu Yinshi has rediscovered the essence of making money. Recently, she has become rather indifferent to the affairs of the company. Even the prospect of going public holds little interest for her. The executives are filled with anxiety, yet they find themselves powerless against their president. After all, the entire company belongs to her personally. With the owner lounging in complacency, what can the employees possibly do? If these executives were to learn that Chu Yinshi has reignited her ambition for Jiang Qiu, they might even pay a visit to express their gratitude to Jiang Qiu. By the way, how is the work in the External Relations Department? After finishing her meal, Chu Yinshi began to inquire about Jiang Qiu's work situation. It's going well. We had a meeting today, Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly. However, the External Relations Department is quite busy. We even have to work through lunch. Was it Liang Zijin who assigned you this? Chu Yinshi furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering something. Yes, it was him, Jiang Qiu nodded. Are you interested in switching departments? Chu Yinshi suddenly asked. To which department? Jiang Qiu frowned. Previously, he would have eagerly accepted such a change. However, at present, his task remains unfinished, and he cannot simply leave. Assistant to the chairman, dedicated solely to serving me. Chu Yinshi gazed at Jiang Qiu with eager anticipation. Well, actually, I find the External Relations Department quite satisfactory, Jiang Qiu tactfully declined. Why is that? Chu Yinshi asked, perplexed. Were you not unhappy in the External Relations Department? If you become my assistant, no one will give you a hard time. Ahem, no, the External Relations Department is genuinely excellent. Jiang Qiu stated earnestly. I love this department. Cherish this position, and am willing to contribute. Chapter 42. Jiang Qiu feels danger. Li Lingling questions life. Chu Yinshi frowned. For some reason, she suddenly harbored a strong dislike for the External Relations Department, especially towards Minister Liang Zijin. Taking a moment to adjust her mood, she continued her persuasion. The External Relations Department is indeed commendable. However, being my assistant does not preclude you from shining brightly here. No, I prefer farming. Jiang Qiu casually fabricated a reason, as he found it challenging to fulfill the system's tasks. Chu Yinshi paused slightly, pondering, what does farming mean? Jiang Qiu, sensing her confusion, elucidated. Farming is a strategic game, where one lays low and develops in the early stages, then unleashes troops and equipment in the later stages. Chu Yinshi looked at him with exasperation. Can you be any more disingenuous? Just yesterday, you expressed disinterest in joining the student council. How can I expect you to exert effort later on? I see you simply wish to remain idle and lazy. Chu Yinshi pouted, visibly displeased. Had it been anyone else, she would have slammed the table by now. However, facing Jiang Qiu, she truly could not bear to lose her temper. Once again, she took a moment to recalibrate her emotions. Chu Yinshi gently inquired, please speak honestly with me. Why do you not wish to be my assistant? Well, senior, do you truly wish to know? Jiang Qiu replied. Yes, do tell. But you mustn't be upset, he cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. I believe that being your assistant poses too great a risk. Confused, Chu Yinshi asked, what makes it dangerous? You see, Jiang Qiu elaborated. If I were to become your assistant, we would undoubtedly spend every day together. In such a scenario, should you develop improper feelings for me, I would find myself in peril. At that moment, Chu Yinshi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. From your expression, it seems as though you would devour me whole, she retorted. Jiang Qiu, with utmost seriousness, stated, when I was a child, Zhang Wuji's mother warned me that the world outside is fraught with danger, and boys must learn to safeguard themselves. After finishing his meal, he rose to tidy the dining area and return the chair to its rightful place. Before departing, he turned to Chu Yinshi and said, thank you for the meal, senior. I shall take my leave now. Chu Yinshi merely watched him, speechless. She was taken aback. Although Jiang Qiu spoke the truth, did she truly appear so obvious? Within a minute of Jiang Qiu's departure, Li Lingling burst in excitedly, Xiaoxi. Was that handsome guy just now Jiang Qiu? Coming back to her senses upon seeing her friend, Chu Yinshi nodded affirmatively. Oh my, he is incredibly handsome, Li Lingling exclaimed. Indeed, the photos were misleading. Jiang Qiu is even more attractive in person. So what of it? Chu Yinshi replied, her expression suddenly wary as she gazed at her friend. Li Lingling instantly sensed a hint of danger. Surely not. I mean, dear lady, why do you insist on bullying me? If only you could muster such confidence with Jiang Qiu, perhaps he would already be under your sway. The moment Jiang Qiu was mentioned, the assertive demeanor Chu Yinshi had just displayed dissipated. Clearing her throat, she suggested, let us focus on your situation with Jiang Qiu. You two were alone together. Did anything transpire? Li Lingling continued eagerly. For instance, did you perhaps initiate a bold advance or employ some domineering tactic like a CEO, pinning him against a wall? Chu Yinshi shot her a glare and coldly retorted, Li Lingling, have you been asking for a beating? No, sister, I was in the wrong. Li Lingling quickly amended her tone. I am merely concerned about your progress and thought to offer some advice. We were simply having a meal. He did not refuse me, but remarked that it was somewhat extravagant and offered to transfer me the money. Chu Yinshi pondered for a moment and hesitantly asked, do you think I should be more frugal next time? Jiang Qiu might prefer a girl who is diligent and thrifty. That notion is perilous. How can we, the less fortunate, survive if you, with your wealth, choose to be frugal? Li Lingling resolved to swiftly dissuade her close friend from her misguided notions. Otherwise, how could she continue to enjoy free meals and drinks in the future? So, do you reckon I should pursue another meal with him tomorrow? Chu Yinshi asked, her voice laced with indecision. Of course, dining is a process. Familiarity breeds comfort, Li Lingling exclaimed with enthusiasm. Moreover, consider this, a solitary man and woman in a confined space. This presents an exquisite opportunity for you. Chu Yinshi shot Li Lingling a disapproving glare as her friend's comments grew increasingly absurd. Well then, if there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave, she said, sensing that remaining any longer might lead to unforeseen peril. Wait, Chu Yinshi protested, her reluctance palpable. The suggestion you provided last time was ineffective. What suggestion? Li Lingling paused, momentarily taken aback. You know, appointing Jiang Qiu as the assistant to the chairman. He declined, opting instead for the outreach department. Chu Yinshi clarified. Why would he do that? Being a mere member of the outreach department lacks the prestige of being your assistant. Li Lingling queried, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yinshi recounted. He claimed to be passionate about the outreach department, devoted to this position, and eager to contribute to its success. Cough, really? Li Lingling's incredulity was evident. That rationale seems rather implausible. I simply do not buy it. Chu Yinshi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share your skepticism. I urged him to reveal his true motivations. What were they? Li Lingling's curiosity piqued. You won't believe it. He actually said that spending too much time with me was perilous, and that boys need to protect themselves. Chu Yinshi confessed, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. I must say, he may have a point. Li Lingling could no longer contain her laughter, sharing her unfiltered thoughts. Do not mock. Objectively, do I come across as villainous? Despite her protest, Chu Yinshi felt a flutter of embarrassment. It was akin to the scenario where Jiang Qiu was a sheep and she, the cunning wolf, ever watchful. No, you are certainly not a villain. After her laughter subsided, Li Lingling found it astonishing how deeply entrenched her friend had become in this infatuation. Where are all the handsome boys? Especially for someone like Chu Yinshi, who is quite attractive and rivals film stars. There should be no shortage of dashing lads eager to cater to her every whim. Yet, why does she fixate solely on Jiang Qiu? How kitsch. Even more bewildering to Li Lingling was Jiang Qiu's outright refusal. What on earth is happening in this world? Chapter 43. Why does helping Jiang Qiu feel so inexplicably delightful? So, Jiang Qiu rejected you, and that's it? After much contemplation, Li Lingling still could not fathom it. What else could it be? Chu Yinshi retorted. You didn't T-force him, did you? Am I that sort of person? Li Lingling gently rubbed her head, yearning to expose the truth behind those words. She recalled the last time when the former richest man in the country, Little Wang from the Wang family, orchestrated a romantic confession to pursue Chu Yinshi. What was meant to be a charming gesture, regardless of its outcome, became a tale of woe. Not only did Chu Yinshi publicly reject him, but she also subsequently sabotaged Little Wang's company, causing him to plummet from his esteemed position, becoming the subject of ridicule within the industry. Upon hearing of this incident, Little Wang was furious and gave Little Wang a thorough beating, confining him indoors for an entire month. Since then, no wealthy heir dared to openly declare their affection for Chu Yinshi. After all, the incident left a psychological scar on everyone who could endure the prospect of having their company undermined. It was from that moment that Chu Yinshi's notorious reputation as a domineering figure spread throughout the second-generation elite circles. Yet, who would have imagined that the once imperious female CEO would now find herself in such a humble position? All right, I believe you should start by inviting him to dinner. Take your time, and you will eventually win him over. Li Lingling offered her advice. Will that truly be effective? Chu Yinshi expressed her hesitation. Absolutely. What you need now is simply time. Li Lingling replied with confidence. Very well then, you may leave. Chu Yinshi nodded, tidied up the table, and prepared to head out. Where are you off to? Li Lingling couldn't help but tease. It's only been a short while, and you're already burning bridges? Chu Yinshi stood up, her expression serious. Someone is troubling Jiang Qiu. I must go see. After lunch, Jiang Qiu descended the stairs leisurely. Upon reaching the second floor, he heard Liang Zijian's dissatisfied voice. Where is Jiang Qiu? Has anyone seen where he went? How is it that on the very first day, he fails to complete the task assigned to him? What kind of behavior is this? Does anyone have his number? Have him return immediately. At that moment, a few people had just returned to the room, and nobody responded. Minister Liang, I'm right here. What can I do for you? Jiang Qiu strolled forward, bemused by Liang Zijian's hostility. He couldn't fathom the source of such animosity. But since the other party was being impolite, he felt no obligation to accommodate him. What happened? Where did you go just now? Liang Zijian inquired, his irritation growing as he perceived Jiang Qiu's nonchalance. I went to eat, Jiang Qiu replied, punctuating his statement with a yawn. The others were taken aback. All were newly appointed to the department, and none dared to speak to a senior in such a manner. What? Liang Zijian exclaimed furiously. Did you complete the task I assigned you? Jiang Qiu remained unfazed. Not yet. Liang Zijian was momentarily speechless. It was his first encounter with someone so unabashedly audacious. The other members present were equally taken aback. The task assigned by the minister remained unaccomplished, yet the audacity displayed was astonishing. Regardless of the circumstances, this action was rather reckless. Several female classmates couldn't help but shake their heads. Surely Jiang Qiu would be expelled from the external liaison department. At that moment, Liang Zijian's veins were bulging, and he pointed at Jiang Qiu with a fierce glare, saying, Do you understand how crucial the task I entrusted to you is? I specifically urged you to complete it promptly when I handed it over, and yet, you chose to dine during lunch? It seems I should report your situation to President Chu. Observing Liang Zijian's aggressive demeanor, Jiang Qiu remained unfazed. Did he truly believe he could leverage Chu Yinshi against me? The very thought was amusing. After listening to his impotent fury, Jiang Qiu couldn't resist retorting, Are you certain? This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. The atmosphere in the room thick with tension. What do you mean? Do you intend to threaten me? Liang Zijian's anger reached its zenith. Not at all. I merely inquired. Jiang Qiu waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of indifference. You just wait. Liang Zijian turned to leave. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Minister Liang, President Chu requests your presence. Standing at the entrance was Li Lingling, who was acquainted with Liang Zijian and thus assumed the role of messenger. Upon seeing her, Liang Zijian quickly donned a flattering expression. Sister Ling, I shall be there shortly. He was well aware that Li Lingling was a close friend of Chu Yinshi, which prompted his unusually amiable demeanor. What Liang Zijian did not know was that Li Lingling had recorded the earlier reprimand of Jiang Qiu and sent it to Chu Yinshi. Very well, you may go ahead. I shall take my leave, Li Lingling remarked with a look of self-preservation before turning to depart. How amusing it was to imagine Chu Yinshi's fury upon viewing that video. At this moment, it was prudent to avoid any trouble and make a hasty exit. Poor Liang Zijian remained oblivious to the situation, believing he was on the cusp of a promotion. As a seasoned member of the student council, his advancement had been largely due to his ability to align himself with influential figures. Zhao Wenhua, the vice president of the student council and his former superior, had always looked out for him. Just yesterday, Zhao Wenhua had called him, advising him to be wary of Jiang Qiu and suggesting that it would be best to exclude this individual from the student council if possible. Liang Zijian had readily agreed, leading to today's various schemes against Jiang Qiu. However, he had not anticipated that Jiang Qiu, a newcomer, would prove to be such a formidable opponent. It seemed that future plans would need to unfold gradually. Liang Zijian was confident that if one attempt failed, a second would surely succeed. After all, he intended to continually undermine Jiang Qiu until he was eventually forced out. As he contemplated this, he arrived at the office. Upon entering, he was met with a cold glare from Chu Yinshi, a mere look compelling Liang Zijian to immediately bow his head in submission. Heard that you are quite formidable at noon, not allowing anyone to eat until the work is completed? Chu Yinshi asked directly. About that. Liang Zijian felt a pang of guilt. Sister Shi, it's not like that. I still want to argue? The new members have just joined us. It's more important to offer them warmth at this time. Chu Yinshi shot him a fierce glare. You, on the very first day. Do not allow them to have lunch. What were you thinking, or were you instructed to do so? No, it's not that. I didn't tea. Liang Zijin was startled. That accusation felt exceedingly heavy. He wanted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. We need to show more care for the new members. Do you understand? Xu Yinshi continued. All right, for the next few days, the work of the External Relations Department will be solely on you. I want to see your true capabilities. Fine, fine. Liang Zijin quickly agreed. Xu Yinshi nodded, finally feeling appeased. You may go now. Let us see how you perform. Liang Zijin felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, and with a pale face, exited the office. Xu Yinshi let out a long sigh, feeling inexplicably pleased. Noticing that Li Lingling had yet to return, she sent her a message. Xu Yinshi, I've suddenly realized that I might be a bit twisted. Li Lingling, you finally realized? Xu Yinshi, Li Lingling, no, I mean I am the one who is twisted. Xu Yinshi, I just feel oddly satisfied after standing up for Jiang Xiao. Li Lingling, enough, be a person. Chapter 44, Mission Accomplished, Advanced Level Finger Techniques. Meanwhile, in the office of the External Relations Department on the second floor, Jiang Xiao sat comfortably in an armchair. Zhou Hongru approached, advising, perhaps you should lay low for a while. When Minister Liang returns, he might come looking for trouble. It's fine. I'm just waiting for him to come back. Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly. I'm telling you, Brother Qiu, you can't go against the odds. In the end, we'll be the ones to suffer. Zhou Hongru earnestly suggested. Why not let me help you? It would be quicker with two of us. Thank you, but I have it under control. Jiang Qiu expressed his gratitude. He held a favorable impression of the rotund fellow but still declined his offer of assistance. At that moment, Liang Zijian returned from the third floor. Upon entering and seeing Jiang Qiu still seated, his expression darkened considerably. He realized that his severe reprimand must be related to Jiang Qiu. However, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and said, Jiang Qiu, you need not concern yourself with the task I assigned you earlier. After saying that, he turned to the other members still in the office. Additionally, for this week, no one needs to be on duty during lunch. Everyone can go home. According to the Student Council's regulations, each department was required to sign in for duty at the office every noon. Wonderful. Upon hearing they need not be on duty, everyone erupted in cheers. At that moment, including Zhou Hongru, the gazes of the crowd shifted towards Jiang Qiu. Originally, many believed Jiang Qiu to be reckless. Little did they anticipate that he was, in reality, a concealed powerhouse, one whom even the minister could not contend with. Minister Liang, I have already organized a portion of the materials. Would you like me to send them to you? Jiang Qiu inquired of Liang Zijian, a smirk playing on his lips. Liang Zijian was infuriated. Just half an hour prior, he had insisted that Jiang Qiu forego lunch to work, only to now reverse his orders. Had it not been mentioned, the matter might have slipped by unnoticed. However, Jiang Qiu had to bring it up at such an inopportune moment, deliberately proposing to send the materials he had prepared before everyone. It was akin to a public slap in the face. Yet, Liang Zijian found no fault to raise and could only swallow his anger in silence. Yes. Send it to me, he replied, his face a stormy shade of iron, before turning and leaving the office. Once he departed, the crowd swiftly converged around Jiang Qiu, particularly a few girls who gazed at him with admiration. Brother Qiu, the way you spoke just now was truly impressive. One exclaimed, Brother Qiu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I just brought you some cookies, you should eat. Another chimed in. Yes, do have something. We wouldn't want you to go hungry. I have some bottled water here, take it. After the girls finally left, Zhou Hongru seized the opportunity to approach Jiang Qiu. Brother Qiu, did you foresee this outcome all along? Jiang Qiu smiled, but refrained from responding. He surmised that Xu Yinshi must have been aiding him from the shadows. Otherwise, Liang Zijian's demeanor would not have shifted so dramatically. Jiang Qiu pondered why Xu Yinshi was so consistently kind to him. Initially, it may have stemmed from guilt, but now, after such a long time, her unwavering concern seemed inexplicable. Nevertheless, he found this feeling of care quite pleasant. Perhaps he should consider spending more time with her. Brother Qiu, what are you thinking about? Zhou Hongru waved a hand in front of him and couldn't help but tease. If you don't want to share, that is fine. But remember, we're in this together. Let us not forget our ties and fortune. Rest assured, it's all good, Jiang Qiu replied, snapping back to the moment with a smile and a nod. As the afternoon unfolded, with no duty to attend to, everyone gradually departed the office. Jiang Qiu returned to his dormitory, reclining on his bed and relishing the cool breeze. It was utterly delightful. Ding! The system detected a significant shift in Liang Zijian's attitude towards the host. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, you have received the advanced level reward of Finger Techniques. Note, the reward will be acquired through a combination of memory transmission and muscle memory, ensuring no adverse effects. The host may use it with confidence. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. How had the task been completed? Unbeknownst to him, Liang Zijian, after returning and contemplating the events, felt increasingly uneasy and decided to investigate Jiang Qiu further. This investigation took him by surprise. It turned out that Chu Yinqi was also serving as Jiang Qi's assistant, indicating that the two were already acquainted. Contemplating this, Liang Zijian inwardly chastised Zhao Wenhua, who had instigated him. He recognized his own limitations. With Jiang Qi having such formidable connections, there was little he could do. This matter had to be let go, and it would be wise to avoid provoking Jiang Qi in the future. Thus, upon detecting Liang Zijian's change in attitude, the system naturally deemed the task completed. On the other hand, Jiang Qi paid Liang Zijian no mind. He was presently engrossed in the sensation of his hands, which seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. After a moment's realization, he found that his hand speed was significantly quicker than before, regardless of the action he performed. Jiang Qi couldn't help but think, with this newfound speed, gaming would be exhilarating. Cough, cough. He vowed that his first thought was to utilize this hand speed in gameplay. Brothers, shall we dive into the battleground? His proclamation was met with immediate enthusiasm. Let's go for it. Qian Shengqian was the first to respond. I was just ambushed by Voldemort and nearly secured a chicken dinner. All right, just in time for Qiubo to join us. Let us squad up. Zhao Mingrue echoed in agreement. Chun Hongliang, holding his phone with a sly grin, suggested, we could form a full squad and stealth our way to victory. Jiang Qi was momentarily speechless. Did they really need to play so cautiously with four people? He had plenty of experience with the game, but after reaching the rank of Super Ace, he had found it challenging to progress further. Jiang Qi preferred engaging in fierce combat in urban areas, but that often led to swift demise, losing all the hard-earned points from countless matches with a single misstep. However, now he was eager to test what it would be like to engage in combat with his newly honed dexterity. Chapter 45, 38 Kills. Jiang Qi is on fire. Before long, the four of them logged in together. Upon entering the game interface, they successfully formed a team and began their match. Let us go, Special Forces. Where to jump? Zhao Mingrue inquired. Jiang Qi glanced at the map. The flight path cut straight through the city, the heart of the map. Once he had a plan, he declared, let us land in the city. Watch me lead you to victory. No way. That place is bound to be swarming with players. Chen Hongliang, ever the cautious strategist, quickly marked the furthest point on the map and directed everyone. Brothers, follow me. We're heading to the wilderness. All right, let us go. Qian Shengqian and Zhao Mingrue readily agreed, and with a loud pop, their parachutes deployed as they jumped out behind Chen Hongliang. Jiang Qi was left bewildered. This was far too cautious. Qiubo, why didn't you follow us? Oh no, Qiubo, hurry down and find a vehicle at the northernmost point of the map. Hey Qiubo, why are you flying towards the city? Wrong direction. I just observed that over 20 individuals suddenly vanished from the city. Brother Qiu is gone. Jiang Qiu remained silent. For in the fleeting moment of his parachute descent, he had already calculated his landing coordinates. A total of 6 or 7 teams had descended into the area, yet none could match his swiftness. Utilizing his unique 10-finger technique, each digit deftly manipulated different keys, allowing him to execute the parachuting process seamlessly, without wasting a single moment. He landed atop the highest roof in the city, swiftly crouched, and seized a 16, targeting the 4 individuals still gliding in the sky, firing precisely at each one. Independent Fisher Jiang Qiu used the 16 to kill Xian Yulan. Independent Fisher Jiang Qiu used the 16 to kill Old Drama Text. Independent Fisher Jiang Qiu used the 16 to kill Yi Qiao. Independent Fisher Jiang Qiu used the 16 to kill Lungzu Bizi, with 4 kills at the outset. Every shot found its mark. Goodness, Brother Qiu, what extraordinary luck you possess. A total annihilation. Surely, they must not have found any weapons. Indeed, Brother Qiu's fortune is remarkable, acquiring those heads effortlessly. Luck? Jiang Qiu chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. He descended from the rooftop and began to scour the room, discovering a 416, along with a level 1 helmet, level 1 armor, a level 1 backpack, and 2 bandages. Though his equipment was modest, it was sufficient for combat. Thus commenced Jiang Qiu's journey of slaughter within the city. In his previous experiences with this game, he often felt a beat behind, unable to triumph in direct confrontations. However, today that sensation had entirely reversed. He perceived his opponents as sluggish, even questioning whether they were mere bots. Under Jiang Qiu's unparalleled finger dexterity, enemies fell one after another. Rendered dazed, in less than 5 minutes, he had obliterated 3 fully equipped teams, along with countless lone wolves. By the time the gunfire subsided in the city, Jiang Qiu had claimed the lives of 18 individuals. Goodness, Brother Qiu, just how many have you slain? The screen was filled with records of Brother Qiu's kills. It seemed utterly unbelievable. Alas, Brother Qiu, are you using cheats? May the blessings of Ma Baba be upon me. I must rank up in the next match, and pray I remain undetected. Upon exiting the city, Jiang Qiu had assembled level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, and a level 3 backpack. The other supplies were beyond count, to the extent that even the level 3 backpack could not accommodate them all. Next, Jiang Qiu replenished his drinks, loaded his ammunition, and approached the garage to drive off in a Maserati, activating a mode of hunting across the entire map. Essentially, any prey he set his sights upon had no chance of escaping alive. Independent Fisher Jiang Qiu used to kill Xuchang. Independent Fisher Jiang Qiu used the 98 to kill the fire mouth of Yunmen Temple. Independent Fisher Jiang Qiu used the 416 to kill Li Buren. Independent Fisher Jiang Qiu used a grenade to kill the second young master of the One family. With each team he dispatched, Jiang Qiu would switch to a new and used weapon, savoring the distinct sensations they offered. Initially, this was considered a grave taboo. The parameters of different firearms vary significantly, and frequent weapon changes by players can lead to a decline in their handling proficiency. However, for Jiang Qiu, such concerns were utterly trivial, regardless of the firearm at hand. He wielded it with remarkable finesse, successfully eliminating his foes. Unbeknownst to him, a void emerged in the central area of the map, devoid of any living adversaries. Jiang Qiu's kill count surged to an astounding 31. At that moment, Qian Shengqian, rummaging for supplies in a remote part of the map, suddenly exclaimed, "It's over. Come save me. There's someone in this house. Stay calm. I'm coming to rescue you." Zhao Mingrui quickly rushed upstairs to offer assistance. Alas, before he could finish his sentence, Qian Shengqian was eliminated by an enemy. Damn it! Encountering that old trickster again, an irate Qian Shengqian began to vent his frustrations, nearly hurling his phone across the room. Wait, there's still another person behind the door. We're done for. Zhao Mingrui, eager to save him, regrettably found that the room concealed 2 enemies. His fists were powerless against their numbers. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Chen Hongliang hastily attempted to flee in his vehicle. However, before he could distance himself, a bullet found its mark, and all 3 were eliminated. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu, riding his beloved motorcycle, paused atop a distant hill, far removed from the chaos. Armed with a rifle equipped with an 8x scope, he could clearly see the enemies looting the fallen. Bang! A shot rang out, landing a headshot. Bang! Another shot, another headshot. Bang! A third shot, complete annihilation. This was a trio of professional players, their skills and agility at an elite level. Yet, in that fleeting moment, they failed to locate their assailant and were dispatched in an instant. Unbelievable. Reviewing the footage revealed Jiang Qiu on the high ground, several hundred meters away, landing headshots with uncanny precision. How was this possible? Every shot found its target. Could he possibly be cheating? No way. I refuse to believe this. This guy must be hacking. Let us report him together. At this juncture, Jiang Qiu had entered the final circle, the battlefield now reduced to just 5 individuals. Unfortunately, he stood alone, while the remaining 4 were his teammates. On the expansive plain, Jiang Qiu utilized his vehicle as cover, firing 2 shots with his 98 rifle. Taking down 2 enemies across the way, he swiftly switched to his assault rifle and charged forward, granting the adversaries no opportunity to retaliate. With a flurry of bullets, he struck true, successfully eliminating the last 2 opponents and claiming victory. In the dormitory, his roommates were left in stunned silence. If they had previously doubted Jiang Qiu's true capabilities, attributing his numerous kills to mere luck, the final tally of 38 kills now left them in awe. If it weren't for witnessing it with my own eyes, I would never believe that this data reflects true prowess. It has completely overturned their understanding. Brother Qiu, you are simply extraordinary. At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words. It's simply impressive. Not only is Brother Qiu wealthy and handsome, but he excels at gaming as well. What an unfair advantage. Chapter 46. Women only hinder my reflexes. Astonishing profit margins. After finishing this round, Jiang Qiu achieved an extraordinary level of performance. His fingers, enhanced by skill, demonstrated unparalleled responsiveness and speed. Although he had not played for long, he could adapt to all games seamlessly. Jiang Qiu felt that if he were to participate in professional competitions, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the gaming world. At that moment, several individuals from the dormitory gathered around. Watching Jiang Qiu's 10 slender fingers dance across the screen left them at a loss for description. I remarked on Brother Qiu's strength, realizing that he could operate with all 10 fingers simultaneously. Brother Qiu's hands are truly remarkable. In comparison, I feel my own hands can only be described as claws. Next to Brother Qiu, my fingers seem utterly inadequate. Am I perhaps disabled? Let us not even discuss it. At least you secured some kills. While I didn't manage to eliminate a single opponent, I simply fell flat. After a round of heartfelt admiration, their respect for Jiang Qiu deepened. Qian Shengqian, with a hint of envy, remarked, Brother Qiu, you're handsome and wealthy, and you excel at gaming too. You must have many girls pursuing you. Indeed, Brother Qiu, how many girlfriends have you had? Zhao Mingrui inquired with curiosity. I have never dated, Jiang Qiu replied. Impossible. Chen Hongliang was incredulous. I truly haven't. Women only hinder my reflexes. Jiang Qiu responded, a faint melancholy crossing his features. Though many girls have shown interest in him, very few dared to confess their feelings. All the girls believed Jiang Qiu to be too exceptional, surely surrounded by girlfriends. Moreover, Jiang Qiu himself had no inclination to pursue women actively. Dating is too troublesome. Instead of that, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to watch action films from Japan, animations from Korea, or read domestic romance novels? Consequently, he had never experienced a romantic relationship, even through college. Brother Qiu, don't be disheartened with your qualities. Take your time and choose wisely. Chen Hongliang reflected, to be honest, if I were a girl, I would certainly pursue you relentlessly. Please, I am not interested in that. Jiang Qiu retorted with a look of disdain, shifting away slightly. Hee, I find that quite amusing. Chen Hongliang continued cheekily, Brother Qiu. Given how you treated me to chicken dinner today, should you make a request, I would immediately comply. Tonight, I am at your service. Wow. Now that is what true love looks like. Zhao Mingrui laughed uncontrollably. Qian Shengqian chimed in with a playful jab. Please, you too. Your display of affection is a bit too overt. It's making me envious. The following day, the business class schedule was extremely packed. The first class of the morning was advanced mathematics, where a bespectacled male teacher stood at the podium, passionately lecturing for over half an hour. As I surveyed the classroom, I noticed that most students were either slumped over their desks asleep or engrossed in their phones, with only a handful truly engaged in their studies. Jiang Qiu, seated in the last row, merely glanced at his textbook, grasping the lesson effortlessly. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to pay attention. Rather, the teacher's explanations were exceedingly simplistic. Bored and restless, Jiang Qiu opened his stock trading app to check the status of the stocks he had recently purchased. It had been 10 days since he heavily invested in Lingnan Pharmaceutical, and during this period, the stock had surged dramatically, achieving 9 consecutive days of limit-up trading. Today, however, as the market opened, it did not continue its upward trend but instead showed signs of a lower opening. Jiang Qiu calculated his investments. He had bought Lingnan Pharmaceutical at 2,533 yuan per share, investing a total of 35 million yuan. The current stock price had risen to 5,167 yuan per share, marking an astonishing increase of 104. This indicated that his initial investment had more than doubled, a return that undoubtedly outperformed 99 of investors in the market. Without hesitation, Jiang Qiu sold all his shares, and after accounting for transaction fees, he ultimately profited 52 million yuan. There was no doubt that this was a successful investment. Jiang Qiu opened WeChat and entered a small group with his 4 dorm mates. Jiang Qiu, everyone. Call me Daddy. Qian Xingqian, Daddy. Zhao Mingrui, Daddy, Daddy. Chen Hongyang, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Jiang Qiu, I haven't even said anything yet. Where are your principles? Qian Shengqian, we have no principles. Zhao Mingrui, we have no principles. Chen Hongliang, we have no principles. Jiang Qiu was taken aback. Were these rich second-generation youths for real? Jiang Qiu, let us talk business. I just sold the stocks we purchased a few days ago. Jiang Qiu, to put it plainly, our buying price was 2,533 yuan. and the selling price was 5,167 yuan, an increase of 104. Jiang Qiu. In other words, your investments have all doubled. Qian Xingqian. What the heck? Zhao Mingrui. Brother Qiu, you're amazing. Chun Hongliang. This return would make even Buffett exclaim in admiration. Jiang Qiu. I calculated everyone's profits. The second one made 4.08 million yuan in total, the third 2.04 million yuan, and the fourth 1.02 million yuan. Jiang Qiu, please confirm, and if there are no issues, I will transfer the amounts to your bank cards. Qian Shengqian, no problem. Zhao Mingrui, no problem. Chen Hongliang, no problem. Qian Shengqian, wait a minute. I just realized that you seem to have given me a bit too much. Chen Hongliang, yes, I heard that according to industry standards, commissions and fees should be deducted. And it seems you haven't done that? Zhao Mingrui, I advocate adhering to industry norms. I have already earned enough. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude to Brother Qiu. Jiang Qiu, enough, we are all brothers. It is only natural to share in the profits. Besides, your initial investments are modest, rendering such concerns unnecessary. What Jiang Qiu stated was indeed the truth. The reason he gathered everyone was primarily to fulfill a system task. As for the trivial fees, Jiang Qiu was entirely indifferent, as the rewards he reaped far outweighed any costs incurred. Qian Shengqian, I shall say no more. Let us dine tonight, it is on me. He invested 200,000, and with a profit calculation of 104, he garnered a profit of 2.08 million. Had it not been for Jiang Qiu guiding him, such funds would have merely accumulated interest in a bank. Chen Hongyang, if you are treating, what shall I arrange? He had intended to host a meal himself, but was preempted. 1 day each, then. Qian Shengqian declared. Zhao Mingrui chimed in. Count me in. Jiang Qiu responded. How much have you earned? Those with the least should not worry about arrangements. Qian Shengqian concurred. Brother Qiu is right. Chen Hongliang added a jest. You might as well keep it. You are the poorest among us. Zhao Mingrui. He has withdrawn, earning 50,000 should indeed be a cause for celebration. So why does he suddenly feel disheartened? In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Qiu continued. Your funds should have been credited. Do check. After each of the 3 verified, they confirmed receipt. I can no longer concentrate on the lesson. Qian Shengqian exclaimed, filled with excitement. Throughout his life, he had always relied on his family for money. This was the first time he had earned for himself. Although he had guidance, he was no longer dependent on his parents. The other 2 shared a similar sentiment, irrespective of how much they earned. This was their first pot of gold, carrying immense sentimental value. Qian Shengqian, brothers, let us go drink. Zhao Mingrui, are you suggesting we skip class? Chen Hongliang, I think that is acceptable. After all, this lesson is incomprehensible. Jiang Qiu, please, I am a diligent student. Ultimately, Jiang Qiu could not resist their coaxing and joined them in skipping class. The group arrived at the most upscale restaurant near the school, where Qian Shengqian ordered an array of sumptuous dishes. Their revelry lasted from afternoon until midnight. Except for Jiang Qiu, the others transformed into exuberant youths, exuberantly shouting and expressing their elation. Chapter 47. The Origins of Chu Yanxi. 10 characters. La la la. In the Magic City, at Tangchini Pin. Xiaoxi, who are you messaging? A middle-aged man inquired in the spacious dining hall. It's nothing. Just a friend. Chu Yanxi replied nonchalantly. I must take my leave now. I will visit you next week. Upon finishing her words, she rose to depart. Wait. Do not forget about the mid-autumn wine gathering, the middle-aged man reminded her. I will see how it goes. Chu Yanxi nodded slightly before turning to leave. The middle-aged man did not attempt to retain her, only rising to the window after she had walked far away. He gazed in the direction of his departing daughter, remaining silent for a long while. Chu Guowei, father of Chu Yanxi, is the founder of the Chu Group in the Magical City, a stakeholder in several publicly listed companies, and one of the most prominent angel investors in the country. According to incomplete statistics, his wealth reaches an astounding 100 billion, and he has long ranked among the top 10 on the Huruan China Rich list. However, he gradually faded from the public eye, ceasing to participate in any wealth rankings. What remains unknown is that this remarkably successful businessman struggles with matters of love and family. Over 2 decades ago, Chu Guowei was merely a salesperson at a luxury goods counter. Through a serendipitous encounter, he met the mother of Chu Yanxi, a woman who would irrevocably alter the course of his life. At that time, the Yin family was one of the most illustrious families in the Magical City. and Chu Yinxi's mother was the cherished youngest daughter, enjoying unparalleled adoration. No one anticipated that two individuals from such disparate backgrounds and statuses would fall in love. Despite the opposition from those around them, Chu Yinxi's mother resolutely married him. In a bid to support her beloved, she invested all her savings to help Chu Guowei start his own venture. In an era when no one believed in him, Chu Guowei proved his mettle. Through years of accumulated experience, he recognized the untapped potential of the bottled water industry in the country. Most crucially, this sector was incredibly lucrative. A bottle of water priced at 2 yuan could yield at least half of that in profit after deducting all costs. Utilizing his sharp intellect and years of sales experience, Chu Guowei gradually expanded his enterprise, earning his initial fortune through the sale of water. Subsequently, he ventured into the investment realm, focusing on leading investments in promising companies, including the likes of Tencent, Sohu, NetEase, Alibaba, and numerous other internet enterprises, all of which boasted his shares. Yet, the heavens are fair. While they may open one door, they often close another. Due to the demands of his career, Chu Guowei could seldom attend to his family, sometimes being away for days on end. During this time, Chu Yinxi was still young, barely perceiving her father's presence in her life. When she turned 6, a tragic accident claimed her mother's life forever. At this moment, her father was absent, leaving a wound in her heart that would never heal. Throughout her life, Chu Yinxi harbored a deep resentment towards her father. She often imagined that had he returned home daily, perhaps her mother could have received timely medical attention. However, there are no what-ifs in this world. Chu Guowei also despised himself. In the face of life and death, all power and wealth dissolve into mere illusions. At this moment, he realized the immense debt he owed to his family. Regrettably, it was all too late. Chu Guowei had exerted countless efforts to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, yet he could never untangle the emotional knots within Chu Yinxi's heart. Subsequently, during her childhood, Chu Yinxi was sent to live with her grandmother. Seeing her father only during the festive seasons, she vowed never to acknowledge him again and even aspired to surpass him in her career. This ambition explained why. In her previous life, Chu Yinxi had worked relentlessly during her university years. At that time, it was not that she did not wish to establish a relationship with Jiang Qiu. Rather, she was preoccupied with the need to prove herself in her career. It was only 3 years ago, after experiencing life and death, that her perspective shifted. After all, her father was the closest person to her in this world. In her rebirth, she ceased to evade her father and began to visit him weekly. However, the years of estrangement could not be bridged overnight. Nevertheless, Chu Guowei felt immense satisfaction. Previously, he could only see his daughter once a year, but now he could see her once a week. What could be more joyful than that? After Chu Yinxi departed, Chu Guowei opened his cherished wine cabinet and poured himself a generous glass. After 2 sips, an idea struck him. He set down the glass and rose to make a call from his study. Moments later, his assistant of over a decade, Li Shufu, arrived. "Boss, why are you drinking alone?" "I'm in high spirits today," Chu Guowei replied with a smile. Xiaoxi came to visit and spoke to me at length. "Oh, it must indeed be a reason for joy," Li Shufu, who was well aware of the situation, responded, genuinely happy for his boss. "However, I couldn't help but feel something was amiss with her today." Chu Guowei swirled the red wine in his mouth and suddenly inquired, "Have you received any news from the people you arranged at Xiaoxi's company?" "Everything is normal at the company, boss," Li Shufu promptly replied. Chu Guowei, dissatisfied, pressed on, "No, I mean concerning her personal life, any rumors?" Li Shufu pondered for a moment before responding. "Recently, Miss hasn't been to the company for quite some time. My contacts mentioned that she seems disinterested in the company's IPO. That's unusual." Chu Guowei frowned, knowing his daughter well. No matter the circumstances, Chu Yinxi had always been diligent about her work. Even now, with their relationship improving, she had consistently aimed to surpass him. Why had her character shifted so suddenly? Truthfully, Chu Guowei felt a deep sense of pride for his daughter. In 3 years, she had achieved so much through her own capabilities. He was acutely aware that even he could not have accomplished what she had done. Moreover, her success was entirely self-made, which made it all the more admirable. "Boss, should I send someone to the school to take a look?" Li Shufu tentatively inquired. "Could there be something happening at school?" "It seems rather unlikely." Chu Guowei frowned, unable to suppress a sigh. Because of her mother's past, this child has always been resistant to emotional connections. He recalled the numerous wealthy suitors rejected by his daughter over the years. There must have been at least 80. Not all of them were idle. Some were indeed distinguished young leaders, yet none captured his daughter's interest. To be honest, Chu Guowei was quite anxious. He genuinely wished to hold his grandchild soon, but hesitated to voice his desire, fearing it might upset his daughter and lead her to ignore him. With this thought, he sighed deeply once more. Chapter 48. Inviting Jiang Qiu to the banquet. Boss, you need not worry excessively, Li Shufu reassured him. Your daughter is quite beautiful. Having inherited your admirable traits, it is entirely natural for her to have high standards. Haha, old Li, you flatter me too much, Chu Guowei chuckled. I am self-aware enough to know that Xiaoxi resembles her mother more. To the outside world, Chu Guowei appeared stern and traditional. However, in the company of acquaintances, he was surprisingly easygoing. Having known each other for over a decade, their relationship transcended the typical superior-subordinate dynamic, resembling that of old friends. Boss, I am not merely flattering you. Your daughter has indeed inherited your virtues, Li Shufu said with a smile. Especially in terms of business acumen. She has even further developed it. His words rang true. Chu Yinqi's remarkable success at such a young age was a rarity worldwide. Her keen judgment left many seasoned entrepreneurs feeling inadequate. Such attributes could not be taught from books. They were undoubtedly the result of inherited excellence from her lineage. Haha, Xiaoxi truly does resemble me in that regard, Chu Guowei expressed, pleased. Complimenting his daughter was sometimes more effective than flattering him directly. After all, every father hopes that his child will inherit his strengths and surpass him. However, he genuinely worried about her temperament. She is often quite aloof with others. When faced with those she dislikes or unpleasant situations, her displeasure is evident. I truly fear no boy could withstand that, Chu Guowei lamented. Li Shufu was at a loss for words, only able to offer comfort. Your daughter is still young. She will eventually have the time to meet the right person. Sigh. Chu Guowei exhaled, his eyes filled with guilt. He understood the transformation in his daughter's character was largely his responsibility, as he had been preoccupied with his career and had not fulfilled his duties as a father. Boss, should we still investigate at the school? Li Shufu inquired uncertainly. If the young lady is indeed close to a certain gentleman, should we investigate his family background? No, we mustn't risk the opposite effect. Chu Guowei promptly waved his hand. I would actually welcome her having a boyfriend, as long as Xiaoxi is willing. I harbor no objections regardless of the other party's family circumstances. He has always maintained an open-minded stance regarding his daughter's marriage. After all, having amassed wealth to his extent, he is free from societal constraints. His daughter's happiness is paramount. Moreover, having risen from humble beginnings himself, he holds no biases concerning family lineage. The most crucial aspect is that Chu Guowei understands he cannot control her decisions. Once his daughter is resolute, she is unlikely to heed his counsel. Rather than subjecting himself to unnecessary distress, it is better to let go. After all, their father-daughter relationship has only recently begun to mend. How commendable your perspective is, Li Shufu remarked with admiration. Primarily, it's because the young lady is quite worry-free. My own Liling, however, is a different story, and I fret over her incessantly. Ah, old Li, one cannot speak in such a manner, Chu Guowei chuckled. Liling is so considerate, always buying you gifts during the holidays. As for my Xiaoxi, as you know, I have hinted to her on numerous occasions, yet she remains indifferent. Every time this subject arose, Chu Guowei couldn't help but chuckle. Last year, he had sent his clothing size to Chu Yinqi, hoping she might purchase him a garment. It wasn't that he lacked a piece of clothing. He merely felt that his daughter's selections would be far more comfortable. Especially when he saw Li Shufu donned in attire chosen by his daughter, he appeared quite revitalized. Unfortunately, Chu Yinqi did not take it to heart, and ultimately, he received nothing. Chu Guowei felt quite helpless, for she was his only daughter. When he initially shared this incident, Li Shufu couldn't suppress a laugh. Their conversations about their daughters seemed to generate an endless array of topics. Li Shufu is the father of Li Liling, which is why Chu Yinqi and Li Liling have known each other since childhood. The two children, of similar ages, played together from a young age. Later, at school age, under Chu Guowei's guidance, they both attended the finest elite school in the magical city. It could be said that whatever Chu Yinqi possessed, Li Liling had as well. This arrangement was not without personal motives. As a father who seldom saw his daughter, he deeply yearned for her presence. In his helplessness, he resorted to this method, gleaning information about his daughter through Li Liling. This was the only way he could stay informed about her life. Enough, enough, I mustn't be too greedy. The fact that Xiaoxi visits me weekly is already a source of great contentment. Chu Guowei reflected. I truly hope she finds a boyfriend. If he can keep her grounded, that would be even better. Haha. To tame the young lady. I fear it may prove quite challenging, Li Shufu chuckled. In truth, I am aware that such a feat is impossible. Chu Guowei shook his head in resignation. Jiang Qiu, are you busy? As soon as she stepped outside, Chu Yinchi eagerly sent a message to Jiang Qiu. What is up? Are you gaming? Jiang Qiu, engrossed in leveling up, noticed Chu Yinchi's message and promptly switched screens to reply. Oh, then you continue your game. I shall reach out to you once you finish. Chu Yinchi was exceedingly considerate, anxious not to disrupt Jiang Qiu's gaming session. If this scene were to be witnessed by Chu Guowei, he would likely be left astounded. When had his daughter become so thoughtful towards others? It's fine, go ahead. Jiang Qiu smiled confidently, stating, I can win with one hand. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinchi nodded, firmly believing in Jiang Qiu's words. So, the day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you have time? Chu Yinchi inquired eagerly. I would like to ask for your assistance in accompanying me to a gathering, if you are available. Oh, I see. Is it important? Jiang Qiu initially had no intention of attending such an event, yet he sensed from their conversation that Chu Yinchi was genuinely looking forward to his presence. It's not very important. It's perfectly fine if you have other commitments. Externally calm, Chu Yinchi felt a twinge of disappointment internally. She did not particularly care for the gathering itself. Rather, it was yet another opportunity to spend time with Jiang Qiu slipping away. How about this? I will first check to see if I have the time. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment, then clarified. After all, it is the Mid-Autumn Festival. It has always been a family affair. I shall notify my family and strive not to return home this year. Chu Yinchi was overjoyed. Jiang Qiu's willingness to inform his family on her behalf surely indicated he held feelings for her. Thinking of this, she quickly added, Please don't argue with uncle and auntie. If they insist you return, be obedient. My matters are not of great importance. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. All right, I will inquire. After completing the message, Jiang Qiu picked up his phone, preparing to call his family. Chapter 49. A bowl of dog food at night. We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently engaged. Jiang Qiu glanced at his phone. His mother's number was on a call, so he attempted to reach his father instead. We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently engaged. Why is everyone on a call? In that moment, Jiang Qiu was struck by an unsettling premonition. Reflecting on the years of his life, he felt somewhat extraneous. His father, Jiang Qingfeng, and mother, Qiu Junlan, shared a genuine bond. One could tell from Jiang Qiu's name, a straightforward amalgamation of both parents' surnames. In their daily lives, his parents had never exchanged harsh words. Each month, there would be several days when they would venture out to enjoy their couple's world, leaving Jiang Qiu alone at home under the pretense of fostering his survival skills. Now that I am in university, perhaps they have gone out to play? Half an hour later, Jiang Qiu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his father. Could it be that they had not gone out, but were instead calling him to return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? After all, the distance from the bustling metropolis to his hometown was merely over 100 kilometers, a drive of just over an hour. Within the main urban area of the metropolis, encountering traffic jams could easily extend the journey to over an hour just to cross districts. Thus, distance had never been an issue. As for whether he should return, he decided to first gauge his father's sentiments. Jiang Qiu swiped his phone screen and answered the call. Before he could speak, his father's voice resonated through the line. Hello. Son, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, Jiang Qingfeng exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu suddenly felt that his previous assumptions had been rather excessive. How could he consider himself superfluous? After all, having been away from home for such a long time, how could his parents not be concerned? If you want to come back, you can do so anytime. There's no need to make a special trip for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jiang Qingfeng continued. Furthermore, even if you do return home, there won't be anyone here. Your mother and I are skiing in Ice City. Who am I? Where am I? Jiang Qiu thought, realizing he had indeed overthought the situation. When I married your mother under less than favorable financial circumstances, we didn't even have a honeymoon. Later, when our situation improved, it coincided with your birth. And your mother sacrificed so much, she never enjoyed the blessings. Now that you are in university, we finally have some time to explore the beautiful landscapes of our homeland. After his father finished speaking, Jiang Qiu was nearly moved to tears. All right, Dad, I won't be coming back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Okay, I'll hang up now. Your mother is calling me for a photo. Goodbye, son. Beep, beep. Beep. Jiang Qiu was left in a state of bewilderment. Was that all so quick? At that moment, his mother's call came through. Son, don't listen to your father's nonsense. He's just teasing you. On the other end, Qiu Junlan continued. Your father and I checked the calendar. This year, the Mid-Autumn Festival is very close to the National Day holiday, so don't go through the trouble. We'll come to the metropolis to see you during National Day. All right, I want to be coming back this year. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Mom. Jiang Qiu reflected on the care his parents had given him during his childhood. Although they often spoke harshly, whenever there was something delicious or entertaining, they always ensured he experienced it first. Yes, let us hang up for now. Call me anytime if you need anything, Qiu Junlan said. Okay. Jiang Qiu nodded and suddenly added, by the way, Mom, let me speak to Dad. What is up, son? The speaker is on, his father Jiang Qingfeng responded. Dad. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Jiang Qiu said earnestly. Jiang Qingfeng paused momentarily, then replied with warmth, Son, happy Mid-Autumn Festival to you too. All right, let us hang up. Enjoy yourselves. After saying this, Jiang Qiu ended the call. In the dormitory, Qian Shengqian observed Jiang Qiu ending a phone call and inquired, Brother Qiu, aren't you returning for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Well, my parents are on their honeymoon, so I'm staying in the Magic City, Jiang Qiu replied. A honeymoon? Your parents are quite romantic. Qian Shengqian couldn't help but exclaim. Are you going back? Jiang Qiu countered. No, my home is too far. There's not enough time. Qian Shengqian shook his head. On the other hand, Zhao Mingrui, whose family resided in the capital, was also unable to return. I must go home, Chen Hongliang declared. After all, my family is right here in the Magic City. I cannot miss it. All right. With your departure, only 3 of us will remain in the dormitory. Qian Shengqian remarked, unable to contain his excitement. How about we 3 go out and celebrate on Mid-Autumn Festival? I'm afraid that won't be possible, Jiang Qiu explained. On the night of the festival, I have to accompany Senior Chu to a banquet. How envious. Why hasn't anyone invited me? My heart aches. I also need to find a girlfriend. Brother Qiu, you have ultimately abandoned us. His roommates protested, lamenting their unfortunate fate of being served a bowl of dog food that night. By the way, Brother Qiu, for this banquet, you'll need to prepare a suit, right? Qian Shengqian reminded him. Huh, does it really need to be that formal? Jiang Qiu had not given it much thought. Absolutely. Typically, mid-autumn banquets are grand affairs where one needs to dance. Qian Shengqian continued, Brother Qiu, I happen to have a suit that I've never worn. You can borrow mine if you don't have one prepared. All right, thank you. I'll ask first. Jiang Qiu frowned, if dancing was indeed required. He was at a loss. Realizing this, he quickly messaged Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu, Senior, I have time on Mid-Autumn Festival. Are there any requirements for the banquet? Jiang Qiu, it wouldn't be one of those very formal events where one needs to dance, would it? Chu Yanxi had just returned home when she noticed her phone lighting up. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu's message about having time, she excitedly leaped onto the sofa. After her moment of exhilaration, she hurriedly typed a response. Chu Yanxi, the banquet is fairly formal. Just your presence is sufficient. No other requirements. Chu Yanxi, thank you. Jiang Qiu. At that moment, Li Lingling emerged from her bedroom. Upon seeing Chu Yanxi standing on the sofa, she couldn't help but tease, Miss. Which nerve of yours has misfired this time? Under normal circumstances, such remarks would have led to repercussions for her. However, today, Chu Yanxi was simply too overjoyed. Li Lingling, Jiang Qiu agreed to accompany me to the banquet. I'm so happy, what should I do? Well, I knew it would be because of Jiang Qiu, Li Lingling sighed. Her head in her hands, too weary to continue her teasing. Chapter 50. Yet another opportunity to spend on Jiang Qiu. Wait, the banquet is quite formal? Jiang Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed it would merely be a casual meal. This was awkward. He didn't know how to dance. In my early childhood, I did learn a little, but I have long since forgotten it. If everyone else is proficient, and I alone am not, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? With this thought in mind, he hastily sent another message to Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu, Senior, can I still change my mind? Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu, I'm not very good at dancing. Chu Yanxi, I will teach you. Jiang Qiu, I don't have suitable clothing. Chu Yanxi, I will buy it for you. Jiang Qiu, my car is broken. Chu Yanxi, I will come to pick you up. Jiang Qiu, Chu Yanxi, then it's settled. Tomorrow, I will pick you up first, help you choose an outfit, and then teach you to dance. Jiang Qiu, Chu Yanxi, no backing out now. What else could Jiang Qiu say? At this point, his words held little significance. Yet, This feeling of being entirely arranged for seemed rather pleasant too. He shook his head, quickly casting aside such masochistic thoughts. Brother Chiu, what's wrong? At that moment, Qian Shengqian noticed that Jiang Qiu appeared somewhat off. He thought perhaps Jiang Qiu had been stood up, considering the pressure that Senior Chu must be under at such a formal gala. Although Brother Chiu was indeed outstanding, it seemed he could not quite compare to the bike group in this situation. Typically, such a dynamic of a strong woman and a weaker man is rather unstable. Suddenly, Qian Shengqian had an epiphany. Although he was currently single, a lack of worries brought him greater joy. With that thought, he quickly stepped forward to offer consolation. It's normal for situations to change. If you don't want to attend the gala, why not just have a gathering with our brothers instead? No, I must attend the gala. I have no choice but to go, Jiang Qiu interjected, interrupting his musings. Wait, Senior Chu invited you to the gala, and you still want to refuse? Qian Shengqian was instantly rendered speechless, realizing he had completely misunderstood. Moreover, he felt an ominous premonition. Was he to be fed another bowl of dog food this evening? Ah, she said she would teach me to dance and buy me clothes. As Jiang Qiu said this, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lao Qian, you won't be needing your suit anymore. Thank you. Qian Shengqian felt a pang of sorrow in his nose and wished to burrow deeper under the covers, not wanting to emerge again. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingrue could no longer contain his laughter. Brother Chiu, you've learned to be wicked too. I'm telling you, Brother Chiu is quite the schemer. Chen Hongliang added with a smile. I'm not. I didn't. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Qiu shrugged, putting on an innocent expression. Hello. I would like to customize a suit for men, using the finest fabric available in your store. I need it by the day after tomorrow, so please expedite the process. The price is not an issue. This is quite important, so please give me a confirmation. Is there any problem? Chu Yinchi reconnected with her favorite bespoke tailoring shop, articulating her requirements. Not a problem. You are our most esteemed client, and we will prioritize your order, they assured her. We currently possess the finest fabrics in the world, with a complete set priced at approximately 860,000. Including the expedited service, the total will be around 900,000. If this suits you, please come by tomorrow morning for measurements. We guarantee the suit will be ready before the day after, ensuring it does not disrupt your schedule. The beauty of bespoke suits lies in their ability to be meticulously crafted according to individual preferences. However, due to the extensive labor involved in selecting fabrics and styles, the cost is undoubtedly higher than mass-produced garments. The price varies significantly depending on the fabric, tailor, and designer. The shop Chu Yinchi chose is renowned as one of the pinnacle luxury brands internationally, with designers celebrated for their meticulous cutting and exquisite craftsmanship. Moreover, the fabric she selected is regarded as the finest available globally, cherished by elites from various sectors of society. All right, I shall come by tomorrow, Chu Yinchi decided, contemplating her next words. Is there still ample fabric available? Please reserve a few extra pieces for me. She planned to order multiple suits at once. If Jiang Qiu liked them, it would not matter if he wore a different one each day. After all, the expense was negligible. No problem. I will set aside everything for you. After ending the call, Chu Yinchi exhaled with relief, her spirits lifting. Tomorrow, when Jiang Qiu tried on the suits, she hoped to catch a glimpse of his physique. Miss, what are you secretly delighted about? In the living room, Li Lingling observed her friend's infatuated expression, unable to restrain her teasing. Really? Is it just about ordering some clothes? Why do you look like you're drooling? Before Li Lingling could finish her sentence, a cushion was hurled her way, silencing her. I have a question for you. Chu Yinchi suddenly sat upright, her demeanor serious. Lingling, do you think I might be a bit peculiar? Yes, you finally realized it. You. Before Li Lingling could complete her retort, another cushion flew towards her. Noticing her friend rendered speechless, Chu Yinchi continued, I just feel that after ordering 2 suits for Jiang Qiu, I inexplicably feel a surge of joy. Upon hearing this, Li Lingling felt her heart take a blow. Throughout her life, she had always lagged behind Chu Yinchi in looks, academics, talents, and even physical prowess. She had thought that in matters of love, she would surely prevail, at least finding a boyfriend before her friend. After all, Chu Yinchi had always maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly uninterested in men. There was even a time when she worried about her safety, contemplating whether she would have to yield if Chu Yinchi turned out to be a lesbian. It was only after Chu Yinchi met Jiang Qiu that Li Lingling finally felt a sense of relief. It turns out that my dear friend merely had a temporary lapse in romantic judgment, yet her orientation remains perfectly normal. As for the relationship between them, Li Lingling genuinely extends her blessings. However, she has truly reached her limit, enduring daily displays of affection in front of her. Who could bear such a thing? Moreover, the most critical point is that despite Li Lingling proclaiming her intention to impart a new flirting technique each day, she herself is still without a boyfriend. I remarked, "Dear lady, do remember to act like a human being." Li Lingling lamented, "Have you ever considered the feelings of us single souls?" Nonetheless, the thought of being able to buy clothes for Jiang Xiuhua fills my heart with joy. Chu Yinshi paid no heed to her friend's grievances, instead muttering to herself, "My father has hinted several times that he wishes for me to purchase a few garments for him, yet I have consistently brushed it aside. I believe that spending time buying clothes for him is far less gratifying than earning money at work." Li Lingling, utterly exasperated. Chapter 51. Can Li Lingling's persuasion really work? I said, "Sister, your behavior is truly outrageous." Li Lingling could not help but exclaim, "Uncle Chu has had a tough time over the years. His only wish is for you to buy him a piece of clothing, yet you squander your money on other men." "But Jiang Xiu is not a stranger," protested Chu Yinshi. "Fine, let us consider it from another angle. If Jiang Xiu wishes to marry into your family, she will still need Uncle Chu's approval." Li Lingling thoughtfully analyzed. "So, if you curry favor with Uncle Chu now, Jiang Xiu will endure far fewer hardships in the future." "He wouldn't dare." Chu Yinshi clenched her fists, declaring, "If he dares to make things difficult for Jiang Xiu, I will never visit him again." Ahem, hold on, that was merely a hypothetical. Li Lingling nearly choked on a sip of water. "You shouldn't be so ruthless. After all, he is your own flesh and blood." At that moment, Chu Guowei, preparing for sleep at home, suddenly sneezed twice. What could this mean? What does sneezing twice signify? Could it be that my daughter is thinking of me? With this thought, Chu Guowei took out his phone and scrolled through pictures of his daughter. This had become a habit over the years, no matter the circumstances. Seeing his daughter's face always calmed him swiftly. Clutching his phone, he soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. At midnight, Chu Yinshi entered Li Lingling's room, tugging at her insistently to keep her awake. "Sister, dear sister, what time is it? I must sleep." Li Lingling, utterly fatigued, found herself unable to break free from the grip. "No, sister, I am in dire straits. You must help me." Chu Yinshi, still in an excited state of mind, felt a wave of panic wash over her at the thought of her upcoming date with Jiang Xiu. "Lingling, quickly impart all your flirting techniques to me, all at once." "What? I have no such techniques. If I did, would I still be single at this moment?" Li Lingling was genuinely exhausted, had it been daytime. She might have boasted endlessly, but her resolve crumbled far too quickly in her current state. "No, you must have it. Tomorrow, I have a date with Jiang Xiu. And if you don't speak up now, it will be too late." Chu Yinshi felt an undeniable sense of anxiety. The mere thought of her impending rendezvous with Jiang Xiu rendered her sleepless. What could she do in such a predicament? Naturally, she sought the comfort of her closest friend, determined to deprive her of restful slumber. Li Lingling expressed her own struggles in this matter. "Fine, I suppose I have a secret technique, one that I rarely share with others." Enduring considerable torment, Li Lingling began to recall the romantic novels she had previously indulged in, which often depicted heroines boldly pursuing their male counterparts. "Speak quickly," Chu Yinshi urged with great anticipation. "Well, you were supposed to teach Jiang Xiu how to dance tomorrow, right?" Li Lingling inquired. Chu Yinshi nodded affirmatively. "Isn't this the perfect opportunity?" Li Lingling exclaimed, suddenly inspired. "Here's what you can do. Pretend to teach Jiang Xiu to dance, and midway through, feign a fall into his arms. That should do the trick." But what if he sees through the ruse? Despite her eagerness, Chu Yinshi felt a tinge of shyness creeping in. "He won't. Trust me, men are oblivious," Li Lingling persisted. "Our grand scheme to win him over culminates in a situation where the rice is already cooked." At this, Chu Yinshi bashfully covered her face. Before encountering Jiang Xiu, she had never experienced such shyness. She often looked down upon other girls who appeared delicate and demure. To her, men were merely categorized into two types: those who could contribute to her financial gain and those who could not. Gender, in her eyes, held little significance. Yet, Jiang Xiu was different. Whether in this life or the last, her heart inexplicably favored him. However, the prospect of taking such bold action felt daunting. "Remember, do not give Jiang Xiu any chance to resist. He will belong to you thereafter." As Li Lingling excitedly clapped her hands, she reveled in her own cleverness. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiu was in his dormitory, engrossed in Douyin, searching for instructional videos on ballroom dancing. He recalled having learned a few dance moves in his youth. His parents used to clear the living room after dinner and dance endlessly, sometimes returning to their rooms to continue their merriment. Thus, he unwittingly absorbed some fundamental steps. Yet, at that time, Jiang Qiu could not grasp the nuances of dancing. Isn't it just dancing? What is the big deal? It wasn't until high school when a ballroom dance club was established that Jiang Qiu realized the charm of possessing such a skill as he observed his classmates openly holding hands. However, that was a long time ago. Now, Jiang Qiu has completely forgotten the movements and must start learning anew. Fortunately, there are numerous instructional videos available online, particularly on Douyin, along with live teaching sessions. Jiang Qiu had previously followed many dance streamers, and now those resources are finally proving useful. With just a small heart icon, one can pose questions regarding dance moves. I must say, this interactive teaching method is truly commendable. Under the guidance of the instructors, the entire routine has been divided into several smaller segments. One begins by learning these simplified movements, and once they are mastered, one can then connect them with music for a seamless performance. The learning process is quite enjoyable and much relies on one's own comprehension. After about half an hour, Jiang Qiu felt he had grasped the basics. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical attributes, he sensed a significant improvement in his coordination and reflexes. Jiang Qiu was not in a rush. Having made such progress, he believed he would surely astonish his senior the following day. Meanwhile, Chu Yinshi was still awake, pondering her plans for tomorrow. How could she approach it naturally and without drawing suspicion? After all, Jiang Qiu was not adept at ballroom dancing, so there would likely be many opportunities. If possible, a gentle nudge for updates, a 5-star review, and a complimentary gift would be immensely appreciated. Chapter 52. Your boyfriend's physique is impressive? The next morning, Chu Yinshi drove to the foot of Building 12. In the morning, Jiang Qiu had messaged her to keep a low profile and advised against driving a sports car. This left Chu Yinshi in a quandary, as her garage was filled exclusively with sports cars. Aside from the previously damaged Ferrari LaFerrari, she owned a Lamborghini worth $29 million, an Aston Martin valued at $20 million, and a Bugatti priced at $17.5 million. However, since Jiang Qiu disapproved, she decided against driving any of them. To remain discreet, she opted for a pink Cullinan today. This vehicle, with a price tag of around $10 million, was arguably the most modest in her collection and should suffice for a low-key appearance. As soon as Jiang Qiu descended the stairs and caught sight of the car, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. Was Chu Yinshi perhaps misunderstanding the concept of discretion? Moreover, the vehicle she drove was quite formidable. Jiang Qiu, over here. The window rolled down, and Chu Yinshi flashed a sweet smile at him. Good morning. Without hesitation, Jiang Qiu swiftly entered the car. The vehicle was indeed quite eye-catching, and there were numerous onlookers nearby. If he lingered too long, he might find himself the subject of rumors about being sponsored by a wealthy woman, appearing as the headline on the school forum the next day. Once inside the car, Jiang Qiu fastened his seatbelt. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of trepidation every time his senior drove. Perhaps the psychological impact of their initial meeting had left a lasting impression. On the other side, Chu Yinshi's beautiful eyes were fixated on Jiang Qiu, unable to part with his presence even for a second. She was clad in casual attire today, wearing a white double-shoulder tank top paired with beige linen trousers, and her feet adorned with white sandals. A mere glance from Jiang Qiu was enough to captivate him profoundly. With her elongated neck, slender shoulders, delicate waist, and exquisite curves, he found himself stealing a few additional glances. He vowed that his admiration was purely aesthetic, devoid of any ulterior motives. The journey was slow, and every time Chu Yinshi drove with Jiang Qiu, she was particularly cautious. Under normal circumstances, she would have pressed the accelerator to the floor. An hour later, they arrived at the 21st floor of the International Finance Center. Jiang Qiu observed that this entire floor housed only one establishment. "Miss Chu, welcome." As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a woman in her 30s approached them with warmth. She was Zheng Meiqi, the store manager. Although the store usually welcomed many customers, few received such a personal greeting at the entrance. Chu Yinshi was an exception, being their most significant patron, with annual expenditures reaching tens of millions. For Zheng Meiqi, she was akin to a benefactor. Thus, upon receiving Chu Yinshi's call yesterday, she had prepared extensively. "Hello, Manager Zheng. This is my friend Jiang Qiu. I mentioned he would need his measurements taken yesterday." As Chu Yinshi introduced Jiang Qiu, she unconsciously leaned closer to him. Noticing this, Zheng Meiqi understood that Jiang Qiu was the main focus of the day and quickly approached him with enthusiasm. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. We are delighted to have you here." Hello, Jiang Qiu nodded in response. Zheng Meiqi then led him into the fitting room. Chu Yinqi had intended to accompany him, but found herself blocked at the door by Jiang Qiu. "Want to see me undress? That simply cannot happen." Upon realizing her intentions had been exposed, Chu Yinqi's face flushed crimson. "Senior, you can wait for me outside. There is no need to come in." Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, just be careful," she replied reluctantly before turning away. Zheng Meiqi, witnessing this interaction, nearly burst into laughter but managed to stifle it, biting her lip. After all, Chu Yinqi was her major client, and offending her could jeopardize future business. Jiang Qiu waited in the room for a while until a team of around 10 staff members entered, armed with various tools. The scale of the operation was undeniably impressive. At the rear of the line, a man in his 50s, an Italian, stepped forward. With a halting command of Chinese, he greeted, "Hello, sir, I am the tailor, Jose. It is a pleasure to serve you." He then proceeded to take measurements. This bespoke suit requires a wealth of data. Only through such meticulous measurement can the garment achieve a perfect fit. In contrast, mass-produced suits adhere to a standard size, leaving much to be desired in terms of satisfaction. This explains why, although everyone wears suits, some exude an air of authority, while others resemble mere sales agents. The quality of a suit truly reflects its price. As Joss took measurements, he called out the dimensions: 81, 79, 86. His assistant diligently recorded the figures, and their collaboration was remarkably harmonious. "Sir, your physique is exceptional. After nearly 40 years in tailoring, I seldom encounter a figure as flawless as yours," Joss remarked after completing the measurements. "Thank you," Jiang Qiu replied politely. Due to his system, his impressive physique of 95 points was no mere coincidence. He maintained it effortlessly, without the need for exercise. Once the measurements were finalized, Joss presented a sleeveless garment for Jiang Qiu to try on, subsequently recording additional critical data. After approximately half an hour, all data was compiled, and Jiang Qiu emerged from the fitting room first. "How did it go?" "All set." Chu Yinqi had been waiting at the door. "Of course. It was merely a matter of taking measurements," Jiang Qiu jested. "What? Were you afraid I would be devoured?" "Well, a bit concerned," Chu Yinqi replied earnestly, nodding her head. At that moment, Joss also exited and, upon seeing Chu Yinqi, could not help but compliment. "Miss Chu, your boyfriend possesses a remarkable physique, even more standard than that of a model. I believe all girls would envy you." Chu Yinqi's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. However, she cautiously glanced up at Jiang Qiu, fearing he might refute the praise. Jiang Qiu smiled, neither denying nor affirming the compliment. This left Chu Yinqi feeling a sense of secret delight. As long as Jiang Qiu did not deny it, she felt she was one step closer to success. Next came the selection of fabrics and styles for the suits. Chu Yinqi suggested acquiring one of each style, ensuring a different ensemble for every day. However, Jiang Qiu promptly dismissed this notion. Ultimately, he selected only 2 suits, one black and one light blue, along with 2 shirts, 2 ties, a belt, and a dozen pairs of socks. Once everything was chosen, the store manager, Zheng Meiqi, approached to finalize the payment, presenting a bill that totaled 18,000 yuan. Chu Yinqi feigned a casual glance before swiftly producing her card for payment. After their departure, Zheng Meiqi's expression turned peculiar. Was this the new trend among young people? It appeared that Chu Yinqi had previously settled the bill via WeChat, merely playing along with the facade of the 18,000 yuan bill. After all, as a valued client, Zheng Meiqi could not refuse. Yet, she genuinely could not fathom what role these two were playing. Chapter 53, The Perils of Soft Living. Just a hair's breadth away in the Guijin Center, as the elevator descended, Jiang Qiu turned to Chu Yinqi, a hint of exasperation evident in her expression. "Pray tell, how much did you actually spend?" she inquired, unable to fathom why Chu would believe her to be oblivious to the worth of fine fabric. "You crafted 2 suits from such exquisite material, and you claim it cost merely 18,000? This does not even account for the expedited service. If it were that inexpensive, the tailor would surely face bankruptcy." Jiang Qiu recalled the bill she had shown earlier, which was far from exorbitant. With an innocent demeanor, Chu Yinqi appeared almost convincing to the untrained eye. "Very well, if you persist in withholding the truth, I shall forego attending the gala with you." Jiang Qiu feigned indignation. "Oh no, I shall indeed speak the truth. Chu Yinshi quickly retorted. The fabric was a tad pricey, amounting to 108,000. I merely instructed them to omit a zero. After her confession, she mischievously stuck out her tongue at Jiang Qiu. Just for the fabric alone, it must have cost around 800,000 to 900,000, correct? Jiang Qiu replied, bemused. And you tell me it was merely 108,000 for 2 suits? Ah, so you are aware? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chu Yinshi's beautiful eyes. Initially, she believed she had a firm grasp on Jiang Qiu's character, yet through their recent interactions, she had come to realize that things were not as they seemed. Jiang Qiu had grown remarkably in every aspect, appearance, capability, and wealth, yet he remained fundamentally unchanged at his core. Moments later, Chu Yinshi collected herself, gazing tenderly at Jiang Qiu as she spoke earnestly. If you are not inclined to marry just yet, shall we start as boyfriend and girlfriend? Dear senior, are you attempting to divert the topic once more? Jiang Qiu could not help but stroke her forehead, finding it pleasantly warm. In an instant, Chu Yinshi's cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang Qiu's touch was so gentle, she yearned for more. Clearing her throat, Jiang Qiu resumed. We were discussing your extravagant gifts, a tad too lavish, leaving me with a sense of dependency. Is soft living not enjoyable? Chu Yinshi teased, her voice melodious, evoking a delightful sensation. I possess over 10 billion in savings. Should you choose to be with me, I would be more than willing to indulge you. With my company poised for an IPO, valued near 5 trillion, this sum is merely a figure to me. What I truly desire is to share it with you. So, please do not reject my offer, all right? As she spoke, she took a step closer, delicately placing her slender finger beneath Jiang Qiu's chin. The confined space of the elevator drew them nearer. Ding! The announcement for the 4th floor rang out. In that instant, Chu Yinshi faltered, hastily retreating and covering her eyes. They had been so close, just a breath away from something more. At that moment, Chu Yinshi's cheeks flushed profusely, her heart racing uncontrollably. Despite having practiced with such proficiency the previous night, why did she falter at the critical moment? She felt a wave of regret. The elevator had been empty. Such a perfect opportunity. Alas, she had failed to seize it, and now Jiang Qiu would surely be on guard. For a brief while, neither spoke. Upon exiting the elevator, Jiang Qiu let out a sigh of relief. That had been a close call. Truth be told, in that moment, he had nearly surrendered. Thankfully, the elevator had reached its destination, where he would have found himself at a significant disadvantage. Where were we? Jiang Qiu ventured to break the silence. Oh, I can't recall either, Chu Yinshi murmured, her gaze cast downwards, feigning contemplation while her mind was in utter turmoil. Actually, I wanted to mention that I am quite affluent. Jiang Qiu hesitated, reflecting on whether she should return the money spent on clothes. Given that one must maintain professional integrity even when receiving support. After all, those wealthy women who provide for you only do so out of a desire for your company. In other words, without investment, there can be no returns. Recently, Jiang Qiu had encountered a news article titled Wealthy Women in Hangzhou Assault Young Men. The story recounted how a wealthy woman had lavished hundreds of thousands on a young man, only to discover he was flirting with other women, prompting her to confront him violently in public, delivering several slaps. Jiang Qiu felt a pang of sympathy for the young man. After all, one should never strike the face of another. Keep your wealth to yourself. What I have gifted shall never be reclaimed, Chu Yinshi declared, her determination evident as she clenched her fist. Very well then, Jiang Qiu acquiesced, fearing that a retaliatory blow might land on him. By the way, I mentioned I would teach you to dance yesterday. Let us commence now. With that, Chu Yinshi stepped forward, summoning her courage and burying herself in Jiang Qiu's embrace. The proximity left no room for Jiang Qiu to react. A delightful fragrance enveloped him, igniting a fervor within. Dressed in a sleeveless top, Chu Yinshi's figure, already alluring, now brushed against Jiang Qiu's sensitive nerves. In that instant, he felt an involuntary flutter in his heart. Meanwhile, Chu Yinshi sensed a shift. Her snug linen trousers accentuated her curves, rendering her legs increasingly sensitive to external stimuli, heightening her already taut body. Suddenly, she instinctively extended her hand. In a twist of fate, their bodies pressed against one another, intensifying the friction. When Chu Yinshi realized something was amiss, her mind was clouded, yet her grip remained unyielding. She truly lacks experience in this regard. Previously, she had been preoccupied with her career, scarcely finding the opportunity to even watch a film. Although she always projected a strong demeanor, intent on capturing Jiang Qiu's attention, When the moment arrived, she found herself utterly clueless in her approach. Chapter 54. Chu Yinxi's exclusive mission. Sister, are you certain that dancing must be done like this? Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow, casting a peculiar glance at Chu Yinxi, who was nestled in her arms. Surely, this girl couldn't he possibly believe she was holding a mobile phone? It must be said, this was rather exhilarating. At that moment, Chu Yinxi finally recognized something was amiss and fled from Jiang Qiu's embrace, instinctively clasping her hands behind her back. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? She had been utterly bewildered. Chu Yinxi swore that in all her years, she had never engaged in such audacious behavior. Originally, she had intended to gradually win over Jiang Qiu, but wasn't this progression far too swift? What to do? What to do? It's all Ling Ling's fault for constantly being by her side. She has led me astray. Achoo. At that moment, Li Lingling, lounging at home with the air conditioning on, suddenly sneezed. What was happening? Is someone speaking ill of me? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't wronged anyone lately. After pondering for a while, Li Lingling suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. This morning, Chu Yinxi had left the house and had yet to return. Last night, she had certainly encouraged her to pursue Jiang Qiu, but those were mere jesting remarks. Surely, she wouldn't have taken them to heart? With this thought, Li Lingling hurriedly took out her phone and sent Chu Yinxi a message. Li Lingling, how did your date go? Setting down her phone, she felt a twinge of anxiety. If Chu Yinxi had truly heeded her advice, surely it would end in disaster. Before long, her phone chimed with a new unread message, and Li Lingling quickly opened it. Chu Yinxi, very good. Upon reading those two words, Li Lingling felt a wave of dread wash over her. After years of friendship, she knew her best friend all too well. Whenever Chu Yinxi was in a foul mood, her replies were notably brief. This is bad. This is terrible. Li Lingling's head was spinning. She was acutely aware of Jiang Qiu's significance in Chu Yinxi's heart. If this truly caused a rift between them because she took her words seriously, her fate would surely be grim. The more she contemplated, the more anxious she became. Unable to sit still, she hastily began packing her belongings, discarding clothes and shoes, taking only her valuables. In no time, she was hauling a suitcase, fleeing the villa in a panic. Life is too difficult. Li Lingling stood outside the community gate, her heart heavy with reluctance. However, there was truly no alternative. If I did not leave, the consequences could be far graver. Thus I must simply lay low for a while. At the Guijin Center, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yinxi wandered aimlessly through the mall. The two possessed striking beauty, drawing considerable attention wherever they went. Yet, an odd atmosphere lingered between them. Chu Yinxi kept her head bowed in silence, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Occasionally, she would glance up at Jiang Qiu, but upon meeting his gaze, she would swiftly avert her eyes. Jiang Qiu found the situation somewhat amusing. Senior, why do you keep stealing glances? Do I? No. Chu Yinxi quickly shifted her gaze elsewhere and changed the subject. The clothes will be ready tomorrow afternoon. They will deliver them to you. And I'll pick you up at 6 in the evening. All right. Jiang Qiu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. From his vantage point, he could see that Chu Yinxi's originally fair skin was now flushed. He genuinely worried that if he continued speaking, she might disappear entirely. Ding. Beautiful exteriors are commonplace, but intriguing souls are rare treasures. Exclusive task. The system has detected that the host has passed by the Van Cleef Arpels boutique. Please guide Chu Yinxi to indulge in shopping, reasonably spending 1 million. Task reward, to be determined based on Chu Yinxi's shopping satisfaction. This task seemed rather intriguing. Jiang Qiu silently commended the system in his mind. Given that Chu Yinxi gifted herself such an expensive suit, he ought to express some gratitude in return, right? Senior, this store seems quite nice. Shall we take a look? Jiang Qiu ventured. Oh, perhaps not. Chu Yinxi was generally not very interested in jewelry, preferring sports cars instead. Most of the necklaces and bracelets she wore were purchased with the assistance of Li Lingling, merely to comply with formal occasions. I think they look lovely. Let us go have a look. This time, Jiang Qiu did not wait for Chu Yinxi's response, but instead took her hand and led her inside. Chu Yinxi trembled slightly, obediently following Jiang Qiu. Had it been anyone else, she would have firmly resisted. Yet, in this moment, for reasons unknown, she found herself devoid of any resistance. Van Cleef Arpels had gained considerable popularity in recent years, not only for its four-leaf clover design, but also for its prohibitive prices, making it a favorite among young women. It seemed that at some point, many women had adopted the belief that if their boyfriends did not gift them a four-leaf clover necklace, It signified a lack of affection. This notion inadvertently boosted the sales of the necklaces. Oh, is this four-leaf clover truly so expensive? After surveying the surroundings, Chu Yinchi leaned closer to Jiang Qiu and whispered. Jiang Qiu was filled with curiosity. In the past, a brand had offered me several sets, all of which I had gifted to others. Chu Yinchi began to explain, genuinely unaware of the prices. Jiang Qiu smiled. Perfect. Today I shall give you a set. Let us see what you fancy. Without waiting for Chu Yinchi's response, he promptly chose a classic necklace. This necklace, fashioned from a series of 10 diamond-encrusted four-leaf clovers, exuded an air of nobility. Hello. Could you bring this necklace out for us to admire? Jiang Qiu called for a sales assistant. Certainly. Sir, please hold on a moment. The assistant carefully retrieved the exquisite 10-flower necklace, its platinum clovers shimmering brilliantly under the lights. Jiang Qiu personally adorned Chu Yinchi with it, encircling her slender, fair neck, with the pendant resting just below her collarbone. What do you think? Do you like it? Jiang Qiu inquired. What do you think? Chu Yinchi replied, her delight evident as she caressed the necklace he had placed upon her, growing increasingly enamored. She realized that she indeed had an affinity for jewelry, but it depended on who the giver was. It's beautiful, especially suited to you. Jiang Qiu nodded with a smile, then instructed the assistant to wrap it up for purchase. By the way, let me see the matching bracelet as well, he added. This bracelet shared the same design elements as the necklace, with the number of clovers reduced from 10 to 5, resulting in a price drop of nearly 1/3. The cost of the 10-flower necklace was 432,700 yuan, while the 5-flower bracelet was priced at 332,800 yuan. The pricing strategy of Van Cleef & Arpels is remarkably straightforward. It could be said that each flower has its price. The more flowers, the higher the cost. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but marvel at this transparent pricing method, perhaps a key reason for Van Cleef & Arpels' commercial success. Before long, the assistant brought forth the 5-flower bracelet. Jiang Qiu again personally adorned Chu Yinchi with it. Her wrist was exquisite, delicate and fair, complemented by her graceful fingers, evoking an irresistible urge to hold her hand. Jiang Qiu grasped Chu Yinchi's hand, the platinum and diamond design harmonizing perfectly with her. Do you like it? He asked. Chu Yinchi nodded in agreement. Throughout the experience, she had allowed herself to be guided by him, and witnessing Jiang Qiu's earnest demeanor seemed to melt her heart. Time to settle the bill. Jiang Qiu turned and displayed the payment code. The assistant appeared momentarily bewildered, struggling to process the situation. While their establishment often catered to affluent clients, encountering someone as extravagantly generous as Jiang Qiu was a first for him. It's worth noting that these two pieces of jewelry were not inexpensive. The classic collection of Van Cleef & Arpels is known for its lofty pricing. In contrast, entry-level accessories are merely a few tens of thousands. However, the combined total of these two items approached 1 million yuan. Enough to purchase a modest home in a second-tier city. Jiang Qiu, allow me to take care of this. At that moment, Chu Yinchi transformed from a petite woman into a poised and aloof CEO. In her view, Jiang Qiu only needed to select items, while she would take care of the payment. No, you must listen to me on this matter. Jiang Qiu firmly grasped Chu Yinchi's hand, leaving her no opportunity to resist. The scene of the two of them contesting the bill once again astonished the staff. Typically, the young beauties accompanying wealthy individuals would eagerly wish for their affluent companions to purchase the most extravagant items, never dreaming of spending their own money. What was happening today? This couple possessed striking looks, and their eagerness to settle the bill revealed that their circumstances were indeed exceptional. Such a divine couple was enviable beyond measure. Hello, sir. Your total expenditure amounts to 765,500 yuan. Do you possess our membership card? If not, I can assist you in obtaining one. The points from this purchase will qualify you for a premium membership, which includes the privilege of 2 hours of complimentary parking daily. The staff cordially presented the bill and graciously reminded them about the membership card. All right, let us get one, Jiang Qiu nodded. The parking fees in the bustling metropolis were exorbitant, and the system did not reimburse them. Therefore, acquiring a card was a sensible choice. Every bit saved counted. By the way, let us settle this bill first before selecting anything else. Jiang Qiu glanced at the bill. Their current expenditure fell short of 1 million, lacking over 200,000. They could not leave without completing the task. The jewelry from Van Cleef & Arpels was not inexpensive. It would be quite effortless to surpass 1 million with a few additional selections. Before long, Jiang Qiu completed the payment via WeChat, successfully transferring 765,500 yuan. Senior, I believe we should choose a few more items. While the staff assisted with the membership card application, Jiang Qiu pulled Chu Yinshi to explore other jewelry pieces. Isn't that enough? You've already spent quite a lot. Chu Yinshi had grown accustomed to Jiang Qiu holding her hand. Yet she was still unaccustomed to him spending money on her. Do you think this ring is beautiful? Jiang Qiu pointed at a ring shaped like two butterflies, beckoning the staff to present it for inspection. Certainly, sir, please hold on a moment. The staff was exceedingly enthusiastic. Jiang Qiu had just made a substantial purchase exceeding 700,000 yuan, a remarkable achievement indeed. In a short while, the staff retrieved the butterfly ring and placed it on the glass counter. Jiang Qiu lovingly adorned Chu Yinshi with the ring, causing her cheeks to subtly flush. It is essential to understand that the significance of a ring differs from that of other accessories, inevitably causing Chu Yinshi to ponder. It's quite lovely, Jiang Qiu observed carefully. Chu Yinshi's fingers were slender, and the ring accentuated their beauty even further. Chu Yinshi moved her left hand, examining the ring, and nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Qiu checked the price of the ring, which was just over 200,000 yuan, but combined with their previous expenditure, it still did not reach 1 million. He once again beckoned the shop assistant, requesting to see the ring shaped like a lotus flower. The assistant promptly complied, retrieving the exquisite piece adorned with diamonds, resembling a full bloom of lotus. Jiang Qiu first removed the butterfly ring and adorned Chu Yinshi with the new lotus ring. Then he held her hand, examining it closely. This ring is quite lovely, Jiang Qiu remarked. Chu Yinshi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the lotus design is quite beautiful. The butterfly ring featured two butterflies, one encrusted with transparent diamonds and the other with pinkish-purple gemstones, while the lotus ring was entirely adorned with transparent diamonds. Each ring possessed its own unique charm. Which one do you prefer? Jiang Qiu inquired playfully. To his surprise, Chu Yinshi pondered seriously. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Had she forgotten that she was a wealthy heiress? In such circumstances, of course, one would desire both. Let's purchase both rings, Jiang Qiu declared to the assistant. The butterfly ring cost 169 yuan, and the lotus ring was priced at 180,000 yuan, adding the previous expenditure of 765,500 yuan. The total amount had soared to 145,669 yuan. Remarkably, only 20 minutes had elapsed since Jiang Qiu and Chu Yinshi entered Van Cleef Arpels. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing your exclusive task. The system has detected Chu Yinshi's shopping satisfaction level at 100 points. The system has also registered Chu Yinshi's satisfaction with the host at 100 points. Special notice: due to the host receiving high recognition from Chu Yinshi, this reward is super doubled. Reward 1. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cashback of 100 times the total expenditure. Reward 2. Congratulations, host, for earning an advanced level dance skills reward. Reward 3. Congratulations, host, for receiving a virtual currency reward valued at 10 million on the Douyin platform. Note 1. The system's cashback rewards originate from various investment market funds, classified as untraceable legal funds, ensuring no financial or legal risks. Note 2. The advanced level dance skills will be acquired through a combination of memory transmission and muscle memory, with no adverse reactions anticipated. Rest assured, host. Note 3. The system has automatically credited 10 million virtual coins to the host's Douyin account. Oh, virtual coins worth 10 million? Jiang Qiu immediately inquired. Can these virtual coins be gifted to oneself and then withdrawn? There are no restrictions, the system replied. Jiang Qiu burst into laughter. Indeed, it was the perfect life system. No restrictions aligned perfectly with the concept of an ideal life. As for actually gifting oneself, Jiang Qiu contemplated that it seemed unnecessary. Chapter 56. Bitten? It must be a female mosquito. After their shopping excursion, Chu Yinshi drove Jiang Qiu back to school. Today, she was truly elated to receive a gift from the person she cherishes, a joy surpassing even the prospect of earning billions. Before parting, she mustered the courage to embrace Jiang Qiu. After 3 years, it felt as though she had rediscovered that warm sensation. With Jiang Qiu by her side, she always felt an extraordinary sense of security. 10 minutes later, upon noticing that Yinshi had no intention of releasing her hold, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, I can hardly breathe. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Yanxi reluctantly retreated, gazing at Jiang Qiu with concern. "It's nothing," Jiang Qiu replied, her expression peculiar, as if sensing something amiss. Eventually, the two agreed on a time to meet the following day, and only then did Jiang Qiu depart for her dormitory. "Welcome back, Qiu." Zhao Mingrui greeted her, sprawled on his bed, engrossed in his phone. Jiang Qiu replied, glancing around curiously. "Is it just you here? Where is everyone?" "Liang went home for the holidays, and Lao Qian is out on a date at another school." As Zhao Mingrui spoke, he suddenly noticed a hint of redness on Jiang Qiu's neck and inquired, "Qiu, what happened to your neck? Did someone bite you?" With a face full of questions, Jiang Qiu quickly opened her phone's camera to check. To her dismay, there was indeed a lip mark. Oh no, she had been taken advantage of. Fortunately, Zhao Mingrui was the only one in the dormitory, and his attention was fixated on his phone. Perhaps she could easily gloss over this. With that thought, Jiang Qiu solemnly stated, "Yes, I was bitten. There are just too many mosquitoes today." "Indeed, be careful. That is quite a mark, likely from a female mosquito." Zhao Mingrui replied without scrutinizing further, returning to his phone. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qiu rummaged through her first aid kit and found a band-aid that perfectly concealed the red mark. That was close. Once she finished, she comfortably reclined on her bed. Today had proven quite fruitful. Jiang Qiu logged into her Douyin account and discovered that her recharge rewards had been credited. By now, she should be considered a distinguished patron on the Douyin platform. Shun Tishi? According to Douyin's regulations, depositing 1 yuan could be exchanged for 10 Dou coins, while a 10 million yuan deposit would equate to 1 billion Dou coins. However, withdrawing funds proved to be quite a hassle. Firstly, one must register as a streamer. Only after becoming a streamer can one accept gifts and rewards. Individual streamers are subject to a 70 deduction from the platform upon receiving gifts, leaving them with a mere 30 of the earnings. Alternatively, one could join a guild, which would enhance the revenue share for guild streamers to 45 or even higher. Yet, this would necessitate signing a long-term streaming contract with the guild, requiring punctual and consistent live broadcasts daily. To go through such commitments for a mere sum of money? Jiang Qiu was resolutely against the idea. Thus, she calculated her potential earnings based on the individual streamer's revenue share. If one were to bestow a gift of 10 million, theoretically, one would ultimately retain 3 million. However, in reality, one must also deduct a personal income tax of 20. Consequently, the final amount one would receive dwindles to a mere 240,000, which is scarcely a quarter. Such a method of realization is utterly unprofitable. If one were to engage in live streaming on a Douyin account, that would indeed hold a value of 10 million. Wouldn't it be delightful to flirt with a female streamer? Nevertheless, Jiang Qiu harbored no immediate inclination to offer gifts. He held no particular admiration for any streamer, and was also unaware of the true appearances concealed beneath those beauty filters. What if he were to encounter a certain Xiao Biluo? That would render his expenditure exceedingly disheartening. While Jiang Qiu did not mind gifting, he was apprehensive about bestowing upon dubious characters. Of course, the most significant factor was that ever since he met Xu Yanxi, he had lost interest in the online beauty phenomena. After all, with a genuine person before him, who would seek validation in the virtual realm. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qiu's feelings towards Xu Yanxi had subtly transformed. Meanwhile, upon returning to the villa, Xu Yanxi was taken aback to discover that Li Lingling was absent. She first searched her room, only to find that even the suitcase had been taken. It appeared she had fled. Xu Yanxi found herself speechless. Her friend was simply too unreliable. It was one thing to offer her ridiculous suggestions daily, but now she even dared to abscond. With this thought, Xu Yanxi took out her phone and sent Li Lingling a WeChat message. "I have a friend who suddenly vanished one day." Li Lingling replied instantaneously. "And then?" Xu Yanxi. "Then I have her father's phone number and am prepared to contact her uncle." Li Lingling, "Don't. I believe your friend hasn't truly disappeared. She will return shortly." Xu Yanxi. "There is only one opportunity. I am giving her half an hour." Li Lingling, "All right." 20 minutes later, Li Lingling sprinted back from the school dormitory, a suitcase in hand. "Humph, so you did decide to return?" Xu Yanxi asked solemnly as she sat in the living room. Li Lingling grinned. "Hee, my lady. I merely wished to provide you with convenience." "Oh, so it seems I misjudged you?" Xu Yanxi could not help but roll her eyes. "Sister, I actually reserved space for you and Qiu Ji's happiness." Li Lingling exclaimed animatedly. "Think about it. After a day of shopping, wouldn't you want a place to rest? There's no comfort outside like at home. Look, I've even boiled water for you." You are speaking nonsense again. Before Li Lingling could finish, a throw pillow soared through the air, silencing her. Those words are utterly shameful. The mere thought of Jiang Qiu bathing in her home sent Chu Yanqi's heart racing. Could it be that she was still too conservative? Is it customary for young people today to advance to such intimate stages on a first date? Miss, I am merely looking out for your best interests, Li Lingling stated as she freed herself from the grasp. She quickly added, let us not forget that our final step is to turn raw rice into cooked grains. I believe it is time to enlighten you on certain matters. Otherwise, if you remain in this state, even if Jiang Qiu were to undress before you, you would be at a loss. Upon hearing such bold assertions, Chu Yanqi could not help but cover her face. Through her palms, she felt the warmth radiating from her cheeks. How about I find you a few captivating illustrated books? Li Lingling suggested eagerly. Chu Yanqi lifted her head, a look of bewilderment adorning her face. What illustrated books? I mean books on professional knowledge and skills. Li Lingling replied with a mischievous grin. The details within are quite thorough. I assure you, you will master them with ease. Let us find several more. After speaking, Chu Yanqi fled the living room, feeling shy yet aware of her need to learn. Otherwise, as Li Lingling had warned, even if Jiang Qiu were to lie before her, she would be unable to seize the opportunity. At that moment, her WeChat notification chimed. Chu Yanqi's first instinct was to think Jiang Qiu had messaged her, and she hastily picked up her phone. Qinli, may I invite you to dance at tomorrow's gala? A wave of disappointment washed over Chu Yanqi, and she coldly replied, no, I have another invitation. Chapter 57. Has the goddess Chu officially declared? 9 billion young men's dreams shattered. Qinli, really? You have never accepted anyone else's invitation before? Qinli, please give me a chance. Qinli, could you at least respond? Chu Yanqi chose not to engage further. Her previous reply was merely an attempt to dissuade him from disrupting her at tomorrow's gala. Over the past 3 years, many had pursued her, and while Qinli was relatively tame in comparison, she felt no inclination to act against him, especially given the influential forces at play in the business realm. The Qin family held considerable power in the metropolis, with Qinli being dubbed the city's emperor. Nonetheless, Chu Yanqi remained indifferent to him. Meanwhile, a group of affluent heirs from the metropolis gathered for a soiree. Qinli was among them, surrounded by several second- and third-tier celebrities, yet none piqued his interest. His focus remained on his phone, pondering the implications of Chu Yanqi's message. As a prominent scion of the affluent, Qinli's family wielded more influence than the likes of Xiao Wang. Over the years, he had courted countless beauties, never tasting defeat, until 3 years prior. At a commercial gala, Chu Yanqi's entrance captured the attention of the city's elite, including Qinli. For these wealthy heirs, celebrities, internet personalities, and young models were merely fleeting amusements. In truth, those who successfully marry into affluent families are predominantly the result of well-matched unions. Women like Chu Yanqi, who embody beauty, intellect, and wealth, naturally become the coveted targets of all wealthy heirs. However, reality is often harsh. These self-assured heirs were swiftly vanquished in the presence of Chu Yanqi. Most memorable was the scion of the former richest family in the country, Little Wang from the Wang family. Under the delusion of romance, he orchestrated a proposal ceremony, aspiring to win Chu Yanqi's heart with his crass declarations of love. The outcome was one of poetic justice. Not only was he publicly rejected by Chu Yanqi, but his family's company also faced repercussions as a result. Following this incident, the wealthy heirs came to a startling realization. The assets they once prided themselves on paled in comparison to the wealth of this extraordinary woman, which was of a caliber that commanded their respect. From that moment forth, no one dared to openly profess their affections. Yet among them was one who refused to be disheartened, Qinli, who believed himself to be superior to Little Wang and thus did not relinquish his pursuit. Of course, he too was cautious, only occasionally sending WeChat messages to inquire after her well-being, though such gestures remained unreciprocated. How could this be? She used to attend these soirees alone. Qinli felt a deep sense of frustration, likening himself to a humble sycophant who, in the end, gained nothing. What troubles you, brotherly? Inquired his friend, Wang Xiaojin, with curiosity. I originally intended to invite Chu Yanqi for a dance at tomorrow's soiree, but she said she has accepted another's invitation. Qinli responded, downing a glass of wine with a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. Is it true? The goddess Chu would accept another's invitation? Wang Xiaojin found this hard to fathom, yet he remained sensitive to Qinli's feelings. Offering consolation, it must not be someone from our circle, Such affairs are unlikely to have any lasting impact. The man who catches her, I must be exceptional, indeed. Qin Li replied with a tinge of envy. Tomorrow, I shall see what this man looks like. Simultaneously, gossip regarding Chu Yinshi began to circulate rapidly within the elite circles of the metropolis. Breaking news. The goddess Chu will bring a male companion to dance tomorrow. Let us await the spectacle. Shockingly, President Chu has a boyfriend, and an official announcement is imminent. 900 million youthful dreams dashed. Who is this fortunate soul? It was rumored that Chu's boyfriend was not from their circle, yet his striking appearance was much discussed. The man who could win the heart of the goddess must be extraordinary, and many looked forward to witnessing his grace on the dance floor. Li Lingling, also a participant in the social sphere, had previously joined a group of affluent sisters. This was her usual haven for indulging in juicy gossip, as revelations about the elite often flowed in daily. However, today she unexpectedly found herself embroiled in the drama of her own close friend. Had it merely been the news of Chu Yinshi's attendance at the soiree, it would not have garnered such widespread attention. However, it has recently come to light that she intends to bring her boyfriend, which has caused quite a stir. Chu Yinshi's influence is truly immense. Not only are her looks and talents beyond reproach, but she has also turned down the advances of numerous wealthy suitors. One wonders what kind of boyfriend she is seeking now. Upon seeing this news, Li Lingling immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Chu Yinshi. Lingling, where did this information originate? Chu Yinshi inquired, slightly furrowing her brow upon reading the news. Under normal circumstances, she would have welcomed someone publicly announcing her relationship with Jiang Qiu. However, with the upcoming gala tomorrow, the sudden sensationalism surrounding this topic felt rather conspiratorial. I asked a friend, and she mentioned that this news originated from Qin Li, later revealed by Wang Xiaojin. Li Lingling added, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Didn't Qin Li pursue you in the past? Why is he now making such a grand announcement about your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, a chill crept into Chu Yinshi's gaze. Having navigated the business world for many years, she easily discerned the underlying intentions at play. It is important to recognize that within the circle of affluent heirs, there are various strata. Families like Qin Li's, which have been wealthy for several generations, often look down upon newly rich individuals. Especially regarding matters of aristocratic etiquette, they have received superior Western education from an early age, a hallmark of the elite wealthy, which is precisely what the newly affluent lack. In Chu Yinshi's view, Qin Li's announcement of bringing a partner tomorrow is undoubtedly a direct affront to Jiang Qiu. He first paints Jiang Qiu as exceptionally admirable, and then, should Jiang Qiu fail to meet the lofty expectations set, he will undoubtedly be ridiculed. Everyone possesses a contrarian mentality. When someone extols another's virtues before you, upon your eventual meeting, even the slightest flaw in that person will seem magnified. This is the art of elevation through undermining. Chu Yinshi's brow remained furrowed. She was not concerned about Jiang Qiu's looks. He is undeniably handsome, perhaps rivaled only by a select few celebrities. What troubled her was that Jiang Qiu did not know how to dance. She had intended to teach him, but an unfortunate incident had rendered that discussion taboo, and neither had broached the subject again. Moreover, time was limited, and mastering dance in a short period is quite challenging. Chu Yinshi initially planned to forego dancing at the gala, content to have Jiang Qiu by her side. However, with this news now circulating, if she chose not to dance, it would certainly provide fodder for gossip. She could bear the scrutiny, but she would not allow Jiang Qiu to suffer any indignities. Chapter 58. Jiang Qiu's Discontent. Serious consequences. With this in mind, Chu Yinshi sent a message to Qin Li. Have your people retract that information. You finally replied. Qin Li feigned ignorance. What information? Chu Yinshi. If you do not delete the published message, Douyin will no longer provide your company with sales opportunities and will directly blacklist you. Think carefully. Although blacklisting clients will result in losses for us as well, she is not overly concerned. When it comes to protecting Jiang Qiu, she is willing to go to any lengths. Qin Li, no please. I'll delete it right away. Instantly submissive. He is genuinely frightened. Primarily, Chu Yinshi's tactic is excessively ruthless, forcing him into a corner. It must be acknowledged that in recent years, the physical economy has been challenging, with many preferring to shop online from the comfort of their homes. The number of those choosing to shop on Douyin has been steadily increasing, becoming the preferred choice for many businesses. If he were to sever his company's source of income right from the start, it wouldn't lead to bankruptcy. But the losses would be significant. Moreover, the family business is not solely his to dictate. If his parents were to learn the cause of this situation, he might as well brace for severe repercussions. The thought alone made Qin Li shudder. After all, the fate of Xiao Wang is still fresh in his memory, and he has no doubt that Chu Yinchi would dare to follow through. Qin Li, feeling intimidated, hurriedly instructed his friends to delete all messages. However, by this time, the news had already spread, and the situation was escalating. Many people began messaging Chu Yinchi, seeking confirmation. Goddess Chu, do you really have a boyfriend? Sister Chu, could you please show me a picture of your boyfriend? He will attend tomorrow's cocktail party, right? I am genuinely looking forward to seeing you both dance. You will surely be the center of attention. The influence of Chu Yinchi is indeed tremendous, and the news about her bringing a partner only proliferated. She found herself unable to silence everyone and opted to ignore the trivial messages. At that moment, Li Lingling entered the room. She finally realized that Qin Li's actions were not out of kindness, but rather an attempt to embarrass Jiang Qiu. Xiaoxi, that Qin Li is truly despicable. Li Lingling exclaimed angrily. He is deliberately trying to provoke everyone. I've already heard from many sisters who want to investigate tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinchi furrowed her brow. If an adversary in the business world were to employ schemes against her, she would not be upset in the slightest. After all, the business realm is akin to a battlefield. One must simply respond to the challenges presented. However, the notion that someone would aim to embarrass Jiang Qiu was far more intolerable than her own humiliation. This is my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned to Qin Li that I had an appointment. Chu Yinchi felt a pang of guilt. Originally, she merely wished to avoid disturbances and hoped for Jiang Qiu's exclusive company. Yet the situation had escalated beyond reason, making it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous tomorrow. In truth, Jiang Qiu's appearance is not an issue at all. It's just that when it comes to dancing, she wonders if he is up to the task. Li Lingling, having seen Jiang Qiu, could confidently attest to his good looks. The issue lies here. He is not particularly skilled at dancing. Chu Yinchi shook her head, saying, You are aware that in the second-generation circles, artistic aesthetics are highly valued. If one cannot dance, they will undoubtedly be criticized. What do you intend to do? Li Lingling was at a loss for words. I do not plan to let Jiang Qiu attend. Chu Yinchi bit her lip. If you back out now, it will be you who faces embarrassment. Li Lingling expressed her concern. After all, everyone is aware of this matter. Wouldn't it reflect poorly if you suddenly changed your mind? It matters not. I am completely indifferent, Chu Yinchi declared without hesitation. I can handle it in any way, but Jiang Qiu is not part of this circle, and I do not wish for him to be the subject of gossip. Ah, this must be true love. Li Lingling couldn't help but exclaim. Your feelings for Qiu are vastly different from your feelings for others. If Qin Li were to hear that thought, he might feel utterly despondent. Chu Yinchi grimaced. Do not mention him to me. He nauseates me. All right, but I believe you should at least consult Jiang Qiu about this matter, Li Lingling suggested thoughtfully. After all, he is to marry you in the future. He must acclimate to your lifestyle and integrate into your circle. It is unnecessary. I truly do not care about the circle. Chu Yinchi fluttered her long eyelashes, dreamily stating, As long as Jiang Qiu is happy, I too shall be content. Enough already. You are still throwing me a handful of dog food at this hour. Li Lingling rolled her eyes. Fine, as long as you are all right. I shall return to my room to sleep. With that, she exited Chu Yinchi's dormitory and returned to her own quarters to indulge in romance novels. Once her friend departed, Chu Yinchi fell into contemplation. How should she explain this matter to Jiang Qiu? After all, they had previously agreed to invite him to the gathering. Would changing her mind suddenly create issues? Moreover, what Li Lingling had said was reasonable. This matter indeed required Jiang Qiu's input. With that thought, Chu Yinchi picked up her phone and navigated to Jiang Qiu's chat. After much deliberation, deleting and rewriting repeatedly, she finally conveyed the entire situation clearly. What I mean is, perhaps you should not come tomorrow. Those individuals harbor ill intentions. At that moment, Jiang Qiu was engrossed in a game. Upon receiving Chu Yinchi's message, he exited the game. Wow, that's quite a lengthy message. After reading through it, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. He had anticipated something significant, only to discover that she was concerned he might embarrass himself due to his lack of dancing skills. Had this been 2 days prior, he would have readily accepted Chu Yinchi's suggestion and simply opted out. However, at present, he possessed advanced dancing skills and was eager for an opportunity to showcase them. Jiang Qiu, if I do not attend, will you be subject to their gossip? Chu Yinchi, it's fine. After all, none of them are as wealthy as I am. If anyone dares to provoke me to my face, I shall directly thwart their company. Jiang Qiu, Wow, that's quite fierce. Chu Yinshi, Jiang Xiao, I think it doesn't matter if you go or not. Chu Yinshi, you don't understand them. If you don't dance, they will surely speak ill of you behind your back. Jiang Xiao, ahem, I have a secret I haven't shared with you. Chu Yinshi, Jiang Xiao, actually, I can dance ballroom. It's not a problem. Chu Yinshi, you can dance? Jiang Xiao, yes, I initially wanted to keep it low-key and surprise you tomorrow. Chu Yinshi, for Jiang Xiao, attending such a soiree held little significance. Were it not for Chu Yinshi, he would rather enjoy playing games with his roommates during that time. However, the actions of Qin Li have quite ruffled Jiang Xiao's feathers. Thus, he has resolved to attend the gathering tomorrow. Chu Yinshi, all right, I will pick you up tomorrow. Let us not miss each other. Jiang Xiao, sure, see you tomorrow. Chapter 59. So adorable, I'm drooling after concluding their chat. Jiang Xiao checked the system. Host, Jiang Xiao physique, 95 points charm, 91 points wisdom, 91 points skills, senior level driving skills, senior level singing ability, senior level finger skills, senior level dancing techniques, special effects, blessing of fate, unfallable after drinking, tenacity, cash account, 1, 381, 579, for 65 Douyin wallet, 10, 000, 000, Douyin coins perfect. The rewards for senior level dancing techniques have been credited. It is time to confirm their effectiveness. Jiang Xiao rose, selected a piece of background music, and began to dance in rhythm. His movements were precise, and his steps light, flowing like a gentle stream, devoid of any hindrance. As the song concluded, Jiang Xiao paused, unable to suppress a sense of admiration for the perfect life system. Truly, senior-level dancing techniques never disappoint. This series of movements surpassed the standard tutorials he had previously learned, rivaling even those of esteemed dance artists. Were it not seen with one's own eyes, others might have presumed he was trained in a professional academy. Jiang Xiao was confident that he could effortlessly handle a social gathering now. Brother Qiao, how long have you been practicing? In the dormitory, Zhao Mingrui could not help but marvel. Your dancing is exceptional. What could he say? Talent runs high. Jiang Qiao smiled and shifted the topic. Come on, let us duo. Tonight, I'll take you to victory. Zhao Mingrui, unperturbed, promptly pulled out his phone, excitedly exclaiming, let us go. I just need to survive a couple of rounds to reach the rank of ace. That night, the two of them played until the early hours of 1 o'clock. Jiang Xiao's extraordinary finger dexterity allowed him to achieve a remarkable accuracy, elevating his rank to that of an invincible warrior. What does it truly mean to play a game? Only in those divine matches where one consistently triumphs can one truly savor the exhilaration of gaming. The following morning, Jiang Xiao awoke around 9 o'clock. Since it was a holiday, he had no concerns about being late for class. Gentlemen, I have brought breakfast for you, he announced. At that moment, Qian Shengqian trudged in, visibly fatigued from his endeavors outside. Second brother, where did you indulge yourself last night? Jiang Xiao inquired as he accepted the breakfast and took a bite of a bun. Ahem, I didn't go anywhere. I merely took a shower, Qian Shengqian replied somewhat mysteriously. A shower? Zhao Mingrui, now awake, asked curiously, second brother. Our dormitory has the facilities. Why go out for that? You wouldn't understand. Bathing is a form of culture, a profound exchange of the spirit, Qian Shengqian remarked, revealing a look of satisfaction. The Baojian interjected, there's no need to make it sound so lofty. Jiang Xiao could not help but expose him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingrui suddenly grasped the situation. Ahem, enough of that. I'm going to catch some more sleep, he declared, seeing that he could no longer boast. Qian Shengqian turned and lay down on his bed to rest. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Xiao received a call from an unfamiliar number. His custom-tailored suit had arrived, and a store attendant was personally delivering it. Sir, please try it on to ensure a proper fit. If all is well, kindly sign here, the attendant said politely. Furthermore, we offer a lifetime of free maintenance and care services for you. Should you wish to have it cleaned in the future, feel free to call us anytime. We are at your service 24 hours a day. Jiang Xiao nodded, acknowledging that the price certainly justified itself. The two suits were worth enough to purchase an apartment in a second-tier city, making such attentive service entirely reasonable. After signing the receipt, Jiang Xiao returned to his room. He opened the exquisite packaging, revealing two finely crafted yet understated suits that exuded an air of sophistication. With single-breasted design, notch lapels, and a center vent. The fabric was comfortable, and the lines were impeccably straight. The standout feature was its tailored waist design, boasting a balanced proportion between the shoulders and hips. When Jiang Qiu donned the suit, it fit him like a glove, the lines flowing naturally. Impressively, the inner cuffs bore the embroidered initials of his name, instantly elevating the sophistication. He resolved to order a few more suits in the future, for he now possessed the means to indulge. After ensuring the perfect fit, Jiang Qiu hung the 2 suits neatly. Additionally, there were 2 shirts, 2 ties, a belt, and a dozen pairs of socks to organize. Once everything was in order, he headed to the most upscale hair salon near the school. He spent 128 yuan to have a top-tier stylist create a dashing new hairstyle for him. As the saying goes, a man is adorned by his attire, just as a horse is complimented by its saddle. Jiang Qiu, already possessing a striking appearance, now radiated an even more captivating masculine charm after a recent hairstyling. The evening arrived, and at the appointed hour, Chu Yinshi made her entrance downstairs at the dormitory. Dressed elegantly in a formal gown, she found it impractical to drive herself. Moreover, as Li Lingling was also slated to attend the gala, they decided to engage a chauffeur to transport them in a luxurious RV. I've arrived and am waiting downstairs. Jiang Qiu received her message and descended to find an opulent RV awaiting him. The vehicle, a fuelainer, boasted a sophisticated coffee-hued exterior, exuding an air of grandeur and stability. Measuring an impressive 12 meters in length and 4 meters in height, and weighing 15 tons, it resembled a miniature locomotive. Unsurprisingly, its fuel consumption was exorbitant, necessitating an expenditure of 8,000 yuan for a full tank and a refueling duration exceeding 10 minutes. How extravagant! Jiang Qiu shielded his face and swiftly boarded the vehicle. It must be said, the senior was remarkably understated each time she sought him out. Fortuitously, the evening's dimness spared him from unwarranted attention. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu's attire, Chu Yinshi was utterly entranced. The suit he wore enhanced his allure immensely, growing more captivating with each passing glance. Sister, could you please maintain your composure? You're drooling. Li Lingling, unable to bear the sight any longer, interrupted Chu Yinshi's infatuation. Go away. Chu Yinshi regained her senses and playfully pinched Li Lingling's arm. Please, I apologize. Li Lingling begged. Mind your image. Jiang Qiu is still here. At those words, Chu Yinshi halted her antics. Sister, you really are drooling, Jiang Qiu remarked with a chuckle. Chu Yinshi instinctively touched the corner of her mouth, realizing she had indeed been lost in admiration. Did I really drool? Why do you believe Jiang Qiu's words? Li Lingling, covering her head, exclaimed, It's over. You're beyond saving. Chu Yinshi glanced at Jiang Qiu and then playfully pinched Li Lingling's arm once more. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but smile. He found this playful side of the senior to be utterly endearing. Chapter 60. Prawn Hearts and Pork Hearts. A display of affection. Jiang Qiu, allow me to introduce you to my close friend, Li Lingling. After venting her frustrations on Li Lingling, Chu Yinshi finally thought to make the introductions. Hello, senior. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment before continuing. I believe we have met before. I owe you my gratitude for your help last time. He recalled their encounter in the student council office when Li Lingling had come to call Minister Liang Zijin away, effectively alleviating his predicament. Hello, no need for thanks, Li Lingling replied with a smile. That time, it was actually Xiao Shi who asked me to go. You should express your gratitude to her. Indeed, I appreciate both of you. Jiang Qiu nodded, casting a glance at the bashful Chu Yinshi. By the way, Jiang Qiu, can you truly dance the international standard? Li Lingling expressed her concern. You are aware of today's circumstances. There will always be those who wish to nitpick. Li Lingling, cease your worries. There is nothing to fret about. Chu Yinshi interjected, fearing that Jiang Qiu might feel pressured. Rest assured, it is not a significant issue. Jiang Qiu offered Chu Yinshi an encouraging glance. He possessed a great deal of confidence in himself, yet he harbored some concerns for Chu Yinshi, uncertain if she could keep pace with him. Today, due to the formal occasion, Chu Yinshi had adorned herself with exquisite makeup. From Jiang Qiu's perspective, she was indeed flawless. Clad in a bespoke black evening gown, her delicate shoulders, slender waist, curvaceous hips, and long legs were accentuated beautifully. Her elongated, graceful legs were on full display, complemented by sheer black stockings and elegant black high heels, exuding an irresistible allure. At the Bulgari Hotel in the Magic City, precisely at 6 o'clock, the two of them, along with Li Lingling, arrived punctually at the banquet hall. Li Lingling, sensing the atmosphere, instinctively sought out her friends, leaving Chu Yinshi and Jiang Qiu to enjoy each other's company. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was attended by social elites, and such events were typically inaccessible to the general public. Jiang Qiu soon spotted several prominent business figures and a few celebrities in attendance. Many approached Chu Yinshi to greet her. "President Chu, your figure is remarkable. I envy you immensely. President Chu, you look stunning today. Wow, is this your boyfriend? He is exceptionally handsome. Oh my. The two of you are truly a match made in heaven." Jiang Qiu also attracted considerable attention, as everyone was quite curious about him. Being his inaugural appearance in this circle, combined with his striking good looks, made him a focal point. Many women who had initially come merely for the spectacle found themselves captivated by Jiang Qiu. Some affluent ladies, were it not for Chu Yinshi's presence, would have eagerly made advances towards him. Nevertheless, with Chu Yinshi by his side, none dared to act upon their impulses. Everyone merely exchanged polite greetings, observing the situation. As it was Chu Yinshi's first time bringing a male companion, and the outcome remained uncertain. Although it was Jiang Qiu's first experience in such a setting, he remained entirely composed. His demeanor was natural, his posture relaxed, and the custom-tailored suit he wore radiated the charm of a successful man. Based solely on his aura, no one dared to underestimate him. At that moment, a short, slender man approached from a distance, greeting them. "President Chu, do you have a moment to chat?" Chu Yinshi furrowed her brow and replied coldly. "Qin Li, are we so familiar?" Qin Li, undeterred, responded, "Let us not be like that. After all, we've known each other for many years. Should there be no further matters, you may take your leave." Chu Yinshi turned her back, genuinely disinterested in engaging with him. "Please don't go. It has been quite a while since we last met." Qin Li stepped forward, saying, "President Chu, have you not yet made an introduction? Is he your companion?" This was his first encounter with Jiang Qiu, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Initially, Qin Li had intended to use Jiang Qiu as a stepping stone, to elevate him only to later humiliate him at this gathering. However, now he found himself feeling quite inferior. Jiang Qiu was undeniably handsome. While he himself was not lacking in charm, the disparity was now glaringly apparent. "Greetings. I am Jiang Qiu. How may I assist you?" Jiang Qiu took a step forward, positioning himself protectively behind Chu Yinshi. "Mr. Jiang, good day." Qin Li replied with a forced smile. "The dance will commence shortly. I trust you can dance? I eagerly anticipate your performance. Do not embarrass President Chu." Having received a Western education from a young age, he considered himself rather proficient in ballroom dancing. This, he believed, was his greatest advantage over Jiang Qiu. "Anticipating my performance?" Jiang Qiu chuckled lightly, continuing, "Very well. When I dance with Yinshi, you may stand by and observe. I trust you will glean some insight." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Chu Yinshi was momentarily taken aback, her concern for Jiang Qiu surfacing, as Qin Li indeed held an advantage in this domain. Qin Li was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. "Very well, it seems we shall all be in for a treat today," he proclaimed loudly. "This gentleman has stated that when he dances, we shall observe and learn." Laughter erupted among the attendees, many of whom were Qin Li's acquaintances. "What is happening over there? It seems quite lively." It appears to be President Chu's companion, who is about to compete with Qin Li in dance. "What? The young man is rather handsome, though somewhat presumptuous. Indeed, Qin Li is trained extensively in this area. How could he possibly dance better?" The crowd began to murmur. Qin Li's expression turned smug. He was finally poised to reclaim his dominance in his area of expertise. "What if you are handsome? Without genuine skill, one cannot thrive in this circle. We should first indulge in some refreshments before the dancing begins." Jiang Qiu paid no heed to Qin Li, instead turning to seek Chu Yinshi's consent. Chu Yinshi nodded, obediently following Jiang Qiu towards the buffet table. This sight left Qin Li feeling sour. He had painstakingly orchestrated this scenario to humiliate Jiang Qiu and win back Chu Yinshi's affections. Yet now, they appeared to be basking in each other's affection. What was the point of his efforts? Qin Li found himself utterly defeated, and it was he who faced humiliation. The people around were equally astonished. Many of them were familiar faces. When had Chu Yinshi ever been so obedient? In the past, whenever she attended such gatherings with her father, Chu Guowei would attempt to invite her for a drink, only to be met with her resolute refusals. Yet now, with a mere glance from Jiang Qiu, she willingly followed him. To the astonishment of many, she even hand-fed Jiang Qiu. How remarkable! Chapter 61. An exquisite healing, treating Jiang Qiu like a kitten. Jiang Qiu. "When it's time to dance, don't feel pressured. Just follow my rhythm," Chu Yinshi reassured, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with a hint of concern. After all, this was her first time bringing Jiang Qiu to such an event, and it would be disingenuous to say she wasn't nervous. Rest assured, just trust me, Jiang Qiu replied. Calmly savoring the pastries, Chu Yinchi offered, seemingly unfazed by the numerous astonished gazes surrounding them. That's enough, senior. I'm getting a bit full. Jiang Qiu initially intended to nibble on just a piece or two to stave off hunger, but Chu Yinchi's enthusiasm was overwhelming, persistently feeding him. Oh, my apologies. With reluctance, Chu Yinchi finally paused, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Why did feeding Jiang Qiu bring her such joy? It felt as though she had discovered a new realm of happiness, one that surpassed even her own enjoyment of food. By the way, would you like something to drink? Chu Yinchi inquired eagerly. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment. Perhaps a glass of red wine would be nice. With a diligent demeanor, Chu Yinchi picked up a glass of wine, eager to feed Jiang Qiu once more. For some reason, this sensation transported her back to her childhood, recalling the moments spent feeding her grandmother's British short-hair cat in the courtyard. After her mother had passed away, Chu Yinchi had been taken to her grandmother's home, and during that lonely period, her only solace came from playing with that little cat. She would bring out an array of delightful treats to the yard, watching as the cat lay sprawled on the ground, indulging in the snacks she offered. In those instances, her heart felt as if it were melting. However, as she grew older, her studies consumed her time, leaving little opportunity for such joy. Yet, whenever she found a moment, she would tenderly feed that little cat, feeling as if she were being healed, her worries dissipating into thin air. Eventually, as time passed, the cat aged and eventually departed from this world. She wept for a long time, vowing never to keep another pet. Yet now, Chu Yinchi suddenly realized that she had rekindled that long-lost feeling. To be able to feed someone she cherished was a warm and blissful happiness. Ahem, senior, that's enough. Jiang Qiu interjected, having been fed 3 glasses already and truly unable to drink more. Oh dear, I was lost in thought, Chu Yinchi replied, stopping to gently wipe the corners of Jiang Qiu's mouth with a tissue. Enough already, Miss Chu. The entire venue seems to be a stage for you two to flaunt your affection. At that moment, Li Lingling unexpectedly appeared before them. Step aside. Your eating habits cannot silence your tongue. Chu Yinchi waved her fist, and had she not been holding a wine glass, she would have certainly taught Li Lingling a lesson. A dog biting El Domban fails to recognize a good-hearted person. Li Lingling, with a look of grievance, replied, I came over to remind you that Qin Li seems to have contacted a dance instructor, who intends to provide a thorough critique of Brother Qiu's dancing skills shortly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinchi's expression instantly turned frosty. This Qin Li was truly infuriating. It appeared she had been too lenient in the past, thinking herself an easy target. Did she? Jiang Qiu, however, remained indifferent and even found it amusing. If the other party merely sought to challenge him through dance, he was destined to have no chance of victory. With his advanced dance skills in his repertoire, no dance instructor could possibly outshine him. Moreover, dance, being an art form that can be outwardly demonstrated, leaves no room for hidden manipulation. Its quality is evident to all. Unfortunately, Qin Li did not share this perspective. He had been slightly intimidated by Jiang Qiu's presence. What if Jiang Qiu could indeed dance a little, and no one noticed? That would leave him utterly defeated. Thus, he hastily summoned a professional dance instructor, fearing Jiang Qiu might possess some rudimentary skills that would obscure his true level of capability. Qin Li felt quite pleased with his decision and made a point to approach Jiang Qiu. Teacher Yang, he is the one who has been boasting. I hope you can provide a critique shortly. Jiang Qiu glanced at him, recognizing the individual. Yang Qinya, a renowned dancer in the country, now in his 40s. Jiang Qiu had viewed her instructional videos during his early learning days. Back then, her dance skills had truly impressed him. However, now, revisiting those movements seemed rather ordinary. Young man, you are quite handsome, Yang Qinya approached, looking at Jiang Qiu, and said, I hope you can remain grounded in your endeavors. Being overly flamboyant at a young age is not advisable. Especially in dance, do not underestimate ballroom dancing. I will break the norm today and offer you some guidance. Jiang Qiu smiled and pointed at Qin Li. Teacher Yang, I respect your position, but I fear you will be disappointed today. Save those words for him. It was Yang Qinya's first experience of such a cold reception, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Qin Li continued to mock. The performance is about to begin. I hope you remain as defiant as you are now. Oh? Jiang Qiu could not help but chuckle. It's merely a dance. Even if I perform poorly, Yinchi will still find it appealing. As for you, even if you dance splendidly, she would not spare you a glance. In that instant, the venue fell into a profound silence once more. Everyone cast a sympathetic gaze towards Qin Li, a sight that was undeniably heart-wrenching. The remark was utterly indisputable, leaving Qin Li no room for retort. Li Lingling, unable to contain her amusement, chuckled softly, realizing that Jiang Qiu was indeed an experienced master of the subtle arts. Moments later, an unexpected vacancy emerged in the center of the venue. Accompanied by soothing melodies, the lights dimmed. Typically, such a soiree is rather casual, allowing any two individuals willing to take the stage for a dance. However, today, the crowd merely encircled the stage, leaving no one to ascend. All eyes were fixated on the enchanting duo of Jiang Qiu and Chu Yinshi. Suddenly, Chu Yinshi felt a twinge of anxiety. She had never experienced such nervousness in any previous setting. Yet, now, as she prepared to share the stage with Jiang Qiu, doubt began to creep in. In contrast, Jiang Qiu remained composed, gently clasping Chu Yinshi's petite hand, reassuring her, "Do not be anxious. I am here with you." In that instant, tranquility washed over Chu Yinshi. Her captivating eyes locked onto Jiang Qiu's, and she confessed, "You were right. No matter the circumstances, you will always be the best in my heart." Jiang Qiu nodded, though a sense of melancholy accompanied the sentiment. She likely harbored reservations about him, yet was willing to face challenges together. It was understandable. He had previously confessed his lack of dancing skills, making her skepticism quite reasonable. Nevertheless, her willingness to stand by him despite her doubts was indeed commendable. Jiang Qiu turned, gesturing invitingly. "Shall we begin, senior?" "Indeed." Chu Yinshi replied softly, taking hold of Jiang Qiu's hand. Together, they moved to the center of the stage, synchronizing with the rhythm. At that moment, all attention was drawn to them, particularly to Jiang Qiu, who found himself enveloped in a state of blissful oblivion. As the melodious strains filled the air, the pair began to dance gracefully. Jiang Qiu's movements were impeccably refined. His right hand rested gently on the lower edge of Chu Yinshi's left shoulder, creating a beautiful line from elbow to fingertip. When the tempo slowed, he adapted to the rhythm, taking one step for every beat. As the music quickened, he employed a too slow, too fast technique, showcasing a myriad of rhythmic variations. In such partner dances, one must take the lead to maintain the tempo. The more skilled dancer usually assumes this role. Chu Yinshi initially intended to guide Jiang Qiu, yet as the dance progressed, she was astonished to find herself entirely in a passive role. This sensation was reminiscent of her childhood, when her teacher had once led her in dance. Under Jiang Qiu's guidance, her rhythm improved remarkably, progressing without any stagnation. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? If she remained unaware of her situation, the audience held the most authoritative perspective. All eyes were transfixed on the duo, particularly on Jiang Qiu. It was simply magnificent. Jiang Qiu's performance dazzled everyone. Qin Li's hands trembled in disbelief, unable to trust his own vision. Yang Qinya, who had been so arrogant moments before, now stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Li Lingling was brimming with excitement. She hurriedly retrieved her phone to record, fearing she would miss this captivating spectacle. Unperturbed by the audience's gaze, Jiang Qiu continued to immerse himself in the dance, as if he were born solely for this art. His advanced dance techniques, coupled with Chu Yinshi's harmonious collaboration, unveiled a flawless duet. Gradually, more individuals joined in. Witnessing such a perfect performance, the audience could no longer contain their inner restlessness, yearning to join the dance. The once desolate stage became increasingly crowded. The pinnacle of dance transcends competition. It is about sharing joy. In this harmonious atmosphere, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yinshi concluded their duet. Simultaneously, the entire venue fell silent. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon a thunderous ovation erupted. At that moment, everyone was captivated, as if Jiang Qiu were the sovereign of this dance floor. Upon completing his final move, he leaned close to Chu Yinshi's ear and asked, "Senior, shall we take a moment to rest?" She nodded, and due to their proximity, she sensed his breath. In that instant, a slight tremor coursed through her body, leaving her feeling momentarily weakened. "Are you all right?" "Not feeling well?" Jiang Qiu inquired with concern. Chu Yinshi quickly shyly replied, "I'm fine, just need a brief respite." Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed any signs of her distress. The two then walked off the dance floor hand in hand. "Jiang Qiu, you were incredible!" Li Lingling exclaimed as she rushed over, unable to suppress her admiration. "I never expected that during your first dance together, you would reach such a high level." It's mainly because the senior danced beautifully. I merely complimented her, Jiang Qiu humbly responded. No, you danced exceptionally well, Chu Yinchi remarked, gazing at him. I enjoy dancing with you. Oh my goodness, Li Lingling joked, unable to bear the display of affection. Could you two refrain from flaunting your romance in front of me? Chu Yinchi paused, as if recalling something. Suddenly, she grasped Jiang Qiu's hand and approached Qin Li, saying, Did you just learn that? Should I teach you again? Chu Yinchi initially wished to avoid drawing excessive attention, fearing it might adversely affect Jiang Qiu. However, after witnessing Jiang Qiu's flawless performance, she resolved to take a stand. Those who had once bullied Jiang Qiu would face retribution. Qin Li was already regretting his previous actions, questioning why he had antagonized a woman. All your orders for this year are hereby suspended, Chu Yinchi declared with authority. As for future collaboration, we shall see how you perform. My words will be the final verdict. You may manage your affairs as you see fit. At that moment, an audible gasp swept through the crowd. It was well known that Qin Li's family business thrived on trade, reliant on numerous orders facilitated through Douyin, particularly given the current economic downturn that left physical stores struggling. They had planned a transition, developing their online store to tap into emerging markets. Now, however, those plans lay in ruins. While losing access to Douyin might not lead to bankruptcy, the repercussions would be severe and costly. Qin Li stood in stunned silence, never anticipating that Chu Yinchi would take such decisive action. Her words effectively severed the family's financial lifeline, declaring an open war on the entire Qin family. For the sake of this man, she dared to take such a bold step. Meanwhile, Yang Qinya sensed the shift and turned to leave. Teacher Yang, please wait, Chu Yinchi called out, stepping forward to block her path. I hope you can remain grounded in your pursuits. Being overly flamboyant at such a young age is unwise. Particularly in dance, do not underestimate the art of ballroom dancing. Today, I shall make an exception and offer you some guidance. These remarks echoed Yang Qinya's earlier comments to Jiang Qiu, now returned to her with a twist. Yang Qinya's expression darkened, yet she retreated in defeat. She wanted to argue, but Jiang Qiu's talent was undeniable, even rivaling her own. To critique her would only invite ridicule. Moreover, she had clearly witnessed Qin Li's downfall. With such a sizable company as the Qin Group, Chu Yinchi's refusal to cooperate posed a grave threat. She had painstakingly amassed over 400,000 followers on Douyin. If her account were to be suspended, there would be nowhere for her to lament her misfortune. After avenging Jiang Qiu, Chu Yinchi felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Chapter 63. The protective Chu Yinchi seemingly lost a person? Hello, may I invite you to dance? Handsome, I have a dance move I wish to inquire about. Could we connect on WeChat? Teacher Jiang, could you come to my home for a private lesson? As Chu Yinchi stood up for Jiang Qiu, she turned to find Jiang Qiu surrounded by admirers, utterly inundated. Jiang Qiu was exceedingly popular, although everyone, out of respect for Chu Yinchi, dared not brazenly snatch someone away. There were still a few audacious women who occasionally ventured to touch him. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yinchi's eyes widened in shock as she rushed into the crowd, pulling Jiang Qiu away from the venue. Jiang Qiu could not help but chuckle at her furious demeanor, resembling a protective puppy. Teacher Jiang, don't forget to check your WeChat later, someone chimed in. Chu, be careful not to break Teacher Jiang. We would be heartbroken. I sincerely just wish to attend a class and learn some dance techniques. Jiang Qiu replied apologetically. Please don't leave, Teacher Jiang. Could you teach my child? Name your price. I just want your presence. It cannot be denied that some genuinely wished to learn dancing, yet many others were merely enticed by Jiang Qiu's physique. After all, he was not in need of money and would never resort to such labor. Moreover, even if he desired Chu Yinchi, she would certainly not consent. Having finally exited the venue and squeezed out of the hotel lobby, they found themselves pursued by several affluent women, who, having received no response from Jiang Qiu, were unwilling to give up. I'm sorry, but I am not a dance instructor, and I truly have no time. Thank you, Jiang Qiu politely stated. At that moment, the RV that had been waiting outside approached. Chu Yinchi allowed Jiang Qiu to enter first, and once she confirmed everything was in order, she finally felt at ease to close the door. Senior, I sense you are a bit flustered, Jiang Qiu remarked with a grin. Honestly, these people are outrageous, Chu Yinchi exclaimed, shaking her fist in frustration. They seemed so proper before. I do not know what has possessed them today to act so brazenly. It's all right. I have not incurred any loss, Jiang Qiu replied playfully. No, you must not add them on WeChat, nor teach them how to dance. Chu Yinshi asserted in a tone befitting a hostess. Quickly hand over those little notes. I saw someone slip some in. Jiang Qiu shrugged, thinking, we aren't even together yet, and you're already so strict? Yet, he dared not voice this thought, fearing it might upset her. All right, here are all the notes. Take them, he said, rummaging through his clothes and trousers until he found several little slips of paper. To his surprise, he discovered several more tucked in his back pocket. These people are truly excessive. Jiang Qiu could not help but exclaim. After collecting the notes, Chu Yinshi began scrutinizing Jiang Qiu. When did you learn to dance? You're remarkably good. Since I was very young, Jiang Qiu responded. He felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure whether Chu Yinshi would delve deeper into the subject. Should she pursue the matter further, he would have no choice but to implicate his parents, thereby placing the blame upon them. However, Chu Yinshi did not linger on this inquiry. Instead, she suddenly extended her hands to cup Jiang Qiu's face. Jiang Qiu, would you marry me? Without waiting for a response, she shyly buried herself in Jiang Qiu's embrace. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. This confession had come rather unexpectedly. Senior, have you been reading too many romance novels? Chu Yinshi inhaled the scent from Jiang Qiu's arms before lifting her gaze to inquire. Why do you say that? Well, during your recent proposals, you've either pinned me against the wall or pointed at my chin, and now you're even getting close. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment, feigning seriousness. I feel like this development could be perilous for me. Then just say yes. No matter what you fancy, I will buy it for you. Although you might be at a slight disadvantage, I promise to treat you well in the future. Chu Yinshi fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Qiu, as if she intended to devour him whole. Ahem, this isn't really the right setting. Then come over to my house later. Isn't anyone else at your place? No, just come keep me company. Wait, I feel like something is missing, Jiang Qiu suddenly remarked. Chu Yinshi blinked in surprise. What is missing? Senior, there were 3 of us in the car on the way here. How come we're 1 short on the way back? Jiang Qiu deliberately glanced around the car, confirming that indeed, someone was missing. It's fine. She's an adult and won't get lost. Chu Yinshi felt a bit awkward. There had been so many people surrounding them that she had only been focused on Jiang Qiu, forgetting about her friend. At that moment, at the hotel entrance, Li Lingling stood alone, disheveled in the wind. Wait, where did they go? Are they still inside? They wouldn't leave me behind. She's not that kind of person. Senior, just leave me here. I can get back on my own. Jiang Qiu suggested. I think you should go check on her. No need. I've already called her a ride. Chu Yinshi felt a bit guilty and quickly used a ride-hailing app to summon a car for Li Lingling to express her apologies. She specifically chose the most luxurious vehicle, spending a hefty sum of 1,000 yuan. After completing the online payment, Chu Yinshi sighed in relief, believing that such an extravagant ride would surely earn her Lingling's gratitude, for she had treated her well. Senior, is this really all right? Jiang Qiu observed with amusement. This poor Li Lingling. Was it possible that friendships among women were just a means to exploit one another? Yes, absolutely. Chu Yinshi nodded vigorously, then suddenly asked, Are you hungry? Should we grab a bite? Jiang Qiu rubbed his belly, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. Typically, at such gatherings, attendees were more focused on mingling than on eating. He had actually consumed quite a bit today, yet it still didn't suffice. Well, we can have a little something. After all, we don't have time to pick up Li Lingling, right? Jiang Qiu could not help but inquire. There's no need. She already has a dedicated driver. Chu Yinshi nodded obediently, and neither of them addressed the underlying implications. Thus, she located a restaurant she frequently visited on her phone and sent the location to the driver. You have time to dine, yet no time to pick up your best friend? If Li Lingling were to find out, it could lead to a complete severance of ties. Chapter 64. Investment Company, Mitigating Unknown Risks. Have we arrived? Jiang Qiu glanced at the bustling street barbecue stall with a hint of confusion directed at Chu Yinshi. Isn't a restaurant frequented by successful female executives supposed to start at 5 stars? Yes, we have arrived, Chu Yinshi clarified. This place has been around for quite a while. I loved coming here as a child, and the culinary skills are exceptional. Jiang Qiu nodded, as he was not particularly choosy about dining establishments. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, the uneven ground made it somewhat challenging for Chu Yinshi, who was wearing high heels. Could you lend me your support? Jiang Qiu suggested. How wonderful it is to have you. Chu Yinshi replied without hesitation, tightly wrapping her arm around Jiang Qiu's, treating him as her personal walking aid. Good evening. What would you two like to order? The waiter approached them warmly after Jiang Qiu and Chu Yinshi seated themselves. It was the first time he had encountered guests in suits and evening gowns at a barbecue stall. Boss, we'll have one of everything that's your specialty, Chu Yinshi declared after a moment's contemplation, and then added softly, also, 10 lamb kidneys. Wait, isn't that a bit excessive? Jiang Qiu remarked, somewhat helplessly. And what's the deal with 10 lamb kidneys? Dear sir, it is hardly excessive. As the old saying goes, you should eat what nourishes you. The waiter remarked with a knowing glance. Let it be so, please be quick, Chu Yinshi decisively concluded, leaving no room for Jiang Qiu to object. Senior, are you not concerned that I might overindulge and end up feeling unwell? Jiang Qiu could not refrain from asking. Chu Yinshi pondered seriously for a moment. Not at all. You can come to my house tonight. Jiang Qiu firmly declined. No way, I fear falling victim to your schemes. Chu Yinshi earnestly reassured him. I promise. I won't do anything. I just have a slight fear of the dark. You can simply escort me inside. Jiang Qiu hesitated. It was quite normal for a girl to be afraid of the dark, wasn't it? If he were to refuse, would that be too harsh? Chu Yinshi raised her hand and swore. I vow to do nothing. Are you truly going to do nothing? Jiang Qiu contemplated before nodding. All right then. After I escort you back, I will leave. Yes, absolutely. Chu Yinshi nodded obediently, though a flicker of excitement danced within her heart. Before long, the dishes they had ordered arrived in full. Jiang Qiu wasted no time and began to eat. The flavors of the restaurant were indeed delightful. Chu Yinshi, on the other hand, rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes fixated on Jiang Qiu, not even realizing it herself. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle smile graced the corners of her lips, enhancing her allure. Jiang Qiu, with a peculiar expression, could not help but inquire, Senior, aren't you going to eat? I enjoy watching you eat. Please, go ahead, Chu Yinshi replied, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Qiu's eyes. Jiang Qiu shook his head. Let us partake together. I dislike being watched while dining. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yinshi obediently began to eat. Were this witnessed by someone familiar, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe that Chu Yinshi would acquiesce to another's wishes. The meal concluded swiftly, primarily because Chu Yinshi consumed very little, leaving most of the food to be devoured by Jiang Qiu. Senior, are you truly full? Jiang Qiu glanced at Chu Yinshi, realizing why she was so slender. Yes. Watching you eat has satisfied me, Chu Yinshi replied, her appetite modest. She had already consumed a considerable amount while in Jiang Qiu's company. Boss, we're ready to settle the bill. After finishing their meal, they prepared to pay and also packed the remaining lamb kidneys. Jiang Qiu had achieved his goal of enjoying lamb kidneys today, yet they were rather greasy and unsuitable for excessive consumption. Upon reaching the counter, the waiter presented the bill, which totaled 248 yuan. Jiang Qiu initially intended to pay, but Chu Yinshi scanned the code with her WeChat first. When with me, you need not concern yourself with the bill, Chu Yinshi declared assertively. The waiter appeared somewhat bewildered. Isn't it just the cost of a meal? Surely, it can't be that significant. The life of a waiter is indeed challenging. Who can endure such a situation, especially receiving unsolicited affection on a late evening? Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu, holding the packed lamb kidneys, hurriedly pulled Chu Yinshi out, feeling embarrassed. The thought of the waiter's peculiar gaze made him wonder if he was perceived as a kept man. At 9 p.m., Building 8 of the Bin International District. No way you live here? Jiang Qiu expressed his astonishment, not expecting to find that he and Chu Yinshi were neighbors. The villa awarded by the system was conveniently located adjacent to this building, currently undergoing renovation. Indeed, this place is the closest to the school and boasts a pleasant environment, Chu Yinshi replied curiously, then countered, is there an issue? Yes, it seems we are neighbors. Jiang Qiu pointed to Villa 9 beside them. A few days ago, I purchased that villa. Really? Chu Yinshi was taken aback, surprised by Jiang Qiu's newfound wealth. It was well known that villas in this area, while not luxurious, still commanded prices around 20 million in the bustling metropolis. Thus, the question arose, where did Jiang Qiu acquire such funds? Ding dong. The system detected that the host's source of income was under suspicion, significantly increasing the unknown risks. Jiang Qiu was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Why would Chu Yinshi harbor doubts? Logically, having known her for less than a month, she should be unaware of his circumstances. For a long time, Jiang Qiu had concealed her affluence from her parents, as they were the ones who truly understood her. As for others, it was unlikely that anyone would be so idle as to inquire about the origins of her wealth. The perfect life system was undergoing an upgrade, addressing the unknown facets of the current world's perceptions. Congratulations, host, you have received a special gift package. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Jiang Qiu commanded. Congratulations. Host, you have received a special reward. Investment company. Investment company. By investing 10 million in registered capital, the host will obtain 1 senior management talent and 2 seasoned investment advisors, with the company's annual yield reaching 10%. This reward will provide a plausible explanation for the host's financial sources, completely eliminating any legal and ethical risks associated with the unknown aspects. Upon receiving the system's notification, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but exhale in relief. It must be said that the perfect life system was quite remarkable. With her own investment company, she could attribute all her financial sources to this entity. Moreover, and most importantly, this presented an opportunity for capital appreciation and could elevate Jiang Qiu's social standing. Come in, Chu Yinshi said, unlocking the door and pulling Jiang Qiu inside. She refrained from probing further into the origins of Jiang Qiu's wealth. Everyone harbored their own secrets, herself included. She merely needed to affirm that the Jiang Qiu before her was genuine, and that sufficed. Chapter 65. Are we considered to have shared a kiss? Once inside, Jiang Qiu curiously surveyed her surroundings. The villa's overall decoration was dominated by warm hues. The designer had adorned the space with golden and pink furniture, creating a refreshing ambience, brimming with youthful charm. What do you think? The decor is quite nice, isn't it? Chu Yinshi inquired while changing her shoes. It's quite good. Jiang Qiu nodded. With a hint of anticipation, Chu Yinshi suggested, how about you move in here permanently? Senior, please don't stir up trouble. Jiang Qiu promptly declined. At that moment, Chu Yinshi had just removed her high-heeled shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet. Notably, she had painted her toenails in vibrant colors, which was particularly eye-catching. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but steal a few more glances, vowing to herself that her curiosity was purely innocent, devoid of any untoward thoughts. It was undeniable that Chu Yinshi's beauty was flawless, even extending to her feet. Do you like it? You can come a bit closer, Chu Yinshi said, feeling somewhat shy yet internally hopeful. Ahem, Jiang Qiu, caught in her gaze, awkwardly stammered. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Before he could finish, Chu Yinshi suddenly crouched down. She grasped Jiang Qiu's legs and unexpectedly reached towards him. Jiang Qiu felt a sudden rush of apprehension and instinctively took a step back. Senior, what are you doing? I'm helping you change your shoes. Chu Yinshi gazed up at Jiang Qiu, her small mouth slightly parted. No need. I can manage by myself, she said. Jiang Qiu sighed in relief, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart. It must be quite rare for a woman to willingly squat down to assist someone with their shoes, wouldn't it? Stay still. Let me help you, she insisted. After uttering those words, Chu Yinshi untied Jiang Qiu's shoelaces and reached out to help him remove his shoes. That's all right. I can do it myself, Jiang Qiu interjected, firmly grasping Chu Yinshi's arm, preventing her from resisting as he pulled her up. What a jest it would be if others knew that Chu Yinshi would do such a thing for a man. The admirers would surely be consumed by jealousy. Yet, Jiang Qiu felt somewhat uncomfortable in this position. It struck him as rather odd. Noticing Jiang Qiu's reluctance, Chu Yinshi chose not to press further and turned to search for a pair of slippers. There were only 3 pairs in the house, one belonging to her, one to Li Lingling, and a communal pair. Without hesitation, she retrieved her own slippers, presenting them to Jiang Qiu. They were a limited edition pair featuring the character Sakura from a popular series, delightfully pink and charming. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? She merely wished to see how Jiang Qiu would look wearing her slippers. Senior, don't you have anything more normal? Jiang Qiu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Chu Yinshi replied earnestly, there truly aren't any. We have few people in the household, and we don't keep spare slippers. After saying this, she discreetly shoved the communal slippers further back in the shoe cabinet while Jiang Qiu wasn't looking. With no other option, Jiang Qiu reluctantly donned the Sakura slippers. Since he was already there, it would be absurd to leave over a footwear issue. How adorable! Chu Yinshi watched with a sense of satisfaction, reveling in the success of her little scheme. Senior, stop staring, you're drooling, Jiang Qiu remarked, holding a takeout bag of lamb kidneys in one hand while playfully pulling the grinning Chu Yinshi along. Once they reached the living room, Jiang Qiu placed the takeout bag down, then tossed Chu Yinshi onto the sofa. No more laughing, or I'll leave, he said with exasperation. At that moment, Chu Yinshi finally composed herself. Upon hearing Jiang Qiu mention leaving, she quickly rose, saying, sit down, I'll get you a glass of water. After helping him settle down, she dashed off to the kitchen. She first retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and then grabbed a disposable paper cup from the cabinet. Just as she was about to turn around, a thought struck her, causing her to halt immediately. Disposable cups are rather unhealthy, aren't they? She couldn't possibly let Jiang Qiu leave after having gone through the trouble of inviting him over. With this in mind, Chu Yinshi felt a wave of shyness wash over her, but she steeled herself with determination. She set the mineral water aside and hurried upstairs to her room, fetching her personal drinking cup. "Senior, you don't need to go to the second floor for a glass of water, right?" Jiang Qiu found it somewhat odd to see Chu Yinshi excitedly running about. "Oh, it's nothing. I'll be done shortly." Chu Yinshi was startled, suddenly feeling as though she had been caught in a childhood misdeed. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Please drink some water." Holding a full glass, Chu Yinshi looked at Jiang Qiu with anticipation. "This cup is also from card captor Sakura." Jiang Qiu scratched his head in realization that even a domineering female CEO could possess a youthful heart. Yes, it's the only cup I have at home." Chu Yinshi habitually lowered her head when she told a lie. Jiang Qiu noticed this but chose not to comment further. He was genuinely thirsty, especially after those excessively greasy lamb kidneys, compounded by the sweltering heat and the air conditioning just being turned on. It would be a lie to say he wasn't thirsty. Gulp. Jiang Qiu finished the water in one go. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a faint lipstick mark on the rim of the cup. "Senior, what's this about?" Jiang Qiu pointed to the cup. "Oh no, has it been discovered?" Chu Yinshi felt a pang of guilt, recalling how Jiang Qiu's mouth had seemingly touched her lip print when he drank. "This is my regular cup." Chu Yinshi looked at Jiang Qiu and mustered her courage to say, "Does this mean we have shared a kiss?" Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment before explaining. "I noticed it before drinking, so I didn't actually touch it." "Impossible, I saw you touch it." Chu Yinshi quickly corrected him. Jiang Qiu chuckled helplessly. "Senior, so you had this planned all along?" In an instant, Chu Yinshi's face flushed crimson. Jiang Qiu wore a grin reminiscent of a straightforward man, thinking that experience certainly had its advantages. "Don't laugh. If you keep laughing, I will kiss you for real." Chu Yinshi stood up and approached Jiang Qiu, speaking with mock severity. Jiang Qiu leaned back, looking wary. "Wait, you promised me just moments ago that you wouldn't do anything." "I did. But now I'm having second thoughts." Chu Yinshi waved her fist, deliberately trying to appear fierce. "Senior, this isn't appropriate." Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. "You don't look scary at all. In fact, it's quite adorable." "I'm serious, just one kiss, all right?" Chu Yinshi bent down, resting her hands on the sofa behind Jiang Qiu, her alluring eyes fixated on him. From Jiang Qiu's perspective, the neckline of her evening dress was already quite low. Now, with Chu Yinshi leaning in, it truly tested his resolve. "Senior, don't do that." Jiang Qiu blinked, looking at Chu Yinshi. "You're too close. It's getting a bit hot. Then let me help you take off your suit." Before she could finish her words, Chu Yinshi had already taken action. Jiang Qiu was indeed feeling a bit warm, and he did not resist, obediently removing his suit jacket. Beneath the white shirt, Chu Yinshi nearly drooled at the sight. His tall physique, robust muscles, and well-defined chest were quite alluring. Was it beautiful? Jiang Qiu gazed into Chu Yinshi's eyes, and they found themselves locked in a silent exchange. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her breath became noticeably heavier. In less than 10 seconds, the once assertive Chu Yinshi found herself faltering. She straightened her posture, clasped her hands behind her back, and lowered her gaze to her toes. "What's wrong? Are we not going to kiss?" Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Although Chu Yinshi always portrayed herself as dominant, when it came to the actual moment, she would back down almost instantly. On the other side, Chu Yinshi was genuinely flustered. She was not very skilled at this. The few moves she had recently learned were derived from the romantic novels recommended by Li Lingling. According to the plots in those novels, once the female lead approached, the male lead would naturally embrace her, leading to some indescribable encounters. However, the current situation was that Jiang Qiu was not following the script at all. She wanted to take the initiative, but unfortunately, the damn novel authors always glossed over these moments without providing any detailed descriptions. What was she supposed to do? Chu Yinshi was rather distressed. She resolved to ask Li Lingling to recommend a book rich in detailed depictions next time. "Who said we weren't kissing?" she stubbornly retorted. "I'm just a bit warm. Shall I help you take off your clothes?" Jiang Qiu chuckled, echoing her previous words. "All right." Chu Yinshi indeed turned around, revealing her smooth back. Is it really necessary for me to do this?" Jiang Qiu hesitated, feeling unsure about how to proceed. "Please help, I can't do it alone." Chu Yinchi whispered. It should be noted that the back of an evening gown requires intricate tying, which can baffle many. However, when it came to removing it, the process was not so meticulous. Are you sure? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ask. If I untie it, will I see something I shouldn't? It's fine. You don't need to worry, Chu Yinchi reassured him. I'm wearing a bra underneath, so you won't see anything. Of course, if you want to see, I could. Jiang Qiu stepped closer, covering her mouth from behind. Senior, that's enough. Please stop talking. MMPH. Chu Yinchi offered no resistance. Instead, she extended her tongue to lick Jiang Qiu's fingers. Hiss. The two found themselves in a rather ambiguous position. To prevent her from speaking further, Jiang Qiu embraced her from behind. In such a state, their bodies inevitably experienced close contact and reactions. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly unlocked by someone with a key. What are you two up to? Li Lingling asked, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Has their relationship really escalated to this point in such a short span? How utterly kitsch. After all her hard work and efforts, she found herself abandoned in the hotel during the banquet, waiting for them for a grueling 2 hours. Meanwhile, this couple had returned home early and were engaged in such activities right in their living room. Simultaneously, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yinchi hastily parted ways. Lingling, you're back, Chu Yinchi said, feeling a twinge of guilt. Today's events had indeed been unfair to her best friend. Who would have thought that everything would go smoothly on the way there, only for her to be stranded on the way back? Li Lingling couldn't help but express her frustration. I say, young lady, can you be a bit more mindful? How could you leave me behind? I'm so sorry. Jiang Qiu is just too popular, and we left in such a rush, Chu Yinchi explained, before adding, by the way, the luxury car I arranged for you should make up for your troubles, right? Humph, it's better if you don't mention that car, Li Lingling retorted angrily. The driver was a novice. Not only did he take me on a convoluted route, but he also kept gravitating towards traffic jams. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken so long to get home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu's expression shifted to one of intrigue. This situation seemed rather peculiar. Typically, a chauffeur would be eager to deliver their passenger to the destination as swiftly as possible. Why would he choose to take a detour? As he pondered this, his gaze fell on Chu Yinchi, who appeared somewhat guilty. It was indeed she who had instructed the driver that day, hoping to maximize her time alone with Jiang Qiu. She had even tipped the driver an extra 500 yuan to ensure he would delay their arrival. One could say that Chu Yinchi had gone to great lengths for Jiang Qiu. Ahem, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Jiang Qiu decided it wise to return home. Not wishing to hinder his departure, Chu Yinchi refrained from stopping him. Although reluctant, she realized that she needed more time to learn how to navigate such situations. Next time Jiang Qiu visited her home, she would ensure he didn't leave so easily. As she escorted Jiang Qiu to the door, she watched his departing figure, unable to resist biting her lip. Her desire to savor Jiang Qiu's presence rekindled. Could it be the stone of marital longing? After her playful remark, Li Lingling suddenly noticed the slippers on Chu Yinchi's feet. They seemed to belong to her. Reflecting on it, she recalled that the slippers Jiang Qiu had worn earlier were indeed Chu Yinchi's. What was going on? Li Lingling knew that Chu Yinchi had always been a neat freak, rarely allowing others to use her belongings. She would never let anyone wear her slippers. And even a mere touch of her clothing would ensure it remained unworn the next day. Xiaoxi, have you recovered from your illness? Li Lingling inquired. What illness? Chu Yinchi frowned. I feel as though you are insulting me. No. I meant your obsessive cleanliness. Li Lingling gestured towards the slippers and curiously asked. Isn't it problematic that Jiang Qiu is wearing your slippers? How could that be a problem? Chu Yinchi pointed to her own cup and exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Qiu even drank water from my cup. Wouldn't that be considered an indirect kiss? Li Lingling's breath caught, and glancing at the lamb kidneys on the table, she found herself at a loss for words. The former Chu Yinchi would not have even glanced at lamb kidneys, let alone eaten them. However, ever since she had mentioned that eating kidneys was beneficial for man, it had only been a few days, and here she was taking Jiang Qiu to eat them. Chapter 67. Is Jiang Qiu truly capable? After closing the door, Chu Yinchi exhaled a sigh of relief. Her heart had raced the entire time she was with Jiang Qiu. How is it? After eating the kidneys, is Jiang Qiu extraordinarily vigorous? Li Lingling approached with a mischievous grin. Chu Yinchi flushed slightly. Nothing happened. Really? Li Lingling could not help but exclaim. Have the kidneys lost their effect? Did you inquire if he is lacking in that regard? Not at all. He is quite capable. Chu Yinchi contemplated carefully before responding affirmatively. Xiaoxi, could it be that you are the one lacking? Li Lingling scrutinized Chu Yinshi closely. Perhaps you should indulge in a few bites of kidney to replenish yourself. I assure you, it is remarkably effective. Thank you, but no. Chu Yinshi rolled her eyes in exasperation. The romantic novels you've sent me lack detail. They falter at crucial moments. Li Lingling felt equally helpless. She too longed for more elaborate descriptions. Alas, with the current stringent regulations, authors of romantic fiction had become timid, devoid of any backbone. After a moment's thought, Li Lingling proposed another idea. Why not invite Jiang Qiu over? After all, he is a man and surely possesses greater understanding. Chu Yinshi suddenly realized her grave error in always seeking advice from Li Lingling. After all, she had never been in a relationship. Why should she allow her to guide her in matters of romance? Asking Jiang Qiu about such things would make her appear overly eager, she mused. Li Lingling dismissed her concerns. What does it matter? Men enjoy that sort of thing. Just send him a few pictures of stockings, and he'll surely lose control. Heh. At that point, wouldn't you have succeeded? As she spoke, Li Lingling grew increasingly animated, as if she possessed profound insight into men. Ahem, that is a good idea. Chu Yinshi nodded, surprisingly finding wisdom in her words. Do you have any more good books to recommend? I've finished the ones you gave me last time. Please send me a few more. Li Lingling shook her head and, with a tone of helplessness, said, I already gave you my prized possession last time. I truly have nothing left now. Chu Yinshi responded with a slight shake of her head. All right, I will figure something out. By the way, Jiang Qiu has become quite popular online lately. Li Lingling reminded her. I believe I saw a few of our friends posting on Douyin, and they received quite a number of likes. You must keep a close eye on Jiang Qiu. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinshi couldn't help but bite her lip, eagerly opening her Douyin account. Today, I am thrilled to attend the cocktail party, especially since I encountered a remarkably handsome young man. He truly is striking. For the video content, please copy this link to view it on Douyin. Today, I was invited to the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala and unexpectedly discovered a charming dance master. I am overjoyed. For the video content, please copy this link to view it on Douyin. Checked in at the Bulgari Hotel in the Magical City, where exquisite cuisine and breathtaking views are not to be missed. Additionally, I'm including a photo of the handsome guy. Does anyone know him? For the video content, please copy this link to view it on Douyin. Chu Yinshi scrutinized the content carefully, relieved that the gala's lighting was rather dim. Although photos and videos had circulated online, the images were quite blurry, making it difficult to discern any details. Thankfully, Jiang Qiu's appearance remained obscured. Chu Yinshi let out a sigh of relief, and then turned to Li Lingling, saying, Please let your friends know not to inquire about Jiang Qiu, and certainly not to post anything online. Isn't that a bit domineering? Li Lingling retorted. Who are you teaming up with? Chu Yinshi felt a surge of anger. She could not allow anyone to vie for Jiang Qiu's affection, especially after tonight, which had solidified her feelings further. Jiang Qiu was meant to be her man, her one and only for a lifetime. Thus, Chu Yinshi was particularly sensitive to any mention of Jiang Qiu by others. Even discussions irked her. All right, but you can't control what they say, Li Lingling advised. In this age of the internet, it is challenging to manage public opinion. Fine, just remind them, and I will handle the rest. After saying this, Chu Yinshi made a phone call. She instructed the director of the Douyin technical department that all photos and videos of her and Jiang Qiu must be restricted or taken down. Especially those that were too clear, they must not be allowed to spread. Is that even possible? Li Lingling questioned, somewhat incredulous. It has to be done. Chu Yinshi frowned. Jiang Qiu has not yet accepted my confession. This is not the right time to announce our relationship. Deep down, she longed to be with Jiang Qiu immediately. By the way, there's also the issue with my uncle. Li Lingling tentatively asked, should you tell him about all this? No, at least not for now. Chu Yinshi was aware that her best friend held another identity, that of an undercover agent placed by her father. However, the two had long since become friends who shared everything. Moreover, with the improvement in her relationship with her father, she naturally would not care much about this matter now. My primary concern is that my father might oppose this union. Chu Yinshi rubbed her forehead, so it's best that he doesn't find out for now. Once I have made the rice, I'll inform him when Jiang Qiu can no longer escape. How astute. Li Lingling couldn't help but nod in agreement. Then I wish you success in your endeavors, marrying Jiang Qiu into the Chu family. And may he bless you with a plump baby. Li Lingling, you're getting cheeky again, Chu Yinshi exclaimed, seizing a nearby cushion to silence her friend. The two engaged in playful banter for a while, ultimately concluding with Li Lingling's pleas for mercy. Returning to her bedroom, Chu Yinshi reopened her Douyin account and navigated to her special. There was only one account listed, Lonely Fishing Jiang Xiao. This was Jiang Xiao's private account, which bore nothing but a profile picture. Yet, every time Chu Yinshi felt lonely, she would open Douyin and gaze at Jiang Xiao's account picture, which brought her immense joy. Chapter 68. Chu Yinshi went live the following day. Jiang Xiao indulged in a leisurely sleep. On the last day of the mid-autumn holiday, he was unburdened by concerns of tardiness for class. Of course, even if there were classes, Jiang Xiao would remain unperturbed. For a university that did not allow skipping classes was far from perfect. After all, as long as one was disinclined to attend, excuses could always be found. At 10 in the morning, after awakening, Jiang Xiao ordered takeout, eating while scrolling through Douyin. Today he watched several game live streams, but found the streamers' reflexes rather sluggish, devoid of the fervor they once exuded. This was rather awkward, as he had intended to send a rocket but ended up only tapping a few hearts. At that moment, Douyin sent a push notification. Your special is currently live. Would you like to watch? Jiang Qiu was taken aback. He didn't recall having any particularly close friends on the platform. Since registering his Douyin account, he had simply followed a few live streams at random. His following list boasted thousands of accounts, yet he had never set anyone as a special. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to enter. This was a fixed-position live stream, seemingly different from the usual. The spacious room housed a massive desk, and Jiang Qiu discerned that it was likely the office of a company, given the level of decor, which suggested it belonged to an executive. However, the peculiar aspect was that the live stream was devoid of any individuals or dialogue. At the bottom of the screen, a line of text read, "In-depth reveal, the CEO's daily itinerary." Goodness, which company is this? The CEO personally live streaming to sell products? Jiang Qiu mused, thinking how challenging business must be these days. This company seemed to be struggling. Just then, he noticed the number of viewers in the upper right corner, 100,000. Is society truly so idle nowadays? With the time at hand, one could indulge in the aesthetic beauty of captivating individuals or perhaps delve into the art of high-definition photography. Alternatively, seeking the guidance of a yoga instructor for a profound exchange of spirituality could be fulfilling. If all else fails, joining Lu Ginghong in a lively exercise routine would suffice. Thus, why do these individuals choose to monotonously gaze at their office desks? This brings to mind a recent news piece that Jiang Qiu encountered, wherein a dog embarked on a live stream, merely sitting silently in a chair, yet astonishingly gained popularity. Is it possible for live streaming to be conducted in such a manner? The most remarkable aspect was when this canine triumphed over fellow streamers in a competition. Truly, life holds endless surprises. Jiang Qiu felt an overwhelming urge to interview the opposing streamer, pondering the psychological impact this experience might have had on them. Evidently, today mirrors such absurdity, as the streamer seems intent on attracting attention. At that moment, sounds of movement resonated within the live stream. First, a secretary adorned in professional attire entered, promptly organizing the documents on the desk. Following her, to Jiang Qiu's astonishment, appeared Chu Yinshi. Clad in a pristine white suit and elegant black high heels, her perfectly proportioned long legs, despite the distance of the camera, remained strikingly prominent. Concurrently, the live chat erupted with admiration. "Hello, President Chu. Goddess, greetings. Chu Goddess, I adore you." Jiang Qiu couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. Hastily, he retrieved his WeChat to send a message to Chu Yinshi. "Jiang Qiu, are you there?" At that moment, Chu Yinshi had just settled into her seat. Although it was a holiday, her rare visit to the office meant a multitude of tasks awaited her attention. Moreover, she was a prominent figure with millions of followers. This traces back to 3 years prior when Douyin was in its nascent stages. To promote the new platform, Chu Yinshi personally engaged in live streaming. Reminiscent of the early days of Penguin Company, where Ma Shouting masqueraded as a girl to converse with male netizens. However, Chu Yinshi's streams diverged from those of other female hosts. She neither sang nor danced to showcase her talents. Instead, she simply broadcasted her daily office routine. With her exceptional beauty coupled with her status as the president of Douyin, she naturally captivated countless followers. Recently, having been preoccupied with school, she had not streamed in quite some time. Today, with her presence at the office and a lull in her schedule, she decided to stream, primarily for brand promotion. Generally, she refrains from checking her phone during work hours, yet upon seeing Jiang Qiu's message, she promptly set aside her pending documents. "Chu Yinshi, I'm here. Chu Yinshi, I have work today. Make sure to have a good lunch on your own. Be good. In the live broadcast room, although the distance was somewhat far, it seemed that everyone caught a glimpse of Chu Yinshi's smile. Those two delightful dimples were indeed captivating. Oh my, the goddess smiled. Heaven, did she smile at me? How shameless. Clearly she was smiling at me. I am truly fortunate. Jiang Qiu, no, I wish to ask you something. Chu Yinshi instantly replied, speak on. Jiang Qiu, I suddenly noticed that a particularly attentive person appeared on my Douyin account. Do you have any idea what is going on? On the other end, Chu Yinshi was slightly taken aback. Had she been discovered? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a twinge of guilt. It was known that Jiang Qiu had set his account to private, making his works invisible to the general public. However, Chu Yinshi was genuinely curious. At that moment, she couldn't meet Jiang Qiu and missed him dearly. Ultimately, she had no choice but to resort to a bit of mischief. She contacted the technical department, manipulated the backend, and added her account to Jiang Qiu's following list. Simultaneously, she implanted a special feature that marked Jiang Qiu's account as particularly dear to her. This way, whenever Jiang Qiu posted something, she would receive immediate notifications. I am not certain what you are referring to. Chu Yinshi prepared to feign ignorance. Perhaps. You followed me at some point. I believe you're pulling my leg. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but scoff. Douyin doesn't possess such a feature. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose her. Jiang Qiu, all right, you carry on then. After sending the message, he exited the WeChat backend and returned to the live broadcast screen. He glanced at his Douyin wallet, which held a staggering 10 million Douyin coins, and thought it was of no use sitting idle. After some contemplation, Jiang Qiu decided to simply gift them all to Chu Yinshi. After all, it was her own company. Even if there was a commission on gifts, it wouldn't be a significant issue, as the benefits should remain within her realm. In the live broadcast room, while everyone was chatting in the comments, suddenly a blue rocket soared into the sky. The entire live room was enveloped in dazzling, colorful effects. Chapter 69, The Crowd Erupts. Who is the sole angler? Jiang Qiu. In the Douyin Mall, a rocket costs 10,001 coins, roughly equivalent to 1,000 RMB. This sum was mere pocket change for Jiang Qiu, who possessed 100,000 coins. As for why he didn't simply send more expensive gifts directly, it was simply that his current account level was not high enough to unlock those extravagant gift effects. Just as the rocket effect was nearing its end, everyone assumed it was over. However, this was merely the beginning of the explosion. Following closely, a second rocket shot out, once again enveloping the live room in stunning effects. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh rockets followed suit. Within 3 minutes, Jiang Qiu had sent out a total of 100 rockets. Not too shabby. 100 rockets are merely valued at a mere 100,000 yuan. Jiang Qiu, unfazed by this, feels rather fatigued and decides to take a moment to rest. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream has descended into a frenzy. Wow, this truly is a lavish benefactor. How incredibly wealthy. 100 rockets. Brother, shower me with gifts. The excitement is palpable. Typically, even the wealthiest patrons seldom bestow such a multitude of gifts all at once. Such grand gestures are usually reserved for annual events, where guilds support their top streamers to elevate their popularity. However, this financial contribution is ultimately reimbursed in full. In ordinary circumstances, it is rare to encounter such extravagance among affluent patrons. Disregard the exaggerations found in other novels, where gifts worth billions are commonplace. Such scenarios are utterly implausible. True benefactors simply do not possess that level of wealth. At this moment, Jiang Qiu feels sufficiently rested. As he prepares to continue gifting, he suddenly discovers he can now send even more lavish presents. He successfully unlocks the carnival gift, valued at 3,000 yuan each. Consequently, he sends out 1,000 carnivals in the live stream of Chu Yinshi, a feat that distinguishes itself from the rockets, as the carnival gifts would cause a cascading display across the entire network. This spectacle continues uninterrupted for over half an hour, captivating the attention of countless viewers who were originally engaged in other streams, all eager to join the excitement. Goodness, can someone tell me how many gifts have been sent? One viewer, having just transitioned from a yoga instructor stream, is drawn in by the relentless rolling banner that has persisted for half an hour, igniting an insatiable curiosity. This is astonishing. It's topping the Douyin popularity chart. Absolutely remarkable. These are all real funds. Who could possibly fathom the origins of this top-tier benefactor? At this juncture, the viewership of Chu Yinxi's livestream has surpassed 1 million. Jiang Qiu has emerged as the leading benefactor in her stream, having contributed over 9 million yuan. The second place is held by the former top patron, Qin Li. Indeed, this is Qin Li's Douyin account, where he previously lavished gifts in hopes of gaining favor. Regrettably, Chu Yinxi paid him no heed, merely conducting her daily office routine as part of the company's promotion. Nevertheless, when all is tallied, Qin Li has also spent over 300,000 yuan, a significant sum in the past. However, when juxtaposed with Jiang Qiu's contributions, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. Notably, Jiang Qiu's account remains unknown to the masses. While Qin Li is somewhat of a celebrity, well established within the affluent circles of the metropolis. Who, then, is this enigmatic figure known as Duo Jiao Jiang Qiu? It is not only the ordinary viewers who are puzzled. Even the streamers who frequent the internet are equally bewildered. In recent years, the domestic live streaming industry has flourished, exposing streamers to numerous affluent patrons. However, prior to today, none had encountered such an ostentatious magnate. Without uttering a word, he generously bestowed 3,000 carnival gifts, valued at an astonishing 9 million. This is truly beyond comprehension. Dear brother Duo Jiao, might you grace my streaming room with your presence? Good day. May I add you on WeChat for a private conversation? You may engage as you please. I, too, am a prominent streamer with 1 million followers, capable of fulfilling all your desires. In an instant, Jiang Qiu's private messages exploded with fervent inquiries. He had not anticipated that sending a gift could elicit such a response. Nevertheless, Jiang Qiu merely observed, entirely disinclined to reply. After all, if Chu Yinxi were to discover this, she would undoubtedly seek him out for retribution. With this thought, Jiang Qiu exited Douyin. After all, after such an extended period of gifting, his hand had grown weary, prompting him to seek rest. Concurrently, the situation surrounding this event continued to escalate on the platform. The name Duo Jiao Jiang Qiu had become the most anticipated among all streamers. Especially for the aesthetically pleasing female streamers, memorizing the accounts of such wealthy benefactors was an essential skill. Moreover, countless onlookers had also committed this name to memory. Today, Jiang Qiu had left an indelible impression upon them. Many even boasted on other platforms, claiming they had encountered a true magnate. Simultaneously, this incident sparked a significant sensation across the entire internet. Jiang Qiu's account saw a rapid increase of tens of thousands of followers in a remarkably short time. Chapter 70. Investment Companies. Who is supporting whom? At this moment, Jiang Qiu remained blissfully unaware that he had become a minor internet celebrity. Of course, even if he were cognizant of this fact, it would not concern him. The sum nestled in his Douyin wallet was indeed tasteless to him, yet too precious to discard. Gifting it to Chu Yinxi would be the most prudent choice. At this juncture, Jiang Qiu once again checked the system status. Host, Jiang Qiu Physique, 95 points Charm, 91 points Wisdom, 91 points Skills, Advanced Driving Skills, Advanced Singing Ability, Advanced Dexterity, Advanced Dance Techniques, Special Effects, Blessing of Fate, Unwavering After Drinking, Indomitable, Cash Account, 1, 381, 579, 465 yuan Douyin Wallet, 9, 899, 900 Douyin coins in used. Investment Company. Stock Information Trends Card. Jiang Qiu now qualified as a billionaire, having barely achieved Old Wang's modest target. Yet, he was acutely aware that the world was vast, and continued effort was requisite to truly ascend to the ranks of the elite magnates. The reward for unlocking the investment company awaits. Jiang Qiu instructed, establish the company headquarters in the magical city and invest a capital of 100 million. Ding dong. The system is initiating the investment company reward. A senior management talent and 2 seasoned investment consultants will make contact with the host within 24 hours. Note, the system has matched talents with perfect capability ratings and loyalty scores, ensuring that the company's annual return on investment will reach at least 10%. That afternoon, senior management talent Zhang Lei, along with seasoned consultants Zhou Yahui and Yin Li, respectively reached out to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu entrusted Zhang Lei with the responsibility of establishing the investment company, while Zhou Yahui and Yin Li would provide supportive assistance. The trio complemented each other, allowing for mutual oversight. Although the system indicated that all 3 possessed maximum loyalty, Jiang Qiu remained cautious. As for the name of this brand new investment company, It would simply be called Investment Company, derived from the capital letters of Jiang Qiu's name, making it both convenient and memorable. The formation of the new company would require some time. However, this was no longer a concern for Jiang Qiu. With senior management talent on board, he could adopt a hands-off approach. Once the company was officially established, Jiang Qiu planned to utilize stock information trend cards, anticipating a significant profit. Perfect. That evening, Jiang Qiu found himself alone in the dormitory. He ordered a serving of crayfish, spending 388 yuan, and then turned on the air conditioning, settling down to enjoy his meal while sipping on a cold soda. How delightful. After finishing, he glanced at his phone and noticed a new message on WeChat. Chu Yanxi, Jiang Qiu, thank you. Chu Yanxi, I just saw that you sent me so many gifts in the live stream. Chu Yanxi, I had promised to support you. Yet it seems you have given so much for me instead. Jiang Qiu did not reply immediately. He first excused himself to the restroom. Upon returning and drying his hands with a tissue, he finally picked up his phone. Jiang Qiu, Senior, I must clarify, when did I ever agree to your support? Men should not be stubborn. Chu Yanxi promptly replied. You really don't need to exert yourself so much. I have seen through your vulnerabilities, and you can rely on me entirely. Jiang Qiu chose not to respond. He felt that the senior's thought process seemed a bit off. Meanwhile, on the other side of the conversation, Chu Yanxi felt a twinge of panic. Oh no, how did I let my true feelings slip out? She contemplated retracting her message, but feared it might lead to misunderstandings. What to do? Chu Yanxi patted her chest and ultimately decided to observe the situation. This blunder occurred purely because she was too exhilarated. After an exhausting day's work, she had felt fatigued. Yet upon discovering that Jiang Qiu had showered her with gifts in the live stream, her spirits soared. The operation of 3,000 carnival gifts had astonished the entire internet. To Chu Yanxi, this could be considered a confession, right? She valued not the monetary worth of the gifts, but rather who they originated from. Even a mere lollipop from Jiang Qiu could bring joy to Chu Yanxi for an entire day. Noticing Jiang Qiu had yet to respond, she found herself growing restless. Chu Yanxi, I am rather busy today, so I won't come to find you. Chu Yanxi, have you had a good meal this evening? Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and replied, I've eaten, you carry on with your tasks, but do not forget to have your meals. Chu Yanxi, all right. See you tomorrow. With the conversation concluded, she set her phone aside. Jiang Qiu first took a refreshing shower. The weather in the magical city remained quite warm, and a cool bath felt truly delightful. After washing up, he retrieved a chilled bottle of Kuo from the refrigerator. Sitting in front of his computer, he commenced his gaming in the Guardian's Canyon. For him, the game posed no challenge at all, and he enjoyed a continuous winning streak until past 10 in the evening. Jiang Qiu stretched his neck as his roommates gradually returned. The night passed in silence, and everyone retired early. The next morning, at 7:30, Jiang Qiu was the first to rise. He freshened up, changed into a new outfit, and went downstairs for breakfast. A bowl of soy milk paired with fried dough sticks and a small bowl of millet porridge awaited him. The morning's classes for the business course were densely packed. While listening to the teacher's lecture, Jiang Qiu took out his phone and opened Douyin. Numerous private messages flooded in, most from female streamers seeking gifts. Jiang Qiu paid them no mind. Brothers, what shall we have for lunch? Zhao Mingrui inquired as noon approached. Shall we go for snail noodles? Suggested Qian Shengqian. I've recently developed a fondness for this flavor. It's truly delicious. No way, you have such a heavy palate. Zhao Mingrui remarked with disdain. If you wish to go, you may do so. I simply cannot tolerate that taste. Haha, actually, we could give it a try. What do you think, Qiugu? At that moment, Chen Hong turned to Jiang Qiu with a question. I'm indifferent. I can give it a shot, Jiang Qiu shrugged. Although he was not particularly fond of it, he was open to the idea. Really, Qiugu, I didn't expect someone as handsome as you to eat snail noodles? Zhao Ming teased. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. How could eating snail noodles relate to one's appearance? Outnumbered, Zhao Mingrui ultimately acquiesced to the group's suggestion. Let us go eat. The class bell rang, and his roommates could hardly contain their excitement. Just then, Jiang Qiu's phone lit up. Come over for a meal, a message from Chu Yanxi read. Jiang Qiu was somewhat surprised. Are you going today too? I'm dining with classmates, so I want to be able to join you. Chu Yanxi threatened. If you don't come, I'll come find you and tell everyone that I want to marry you. Jiang Qiu thought, this girl is certainly unpredictable. Turning to his roommates, he said, I'm sorry, you all go ahead without me. What? Qiugu, you're actually backing out at the last moment. Zhao Mingrui could not help but voice his thoughts. No, I'm just going to meet a friend, Jiang Qiu explained. I bet it's a girl, Qian Shengqian chuckled. Chen Hongliang added, Qiu Gu, be careful. If you find yourself in a compromising situation, don't resist, just acquiesce. Come on, it's not like I'm facing a she-tiger. It won't be a big deal, Jiang Qiu replied with a smile, waving his hand as he made his way to the student council office. Chapter 71. Was it all just a joke? Jiang Qiu had always been fortunate. As he entered the office building, Jiang Qiu leisurely made his way to Chu Yinqi's office. At that moment, Liang Zijian happened to come down from upstairs and spotted Jiang Qiu immediately. Recently, he had been thoroughly exhausted, handling a myriad of tasks within the department. He believed that the source of all his troubles was none other than Jiang Qiu standing before him. However, Liang Zijian understood that he could not afford to offend Jiang Qiu at this juncture. Every student leader working in the student council was diligent, eager to perform well. To a large extent, each individual harbored their own ambitions. With the presence of Chu Yinqi, securing a position at Douyin after graduation was indeed a coveted opportunity. Now that Liang Zijian had risen to the rank of department head, he was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Thus, upon learning that Chu Yinqi was Jiang Qiu's assistant, he no longer dared to make things difficult for him. Jiang Qiu, you don't have to come to the office to sign in today. There's nothing pressing, Liang Zijian said with a conciliatory smile. Oh, I came by for a small matter. Jiang Qiu replied, stealing a few more glances at Liang Zijian, who seemed adept at bending to circumstances. As noon approached, everyone had gone off to lunch. Liang Zijian, curious, asked, who are you looking for? I can help you inquire. It should be relatively quiet at this hour. It's nothing. Senior Chu is looking for me regarding a matter. Jiang Qiu said enigmatically. Upon hearing this, Liang Zijian felt his legs weaken. Senior Chu? He widened his eyes, looking at Jiang Qiu for confirmation. You mean President Chu? Yes, indeed, Jiang Qiu nodded, surprised by the extent of Chu Yinqi's influence. I see. Then you should hurry. Don't keep President Chu waiting, Liang Zijian said enthusiastically. All right then. Minister Liang, I shall head upstairs, Jiang Qiu responded, noting Liang's unusual politeness and choosing not to engage with his sycophancy. Wait, just as Jiang Qiu was about to leave, Liang Zijian called out to him again. Jiang Qiu paused, wondering if the tide was about to turn. Liang Zijian, oblivious to Jiang Qiu's expression, stepped forward and warmly grasped Jiang Qiu's arm, saying, Brother, the incident from a few days ago was all a misunderstanding. I was merely joking. Please don't take it to heart. Oh, so it was just a joke? Jiang Qiu chuckled. Yes, I tend to enjoy a good jest. I'm quite easygoing most of the time. Liang Zijian felt no embarrassment whatsoever. There is a saying that goes, if you are not embarrassed, then it is others who should feel awkward. Very well, perhaps Minister Liang should refrain from jesting too much in the future, as I tend to take things too seriously. Jiang Qiu smiled as she remarked, What if you are joking with me, and I take it to heart? I shall inform Sister Chu. Liang Zijian's heart tightened at her words, and he hastily reassured her, Rest assured, I guarantee that what transpired last time will not happen again. That's good to hear. Jiang Qiu acknowledged with a nod. If there is nothing else, I shall head upstairs. In truth, she had never regarded Liang Zijian with much esteem. Now that he was willing to yield and not cause her trouble, it was certainly preferable. Otherwise, if Chu Yinqi were to dismiss him, a new minister would inevitably take his place, which would not bode well for Jiang Qiu. It was far better to let Liang Zijian remain in his position, thereby sparing her from additional responsibilities. This arrangement was far superior to the uncertainty of a new minister, especially since she was merely a bystander in this situation. Jiang Qiu felt quite pleased. Her days in the external liaison department would likely be rather relaxed. Upon reaching the third floor, just as she was about to knock on the door, her phone suddenly rang. Hello, Mom. Just returned from your honeymoon with Dad? Jiang Qiu recognized her mother's number and promptly answered the call. Ahem, you little rascal, how are you speaking? Her mother, Qiu Junlan, playfully scolded her. Your father and I are well past our prime. What honeymoon are we having? What is wrong with that? Jiang Qiu teased. You and Dad are still young. Having another child wouldn't be an issue. Uft, Qiu Junlan retorted. Having you as a son is already exhausting enough. We certainly cannot have another. Oh, did it just occur to you that you have a son? Jiang Qiu chuckled. Her parents shared a remarkably harmonious relationship. They had never quarreled throughout her upbringing. They celebrated their love frequently, finding reasons to date every few days. On occasions like Valentine's Day or 520, her father would go to great lengths to delight her mother, always taking her out for a romantic candlelit dinner. Of course, These outings did not include Jiang Qiu, which made her feel somewhat superfluous during her childhood. Well then, let us not dwell on the past. We must look ahead. Her mother quickly changed the subject. Have you eaten lunch yet? Not yet. I just finished class. Jiang Qiu replied. What delightful meal is Dad treating you to this time? Your father insisted on taking me for Western cuisine, Wellington steak, black truffle mushroom soup, sea salt black tiger shrimp, and my favorite crab meat pasta, Xiao Junlan recounted, taking a moment to boast to her son. Did he not even open a bottle of 82 Lafite? Jiang Qiu could not help but comment. Once you return home, play a tune, dance for a while, and then close the door. Enough already. We're adults now, and you should be more mindful of your words. Xiao Junlan felt a twinge of guilt. Her son had yet to eat, and hearing her lavish descriptions must surely make him hungry. All right then, I won't keep you. I'm off to dine with friends. Jiang Qiu prepared to end the call. Wait, Xiao Junlan interjected. I discussed with your father, and we plan to visit you in a couple of days. Please check if there's anything you need. I'll gather a few extra things for you. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and replied, There's no need. I recently won the lottery, so I lack for nothing. He had no intention of revealing to his parents that he was currently financially secure. Thus he concocted a casual excuse, thinking his mother would surely find it hard to believe. To his surprise, Xiao Junlan exhibited no astonishment whatsoever. She knew her son well. He had always been exceptionally fortunate. As a child, whenever he opened a bottle of soda with a prize under the cap, Jiang Qiu could invariably bring home enough to satisfy the entire family. During that era, shopping malls frequently held lottery events. His parents would take him along, spending 100 yuan to qualify for participation, and when the time came for the draw, they often emerged victorious. Their television, refrigerator, and washing machine were all prizes Jiang Qiu had won. As he matured and faced the challenges of entrance examinations, he encountered not a single question he found difficult. Instead, he faced only those he excelled in. What should have been a 2-hour exam, he completed in just half an hour. Even the invigilators began to suspect he might have prior knowledge of the answers. Thus, after all these years of such experiences, Xiao Junlan harbored no doubts that Jiang Qiu could indeed win the lottery. Chapter 72. Jiang Qiu's girlfriend? Chu Yinqi misunderstands. Just as Jiang Qiu was conversing with his mother, the office door swung open unexpectedly. Jiang Qiu, come in. It was Chu Yinqi. She had heard Jiang Qiu's voice from within and had stepped out to surprise him. Chu. Jiang Qiu quickly covered her mouth, simultaneously lowering the volume of the call. However, it was too late. On the other end of the line, Xiao Junlan's voice rose a few octaves. Jiang Qiu, is there a woman's voice on your end? Oh no. Jiang Qiu felt a pang of anxiety. Given his mother's inquisitive nature, she would undoubtedly probe further. She might even sneak over to the school to investigate. No, you must have misheard, Jiang Qiu replied, attempting to placate his mother while keeping his hand over Chu Yinqi's mouth. Fortunately, Chu Yinqi's resistance was not overly vigorous, or it would have been quite troublesome. I really heard it. It was a woman's voice, Xiao Junlan responded, somewhat uncertain. There's truly nothing, Jiang Qiu casually remarked. I'm in a busy corridor at school. You must have misheard. Is that so? Xiao Junlan said earnestly. You're no longer a child. It's time you found a girlfriend and started a family. I'm looking forward to holding my grandchild. Jiang Qiu could not help but interject. I am only 18 this year. Isn't it a bit too early to consider marriage? Not at all. Xiao Junlan quickly replied. The news says that college students who marry while still in school even receive extra credits. Look, the country is beginning to encourage it, and we should respond to the national call, shouldn't we? Hold on, I'm still a child. Oh, the youth of today truly seem to be less ambitious than before. When your father and I were your age, we had already met our parents. Just consider it. You do not even have a girlfriend yet. You need to be more mindful. All right, I need to eat now, goodbye. After saying this, Jiang Qiu hastily ended the call. Being under the scrutiny of his mother was quite troublesome. Xiao Junlan often lamented about the youth today, claiming they are complacent and reluctant to marry or have children. Consequently, she had been arranging a childhood betrothal for Jiang Qiu since he was very young, fearing that he might become disillusioned and not provide her with grandchildren. Suddenly, Jiang Qiu experienced a troubling premonition. If his mother learned of Chu Yinqi's existence, she would surely be overjoyed in her dreams. Perhaps the very next day, she would bring the household registration book to the school, urging them to obtain a marriage certificate. No, such a situation absolutely must not occur. After hanging up, Jiang Qiu let out a sigh of relief, finally releasing his grip on Chu Yinqi. At that moment, Chu Yinshi showed no resistance, though her small face was quite serious. Who was Jiang Qiu speaking to on the phone? It sounded like a woman. Jiang Qiu has a woman outside. What should she do? As Jiang Qiu had covered her mouth moments ago, Chu Yinshi had not clearly heard the conversation and did not know who the woman on the phone was. However, since Jiang Qiu had silenced her, he must not want the other party to be aware of her presence. Why? With this thought, she realized she had truly misunderstood. Yet, she did not cry or angrily confront Jiang Qiu. At that moment, Chu Yinshi's heart was in turmoil, unsure of what to do. What if Jiang Qiu indeed already had a girlfriend? Would she not then be the third party? No. Chu Yinshi shook her head. Regardless of who the person on the phone was, she could not let it deter her from Jiang Qiu. After all, life is long enough. She had ample time to wait for Jiang Qiu to break up. Senior, I apologize. I didn't hurt you just now, did I? Jiang Qiu wiped his slightly damp fingers, wondering if he had been too excessive. How could one cover a girl's mouth upon opening the door? Fortunately, Chu Yinshi did not scream. Otherwise, he would have been unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. It's fine. Please come in quickly. Chu Yinshi swiftly regained her composure and led Jiang Qiu to their familiar spot. Today's meal box was still quite exquisite. Upon opening it, they discovered a feast of Huayan cuisine from Mei's house. Dishes included Mei's yuanbao shrimp, pan-fried snowflake pork, roast dragon-style mapo tofu, and Mei's boiled dried silk. The meal was not exorbitantly priced, yet it was delightfully flavorful. Jiang Qiu felt quite well. Recently, she had indulged in an abundance of king crab, and a change of flavor was indeed refreshing. Chu Yinshi rested her chin on her hand, her captivating eyes fixed intently on Jiang Qiu. Senior, why do I feel something is a bit off with you? Jiang Qiu could not help but inquire. Was that person you were just on the phone with your girlfriend? Chu Yinshi's voice trembled slightly, yet she summoned the courage to confront the matter. What? Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. When did you two become a couple? Why didn't you tell me before? Chu Yinshi continued. Is she more beautiful than I am? Does she have a better figure? Is she wealthier than I? She had held these questions in for quite some time, but only after Jiang Qiu finished her meal did she manage to voice them calmly. She simply could not bring herself to be angry with Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, the outside world is perilous. Boys must learn to protect themselves. Chu Yinshi earnestly continued. I believe you should give it serious thought before marriage. Do not make hasty decisions. Her concern was palpable, particularly as Jiang Qiu had recently acquired more wealth, prompting Chu Yinshi to worry that this fortune might be bestowed by a wealthy woman. If Jiang Qiu were indeed being supported, she would have to find a way to rescue him. Chu Yinshi envisioned numerous dramatic scenarios, imagining Jiang Qiu being drained by affluent women, and thought it must be difficult for him. She absolutely could not afford to lose her temper with him. Wait, I think you may have misunderstood, Jiang Qiu interjected. The woman I was just speaking to on the phone is my mother. I haven't misunderstood. You need to think clearly, even your mother. At this point, Chu Yinshi suddenly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing a vibrant red, akin to a boiled crab, which was utterly adorable. Jiang Qiu caught sight of this and nearly burst out laughing. My mother can be a bit unorthodox, Jiang Qiu explained, especially if she were to meet you. That would complicate matters greatly, so it's best she remains unaware. Why? Chu Yinshi inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Let us eat, Jiang Qiu replied, consciously sealing his lips. Based on his understanding of Chu Yinshi, if she were to discover that his mother wanted him to marry, it would spell trouble. Should he refuse a confession of love later, there was a good chance Chu Yinshi would reach out to his mother. If the two of them struck a chord, he would find himself entirely sidelined. Thus, it was imperative that they never meet. Just then, Qiu Junlan rushed into the living room, interrupting Jiang Qingfeng, who was engrossed in television. Old Jiang, something significant has happened. What transpired? Jiang Qingfeng rose and approached his wife. I just spoke with our son, and it seems there was a girl's voice on the line. Qiu Junlan remarked with great curiosity. It's nothing. Our son is grown up, and it's quite normal for him to seek a girlfriend, Jiang Qingfeng said with a smile. When we were his age, didn't we also meet our parents? That's different. Qiu Junlan replied with a furrowed brow. You know our child. He has always preferred to take the easy route. I worry that he might be too lazy to pursue a relationship and reject any girl's advances. Oh, is that what you are concerned about? Jiang Qingfeng chuckled. He's at an age where he has his own ideas, and I believe we should respect that. No, we must be cautious. The news frequently reports that young people, after adopting a laid-back attitude, no longer wish to marry, Qiu Junlan insisted. We should encourage him to find a partner in his first year of college. Introduce them to us by his second year, get the marriage certificate in his third year, and hold the wedding right after graduation. Isn't that a bit rushed? Jiang Qingfeng glanced at his wife. Honestly, I think as long as he is happy, that's what matters. No, you must heed my advice on this matter. After saying this, Qiu Junlan ignored her husband. She promptly sent a message to Jiang Qiu. Your father has to work overtime on National Day, so we might not be able to go. Jiang Qingfeng, upon seeing the message, was taken aback. Wait, why was I not informed that I have to work on National Day? Hee, that's just a ruse. Qiu Junlan said with a smug smile. We need to lower our son's guard, and then we can execute a surprise attack to ensure he solidifies his relationship. Jiang Qifeng felt a sense of dread for his son. Must we really go about it this way? Yes, I know our son well. We must be attentive. All right then. Jiang Qingfeng felt he had to side with his wife in this matter. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu received the message from his mother and sensed something was amiss. He knew her well. Such actions were clearly a cover-up. When he was younger, she would often deceive him about her weekend outings for mahjong, claiming she would return shortly to prevent him from watching television. Alternatively, she would spring surprises on him, leaving him anxious every time he tried to slack off, almost giving him psychological trauma. Senior, you must be quite busy during National Day, right? Jiang Qiu cautiously set his phone down and glanced at Chu Yanqi beside him. I generally don't have holidays. The company indeed has a lot going on, Chu Yanqi replied. All right, that's good. Jiang Qiu nodded, feeling reassured. If Chu Yanqi was busy, it would mean she wouldn't have time to seek him out. Therefore, even if his mother executed a surprise, it wouldn't be an issue as long as Chu Yanqi was not present. Why is that good? Chu Yanqi furrowed her brow. I'm suddenly having second thoughts. I might just cancel all my work. Don't do that, Jiang Qiu retorted. I mean, senior, you're the president. How can you be so fickle? For you, I would sacrifice everything, she replied. As she spoke, Chu Yanqi's beautiful eyes were fixed upon Jiang Qiu. Well, I should take my leave. Jiang Qiu thought it prudent to depart, sensing trouble might arise if he lingered. No, you cannot leave. I haven't had my meal yet. Chu Yanqi suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, her pitiable demeanor evoking sympathy. Then eat. I'm not stopping you, Jiang Qiu chuckled lightly. You must accompany me. Chu Yanqi explained. Just now, I thought you had another woman, and I couldn't eat a single bite. Very well then. Hurry and eat. Jiang Qiu relented, acknowledging his earlier excesses in covering her mouth, and decided this would serve as a form of compensation. Chu Yanqi beamed, and despite her usual picky nature, she devoured a generous piece of meat. By the way, what is your password? I want to get online. Jiang Qiu, feeling somewhat bored, resolved to play a game. I want to play too. Please guide me. Chu Yanqi quickly retrieved her phone, eager to team up with him. She had never played games before, but now, with Jiang Qiu's interest piqued, she wished to accompany him. No, you must eat your meal properly first. Jiang Qiu glanced at the untouched food before her. Then come sit closer. I want to watch you play, Chu Yanqi said eagerly. That is acceptable. Just eat quickly, Jiang Qiu conceded once more. Thus, he settled beside her, engaging in a round of a battle royale game. While Jiang Qiu played, Chu Yanqi watched intently, savoring her meal. Jiang Qiu, you are incredible. In this match, Jiang Qiu achieved an astonishing record, 58 kills, shattering the game's previous high score. Chu Yanqi gazed at his long fingers, admiring his handsome posture while playing. The proximity allowed her to clearly observe his profile, and it would be a lie to say she felt indifferent. Her mouth nearly watered at the sight. Scientific studies suggest that one's appetite increases tenfold when dining in the presence of attractive individuals. Unbeknownst to her, she was thoroughly enjoying her meal. After finishing the game, Jiang Qiu glanced at Chu Yanqi, astonished to see she had consumed quite a bit. Who would have thought watching me play could whet your appetite? He laughed. Because you're here with me. Everything tastes delightful, she replied, extending her tongue to lick her lips, exuding a hint of allure. Jiang Qiu observed this, unable to suppress a swallow. The closeness between them, coupled with Chu Yanqi's beauty, stirred undeniable feelings within him. What just happened? Are you feeling a flutter? Chu Yanqi noted his reaction, her heart swelling with joy. Clearing his throat, Jiang Qiu stood up and checked the time. All right, I should be heading back. Chu Yanqi did not attempt to detain him. She rose as well, and they walked to the door together. Marry me. I want to share every meal with you. Before departing, Chu Yanqi playfully teased once more. I'm off now, Jiang Qiu said with a smile, turning to push the door open. At that moment, Chu Yanqi suddenly grasped Jiang Qiu's arm. Following the recent misunderstanding, she felt an overwhelming urge to act without delay. Taking a bold step, Chu Yinshi seized Jiang Qiu's neck and leaned in for a kiss. Jiang Qiu was completely unprepared. By the time he realized what was happening, his lips had already met hers. Jiang Qiu was taken aback. Was this truly his first kiss, lost so easily? Nevertheless, Chu Yinshi, suppressing her shyness, felt compelled to assert her claim. Chapter 74, Generous Rewards. Another one? Ding dong. The system detected that the host experienced a wonderful first kiss, triggering random rewards. Reward 1. Congratulations. The host has received 10 million virtual coins from the Douyin platform. Reward 2. Congratulations. The host has obtained a basic Supercar cashback voucher. Reward 3. Congratulations. The host has received a Patek Philippe Grand Complications 6002 astronomical tourbillon watch, valued at 17 million. Note: the system has automatically credited the host's Douyin account with 10 million virtual coins. The Patek Philippe watch has been delivered to the Shanghai residence, and the host may claim it at any time. The basic Supercar cashback voucher entitles the host to 13 times the corresponding spending amount in cashback. Applicable only to automotive purchases. Jiang Qiu wiped his lips, feeling a mix of emotions after losing his first kiss. Yet, strangely, the sensation wasn't entirely unpleasant. The rewards from the system were, after all, remarkably generous. If a mere kiss could yield such bounties, he wouldn't mind making a few more sacrifices for the sake of rewards. You're quite wonderful. I really like you, Chu Yinshi declared with a satisfied smile, leaning in to kiss Jiang Qiu once more. This time, Jiang Qiu could have evaded her, but he swore it was merely a test to see if the system would respond again. 15 minutes later, the system remained silent. Indeed, he realized he had been overly greedy. I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan to compensate for your loss, Chu Yinshi proclaimed confidently. Buy whatever you like. And if it's not enough, just let me know. As long as you're happy. Jiang Qiu found himself at a loss for words. Money was not an issue for him at the moment. Yet, for some reason, the feeling of being pampered by a wealthy woman was quite delightful. There's no need for money. I'll take my leave now, Jiang Qiu said, waving his hand as he turned to exit the office. Chu Yinshi accompanied him to the door, reluctantly saying, "See you tomorrow at noon." In the afternoon, Jiang Qiu attended class, where the organizational behavior professor lectured passionately while half the students in attendance were dozing off. Jiang Qiu took out his phone to check his Douyin account, discovering that the system had credited him with another 10 million, totaling 100 million Douyin coins, including the previous remaining 900 Douyin coins. My account now holds a total of 900 Douyin coins. Such a considerable sum of money makes the thought of spending it quite exhausting. With each carnival costing 3,000 coins, how many times must I participate to accumulate 10 million? Jiang Qiu truly wishes to suggest to Chu Yinshi that the upper limit for gifts should be elevated. However, he is well aware that if he were to voice such an opinion, Chu Yinshi would undoubtedly disallow the expenditure on gifts. It seems that it is better to act first and report later. Jiang Qiu discreetly checked Chu Yinshi's livestream announcement. There is a session scheduled for 8 p.m. tomorrow. Setting an alarm, he plans to tune in and finish off his gift spending. After all, his rewards originate from Chu Yinshi, making it a case of benefiting from one's own resources. As the class was nearing its conclusion, Jiang Qiu's phone suddenly rang. Maintaining his composure, he stood and slipped out through the back door. "Mr. Jiang, I am your dedicated butler, Wu Xiuli," came the respectful voice from the other end of the line. How are things progressing on your end?" Jiang Qiu inquired. Recently, he had been overseeing the renovation of his villa. Of course, he merely provided his thoughts on requirements, with Wu Xiuli managing the specifics of the construction. Having such a dedicated butler has its advantages. Aside from the cost, there are no downsides. "Mr. Jiang, everything has been remodeled according to your specifications," Wu Xiuli reported. "Please let me know when you have time to inspect it, should there be any dissatisfaction. I will make the necessary adjustments." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Qiu nodded and then hung up. He decided to skip class to check on the villa, as it marks his first home in the bustling metropolis, which holds significant sentimental value. He first sent a message to his roommates, requesting them to bring his books back after class. Then, Jiang Qiu left the teaching building, turned right out of the school, and walked over, considering it a form of exercise. Binhai Community is conveniently located near the school, and he arrived in under 10 minutes. After the renovations, the villa now boasts underfloor heating and a fresh air system, along with a fully integrated smart management system throughout the house. Additionally, the installation of an elevator means no more climbing stairs. The overall decor strikes a balance between modernity and warmth. Particularly noteworthy is the underfloor heating and fresh air system, which utilize high-performance products. The winters in the metropolis can be quite frigid. Unlike the north, the damp climate makes the cold feel particularly penetrating. If it were an older heating system, it would likely take several hours to warm such a large space. However, the newly installed system takes only 15 minutes to reach a comfortable temperature, greatly enhancing the user experience. Undoubtedly, the most significant transformation of the villa lies in the basement renovation. Jiang Qiu has dug out a swimming pool, complemented by resting lounge chairs and a mini bar. On such a sweltering summer day, one could swim right at home. If accompanied by a lovely companion, it would indeed be a distinctly delightful experience. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Qiu felt a refreshing surge of vitality. Furthermore, the entire smart home system was remarkably advanced, allowing complete control via a mobile device. This encompassed the entire house's lighting, central air conditioning, underfloor heating, fresh air system, electric curtains, and even the swimming pool's water supply. All these elements could be managed through a smartphone, subtly enhancing the efficiency of the house. For instance, one could adjust the indoor temperature while en route home, ensuring an optimal experience upon arrival. Additionally, pre-filling the swimming pool could save a significant amount of time. On the security front, there was no cause for concern. This system featured its own remote protection plan and operated independently from the mobile device. Even in the event of a power outage, a backup power source was available to monitor the house's safety around the clock. Mr. Jiang, is there anything else that displeases you? We can make adjustments, Wu Shili remarked after presenting the details of the house, feeling a tinge of envy herself. After Jiang Qiu's renovations, the villa had undergone a complete transformation. Living here was indeed a stroke of happiness. Very well, it's quite satisfactory, Jiang Qiu nodded, indicating his approval. Rest assured, you may move in at your convenience. Wu Shili added, all our materials are sourced from nationally certified eco-friendly products and have undergone professional testing, so you can be at ease. How considerate. Jiang Qiu felt immensely comfortable, appreciating that the housekeeper had taken all aspects into account, saving him the time and effort. Outside the villa, Li Lingling was stealthily recording a video on her phone. She had no classes that day and had initially planned to dine outside the community, but happened to spot Jiang Qiu walking into the neighborhood with a woman. What was happening? Could this possibly be Jiang Qiu's girlfriend? Li Lingling did not recognize Wu Xiuli, but noted her impressive figure. After all, a housekeeper in such a high-end community must possess both appearance and grace. This was troublesome. Her friend Xiaoxi might be getting cheated on. Li Lingling felt a pang of anxiety for her friend. In her mind, she couldn't help but grumble. Men are such fickle creatures, always wanting what they cannot have. While this woman was indeed attractive, the disparity compared to her friend was glaringly apparent. Why would Jiang Qiu reject Chu Yanxi only to be with someone like this? In a moment of inspiration, Li Lingling recalled the saying, to catch a thief, one must catch the stolen goods. To catch infidelity, one must catch the act. She resolved to follow them, curious to see where this couple was headed, and to discreetly capture evidence. Without photographs, Chu Yanxi would undoubtedly struggle to believe the truth, potentially falling victim to Jiang Qiu's deceit without ever realizing it. Li Lingling instantly transformed into a detective, brimming with excitement as if she had been invigorated by a shot of adrenaline, neglecting even her lunch. She stealthily trailed along until she arrived at Villa number 9. Oh, isn't this right next door? Li Lingling couldn't help but internally scoff at Jiang Qiu's audacity. How perverse can one be? As if straddling two boats wasn't enough. He had the audacity to arrange a rendezvous next door? Is this truly exhilarating for a man? She dared not ponder further and quickly opened her WeChat contacts, sending the video she had just recorded to Chu Yanxi. Li Lingling. Xiaoxi, something has happened. Something major. Chu Yanxi, what is it? Li Lingling, just watch the video. Li Lingling, stay calm. You must remain composed. Chu Yanxi felt somewhat exasperated. Her friend was always so dramatic. After all, she was the president of a multi-billion-dollar company. When had she ever lost her composure? With a steady hand, she opened the video, revealing footage of her residential community, where a man and a woman were walking ahead. Wait, the one on the left looks like Jiang Qiu, but who is the woman on the right? Suddenly, Chu Yanxi's eyes widened in disbelief, and she sprang to her feet. Stay calm. You must remain composed. She chanted silently to herself, but she found it impossible to regain control. In that moment, she was no longer the composed CEO, but merely a young girl in love. Li Lingling, Xiao Shi. Are you alright? Chu Yinshi. I am not feeling well at all. Li Lingling. It's fine. Given your qualities, what type of person can't you find? There's no need to hang yourself on one tree. Li Lingling. I never expected Jiang Qiu to be this kind of person. Chu Yinshi. Do not speak ill of Jiang Qiu. At this moment, Li Lingling was utterly bewildered. With tangible evidence at hand, how could she still defend Jiang Qiu? For goodness sake, we are on the same team. Chu Yinshi. Are they still there? I am heading over now. Li Lingling. Yes. But you might want to see for yourself. Li Lingling expressed her helplessness, realizing that only Chu Yinshi's first-hand confirmation would suffice. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu was finalizing the indoor inventory. This renovation was not just an upgrade in hardware. All the furniture had been replaced with new pieces. Even many daily necessities had been arranged by the property manager, making it truly move-in ready. Mr. Jiang, here are the account details, Wu Xiuli said respectfully. Please sign the list if everything is in order. All right, no problem. Jiang Qiu nodded. This renovation had cost over 4.8 million, a significant sum indeed. There was no denying that larger homes demanded larger investments. However, Jiang Qiu was satisfied with this expenditure, as he would be residing here in the future, and a pleasant environment would surely enhance his mood. After completing the final paperwork, Wu Xiuli gracefully prepared to leave, and Jiang Qiu politely escorted her to the door. As soon as the door swung open, a figure suddenly dashed in, colliding directly into Jiang Qiu's embrace. What was happening? A familiar scent of perfume wafted into Jiang Qiu's nostrils. Senior, what brings you here? Upon recognizing Chu Yinshi, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Here was a prestigious female CEO of a billion-dollar company, neglecting her responsibilities to eavesdrop at his doorstep? At that moment, Chu Yinshi, nestled in Jiang Qiu's arms, found her mind blissfully blank. She had intended to catch him in a compromising situation, yet upon seeing Jiang Qiu, all her worries evaporated. His embrace was so warm. She felt like a little kitten, captured and content, unwilling to move an inch. Behind them, Li Lingling stood in stunned silence. You two are just going to hold each other like this, completely disregarding your surroundings? Moreover, there was another woman present in the room. Li Lingling cast a scrutinizing glance at Wu Xiuli, her eyes brimming with hostility. Now that her friend was utterly smitten, it was time for her to take action. Onward. Detective Ling. Miss Chu, greetings. At that moment, Wu Xiuli stepped forward, respectfully acknowledging Chu Yinshi. As a qualified head housekeeper, she was required to memorize the profiles of all the homeowners, as it was her professional duty. What was going on? Did they know each other? Li Lingling stood frozen, her previous wild imaginings of melodrama suddenly seeming entirely unfounded. So it was Xiao Wu. At this juncture, Chu Yinshi reluctantly released Jiang Qiu's embrace. Upon entering the room, she had immediately noticed Wu Xiuli and had some recollection of this property manager. So, the person Jiang Qiu was with was indeed a member of the property staff. Jiang Qiu had mentioned he had purchased Villa No. 9 nearby. Given that, it was entirely reasonable for them to be house hunting together, wasn't it? Miss Chu. So you and Mr. Jiang are acquainted, Wu Xiuli remarked with a smile. I just completed the handover for Mr. Jiang and was about to leave. Please feel free to call on me if you need anything. Thank you for your help, Chu Yinshi replied, adopting the demeanor of a gracious hostess on Jiang Qiu's behalf. Once Wu Xiuli departed, she finally exhaled in relief. She had completely misunderstood the situation. What had seemed a simple matter almost turned into an embarrassing farce. Reflecting on this, Chu Yinshi prepared to confront Li Lingling, who had nearly led her to wrongfully accuse Jiang Qiu. Her friend was far too unreliable. Wait, where did she go? Chu Yinshi turned to look outside, only to find no trace of anyone. Senior, she has fled. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by the turn of events. However, Li Lingling's speed in making her escape was rather astonishing. Chapter 76, Assisting Jiang Qiu with Housekeeping, Double Standards of Chu Yinshi following the direction indicated by Jiang Qiu's finger. Chu Yinshi noticed Li Lingling sprinting towards them. Although she was somewhat plump, her speed was surprisingly swift. Chu Yinshi could not help but cover her eyes, as the sight was rather overwhelming. Senior, you haven't mentioned when you appeared outside my door, Jiang Qiu inquired with curiosity. Well, I happened to return home to retrieve something and saw someone here, so I came over. Chu Yinshi evaded the truth, feeling embarrassed to elaborate on the matter. All right then. Jiang Qiu decided not to press further. Your house is quite well decorated. Chu Yinshi casually closed the door and, with an air of nonchalance, ventured inside to explore. It's decent, I suppose. I just moved in myself. Jiang Qiu led Chu Yinshi on a tour of the villa. Upon spotting the enormous underground swimming pool, Chu Yinshi could hardly contain her excitement and expressed a desire to swim. Cough, cough, senior, this isn't a public pool, Jiang Qiu chuckled. If you wish, you could always dig one yourself. No, I lack the funds. Chu Yinshi suddenly turned to Jiang Qiu with a hopeful expression. How about I move in here? Jiang Qiu was both amused and exasperated. I recall you are the president of a company worth billions. How can you claim to be short on cash? To be precise, my net worth is at least 300 billion post-listing, Chu Yinshi replied with pride. Then how can you still say you have no money? Jiang Qiu retorted. Which billionaire acts as childishly as you do? With an air of calmness, Chu Yinshi replied, saving is a crucial quality in accumulating wealth. You are the greatest treasure I aspire to possess in this lifetime. Marry me, and I shall share half of my fortune with you. Chu Yinshi could not resist gazing at Jiang Qiu, slipping into her usual flirtatious demeanor. However, Jiang Qiu had no intention of allowing her to move in. Agreeing to such a proposition would render her quite vulnerable. Senior, aren't you the president? Jiang Qiu deliberately shifted the topic. You must have a lot of work, right? I am the owner. I delegate tasks to various departments, so I have ample free time. Chu Yinshi replied earnestly. Looking at Jiang Qiu, she stated, Man, I know what you're thinking. Give up. You cannot escape. Cough, cough. Well, I will tidy up the house, Jiang Qiu said, feeling a bit overwhelmed and deciding to ignore her for the moment. The room was already in good order, yet if she were to move in, a thorough cleaning would still be necessary. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu start to work, Chu Yinshi crouched down to assist. Senior, I can manage. You should head back. Not at all. I'll help you, Jiang Qiu insisted. Then you can sit over there and just watch, Chu Yinshi suggested. No, I fear you might tire yourself out. Jiang Qiu underestimated Chu Yinshi's determination. No matter how she tried to persuade her, it proved futile. Thus, the two individuals labored for over an hour, ultimately rendering the room immaculate. It is often said that a partnership between a man and a woman makes work seem less burdensome. Indeed, their collaboration proved quite effective. Who could have anticipated that the perpetually domestically disinclined Chu Yinshi would so diligently assist in tidying up someone else's abode? If this scene were witnessed by Li Lingling, she would undoubtedly chastise her for being a double-standard woman. Time passed swiftly, and before long, night had descended, signaling mealtime. Chu Yinshi wiped her hands and suggested, Shall I arrange for a private room at the garden restaurant? However, she reconsidered. Never mind, there's a decent noodle shop nearby. I plan to have something simple. Jiang Qiu, feeling quite fatigued after a long hiatus from work, preferred to avoid any further exertion. That works for me. Whatever you choose to eat, I shall partake in as well. Chu Yinshi expressed her indifference towards food choices. Jiang Qiu picked up her phone and ordered 2 servings of noodles. Since she claimed not to be picky, a simple meal would suffice. After approximately 20 minutes, a knock resounded at the door. The delivery had arrived. Jiang Qiu stood to answer it. Don't move. Chu Yinshi rose and positioned herself in front of Jiang Qiu, asserting, Stay seated. I'll handle this. Jiang Qiu's expression was one of bemusement. How curious to see someone so eager to take on tasks with such vigor. Chu Yinshi approached the door, accepted the delivery, and returned to the room. Jiang Qiu, dinner is served. Thank you for your hard work. Please hand it over, Jiang Qiu said. No need for that. My man shouldn't have to work so hard. Just sit tight. Without awaiting Jiang Qiu's protest, she promptly unpacked the delivery, arranged the disposable utensils, and placed them before Jiang Qiu. Senior, your actions make me feel as if I'm living off your generosity, Jiang Qiu remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, as long as you wish. It can be arranged at any time, Chu Yinshi replied, leaning down to plant a quick kiss on Jiang Qiu's cheek. Ahem, let us eat. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Qiu had grown accustomed to this dynamic and had even grown too lazy to resist. The two dined in relative silence, with Jiang Qiu finishing her meal in under 5 minutes. She glanced at Chu Yinshi, who had also consumed a substantial amount. How does it taste? Jiang Qiu inquired. Can you adjust to it? It's quite delicious, Chu Yinshi responded, relishing her meal. Whenever she was with Jiang Qiu, her appetite seemed inexplicably robust. After finishing, Jiang Qiu took the initiative to clear the dishes. This time, Chu Yinshi did not intervene, primarily because she felt somewhat fatigued. Earlier that afternoon, she had rushed back from school, her nerves taut. Later, upon learning it was a misunderstanding, She had helped Jiang Qiu with the chores. Although the workload was not excessive, it still drained her energy. Now, having eaten, she was undeniably weary and collapsed onto the sofa. When Jiang Qiu returned to the living room after tidying up in the kitchen, she found Chu Yinshi already resting. As Jiang Qiu gazed upon Chu Yinshi, who had succumbed to slumber, her delicate, porcelain-like feet protruded from the covers, exuding an undeniable charm. A glance from Jiang Qiu made him hesitate to awaken her. To avoid disrupting her rest, he retreated to the study, engaging himself in a few rounds of gaming. After more than an hour had passed, he glanced at the clock. It was already past 8 in the evening. If he did not rouse her soon, it seemed she might find it difficult to return home later. With this thought, he made his way to the living room. Senior, he attempted to wake her, but his efforts were in vain. Chu Yinshi remained unresponsive. Senior, it's time to head home. He gently tugged at her arm, yet there was still no reaction. Senior, you've drooled. He could not help but resort to his ultimate tactic. This time, her brows twitched, and she finally stirred awake. Did I fall asleep? She queried. Yes, he replied. Did you do anything mischievous? Chu Yinshi sat up, her face alight with curiosity as she looked at Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu placed a hand on his chest in assurance. I would never. I am a paragon of virtue, so you need not worry. Suddenly, Chu Yinshi leaned forward, burying herself in Jiang Qiu's embrace. In that fleeting moment, she wished time could freeze, as waking to the sight of someone she cherished was a sensation beyond compare. Chapter 77. 3 Kisses, Earn 300. Jiang Qiu found himself slightly breathless from the unexpected intimacy. During summer, clothing was already minimal, and Chu Yinshi's embrace was almost too tight. The two warm bodies pressed against one another ignited a thrilling sensation that danced upon his sensitive nerves. She held him close for 5 minutes before reluctantly releasing her grasp. Senior, we ought to return now. Jiang Qiu inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Oh, understood. Chu Yinshi pouted, genuinely disinclined to depart. After a moment of contemplation, she turned, retrieving her phone to capture a selfie of herself with Jiang Qiu. Typically, she refrained from taking selfies, often finding her friend Li Lingling's penchant for them rather distasteful. Yet today, she yearned for a memento with Jiang Qiu. It dawned upon her that her previous disdain for selfies stemmed not from the act itself, but rather from a lack of meaningful moments and cherished individuals with whom to share them. Since Jiang Qiu entered her life, everything had transformed. After lingering a bit longer, as the clock edged closer to 9, she reluctantly prepared to leave. It's quite late, and the roads aren't safe. Perhaps I should stay? Upon reaching the door, she felt compelled to make one last attempt. No, Jiang Qiu firmly declined. Are you jesting? You live next door. The distance is hardly daunting. Could I possibly sleep on your couch? I promise I won't be a bother. Chu Yinshi spoke pitifully. It's not possible. Jiang Qiu shook his head once more. In a moment of desperation, Chu Yinshi proposed, how about I pay you rent? 1 night for 100,000, a month for 1,000,000. What do you think? For some inexplicable reason, she felt an overwhelming sense of security even if she were to sleep on Jiang Qiu's sofa. It's inconvenient. Jiang Qiu still did not agree. Yesterday, it was a kiss for 100,000. Now, it was a night's stay for the same amount. If he were to acquiesce, it would indeed mean he was being kept. Why? Are you hiding something from me? No. Then give me a reason. I don't plan to stay here today. I need to buy some daily necessities over the next couple of days, Jiang Qiu stated truthfully, considering he had yet to bring his luggage over, making an immediate move rather impractical. Can I come back tomorrow then? Chu Yinshi's beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Qiu. If I don't allow you to come, will you not come at all? That's true. Well then, see you tomorrow. The corners of Chu Yinshi's lips curved into a delightful smile as she left, satisfied. The following day, Jiang Qiu attended classes as usual. College life remained quite pleasant. Moments of boredom passed quickly while browsing his phone. At noon, he went to the office for lunch. Today, Chu Yinshi had donned a fashionable light blue suit, exuding vitality and affluence. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu, her cheeks flushed slightly. She had hardly slept well the previous night, and even after finally drifting off, her dreams were filled with images of kissing Jiang Qiu. Sometimes, at the moment, one may not think too much, yet the embarrassment lingers long after. Once Jiang Qiu sat down, he looked at Chu Yinshi and said, "Thank you for the tip." In the past couple of days, he had been kissed 3 times, each kiss worth 100,000, totaling 300,000. Initially, he had thought it was a jest, But to his surprise, Chu Yinshi truly intended to pay. No need to thank me. Can I transfer you the money in advance? Chu Yinshi's eyes sparkled as if she had conceived a brilliant idea. I mean, I could transfer you 30 million first. And then you could cooperate with me a bit more. Hearing this, Jiang Qiu was stunned. He couldn't help but retort, Senior, do you have money burning a hole in your pocket? No, I just want to keep you, Chu Yinshi shyly confessed. From now on, you're not allowed to kiss anyone else. If you feel like kissing, it can only be me. Senior, it's time to eat. Jiang Qiu used his chopsticks to pick up a cucumber from the lunchbox and directly fed it to Chu Yinshi. Delicious. Chu Yinshi relished the feeding from Jiang Qiu. The meal concluded swiftly, as Jiang Qiu needed to go out to shop, and Chu Yinshi had her own tasks to attend to. At 2 in the afternoon. After completing her work, Chu Yinshi arrived at Jiang Qiu's home to assist with tidying up. After a couple of days of arrangement, the new home finally exudes a sense of warmth and liveliness. Chu Yinshi took this opportunity to rest briefly on Jiang Qiu's sofa. For some inexplicable reason, her quality of sleep here was remarkably superior. Around 4 o'clock, upon awakening, Chu Yinshi called Jiang Qiu to dine early, as she needed to visit the office shortly. There was a live-streaming event hosted by the brand in the evening, prompting her to pre-order a meal from a private dining establishment. Jiang Qiu had no objections. Considering the exertion of the afternoon, an early dinner posed no issue. If they found themselves hungry later, they could always order takeout. However, this notion was rather naive, as Chu Yinshi had already anticipated Jiang Qiu's potential hunger in the evening, thus ordering an ample quantity sufficient for 5 people. The cold dishes included a splendid assortment from the Jinxiu Wufu brand and creative seaweed rolls. The soup featured a delightful blend of fish maw and winter melon. Desserts comprised a unique pairing of swan-shaped peach gum, while the hot dishes included braised sea cucumber with scallions, Spanish-style roasted suckling pig with mushrooms and carrots, Australian beef ribs, pan-seared cod with royal clams, and shrimp fried with meat floss. It was a truly lavish spread. The two consumed their meal rather swiftly. Yet the portions were so generous that much remained. Jiang Qiu intended to store the leftovers in the refrigerator to heat up later as a midnight snack. Did you enjoy the meal today? Chu Yinshi inquired after they had eaten their fill. It was decent. Which dish did you like the most? Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and pointed to the shrimp, remarking that it was quite good. All right, I shall note that, Chu Yinshi replied. Retrieving her phone to access her notes on Jiang Qiu's favorite foods, she flipped to the last line and added the shrimp option. Her memo filled with an extensive list of Jiang Qiu's preferences. It was evident that Chu Yinshi had meticulously researched to cater to Jiang Qiu's tastes. Chapter 78. Chu Yinshi, you're a bit cocky now. Men need pampering. This was a strategy Chu Yinshi gleaned from romantic novels on how to win over her partner. One must thoroughly understand Jiang Qiu and be aware of his various likes in order to truly pamper him, particularly when it comes to culinary delights. There is a saying that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. However, Chu Yinshi was acutely aware of her lack of culinary talent. Her only experience in the kitchen had been limited to boiling instant noodles. While she could gradually learn, she was not in a position to do so at this moment. Since she could not cook for herself, she resolved to engage a professional 5-star chef for customized meals. After all, she had the means to explore a variety of dishes daily, ultimately discovering Jiang Qiu's favorites. Pursuing a man requires not only financial investment, but also thoughtful consideration. Chu Yinshi felt she was one step closer to success, and found herself smiling foolishly. Senior, you're drooling. What has got you so cheerful? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but glance at her several times, sensing something peculiar. Ah, am I drooling again? Chu Yinshi instinctively reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth. Then, she took out a mirror and scrutinized her reflection for quite some time, confirming that she had not drooled. Jiang Qiu, you're a bit cocky now, she pouted, her tone laced with playful menace. You think just because I dote on you, you can tease me? Jiang Qiu paused momentarily, then chuckled. Indeed, this demeanor suits the identity of a billionaire CEO much better. In an instant, Chu Yinshi's ears flushed crimson. This tactic was also borrowed from romantic novels, to capture a man's heart. One must not solely shower him with kindness, but occasionally display a hint of temper to keep him in check. However, putting this into practice proved to be quite challenging. The moment Chu Yinshi met Jiang Qiu's gaze, her shyness overwhelmed her, leaving her entirely devoid of any anger. It felt akin to a little kitten caught by the scruff of its neck, utterly at a loss. Had anyone else dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have erupted in fury. Yet, with Jiang Qiu, Being teased filled her with unexpected delight. This was something she could never divulge to Li Lingling. She knew her best friend would accuse her of double standards. I have a live broadcast soon, so I must take my leave, Xu Yinqi said reluctantly. Stay at home and try not to miss me too much. With that, she departed, her heart content. TSK. Jiang Xiu sensed that Xu Yinqi always endeavored to present a strong facade in his presence. Truth be told, it was rather endearing. At 8 p.m., while Jiang Xiu was immersed in a game, his phone alarm suddenly blared. Upon checking, he realized it was time for Xu Yinqi's broadcast. As the president of Douyin Company, he often delegated tasks to his team. However, for significant events, Xu Yinqi had to make a personal appearance. Tonight's live stream was an official brand promotion event held online by Douyin, crucial for attracting advertisers and influencing the future valuation of the company upon its public listing. Of course, Xu Yinqi would merely serve as a guest, delivering a few remarks at the end while the remainder of the event was managed by her assistant. As the broadcast commenced, Jiang Xiu entered the streaming room punctually. After contributing 3,000 gifts during the last carnival, his account had successfully ascended to level 56. Regardless of which live stream he entered, he would be accompanied by eye-catching effects. Welcome, the solitary angler Jiang Xiu, to the live stream. Whoa, is that the extravagant patron who donated nearly 10 million last time? Given his level, it seems he is indeed the real deal, showing up just for President Xu. Indeed. He only appeared for a live stream. The question lingered whether he would shower gifts again today. Jiang Xiu glanced at his gift interface, noticing that Douyin had granted him a special gift feature. This is a supreme gift cannon valued at 666 Do coins, which translates to approximately 666 yuan. Prior to this, the carnival gift, worth 30,000 Do coins, or roughly 3,000 yuan, was already the most expensive present available on the platform. Indeed, when one accumulates wealth to a certain extent, even the gift interface can be individually unlocked. This serves as a testament to the official recognition of one's prowess by the Douyin platform, a privilege that ordinary users will never experience. Given this convenience, Jiang Xiu has decided not to engage in the carnival anymore, opting instead to unleash the gift cannon directly. Jiang Xiu is fervently tapping on the gift interface. Previously, many netizens had seen videos of him showering gifts on trending topics. However, only a select few have had the opportunity to witness such opulence in a live broadcast. Currently, the number of viewers in Xu Yinqi's live stream has soared to 300,000, yet the vast majority have never witnessed Jiang Xiu's generous gifting firsthand. It is often said that hearing about someone's wealth can evoke skepticism, but witnessing it in person reveals the truth. It is not mere boasting, but genuine extravagance. At this moment, Jiang Xiu is tapping the screen of his phone with the speed of a single man who has been unencumbered for 20 years. His advanced finger technique comes into play, launching a supreme gift cannon every second. In monetary terms, that amounts to an astounding 666 yuan per second. Within just 1 minute, he has dispensed gifts worth 400,000 yuan. Such a feat is truly terrifying. This surge of generosity propels the live stream into the top 10 of the platform's trending list. As time progresses, the entire network is inundated with Jiang Xiu's gifting spree, attracting an increasing number of viewers from other streams. 400,000, 500,000, 800,000, 1,000. The viewership on Douyin is unlike that of other platforms. These numbers are authentic. The figure of 1,000,000 live viewers is utterly astonishing. Even more remarkable is the astonishingly rapid increase in the contribution of gifts by Jiang Xiu, which shows no signs of abating. In less than 10 minutes, he has dispatched over 600 supreme gift cannons, translating to approximately 4,000,000 yuan. This has caused the live stream to erupt once more. While tales of Jiang Xiu's unparalleled generosity have circulated, witnessing it firsthand today has left everyone profoundly awestruck. Yet, this spectacle is far from over. 20 minutes later, the viewers in the live stream are once again plunged into a frenzy. Chapter 79. Another 10 million spent. Explosive revelations. Jiang Xiu was fervently tapping the screen. Having already bestowed over 1,500 supreme fireworks, equivalent to a staggering 10 million. The wealth was unimaginable, the extravagance astounding. 1,500 supreme fireworks. My goodness. The magnate's generosity was unparalleled, having spent 10 million. Not just 10 million. When combined with the previous day's donations, the total reached 20 million. I was utterly astonished. I was genuinely in awe. Does the magnate require a loyal follower? I would happily serve as an ornament. Woof woof. The live stream's barrage of comments surged. Typically, those who shower gifts in a live stream are often affiliated with guilds, helping to elevate the streamer's status, with the funds eventually returning to them. Moreover, some patrons bestow gifts upon female streamers in hopes of reciprocity, such as private meetings, where effort begets reward. However, Jiang Qiu was different. His generosity was purely altruistic, even too lazy to utter a single word. Simultaneously, in another small influencer's live stream, the captivating Zhao Yining was broadcasting, and her top donor, known as Principal Wang, had recently shed his ex-girlfriend and was now pursuing her. Yet, Zhao Yining was not quick to acquiesce. She demanded that the principal elevate her to the top of Douyin's popularity chart. Only by fulfilling this wish could Wang hope for her acceptance of his affections. Gift-giving to dominate the rankings was a common strategy for Wang to flaunt his financial prowess. Naturally, he agreed to her request without hesitation. Under ordinary circumstances, spending a few $100,000, at most $1 million, would secure a position among the top ranks, a trivial amount for Principal Wang. However, today, an unexpected contender, Jiang Qiu, had gifted 10 million to Chu Yinshi, catapulting her to the pinnacle of the popularity chart. Principal Wang's brow furrowed in concern. While 10 million was not beyond his means, it felt unjustifiable to expend such a sum on a mere internet celebrity. He was known for his frequent changes in romantic partners. He couldn't possibly afford to spend 10 million on each. Most critically, the reigning top influencer was Chu Yinshi. If he were to vie for that top position for the sake of a small influencer, it would be tantamount to slapping Chu Yinshi in the face. As this realization dawned upon him, every hair on Principal Wang's body stood on end. He truly could not afford to offend Chu Yinshi. The last incident had left an indelible psychological scar. If he were to cross her again, he would undoubtedly face his father's wrath upon returning home. However, Zhao Yining remained oblivious to his anxieties, persistently urging him onward. For an influencer of her stature, clinging to the right benefactor was of utmost importance. Principal Wang has always been generous, seizing this opportunity to extract a bit more wealth for himself. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream revel in the excitement, eagerly urging him on. Come on, Principal, go all in. Xiao Ning is anxiously waiting. Indeed, one cannot allow this newcomer, Jiao Jiangqiu, to overshadow him. Principal, you aren't backing down, are you? One cannot show weakness in front of a beautiful woman. The crowd roared, filling the live chat with fervor. In the midst of this, Zhao Yining, who was broadcasting live, playfully remarked, Brother Wang, perhaps we should reconsider. Jiao Jiangqiu seems quite formidable. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Let this one go, Principal Wang typed in response. Upon reading this, Zhao Yining was left utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Why was he deviating from the expected script? Typically, when a woman feigns vulnerability, it ignites a man's chivalrous instincts. This is precisely where the allure of a beautiful woman lies, employing psychological tactics to compel a man to yield. For men, it is imperative to maintain their dignity before women, especially wealthy individuals who feel the need to demonstrate their prowess at such moments. After all, once a man acquires wealth, does he not seek to attract the attention of beautiful women? Yet, Principal Wang remained unfazed. His emotional acumen was profoundly developed, far beyond that of an ordinary man. He discerned the ruse with clarity. At this point, the entire live stream was equally confounded. Was this truly the fearless Principal Wang of yore? Principal Wang, if you are being held against your will, just blink. This statement flooded the chat, becoming the trending phrase. Unfortunately, no one could witness the scene on the principal's end. Yet, even if they could, he remained unperturbed. No circumstance would compel him to oppose Chu Yinshi for the sake of a mere internet celebrity. After completing his gift-giving spree, Jiang Qiu took a moment to rest. This was utterly exhausting. He had tirelessly clicked for over 20 minutes to bestow gifts worth 10 million. A person with less stamina might have given up halfway. Fortunately, the gifts were now sent. Exiting the live stream, he discovered a plethora of private messages awaiting him. Most were from female streamers seeking offline interactions. Ignoring them, he scrolled past until a message from a level 52 account caught his attention. Hello, I am Lin Zhenghao. Let us be friends. I have a WeChat group filled with influencers from the Magic City. We gather to support one another. Would you be interested in joining? The ranking on Douyin is determined by the amount of gifts given, and Jiang Qiu currently ranked at level 60, corresponding to having gifted over 20 million. Lin Jinghao held a rank of level 52, having spent over 3 million on gifts. Although his expenditure was less than that of others, it was noteworthy that he operated without a system. To contribute 2 million in gifts was indeed a testament to his wealth, marking him as a true tycoon. Jiang Qiu contemplated the potential benefits of joining such an affluent circle and decided to share his WeChat ID. Shortly thereafter, he received a friend request from Lin Jinghao. Upon accepting it, he was welcomed into a WeChat group. The group comprised only about 20 individuals. As soon as Jiang Qiu entered, the chat erupted with excitement. Welcome, esteemed guest. Welcome, esteemed guest. Welcome, esteemed guest. Jiang Qiu first modified his nickname to Duo Jiao Jiang Qiu and greeted everyone. Hello, I am Duo Jiao Jiang Qiu. Pleased to meet you all. Instantly, the group erupted once more. Is this really the esteemed figure? Incredible. We've actually welcomed a big shot into our midst. I feel the prestige of the entire group has risen. Laughter ensued, with others expressing their envy over knowing Jiang Qiu. Esteemed guest, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Chapter 80, A New Circle. Purchasing a Ferrari for prestige, the individuals within this WeChat group were primarily wealthy individuals of level 50 or above. Of course, there were various tiers among the affluent. A figure like Jiang Qiu, capable of gifting tens of millions, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of this elite group. Lin Jinghao, the one who had invited Jiang Qiu, was indeed wealthy but could not compare to him. Nevertheless, Lin Jinghao possessed his own advantages, particularly in terms of connections. He operated the largest parallel import dealership in the metropolis, holding a wealth of resources. This group was his creation, comprising many wealthy individuals he had encountered in live streaming. Having multiple friends opens numerous avenues, and for the affluent, such a circle for communication could foster mutual assistance. Are you in the metropolis? If you have time, I would like to invite you to gather, Lin Jinghao, the group leader, remarked, tagging Jiang Qiu. Please, just call me Jiang Qiu. I'm here to follow your arrangements. Jiang Qiu replied courteously, being newly acquainted. Ah, so it's President Jiang. How humble of you. Who could ever be regarded as a big shot in your presence? President Jiang, you are too modest. Do you enjoy cars as well? We should visit Brother House Racetrack next time and have a few laps together. That sounds splendid. After racing, you are all welcome to my private restaurant for drinks and tea. Old Wu, your private restaurant lacks excitement. Let us go to my bar instead, where I will treat everyone to a lively time. That's not as appealing. Let us head to my golf course instead, where we can cultivate our sensibilities. Jiang Qiu observed their conversation, realizing they were indeed wealthy individuals, each possessing their own enterprises. This is one of the advantages of joining such affluent circles, as it grants access to a myriad of resources. Naturally, this is contingent upon one's own capabilities. At present, Jiang Qiu's prowess was beyond question in the eyes of these individuals. After all, casually gifting 10 million was no ordinary display of wealth. President Jiang, I operate a business dealing with luxury cars, particularly those not readily available elsewhere. I have reliable channels, Lin Jinghao continued to message. Additionally, I own a racetrack. If you have time, would you care to come and enjoy a drive? Upon reading this message, Jiang Qiu hesitated. He currently did not possess a sports car. It would be rather unbecoming to arrive at a racetrack in a Tesla to compete in speed. Reflecting on this, he resolved to purchase a sports car. On one hand, with the transformation of his identity and status, a luxury vehicle was indeed necessary to uphold appearances. On the other hand, he still had an unused beginner's Supercar cashback voucher in his system's inventory. As fortune would have it, someone in the group dealt with imported cars, making it a fine opportunity to procure one. Do you have a Ferrari? Jiang Qiu tagged Lin Jinghao in the chat. This message instantly invigorated the atmosphere. President Jiang, as expected, speaks of a Ferrari. Impressive. Various models of Ferraris are often limited editions. Without connections, even wealth cannot guarantee acquisition in the domestic market. Buying a car through President Lin is not an issue. I recently purchased a Ferrari 488 from him without a hitch. President Jiang, I have several available models. We can discuss privately, Lin Jinghao promptly replied. All right, Jiang Qiu responded with an emoji, since they had just added each other as friends. Lin Jinghao quickly sent a private message. President Jiang, which model of Ferrari are you interested in? I can procure any of them. Lin Jinghao added, however, I will need to take a 5% commission. How does that sound? That is acceptable. Jiang Qiu understood that acquiring such luxury vehicles typically involves a commission. As the seller possesses the necessary channels, while seeking one through a dealership could result in prolonged waiting times. By the way, I'm interested in a Ferrari LaFerrari. Is that a problem? Jiang Qiu supplemented. This statement startled Lin Jinghao. He had assumed Jiang Qiu desired a standard model of Ferrari, which would be in the range of several million. Even for the limited editions, the maximum would be around 10 million, something he could easily manage. However, the LaFerrari, a top-tier luxury vehicle, is valued at over 20 million. I thought you only wanted a standard model of Ferrari. Who knew you were after the LaFerrari? Lin Jinghao mused, realizing the distinction of dealing with a true magnate. I apologize, President Jiang. I currently do not have a LaFerrari available. If you could grant me a few days, I will strive to explore my channels. After Jiang Qiu saw the news, he furrowed his brow slightly. Is this car truly so difficult to acquire? He recalled that it was precisely this vehicle that Chu Yinshi drove at the school gate. Very well, you may continue to seek channels. Jiang Qiu replied. I am not particularly anxious. I merely desire this car. Lin Jinghao was at a loss for words. This business seemed rather challenging. The luxury cars he represented typically ranged from 2 to 3 million, with a ceiling of 10 million at most. However, the Ferrari LaFerrari that Jiang Qiu sought was priced around 23 million. Even with Lin Jinghao's extensive network, it was a bit beyond his grasp. Mr. Jiang, why not consider the Lamborghini Huracan or the Ferrari 488? Both are quite splendid, Lin Jinghao suggested. If you opt for these models, I can waive my commission. To capture Jiang Qiu's interest, he sent several images. Jiang Qiu glanced briefly at them and found the Huracan appealing. However, at just over 900,000, it seemed rather inexpensive. His entry-level supercar cashback coupon had a maximum usage limit of 20 million. This meant that purchasing a car worth 20 million could yield a cashback of 6 million. If he were to buy the Huracan, it would indeed result in a significant loss. Chapter 81. Is this what they call a husband? Being alone is quite nice. Perhaps the LaFerrari is the way to go. Price is not an issue. Jiang Qiu pondered. Since he was in no rush, he was determined to maximize the benefits of this supercar cashback coupon. Not a problem. I shall find the channels right away. Lin Jinghao nodded, preparing to utilize all his resources to ensure this deal materialized. This was his first collaboration with Jiang Qiu. While profit was one aspect, showcasing his capabilities was of paramount importance. After all, who would seek your services again if you failed to deliver? Lin Jinghao understood this principle well, and his resources and abilities allowed him to thrive in this circle. Moreover, this transaction could net him at least 1 million in commission. Their conversation had only lasted a short while. In circles of the wealthy, the nature of contacts varied, and so did the earnings. Otherwise, how could one explain that those magnates casually finalize projects worth hundreds of billions over a meal? Once one gains entry into this circle, earning becomes increasingly effortless. After concluding discussions about the car purchase, Jiang Qiu prepared to indulge in a few rounds of gaming. At that moment, his phone alerted him to a new WeChat message. Chu Yinshi, husband, thank you. Jiang Qiu immediately perked up. Wasn't it merely a gift worth 10 million? Could it be? Is this progress a bit too swift? Jiang Qiu picked up his phone. Senior, did you perhaps make a typo? Husband, stop being stubborn, Chu Yinshi replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I have seen through everything. From now on, you're mine. Is this what they call a husband? Jiang Qiu rubbed his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. The two occasions on which he had showered gifts amounting to 20 million could easily be interpreted as a declaration of affection. Yet, he had never truly desired to be in a relationship. In his solitude, he found solace in gaming, ordering takeout when hunger struck, and sipping on a little alcohol when thirst beckoned. Such was the life of a recluse. The thought of being in a relationship, where outings required companionship, illness necessitated care, and even meals demanded the presence of another, was utterly vexatious. Had it not been for the appearance of Chu Yinshi, Jiang Qiu might have genuinely embraced a life of solitude, finding contentment in his own company. Meanwhile, Chu Yinshi was not as carefree as she appeared. Her palms were slick with sweat as her gaze remained fixed on the phone screen. Chu Zong, are you all right? Her secretary inquired, sensing her unease. Oh. Chu Yinshi snapped back to reality and replied slowly, I'm fine. You may go about your duties. Very well. Before departing, the secretary handed her a note. Chu Zong. This is the speech for the celebration banquet later. Please review it when you have a moment. With that, she turned and left. To excel in the role of a secretary, one must possess keen insight. Zhang Yutong had served as Chu Yinxi's secretary for 3 years, a testament to her status as a company stalwart. Regardless of the circumstances, she always prioritized Chu Yinxi, diligently attending to her responsibilities without prying into her employer's private affairs. This unwavering dedication earned her Chu Yinxi's trust. However, in recent times, Zhang Yutong had distinctly noticed that her boss was not fully focused on the company, a rarity throughout their entrepreneurial journey. In the past, Chu Yinxi was known for her relentless work ethic, often multitasking with remarkable intensity. She seemed disinterested in anything outside her career. Yet now, something appeared amiss. Zhang Yutong found herself pondering what could possibly distract her boss's attention. After a while, noticing Zhang Qiu had not responded, Chu Yinxi began to fidget. She messaged, "I just finished a live stream, and I have a celebration banquet with a brand later. Since it's late, I want to come looking for you tonight. Make sure to stay home and be good." Upon receiving the message, Zhang Qiu contemplated before replying. "You go ahead and take care of your matters. Don't overexert yourself. Okay, I'll come to your place tomorrow for lunch. See you then." After sending this message, she felt a bit unsatisfied, so she added a playful kiss emoji. Zhang Qiu smiled upon reading her message but chose not to reply. He suddenly realized that this feeling of being cared for was rather pleasant. Setting his phone aside, he indulged in a bit more gaming. As the hour grew late, he decided against returning to the dormitory for the night. In the new home, taking a shower while enjoying the cool breeze of the air conditioning felt truly delightful. At that moment, his phone rang. Zhang Qiu glanced at the screen. It was his mother calling. So late at night, surely she wasn't checking up on him, was she? "Hello, Mom. Is there something urgent?" Zhang Qiu answered the call, a hint of caution in his voice. "Nothing urgent. I was just wondering what you were up to," came the reply from Qiu Junlan on the other end, deliberately feigning nonchalance. Zhang Qiu thought to himself. As expected, his mother was worried about him. "I'm not doing anything. Just about to sleep," he replied. "Oh, going to bed so early? Haven't you gone out with your female classmates?" Zhang Qiu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." "Wait, I need to ask you something," Qiu Junlan interjected. "What is it?" Zhang Qiu immediately became alert. "Could you give me your dormitory address? I want to buy you some things," Qiu Junlan said somewhat shyly. "When you started university, your father and I were busy and couldn't see you off, so I don't even know where you live." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu thought, was it really being busy? It was more like they were enjoying their time together, forgetting about him. "No need to buy anything. I'm not lacking for anything," Zhang Qiu replied. "Besides, I told you not to keep buying things on that Pinduoduo site. There's nothing of quality there." "I know, but mentioning that makes me so angry," Qiu Junlan exclaimed, her frustration evident. "Last time, I had to call on 7 aunts and uncles, over a dozen relatives to help me, and in the end, we still couldn't get it done." "Well, just uninstall it then," Zhang Qiu suggested. Recalling how his mother had rallied so many people for help last time, at least dozens had gathered, yet they always fell short. It felt like a tease, playing with people's expectations. Later, Zhang Qiu saw in the news an even more outrageous incident where a gaming streamer called upon viewers to assist in a similar endeavor. Despite a live audience of 60,000, they too failed to achieve their goal. Eventually, due to public pressure, the company had no choice but to give away a phone. It was utterly despicable. If 60,000 couldn't do it, how could a mere dozen relatives suffice? "Let us not dwell on that last incident," Qiu Junlan said. Changing the subject. "This time, I want to buy you something nice. Just give me your address. I want to tell you. I have something going on here," Zhang Qiu said earnestly. "A classmate is coming over, so I'll have to end the conversation here." With that, he promptly hung up. "Perfect," Zhang Qiu mused, recalling that he had not revealed anything incriminating. If his mother found out he was living off campus, it would certainly lead to complications. Approaching the refrigerator, he retrieved a bottle of chilled cola to calm his nerves. Zhang Qiu then returned to his game, achieving a winning streak that lasted until past midnight. After stretching his neck, he prepared to retire for the night. Just before falling asleep, he opened the app Big Tomato and casually selected a business warfare novel titled Rebirth, starting from selling water to become the world's richest. For quite some time, Zhang Qiu had developed the habit of listening to audiobooks as he drifted off to sleep. Thus, he spent a peaceful night, awakening at 9 o'clock the following Saturday morning. After freshening up and dressing, he was ready to step out for breakfast. However, upon opening the door, Zhang Qiu was taken aback. Not far away, 3 individuals were approaching him, engaged in cheerful conversation. Leading the way was the property manager, Wu Xiuli, followed closely by his mother, Qiu Junlan, and his father, Jiang Qingfeng. Jiang Qiu stood there, bewildered, rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. "Good morning, Mr. Jiang," Wu Xiuli greeted politely. "You have visitors, and I have brought them to you." As a seasoned and esteemed steward, she was acutely aware of the nuances of conversation, knowing what to say and what to withhold. Although she recognized the middle-aged couple as Jiang Qiu's parents, she would not disclose this connection until he acknowledged it himself. After all, many affluent families adhere to various customs and taboos, which she understood well. Nevertheless, Jiang Qiu was unconcerned by such formalities. Previously, he had refrained from informing his parents of his residence to avoid cumbersome explanations. However, now that they had arrived, he felt no need for reservations. "Thank you, Manager Wu." Jiang Qiu contemplated momentarily before adding, "These are my parents. Please arrange 2 access cards for them." "Certainly, I will take care of that right away," Wu Xiuli replied with a smile before turning to leave. "Mom, Dad, how did you find this place?" Jiang Qiu inquired, still unable to recover from his astonishment. "What? Are you not happy to see your father and me?" Qiu Junlan teased. "No, it's not that. How could I not welcome you?" Jiang Qiu chuckled helplessly. "I'm just curious. I never told you where I was living." After all, he had arrived alone when he reported for school. So how did his parents discover his whereabouts? "Son, did you forget that the Apple phone you bought before starting school is linked to my account?" Jiang Qifeng said proudly. "Thus, your mother and I have been keeping track of your movements and followed the location to find you." Jiang Qiu was left speechless. He had indeed been negligent. That Apple phone had been treated as a backup device and had accompanied him to the villa in recent days. Consequently, they could easily locate him using the phone's GPS. One must admit, Apple's positioning was remarkably accurate. But was this ultimately a blessing or a curse? In times of uncertainty, could this phone be exploited abroad for intelligence gathering, or even become an accomplice in executing nefarious missions? Jiang Qiu intended to take some time to cleanse the private information stored on his iPhone. "What are you standing there for? Quickly, open the door." Qiu Junlan did not hold back with her son, meticulously surveying the interior upon entering. Indeed, the villa was rather impressive. Jiang Qingfeng glanced around before turning to inquire, "Son, how much is the rent for this month?" Jiang Qiu was taken aback. Unable to suppress a mental commendation for Wu Xiuli, the butler, who knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. "Actually, it's free of charge," Jiang Qiu stated earnestly. "A senior of mine, who is our assistant class leader, has lent me this extra room." "Oh, I see," Jiang Qingfeng nodded. "Then couldn't he resist probing further? Your senior must be quite affluent, considering a villa in the Magic City would cost at least 10 to 20 million. Jiang Qingfeng genuinely doubted his son could afford, let alone rent, a villa. "Yes, she is indeed wealthy," Jiang Qiu affirmed, planning to attribute all matters regarding the house to Chu Yanqi. "Oh," Qiu Junlan, intrigued, asked, "How old is this girl? What does she look like? Where is she from? Do you have a photo?" "She is 3 years older than me and rather unremarkable in appearance," Jiang Qiu replied earnestly. "I am the class leader, and she is my assistant. So we are quite acquainted, but there is truly no other relationship." "Is that so?" Qiu Junlan raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Qiu. Suddenly, Jiang Qiu was struck by a horrifying realization. Chu Yanqi had indeed messaged him the previous night, stating she would come to see him at noon. What if, during this time, his mother and Chu Yanqi crossed paths? Glancing at the clock, Jiang Qiu noted it was already 10 o'clock. Surely she wouldn't arrive early? It's almost noon. Let us go out for lunch," Jiang Qiu hastily suggested. "I'll treat you both to a splendid meal." His intention was clear, to take his parents out to dine, thus avoiding an encounter with Chu Yanqi. Otherwise, if they did meet, what would become of him? However, Qiu Junlan raised the fresh vegetables she had just purchased. "Your father and I have come all this way to prepare a meal for you," she said. "We want to cook something delicious," Jiang Qingfeng added. "Indeed, you usually eat out, and your mother and I are quite concerned." What more could Jiang Qiu say? He realized he could not dissuade his parents from their intent. He needed to swiftly redirect their focus. As long as Chu Yanqi did not arrive at noon, he could still navigate this crisis flawlessly. With this thought, Jiang Qiu ceased to resist. "Very well, there's a kitchen on the first floor, fully equipped with utensils." He indicated the location, adding, "Please make yourselves comfortable. I have a few matters to attend to upstairs." "Wait a moment. This house is simply too large." Qiu Junlan intercepted Jiang Qiu, saying, "You should first introduce us to the house. After all, it's someone else's property. Let's clarify what cannot be used." Jiang Qiu felt a twinge of anxiety, but masked it well. He spent another 10 minutes giving his parents a tour. How's your studying? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Jiang Qifeng inquired as the three of them settled in the living room. It's going well. I have a strong capacity for learning and feel little pressure. Jiang Qiu replied while glancing at his phone for messages. At that moment, he genuinely felt a bit nervous. Moreover, he recommended his other book, Rebirth, starting from selling water to become the world's richest, a tale of rebirth, without a system and business warfare. Those who enjoy this genre might find it intriguing. Finally, he wished everyone a pleasant weekend and expressed gratitude for their support. Chapter 83. Are you hiding something from me? Chu Yinxi's sixth sense. Do not feel too much pressure. Your father and I do not expect you to support us. As long as you are happy, that is enough. Xiao Junlan spoke from the heart. She did not want her son to feel burdened. She only wished for his safety and well-being. Understood, Jiang Qiu nodded. Although his mother's words were not particularly comforting, they conveyed genuine concern. In life, many care only for your outward success, but only parents truly care about your happiness. By the way, are there any pretty girls at school? Xiao Junlan suddenly shifted the topic. No, there really aren't. Jiang Qiu quickly shook his head. He had thought today would be a warm and cozy conversation, but after just 2 sentences, his mother revealed her true intentions. Son, I must tell you, you should start dating early. By the time you're in your 2nd year, all the good girls will be taken, Xiao Junlan continued to advise. We shouldn't have too high of standards. A healthy girl is ideal for childbearing. By the time you graduate, you should marry and give me a grandchild soon. Stop right there. Jiang Qiu felt a blush creeping up. He was only a freshman. Was it really necessary to rush into having children? His mother seemed overly anxious, fearing he would remain single and complacent. I must tell you, I really like girls, but unfortunately, the policy only allowed us to have 1 child, Xiao Junlan lamented. So, rest assured, I will treat my future daughter-in-law well, as if she were my own daughter. Oh, I have an idea. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but interject. I think you and Dad should make an effort to have a daughter. That would be much more reliable than a daughter-in-law. You rascal. How old are your father and I? Xiao Junlan interrupted him, then shot a wistful glance at Jiang Qingfeng. Sometimes I do think about it, but alas, someone is willing yet unable. Cough, cough, in front of the child. Jiang Qingfeng felt his face flush and turned his head away. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Family gatherings always brim with joy. Subsequently, her parents retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Jiang Qiu swiftly retrieved her phone and sent a message to Chu Yinxi via WeChat. Jiang Qiu, hey, senior, are you there? Chu Yinxi replied almost instantly. Yes, I'm here. Jiang Qiu, I have something to attend to at noon, so I won't be able to join you for lunch. Chu Yinxi, oh, no worries, you can go ahead. I'll wait for you. Chu Yinxi, without your company, I don't feel like eating alone. Jiang Qiu furrowed her brow, contemplating the complexity of the situation. How about I accompany you for a meal a bit later? After a moment's reflection, she continued typing. I heard a new restaurant has opened nearby, and the food is quite delicious. Her underlying strategy was to buy time. First, she would concoct an excuse about being hungry to persuade her mother to serve the meal earlier. Then, after dining with her parents, she would find a way to slip out and join Chu Yinxi for a second lunch. This plan was nothing short of perfect. As long as she could avoid a meeting between Chu Yinxi and her mother, Jiang Qiu felt that an extra meal would pose no problem. Chu Yinxi, oh, that sounds good. Chu Yinxi, or you could just focus on your tasks, and I can grab a takeout for you. Jiang Qiu, no, that would be too troublesome. She thought to herself, if you bring it back, what would be the point of my extra effort? Thus, it was imperative that Chu Yinxi not take on the task of bringing back food. Chu Yinxi, not at all. I can have someone deliver it directly to you. Oh, that could work. Jiang Qiu strategically retreated before making a quick pivot. However, dealing with takeout can be quite a hassle. It's far simpler to dine at the restaurant. Chu Yinxi, it's fine. You just eat and rest. I'll handle the cleanup. Chu Yinxi, how could that be? Jiang Qiu desperately argued. I believe the taste at the restaurant is superior. Let us dine there instead. This time, Chu Yinxi did not respond immediately. After a moment, Jiang Qiu noticed several messages popping up on her phone. Are you hiding something from me? If you don't want me to come to your house, why not just say so? Is there another woman at your place? Upon reading these messages, Jiang Qiu broke into a cold sweat. The intuition of women truly is formidable. You're overthinking it. There is absolutely nothing, Jiang Qiu hastened to clarify. I merely wish to check out this new establishment. After all, It's just opened. Chu Yinshi, are you really not concealing anything from me? Jiang Qiu firmly asserted. Of course not. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yinshi replied, all right then. In truth, she was not fond of dining at restaurants, especially at those below 5-star quality, where the crowds and ambience left much to be desired. However, since Jiang Qiu was keen on going, she decided to accompany him. After all, men do require a bit of pampering. Upon seeing the reply, Jiang Qiu finally sighed in relief. This meant he needed to hasten his mother to prepare dinner, as he intended to eat lightly at noon. Yet, just as he was about to head to the kitchen, a message suddenly chimed on his phone. Chu Yinshi suggested, how about I come over to your place for a while, and then we can go out for a meal? She was indeed feeling somewhat fatigued. After a bustling day yesterday and a visit to the office this morning, her schedule had been quite demanding. However, no matter how busy she was, it couldn't impede her plans to dine with Jiang Qiu. At that moment, she found herself nostalgically yearning for the comfort of his sofa. How delightful it would be to drift off to sleep upon it each day. Oh, if Li Lingling were to learn of this thought, she would undoubtedly tease her mercilessly. Why forsake a luxurious bed worth hundreds of thousands at home to sleep on someone else's sofa? The most baffling part was that she actually found sleeping on the sofa quite enjoyable. Was there perhaps a latent masochistic tendency at play? Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu was utterly taken aback. Woman, you are quite capricious. He was feeling a bit hungry himself. Why don't we head out for a meal now? He decided to alter his plans, opting to accompany Chu Yinshi for dinner first before returning home to eat with his parents. Although the sequence had changed and it would be a bit troublesome, it was far better than the two of them meeting unexpectedly. Are you hungry too? Chu Yinshi replied. That works. I'll come to pick you up shortly. All right, just wait for me in the car. After sending this message, Jiang Qiu promptly prepared to return to his bedroom to get dressed. Chu Yinshi was astute. She must have sensed something. Thus, Jiang Qiu resolved to take the initiative and wait for her at the entrance of the villa. Regardless of the situation, he would sacrifice his appearance if necessary. But he must not allow her inside. Chapter 84. Will I make her cry? Jiang Qiu confessed what's the rush to go out. Qiu Junlan happened to emerge from the kitchen and noticed Jiang Qiu already donned in his shoes. Oh, it's nothing. I have a sudden matter to attend to at school, Jiang Qiu clarified. You all can eat without me. That's out of the question. Your father and I specifically prepared this for you. After a moment's contemplation, Qiu Junlan advised, no need to hurry. You go handle your business and eat when you return. All right, I'll be quick. With that, Jiang Qiu prepared to leave. However, at that very moment, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Qiu's heart sank. This was it. Standing at the door was none other than the freshly returned Chu Yinshi. She sensed that something was amiss with Jiang Qiu today. Women's intuition is often quite accurate, especially for someone as perceptive as Chu Yinshi. She keenly detected that Jiang Qiu was hiding something from her. Mom, could you check the kitchen? I think Dad may have burnt the food. Jiang Qiu hesitated before opening the door, suddenly pointing towards the kitchen. Is something burning? Qiu Junlan carefully inhaled, detecting no odor. Nevertheless, years of culinary habit compelled her to rush back to the kitchen to investigate. This presented a splendid opportunity for Jiang Qiu. Seizing the moment while his mother's attention was diverted, he swiftly opened the door and, with a quick turn, slipped outside. That was close. After closing the door, Jiang Qiu let out a long sigh. That was frightening. They had narrowly avoided an encounter. What was so terrifying? At that moment, Chu Yinshi stood quietly outside the door, gazing at Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu quickly regained his composure. The danger was not yet averted. He needed to take Chu Yinshi away immediately, for otherwise, his mother might soon come out to check on things. How about we go out for a meal? Jiang Qiu suggested, assessing Chu Yinshi. She was wearing a deep blue dress, looking adorably sweet as she stood outside. Chu Yinshi remained silent, leaning closer to Jiang Qiu to catch a scent. You smell of a woman, and I heard voices coming from inside. Who's in there? Your friend? May I meet them? Do you truly wish to know? Jiang Qiu continued to resist. Let us eat first, and then I will tell you. No way. You are the man I have chosen, and I wish to know everything about you. Chu Yinshi spoke earnestly, her beautiful long eyelashes fluttering. Upon closer inspection, one could see tears welling in her eyes, making her appear utterly pitiable. In that moment, Jiang Qiu felt a pang of sympathy. All right then. He realized he could no longer keep the truth hidden. Chu Yinshi was too clever. If he fabricated another excuse, it might genuinely drive her to tears. It would be quite a challenge to console such a beautiful girl once she was upset. With a resolute expression, Jiang Qiu finally confessed. It's my mom and dad inside. Instantly, Chu Yinxi's tears ceased to flow. She had been contemplating how she could not express anger towards Jiang Qiu, yet still wished to ascertain the identities of those within. Had he remained silent, she might have actually cried to elicit a response from him. This was a clever tactic from her flirtation strategy, which Chu Yinxi had adeptly employed. Alas, she was immensely anxious about matters concerning Jiang Qiu. "Oh, it's your parents? Why didn't you mention that earlier?" At that moment, she suddenly realized. If the individuals inside were Jiang Qiu's parents, then they were her future in-laws. Oh no, she was not prepared to meet them. The thought sent her into a flurry of nerves, and she found herself feeling quite apprehensive. After 3 years of entrepreneurial endeavors, whether facing company shareholders, engaging with the media, or interacting with countless viewers in a live broadcast, Chu Yinxi has never faltered. Yet now, she finds herself genuinely anxious. Jiang Qiu discerns her nervousness from her demeanor. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon him. Indeed, meeting one's parents is a rather serious affair. Today, Chu Yinxi seems unprepared. Surely, she must feel apprehensive as well. Ahem, I had intended to mention this later, but my mother can be quite formidable, making it challenging to interact with her, Jiang Qiu stated earnestly. Thus, I thought it prudent to give you a heads up. Is that so? Chu Yinxi glanced at Jiang Qiu, suppressing a smile. Little did he know. Prior to her rebirth, she had met Jiang Qiu's mother, who was nothing like he described. Although they had only met once, the lady had treated her with utmost kindness. Reflecting on this, she still felt a twinge of anxiety, yet it suddenly seemed less daunting. Why are you smiling? Aren't you scared about meeting my parents for the first time? Jiang Qiu, oblivious to Chu Yinxi's inner thoughts, assumed she was merely stunned. Well, this occasion truly seems ill-suited, and you Haven Tea brought a gift, he continued, embellishing the narrative. My mother is quite particular about meeting gifts. If you come unprepared, she may genuinely become upset. You make a valid point. What should we do? Although Chu Yinxi voiced concern, her mind wandered to different thoughts. If you ask me, we should postpone this for another time. Jiang Qiu felt a surge of satisfaction, confident in his superior wit. Before I leave, could you give me a hug? Chu Yinxi's eyes sparkled with a clever idea. She intended to seize this moment to elicit a loving embrace from Jiang Qiu. Until now, she had always been the one taking the initiative. She had yet to experience the warmth of being held by him. Of course, Jiang Qiu stepped closer and enveloped Chu Yinxi in a tight embrace. A simple hug seemed harmless enough, as long as he could expedite matters and prevent their meeting. Sacrificing a bit of charm was a trivial matter. Is it all right now? After 5 minutes, Jiang Qiu sensed that Chu Yinxi had no intention of releasing him. Yes, it's fine. Chu Yinxi wore a triumphant expression, then continued to negotiate. Kiss me, and we shall depart. Jiang Qiu frowned, with his parents inside. Engaging in such intimate gestures felt somewhat provocative. All right, just a quick kiss, and then we can leave. With that, Jiang Qiu leaned down and placed a kiss on her cheek. This was indeed the first time he had taken the initiative. However, Chu Yinxi was not quite satisfied. She rose slightly on her toes and captured Jiang Qiu's lips in a kiss. This marked the 4th time she had kissed him. She would transfer him 100,000 yuan later. However, at that moment, a sudden crack echoed as the door to the room swung open abruptly. Chapter 85. A Need for Embrace and Affection. In that instant, Jiang Qiu felt as though the world had collapsed around him. The two hastily separated, adjusting their attire in a flurry. Since he was facing away from the entrance, he felt somewhat at ease. Unfortunately for Chu Yinxi, her predicament was far worse. Their kiss had been progressing beautifully until, unexpectedly, the door in front of them burst open, revealing Jiang Qiu's mother. As their eyes met, Chu Yinxi's cheeks flushed crimson. Kissing someone's son in front of Jiang Qiu's mother, she suddenly felt akin to a deer caught in the headlights. Who are you? Qiu Junlan was taken aback. She had merely stepped out to dispose of the garbage. Who could have anticipated that her son was just outside, engaged in such an intimate act? An awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere. Hello, Auntie. My name is Chu Yinxi, and I am Jiang Qiu's classmate. Once she regained her composure, Chu Yinxi realized the necessity of introducing herself. They could not avoid the encounter any longer. Oh, hello there. Qiu Junlan assessed Chu Yinxi, noting her remarkable beauty. Despite her casual attire, her natural elegance was undeniable. Mom, this is the senior I mentioned before, Jiang Qiu interjected. She is the president of Douyin Company and resides next door. This apartment also belongs to her. After speaking, he cast a cautious glance at Chu Yinxi, fearful she might inadvertently reveal too much. I see. Please, come in and sit down. Don't linger at the doorway. Qiu Junlin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she warmly took hold of Chu Yinshi. From a parental perspective, the girl before her was impeccable in both appearance and family background. As for the president of Douyin Company, although Qiu Junlan didn't know the specifics of her wealth, the title alone conveyed an aura of substantial prestige. All right, Auntie, Chu Yinshi replied with a sweet smile, devoid of any pretense, as she gently linked her arm with Qiu Junlan's. The two ambled into the house, conversing amiably. Jiang Qiu was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the swift turn of events. What was happening? It seemed like they were already acting like a family. Reluctantly, he followed behind, closing the door once inside. Andy, Jiang Qiu hasn't he agreed yet? What? What are his thoughts? It's all right, Andy, don't worry. I will continue to pursue him. But that cannot be. A girl as exceptional as you deserves so much more. I'm not wronged. I genuinely like Jiang Qiu and am willing to invest in him. What a wonderful girl. This ungrateful rascal truly does not realize his fortune. As Jiang Qiu entered the living room, he was met with such brazen declarations. He was utterly flabbergasted. What was going on? Had the cards been laid on the table so swiftly? Young lady, do you profess your fondness for Jiang Qiu? At that moment, Jiang Qingfeng emerged from the kitchen, eager to indulge in the gossip. Uncle, I have already confessed my feelings to him, Chu Yinshi candidly admitted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingfeng's jaw dropped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Qiu Junlan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It truly seemed that heaven was watching over her. For so long, she had been troubled by her son's lack of romantic pursuits. Despite Jiang Qiu's striking appearance, he had never engaged in a relationship throughout his life. While this might not concern average parents, Qiu Junlan was different. Her affection for children was boundless. Regrettably, as she had aged, her own romantic prospects faded, leaving her to place all her hopes upon her son. She yearned for Jiang Qiu to marry soon and perhaps bless her with 2 plump grandchildren, ideally a pair of twins, one of each gender. Such a scenario would surely fill their home with joy. However, Jiang Qiu had rejected me. Chu Yinshi cast a sorrowful glance at Jiang Qiu and continued, moreover, he has turned me down numerous times. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Was this the moment for grievances? You're joking, my parents are certainly on my side. So your complaints are futile. Jiang Qiu, what is the meaning of this? Qiu Junlan responded sternly. What a wonderful girl, have you lost your senses? Indeed. I support your mother in this matter. A man must embody responsibility and accountability. Jiang Qingfeng interjected, wearing a look of disappointment. Jiang Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. Dad, Mom, please listen, it's not what you think. Enough, do not try to argue. You are clearly in the wrong. Qiu Junlan waved her hand dismissively and turned with a smile towards Chu Yinshi. My dear, do not be disheartened. I shall reprimand him on your behalf. Auntie, you may call me Xiao Shi, Chu Yinshi quickly clarified. In truth, it is not Jiang Qiu's fault. I was simply too eager. Would you please refrain from scolding him? Despite knowing that Jiang Qiu's parents were merely defending her, she felt an inexplicable unease at witnessing him being chastised. Look at her, such a splendid girl. Qiu Junlan appeared genuinely moved and had completely aligned herself with Chu Yinshi. Xiaoxi, is it all right if I call you that? Of course, Chu Yinshi promptly replied. Well, Xiaoxi, I wish to share a little secret with you. Qiu Junlan could not help but tease. You see, Jiang Qiu has never had a girlfriend throughout his life. He is simply too laid back. Wait a moment. Jiang Qiu protested vehemently. Mom, that's a breach of privacy. His protest fell on deaf ears. Qiu Junlan continued. Xiaoxi, you must be patient with him. His character is genuinely quite amiable. Yes, Auntie, I understand. Chu Yinshi nodded in agreement, though her delicate face was slightly flushed. The joy of hearing stories from Jiang Qiu's childhood filled her heart. By the way, do you have any plans for lunch? Qiu Junlan suddenly inquired. Chu Yinshi replied. Jiang Qiu mentioned that a restaurant opened outside the community. Cough, cough. Jiang Qiu abruptly interrupted her, saying, Senior, please reconsider. He was somewhat apprehensive that Chu Yinshi might inadvertently reveal too much. If his mother discovered that he had deliberately chosen to dine out to avoid her, he would surely face a reprimand. Observing this scene, Chu Yinshi's lips curled into a charming smile. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Jiang Qiu. I want a hug and a kiss. Jiang Qiu responded instantly, sure. At that moment, he felt compelled to comply. Chu Yinshi felt a sense of pride. Today truly was her lucky day. Auntie, here's the thing. Chu Yinshi pondered for a moment before continuing. There's a nice restaurant outside the community, and I initially wanted Jiang Qiu to accompany me. Oh, I see. Xiao Junlan glanced at Jiang Qiu and then at Chu Yanxi. How about this? Eating out isn't very hygienic. She waved her hand. I think we should eat at home instead. We have enough ingredients prepared. Chapter 86. Learning to cook. For the baby in my belly. No way. Jiang Qiu felt the pace was a bit too swift. Were they really preparing to stay in for a meal? Mom, it's fine, we can eat out. Jiang Qiu hurriedly interjected. However, his words were promptly disregarded. Xiao Junlan turned to Chu Yanxi and asked, Xiaoxi, if you're not picky, why don't you stay for dinner? All right, Auntie, I'd love to try your cooking. Chu Yanxi obediently nodded. Today, she suddenly realized that Jiang Qiu also had someone he was afraid of. It seemed she had taken another step closer to winning him over. So, do you have any favorite dishes? Xiao Junlan eagerly inquired. Braised pork ribs, red braised meat, lion's head meatballs, and shrimp dumplings. How do these sound? Jiang Qiu attempted to resist once more. Mom, she can't eat anything too greasy. Is that so? Xiao Junlan immediately found this reasoning plausible. Chu Yanxi appeared quite slender and likely needed to maintain her figure. With this thought, she turned to Jiang Qiu. Go to the market outside and buy some vegetables. Jiang Qiu instantly felt disinclined to speak further. It's all right. I'm not picky, Chu Yanxi quickly reassured. No need to buy more. This is sufficient. That one tea do. It's your first visit, and we must make it a feast. Xiao Junlan was quite serious, already envisioning Chu Yanxi as her daughter-in-law. All right then. I'll order some rice cakes. Jiang Qiu took out his phone and looked at Chu Yanxi, saying, if there's anything you want to eat, just let my mom prepare it for you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi shyly replied, I'll eat whatever you like. Very well then. I'll just select a few items at random, Jiang Qiu remarked, delicately tapping on a few cucumbers, followed by a handful of cilantro. Additionally, he included some broccoli, okra, pumpkin, and shiitake mushrooms. Is that sufficient? Jiang Qiu presented his mobile device for Chu Yanxi to peruse. Yes, I trust your judgment. Meanwhile, Xiao Junlan observed the interaction between the two youngsters with great delight. All right, you two take a moment to rest. I shall tidy up in the kitchen. Allow me to assist, Chu Yanxi offered. No need. You are a guest. It is not fitting for you to cook. It's quite all right, Auntie. Please do not regard me as merely a guest. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junlan felt even more pleased with Chu Yanxi. Subsequently, the two women chatted amiably as they made their way to the kitchen. Jiang Qingfeng remained behind. Finding himself at a loss for words amidst the conversation between the two women, the father and son sat across from one another, and Jiang Qiu was uncertain of what to say next. Son, why didn't you mention this? Jiang Qingfeng inquired. You know your mother is very keen for you to find a partner. Her intentions are indeed for your benefit. What a coincidence to run into them today. Jiang Qiu replied, suddenly recalling something. Wait a moment. Why didn't you inform me in advance about you and Mom arriving early? Jiang Qingfeng cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. You know your mother is quite perceptive. Had I told you beforehand, she would have certainly caught wind of it. So, is it a case of a misfortune to one is a misfortune to all? Jiang Qiu sighed. Dad, you can't simply fear the repercussions and sacrifice your son. But this is something that cannot be avoided indefinitely, Jiang Qingfeng remarked. Son, I can see that girl is quite commendable and genuinely cares for you. Jiang Qiu remained silent. After spending some time together, he had developed a favorable impression of Chu Yanxi. However, he was still uncertain whether he wished to progress at such a swift pace. It's all right. Your silence can be taken as acquiescence, Jiang Qingfeng chuckled. Moreover, your mother is very fond of this girl. Any opposition from you would be futile. Jiang Qiu discerned that his mother was indeed quite taken with Chu Yanxi. After all, she was not only beautiful but also possessed a charming demeanor. Her family background was impressive as well. She owned a villa in Shanghai and ran her own company. He dared not contemplate further, suspecting that his mother might be preparing to arrange for him to acquire a marriage license. At that moment, the delivery rider arrived. Jiang Qiu brought the groceries into the kitchen and happened to witness Chu Yanxi diligently attempting to cook. This must be quite challenging for her, considering she was the president of a billion-dollar company, accustomed to a life where meals were served to her. Indeed, the situation in the kitchen reflected this reality. Throughout her life, Chu Yanxi had seldom set foot in a kitchen. Yet, in her effort to make a good impression on Jiang Qiu's mother, she was giving it her all. Xiaoxi, I can see that you rarely cook, don't you? Xiao Junlan smiled and said, let me teach you. Cooking is rather enjoyable. The more you practice, the more interested you will become. Oh, Dear, please don't make it difficult for her. At that moment, Jiang Qiu entered. Placing the groceries aside, with the time it takes to cook, it would be more convenient to order takeout, he remarked. Child, takeout is often unsanitary, Qiu Junlan admonished earnestly. If not for yourselves, think of the health of the baby in your belly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqi's face flushed crimson. Although she had always wished to be with Jiang Qiu, she had never truly contemplated the prospect of bearing a child. In fact, she had never been particularly fond of children and had not considered motherhood in the near future. Yet, the thought of carrying little Jiang Qiu seemed quite appealing. Mom, you are being ridiculous again, Jiang Qiu interjected. Chu is quite wealthy. She could hire a 5-star chef and have a different culinary delight every day. Oh, that is true, Qiu Junlan mused. In the past, she had looked down upon the extravagant lifestyles of the affluent. You have money, you are impressive, you are so aloof. Each time she watched a drama, she felt a strong sense of empathy. Whenever the protagonist was bullied by a wealthy antagonist, she would be incensed. She had even advised Jiang Qiu to never compromise his dignity for the sake of wealth and marry into a powerful family. However, upon learning about Chu Yanqi's background, her perspective seemed to shift dramatically. A life of affluence could indeed be quite splendid. Jiang Qiu found this to be rather hypocritical. Chapter 87. When choosing a partner, one must seek handsomeness. Auntie, I'll wash the vegetables first. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu enter, Chu Yanqi promptly took the bag of vegetables. Good, Xiaoxi is so diligent, Qiu Junlan praised, increasingly satisfied with Chu Yanqi. No way, Mom. That's a bit much, Jiang Qiu could not help but retort. You never praised me like this when I washed the vegetables and cooked. You're a boy. Doing chores is expected, Qiu Junlan continued. Hurry, help Xiaoxi wash the vegetables. You're not occupied at all. It's fine, Auntie, I can manage on my own, Chu Yanqi replied, her ears slightly reddening. Jiang Qiu's mother was being exceedingly kind to her. This feeling was something she hadn't experienced since her childhood. Senior, let us do it together, Jiang Qiu shrugged. Realizing he couldn't escape today's task. Instead of being passive, he chose to enjoy it actively, knowing that working together would be quite efficient. Jiang Qiu could sense that it was indeed Chu Yanqi's first time in the kitchen, although she was somewhat clumsy. Her earnestness was evident as she diligently gave her best effort. So, do you regret coming to my home? Jiang Qiu jestingly remarked. Why abandon your prestigious role as a CEO to toil away in my home? If this were to be captured in a photograph and shared online, it would undoubtedly make the headlines tomorrow. How delightful. Chu Yanqi licked her lips and replied, once I return home, I shall diligently learn to cook, ensuring that I prepare meals for you every day. Stop right there, Jiang Qiu interjected, glancing at the 2 cucumbers in Chu Yanqi's hands, which were nearly stripped of their skins. Allow me, your grip is rather firm. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chu Yanqi realized she had been treating the cucumbers as if they were Jiang Qiu himself, hence her heavy-handedness. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to wash all the vegetables. At that moment, Qiu Junlan approached with a smile and inquired, how does it feel to be hands-on? Quite fulfilling, isn't it? Indeed, Chu Yanqi nodded. Auntie, I wish to learn more from you. Absolutely. I shall teach you a few key phrases. Make sure to memorize them. Qiu Junlan replied with satisfaction, delighted that she had found someone to impart her culinary skills to. Heat the oil in the pan. Coat with egg wash and then roll in breadcrumbs. Fry until golden and crispy, then drain the oil. This dish was beloved by both the elderly and children alike. And even the neighbor's child was tempted by the aroma. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 4 gathered around the dining table. The meal was lavish, featuring 8 dishes and a soup, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables that was visually appetizing. Xiaoxi, do try Annie's cooking, Qiu Junlan urged enthusiastically, continuously serving Chu Yanqi. Of course, Andy, you should eat as well, Chu Yanqi replied. Though she typically consumed little meat, today was an exception. After all, it was Jiang Qiu's mother who was serving her, and she did not want to leave a poor impression. She was quite mindful of Jiang Qiu's parents' opinions, hence her obedient demeanor. Observing this interaction, Jiang Qiu was momentarily dumbfounded. Their rapport was exceedingly amiable. One might assume they had known each other for ages. Do eat as well. Chu Yanqi mustered her courage and served Jiang Qiu 2 generous pieces of meat. In that instant, both of Jiang Qiu's parents turned their gaze towards him. TSK, I told you this lad is quite fortunate, Jiang Qingfeng remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Who would have thought that so soon after the semester began, he would encounter such an exceptional girl? Indeed, just look at how well suited they are, Xiao Junlan added, directing her attention to Jiang Qiu. Xiaoxi is a wonderful girl. You must cherish her. What even is this? Jiang Qiu decided to focus on his meal. Meanwhile, Chu Yanqi's dimples appeared as she beamed with joy. Today was a day of great happiness for her. Gaining the approval of Jiang Qiu's parents made the prospect of a future together seem promising. By the way, Xiaoxi, Xiao Junlan suddenly asked, "May I inquire how you two met?" Chu Yanqi hesitated slightly, sensing the delicacy of the question. Jiang Qiu quickly interjected, "We met at the school gate on the day of registration." He was reluctant to reveal the incident of being knocked down, for fear that his mother would start her incessant questioning. "Oh, I see." Xiao Junlan nodded. Then, with a hint of curiosity, turned to Chu Yanqi. "Little Shi, tell Annie the truth. What do you like about Jiang Qiu?" Jiang Qiu nearly spewed his juice. It must be said that his mother's questions were remarkably incisive. He too was eager to discover the answer to this query. Chu Yanqi contemplated for a moment, realizing she could not divulge anything from her previous life. Moreover, she wished for Jiang Qiu to develop feelings for her current self. After a brief pause, she finally spoke softly. "It's because Jiang Qiu is handsome. I truly like him." Jiang Qiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "You're doomed. My mother has always taught me that a boy should not only rely on his appearance, but also cultivate inner beauty. After all, the outside world is perilous. Being so good-looking, one must learn to protect oneself, especially when encountering beautiful girls. You must discern carefully to understand whether they are genuinely interested in you or merely attracted to your looks. Those who are drawn to you solely because of your handsomeness should be kept at a distance. The world is vast, and there will always be someone more attractive than you. Wouldn't that place you in danger?" At this thought, Jiang Qiu truly felt a pang of concern for Chu Yanqi. After a fruitless afternoon, his mother would undoubtedly form a poor impression of her due to that statement. However, events did not unfold as Jiang Qiu had anticipated. Yes, that was indeed Jiang Qiu's sole advantage. Xiao Junlan beamed widely, taking Chu Yanqi's hand and saying, "Let me tell you, many pursued me in my youth. The reason I chose your uncle was to ensure superior genes for the next generation. Just look at Jiang Qiu. He is exceptional because he has inherited our merits. Therefore, when choosing a partner, one must indeed seek a handsome one." Chapter 88. Chu Yanqi stands firmly, responding with authority. "Mom, I remember you telling me when I was young that one should not judge by appearances but should look at inner qualities, right? You also mentioned that the world outside is dangerous and that boys must learn to protect themselves." Jiang Qiu couldn't help but interject with a hint of sarcasm. "Did I?" Xiao Junlan feigned forgetfulness. Jiang Qiu nodded resolutely. "Yes. Throughout my life, I've shared so much with you. How come you don't remember the crucial points?" Xiao Junlan continued. "But you seem to have forgotten my advice about dating and getting married early." Jiang Qiu found himself at a loss for words. What should one do with a mother like this? "I need help, and time is of the essence." Meanwhile, Chu Yanqi observed this exchange, suppressing her laughter. "Here, little Shi. Enjoy the meat." Xiao Junlan, with a communal chopstick, filled Chu Yanqi's bowl to the brim. "Thank you, Auntie." Chu Yanqi held the bowl with both hands, displaying utmost politeness. Xiao Junlan, witnessing this, felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. Originally, her expectations for Jiang Qiu's girlfriend were quite modest. As long as she was a woman with a pleasant personality, that sufficed. As for appearance and family background, those aspects held little significance. Xiao Junlan had even prepared the betrothal gifts, eagerly anticipating the day Jiang Qiu would bring someone home. However, upon encountering Chu Yanqi, she felt immense satisfaction. The only concern was Jiang Qiu's lack of initiative. Xiao Junlan found herself more anxious than Jiang Qiu. She yearned to solidify their relationship as soon as possible, for any unforeseen circumstances in the future could lead to great regret. After all, where could one find a daughter-in-law as exceptional as Chu Yanqi? Not only was she strikingly beautiful and possessed of great poise, but she was also affluent and, most importantly, treated Jiang Qiu well. Meanwhile, as Chu Yanqi dined, she discreetly messaged Li Lingling under the table. "Chu Yanqi, are you there? Chu Yanqi, where are you? I need help." Li Lingling, what is the matter that has you so flustered? Li Lingling replied instantly. "Let me guess, it must be related to Jiang Qiu again." "Chu Yanqi, you're mistaken." "Chu Yanqi, this time, it concerns Jiang Qiu's parents." Li Lingling, "Chu Yanqi, I'm at Jiang Qiu's house and unexpectedly ran into his family. We're currently having a meal together." Li Lingling, that is a good sign. Li Lingling, you should eat well. The older generation prefers a slightly plump girl. as they believe it signifies good childbearing potential. After sending the message, she checked her reflection in the mirror, feeling quite pleased with her figure. Chu Yinshi, I know. I'm already feeling quite full, but I want to mention it. Li Lingling, I've noticed you're quite competitive. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yinshi would have retorted. But given the urgency of the situation, she set aside her usual responses. Chu Yinshi, I need your advice on something. Li Lingling, no problem, I've got you covered. Chu Yinshi, since it's my first time meeting Jiang Qiu's parents, should I bring a gift? Li Lingling, absolutely, consider it a formal engagement gift for Jiang Qiu. Chu Yinshi, could you do me a favor and select a few impressive items? I'll transfer the funds to you. After speaking, she immediately transferred 1 million. Li Lingling was taken aback. She had anticipated a gift in the range of a nutritional supplement or health product, with a price tag of around 10,000 being quite reasonable. Who could have imagined that Chu Yinshi would aim for a purchase of 1 million? That seemed rather extravagant. Li Lingling, are you certain about spending that much? Won't it cause quite a shock? Chu Yinshi, I don't think so. Chu Yinshi, please help me choose, and spend as much as you need from that amount. Li Lingling, fine, I happen to be at the mall and will contact you shortly. Chu Yinshi, okay. Once everything was arranged, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. For her first meeting with his parents, Chu Yinshi truly struggled to decide what gift would be appropriate. Fortunately, my close friend possesses considerable expertise, so entrusting her with the matter poses no significant challenge. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yinshi suddenly perceived a radiance emanating from Li Lingling. It seemed she was not entirely devoid of merit after all. Should this thought reach Li Lingling's ears, she would likely cease her assistance altogether. Just as Chu Yinshi was composing a message, Xiao Junlan seized the opportunity to confirm a detail with Jiang Qiu. After her persistent inquiries, she finally came to accept that the demure girl sitting before her, dutifully consuming her meal, was indeed the president of Douyin Group. Initially, she had presumed that Chu Yinshi merely ran a modest enterprise. Although the name bore a striking resemblance to the Douyin she employed daily, it could simply be a case of homonymy. After all, the rich tapestry of Huaxia culture allows for the same phonetics to give rise to numerous distinct characters. It was only after conducting a search for the chairman of Douyin and finding Chu Yinshi's photograph as the top result that she truly embraced this revelation. Ordinarily, Xiao Junlan would idly scroll through Douyin, never imagining she would encounter the actual proprietor. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that they had dined together, and she even wished for her to become her daughter-in-law. In that instant, she suddenly comprehended her son's hesitance to immediately accept the other's declaration of love. It must have been an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, just as Chu Yinshi set her phone down, Xiao Junlan eagerly inquired, Xiao Shi, there is something else I wish to ask you. Auntie, please go ahead. Chu Yinshi replied softly, I merely wish to understand. Your family must be quite affluent, correct? Xiao Junlan clarified, please don't misunderstand. What I mean is, in families of your stature, isn't it true that matters of marriage require familial consent? Upon hearing this, Chu Yinshi grasped Jiang Qiu's mother's concerns. Auntie, you need not worry. Although my family is wealthy, the final decision rests with me. There will be no issues regarding my marriage to Jiang Qiu. That is reassuring indeed. Xiao Junlan nodded vigorously, her smile widening. Jiang Qingfeng also exhaled a sigh of relief, genuinely concerned about potential complications in the future. Only Jiang Qiu appeared perplexed. Shouldn't the question of marriage require my agreement first? Now it seems, neither Chu Yinshi nor my parents are consulting me at all. Chapter 89, A Game of Mahjong. Contrasting realities after dinner, Chu Yinshi took the initiative to assist in tidying the dishes. Her eagerness was so pronounced that Jiang Qiu found it impossible to intervene. After half an hour of diligent work, once everything was in order, Chu Yinshi prepared to depart. Li Lingling, are you ready? Yes. We've been waiting for you at home for quite some time. You are magnificent. I shall waive your rent for the upcoming semester. Thank you so much. Quickly come to Jiang Qiu's doorstep. I shall be leaving shortly. Li Lingling. All right, it will be just half a minute. Setting down her phone, Chu Yinshi was about to rise when Xiao Junlan, with an excited expression, suggested, Xiao Shi, I just noticed we have a mahjong table at home. Why don't we gather for a game? Auntie, but I don't know how to play, Chu Yinshi replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As she had little exposure to such games throughout her life, whenever she saw others playing, she had never felt any interest. Before meeting Jiang Qiu, her sole passion had been earning money. Don't worry, Jiang Qiu knows how to play. He can teach you, Xiao Junlan encouraged. Oh, if he plays too, then that's fine. Chu Yinshi quickly agreed. her change of heart remarkably swift. Even Jiang Qiu, who was nearby, was taken aback. Thus, under Qiu Junlin's orchestration, a 4-player mahjong game was set up. Jiang Qiu first explained the basic rules to Chu Yinshi and played a practice round. Chu Yinshi proved to be quite clever, grasping the concepts after just one iteration. As the game commenced, each player rolled the dice to determine their seating arrangement. Chu Yinshi rolled the lowest number, while Jiang Qiu rolled the highest. The two of them, by a stroke of fate, became neighbors in the game. Jiang Qiu was particularly skilled at mahjong, or to be precise, he excelled at all forms of board games. His luck was simply extraordinary. For instance, when playing poker, he would often draw the 2 jokers along with 2 twos, making it nearly impossible to lose. Consequently, his family ceased to play with him, unable to secure a win. During festive occasions, the family gatherings morphed into mahjong sessions. Unlike poker, mahjong requires a degree of skill, and with varying levels of proficiency among players. Encountering a neighbor who could remember cards could render even the best hands futile. However, Chu Yinshi was a novice. She had yet to learn card counting or to speculate on her opponent's hands. This is a common affliction of beginners, who often play based solely on their own hands and moods. As a result, Jiang Qiu secured a string of victories in 5 consecutive rounds. All were won by Jiang Qiu, with Chu Yinshi inadvertently triggering the largest losses. By the 6th round, Chu Yinshi was the dealer. This time, she played with great caution and began attempting to remember the cards. Given her learning pace, she was doing quite well. Unfortunately for her, she was matched against Jiang Qiu. 1 bamboo. As Chu Yinshi placed her hand down, her heart raced with anxiety. I won. Jiang Qiu smiled. He had waited long for this moment. Finally drawing the 1 bamboo, Chu Yinshi clenched her fist, her expression one of reluctance. Jiang Qiu again claimed victory with the highest hand, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. Yet, she chose to remain silent. If it were someone else, she might have turned and left long ago. However, playing with Jiang Qiu now brings her joy, even if she loses at the game. Wait, you didn't win. At that moment, Qiu Junlan returned the previously played tile. Can't you be more mindful? Qiu Junlan couldn't help but voice her thoughts. It's her first time playing, and she's already doing quite well. You came in and won 6 rounds straight. Is that truly fair? Jiang Qiu felt a bit bewildered. He had no idea mahjong could be played in such a manner. All right then, I won't win with that tile. Reluctantly, Jiang Qiu discarded both of his tiles as well. Now that's more like it. Qiu Junlan nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chu Yinshi observed this scene with a twinge of envy. The warmth and harmony shared among family was something she hadn't experienced since her childhood. Suddenly, her mood darkened, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Qiu Junlan furrowed her brow. Don't cry. It's all Jiang Qiu's fault for being so unfair. I'll stand up for you. Jiang Qiu, standing by, offered no rebuttal but quickly fetched a tissue to dry her tears. All right, I'll let you win this round. At that moment, Jiang Qiu felt a pang of guilt. He wondered if he had indeed gone a bit too far. After all, she was just a girl, a novice at that. It would be unfortunate to leave her with a psychological scar. It's better to have a slow and steady flow. If he won too often, perhaps no one would want to play with him anymore. I'm fine, I just suddenly thought of my mother. Chu Yinshi adjusted her emotions and explained. My mother passed away when I was very young, and I rarely keep in touch with my father, so I truly envy this. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Jiang Qiu was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard such a story. Xiaoxi, if you don't mind, we can be like family from now on. Qiu Junlan felt a surge of compassion. Her initial fondness for Chu Yinshi had deepened into a genuine care and affection. Thank you, Auntie. Chu Yinshi genuinely cherished this familial feeling. Dear, I see you and this child have a good connection. Why not adopt her as your goddaughter? At that moment, Jiang Qingfeng, who had been silent, suddenly dropped a bombshell. Jiang Qiu felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How could we adopt a goddaughter? Qiu Junlan decisively replied. Xiaoxi, from now on, consider me your mother. Whatever you need, come to me, and I'll take care of it. Achoo. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but sneeze, feeling a sudden chill in the air. Meanwhile, outside on the first floor of the villa, Li Lingling found herself in stark contrast to Jiang Qiu's situation. She was sweltering. Checking the time, she realized she had been waiting for over an hour. What is going on? Li Lingling internally lamented, considering her unreliable best friend. Surely she hasn't forgotten about me. Chapter 90, Official Announcement. Men must take responsibility. Li Lingling had been waiting for quite some time. However, Chu Yinshi had yet to appear and had not responded to her messages. If it weren't for the promise of a fee for running errands, she would have already retreated to her sofa to scroll through her phone. Earlier, while shopping in the mall, upon receiving a message from Chu Yinchi, she had conveniently purchased gifts. Typically, a modest selection of nutritional supplements would suffice for a first meeting with parents. Yet, Chu Yinchi had directly transferred 1 million, which was simply overwhelming. Li Lingling had initially intended to advise her against such extravagance, fearing it might intimidate Jiang Qiu's parents. However, she soon reconsidered, given Chu Yinchi's stature. Anything less might appear unworthy. The world of the affluent is truly enviable. Ultimately, armed with a budget of 1 million, Li Lingling first ventured into a gold and jewelry store. It was common for older relatives to favor gold, she thought. With this in mind, she meticulously selected 3 exquisitely designed pieces of jewelry, a gold cloisonne enamel ring, a hollow Kuan Yin gold pendant, and a delicate gold filigree bracelet embedded with gemstones from the Palace Museum. At the checkout, her total expenditure reached 380,000. This was her first time purchasing such valuable gifts. Although her family was well off, spending her own money always felt slightly burdensome. Next, she proceeded to a Cartier boutique. After some recommendations from the staff, she chose a Min S watch, costing 550,000. This particular Cartier Special Series 00696 mechanical watch was ideally suited for a successful businessman. Li Lingling found it quite satisfactory, primarily due to its reasonable price. The combined cost of the 2 gifts totaled 930,000, leaving her with 70,000, which Chu Yinchi likely would not reclaim. With this thought, Li Lingling suddenly felt invigorated, knowing her best friend well. As long as she fulfilled her task to Chu Yinchi's satisfaction, the fee for running errands was certainly assured. A 70,000 fee for such a small effort was delightful. She would gladly wait an additional hour, if required. Within the villa, Chu Yinchi glanced at the time. Although reluctant to leave, it was already quite late. "Uncle, Auntie, I must take my leave now," she announced. Just moments before, Jiang Qiu's mother had expressed a desire to recognize her as a goddaughter. But Jiang Qiu had swiftly diverted the conversation, allowing the matter to fade away. Chu Yinchi felt hesitant to bring it up herself. After all, it was their first meeting, and gaining the approval of Jiang Qiu's parents was already a significant achievement for her. "Is that all? You're leaving already?" Qiu Junlan expressed her reluctance. "Very well. Do come often. I'll even cook for you." "Yes, definitely," Chu Yinchi replied. Chu Yinchi nodded vigorously and added, "Auntie, rest assured, I will diligently learn to cook for Jiang Qiu." "What a delightful girl." Qiu Junlan turned back and tugged at Jiang Qiu, saying, "Your girlfriend is about to leave. Aren't you going to see her off?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yinchi felt a bit dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure, excitement bubbling over. Could this be considered an official announcement? To be recognized as Jiang Qiu's girlfriend by his mother meant that in the future, their affectionate moments could be shared openly. On the other hand, Jiang Qiu was somewhat bewildered. What was happening? In just the span of a meal, he had elevated from a senior to a boyfriend? Was there a problem? Qiu Junlan looked at Jiang Qiu earnestly and said, "As a man, one must take responsibility for his actions and not shy away from them." "Wait. What did I do?" Jiang Qiu reflected carefully, recalling that he had not engaged in any wrongdoing. Had he forgotten something? With a mysterious smile, Qiu Junlan said, "First, wipe off the lipstick from your face, and then think it over." Jiang Qiu couldn't help but gasp in shock. It must have been when they were outside that their kiss had been too fervent. Oh no. He suddenly realized he was at a loss for words. They had already kissed. Any explanation now seemed futile. "Have you remembered?" Qiu Junlan smiled, then looked at Jiang Qiu with earnestness. "This matter is settled. You must treat her well, and if your relationship progresses positively, then go ahead and obtain a marriage certificate." Jiang Qiu remained silent, glancing at Chu Yinchi. He had witnessed everything she had done during this time. Although he had been rather laid back, to say he was not moved would be a lie. Their feelings had been steadily warming up. It was only a matter of breaking through the final barrier. "Thank you, Auntie. I will certainly treat Jiang Qiu well," Chu Yinchi said, her joy palpable, marking perhaps the happiest moment in 3 years. "Thank you for what?" "We are family now," Qiu Junlan replied, smiling broadly. Finally, Jiang Qiu had found a girlfriend, and the weight on her heart had lifted. Turning around, Chu Yinchi gazed affectionately at Jiang Qiu and asked, "Boyfriend, do you have anything to say?" "Ahem, you should head back now," Jiang Qiu continued. "We'll chat on WeChat later." All right," Chu Yinchi nodded obediently, preparing to leave. Before departing, She contacted Li Lingling, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. As soon as Chu Yinshi opened the door, she handed over 2 exquisite gift boxes. Uncle and Auntie, I have a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Chu Yinshi, having seen the gifts on WeChat beforehand, opened the boxes while explaining, Auntie, these are a few pieces of jewelry. They aren't very expensive, but do try them on. Uncle, this is a watch. I believe it suits you perfectly. After receiving the gift, Qiulan and Jiang Qingfeng were pleasantly surprised. They were already quite fond of Chu Yinshi, and now, witnessing her thoughtful gesture of presenting a gift, they found her to be an exceptionally delightful daughter-in-law. Chapter 91. Sending Chu Yinshi home. A kiss before departure? Xiaoxi, this gift is far too extravagant, Qiulan remarked, examining the exquisite pieces of jewelry. Although Chu Yinshi insisted they were not overly expensive, Qiulan was well aware of their true value. Each piece was indeed quite precious. Indeed. Xiaoxi, Jiang Qingfeng chimed in, there's no need for such gifts. Your thoughtfulness is what brings us joy. Truth be told, he had a fondness for watches and often indulged in their intricacies during his leisure time. However, the gift from Chu Yinshi was undeniably lavish. A mere glance revealed that the Cartier Special Series 00696 mechanical watch was priced at an astonishing 550,000. What a remarkable first meeting to bestow such a costly gift. Uncle and Auntie, these are all sponsored by the company. I have no use for them by myself, Chu Yinshi continued. Please accept them as a favor to me. At that moment, Li Lingling, standing by the door, could not help but gasp. Sponsored? Of no use to one person? Just a favor? She silently lamented. That is a gift worth nearly $1 million. Why can't I encounter such fortune? At that instant, she yearned for someone to bestow gifts upon her in such a manner. Mom and Dad, please accept them, Jiang Qiu said with a smile. She is wealthy, so consider it a treat. You cheeky boy, how can you speak of your girlfriend in such a way? It was well known among the older generation that treating lavishly was not regarded as a compliment. Qiulan felt a twinge of concern that Jiang Qiu's words might leave a negative impression. Oh dear. Jiang Qiu glanced at his mother and then at Chu Yinshi, realizing they had formed an alliance. Auntie, I enjoy being treated lavishly by Jiang Qiu, Chu Yinshi replied with a smile. After all, I have the means. Even if he does nothing, I can support him. Enough of that. It's getting late. You should head home, Jiang Qiu said, gently taking Chu Yinshi's arm as they exited the house. Be careful. Don't hurt Xiaoxi's arm, Qiulan frowned, concerned for Chu Yinshi's delicate frame. Don't worry, I know my strength, Jiang Qiu waved dismissively. Mom, please close the door. I'll see you're off. All right, I understand. Young people need their privacy. Qiulan replied, a knowing look on her face. Auntie, may I add you on WeChat? Chu Yinshi suddenly thought of something before leaving. If I have Jiang Qiu's mother on WeChat, I can report back anytime. At that moment, a surge of excitement coursed through Chu Yinshi as she considered the possibility of Jiang Qiu's disobedience. Of course, Qiu Junlan nodded, recalling that they had been so preoccupied earlier that they had forgotten to add each other on WeChat. Thank you, Auntie. After successfully scanning the code, Chu Yinshi glanced at Jiang Qiu, her expression one of triumph. Jiang Qiu covered her eyes. This scene was indeed unbearable to witness. It seemed that their tranquil days were destined to vanish. Before adding WeChat, Jiang Qiu had already been quite proactive. With the addition, how much more emboldened would she become? By the way, Xiaoxi, do you live nearby? Qiu Junlan suddenly inquired with curiosity. Yes, in that villa right next door. Chu Yinshi pointed to villa number 8. Noting how close their residences were. I see. Qiu Junlan waved her hand dismissively. If possible, let Jiang Qiu accompany you for a bit longer. She can stay over tonight. Jiang Qiu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Is that really okay? Chu Yinshi's eyes widened in anticipation. Yes. Since you are both adults now, it is beneficial to cultivate your relationship early, Qiu Junlan stated earnestly. I agree, Chu Yinshi said shyly. In truth, I quite like children. Qiu Junlan's eyes lit up as she seemed to discover a shared interest between the two. That is wonderful. You two should marry right after graduation. By the way, one child won't be enough. You should have several. It would be a shame to waste such excellent genes. When the time comes, I'll handle the childcare. You just focus on having them. I adore girls. Wait, we were supposed to leave. Why are you still chatting? Jiang Qiu remarked helplessly. Wouldn't it be better to talk inside? Indeed, Qiu Junlan replied. How about we sit for a while longer? Sure, I think that sounds good. On the other side, Jiang Qiu could no longer bear to listen. She abruptly shut the door, grasped Chu Yinxi's hand, and departed. Women were truly terrifying. How could they converse for such an extended period over trivial matters? Thus, the two strolled along the pathway of the community, with Chu Yinxi offering no resistance. She genuinely relished this sensation. Whenever Jiang Qiu was by her side, Chu Yinxi felt an overwhelming sense of security. Nearby, Li Lingling stood in shock. Was this truly the friend she knew? When did she develop an affinity for conversing with middle-aged women? And the topics of discussion, children, and the notion of having more than one, such audacious words. Most striking was Jiang Qiu's remarkable patience in front of her. In the past, she wouldn't have tolerated even a slight touch. How astonishing. At this very moment, Li Lingling found herself believing in love once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu brought Chu Yinxi to her doorstep. You should hurry back, he urged. No, just a quick kiss before you go. Isn't that inappropriate? Jiang Qiu glanced around and noticed someone in the distance. It's fine. Andy has already approved. I'm your girlfriend, so what is there to worry about? So a kiss. And then you'll return? Jiang Qiu expressed his skepticism. Of course, I am a person of my word. After saying this, Chu Yinxi felt a twinge of embarrassment. In Jiang Qiu's presence, she seemed to always be acting like a child. Yet, she couldn't help it. The urge was simply overwhelming. All right then, close your eyes. Don't trick me. Chu Yinxi obediently shut her eyes, her hands gripping Jiang Qiu tightly. She could sense him drawing nearer. At last, their bodies were pressed closely together. In that moment, she felt as though her lips were being magnetically drawn in. This exquisite sensation was utterly irresistible. She found herself instinctively responding to Jiang Qiu's advances. At that instant, her body became completely still, as if struck by electricity, surrendering to Jiang Qiu's tongue that caressed and explored her. The sensation was akin to having her essence drained away. Chapter 92, a reluctance to part, but it's not me being cowardly. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The duration of their kiss stretched on, leaving them breathless. It felt like drowning fish, clinging to one another as they gasped for fresh air. After a while, their breaths began to steady, and they finally released their lips. Your mouth is so sweet. Chu Yinxi gazed at Jiang Qiu, satisfied, wiping the corners of her mouth, feeling a lingering sense of desire. All right, you should head back now. Jiang Qiu touched his lips, noticing they felt as if they had been bitten. Are you all right? It seems like you're bleeding. Chu Yinxi felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing this. She had been overly excited and had accidentally bitten him. How about you come to my place for a while? I can apply some medicine for you. Chu Yinxi suggested eagerly. Is that appropriate? I'm quite concerned about what might happen next. I can't take responsibility for that. As he spoke, Jiang Qiu lifted his shirt, revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs. Chu Yinxi's face flushed crimson, and she pretended to cough, diverting her gaze. What's wrong? Don't you want me to come in? Are you backing down? Jiang Qiu teased with a smile. No, I just don't feel well today, Chu Yinxi insisted, clutching her stomach defiantly as she looked at Jiang Qiu. It's not me being cowardly. Jiang Qiu replied. All right then, you've stood outside long enough. You should hurry back. Despite her reluctance to leave, found today rather inconvenient. As the moment for action approached, her heart raced as if it might explode. Jiang Qiu accompanied her to the door, observing as she slipped into her slippers, those delightful limited edition Sakura shoes she had worn the other day, so charming in their soft pink hue. Your shoe cabinet seems quite full, Jiang Qiu remarked, noticing the multitude of slippers within. Indeed, aren't they all adorable? Chu Yinxi retorted playfully. That's not the point. Jiang Qiu could not help but tease. When I visited not long ago, you claimed you had only this pair left. Was that merely to trick me into wearing your slippers? Oh, did I? Chu Yinxi felt a twinge of guilt, but was unwilling to concede. All right, I see how it is, Jiang Qiu chuckled, choosing not to press further. Are you truly not coming in to sit for a while? Chu Yinxi extended another invitation. No, I must head back. You should rest well. Jiang Qiu waved his hand dismissively before turning away. At this point, Chu Yinxi refrained from further persuasion. In her strategy for captivating her partner, she had read that during those uncomfortable days, a girl could employ alternative methods to satisfy her partner. However, when it came to putting theory into practice, her mind went utterly blank, especially when faced with Jiang Qiu. Her shyness overwhelmed her. Upon returning home, she found her parents tidying up the dishes. Jiang Qiu stepped forward to assist. We have a fully automatic dishwasher. Just place them inside. Will it clean them thoroughly? Qiu Junlan inquired skeptically. Having never used a dishwasher before, if it doesn't, it could lead to hygiene issues. Rest assured, this appliance is quite efficient. Jiang Qiu demonstrated with ease. And to her parents' astonishment, even the greasiest dishes emerged sparkling clean from the machine. Witnessing this, her parents could not resist the allure of the dishwasher. Once we return, we should definitely get one, Qiu Junlan exclaimed with a smile. I agree, it will certainly make things more convenient, Jiang Qifeng nodded in agreement. Thus, after employing the dishwasher, the dishes were swiftly cleaned. Jiang Qiu then opened the sterilizing cabinet, placing all the utensils inside. This house is truly splendid. With all its comprehensive facilities, Qiu Junlan mused. Xiaoxi is really wonderful to you. You must treat her well in return. Cough, cough. I understand, Jiang Qiu nodded, surprisingly refraining from retorting. The family settled in the living room for a further chat. That evening, Qiu Junlan and Jiang Qingfeng retired to their room on the first floor, while Jiang Qiu ascended to his bedroom on the second floor. The villa was indeed marvelous. Even with many inhabitants, privacy was maintained. After taking a refreshing shower, Jiang Qiu relished the coolness of the air conditioning while lying on his spacious bed. As he glanced at the clock, it was already 10 in the evening. He indulged in a bit more gaming, achieving a splendid triple victory in the realm of kings. Perfect. Before succumbing to slumber, Jiang Qiu checked his system. If memory served him correctly, there was a Patek Philippe wristwatch awaiting his collection, a detail he had forgotten amidst his busyness of late. Upon confirming, he saw that the exquisite timepiece had already been delivered to the source estate in the magical city, ready for him to retrieve at his convenience. He planned to collect it the following day, and with that thought, he lay down and fell asleep, experiencing a night devoid of disturbances. The next morning, after rising, Jiang Qiu proceeded to freshen up. With his parents present, breakfast had been prepared for him. Do you have classes today? Qiu Junlan inquired. Yes. There are still 2 days of classes left. There are only 2 days until the National Day holiday, he replied, as the long holiday approached. Even though it was the weekend, they still had to engage in a staggered break. Suddenly, Jiang Qiu posed a question. By the way, aren't you two working these days? It's not just for you. Both your father and I have taken leave, Qiu Junlan responded. For me? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but scoff. You mean to supervise me and launch a surprise attack? Cough, cough. Son, your mother is doing this for your own good. Jiang Qingfeng promptly declared his allegiance, siding with his wife. Very well, Jiang Qiu relented, feeling no further irritation. After all, he had grown accustomed to this dynamic since childhood. Who could blame her? Your father and I are indeed right to come this time, Qiu Junlan said with a smile. If it weren't for this sudden visit, how could we have met such a wonderful daughter-in-law? It would be a pity if you missed out. Changing your tune so quickly? Jiang Qiu couldn't resist commenting. If I recall correctly, you haven't even paid the fee for the change of address.